I refuse to accept this. I refuse. Drenched in cold sweat beneath his thin sleepwear, Zhang Mingyu flung aside the quilt and jolted upright in bed. His gaze swept around, and he realized he was in a shabby rented room, a rust-stained old desktop television, a clattering low-efficiency air conditioner, and warm sunlight filtering through the curtains to spill across the bed. Staring at the scene that was both familiar and strangely distant, Zhang Mingyu decisively picked up the phone lying beside his pillow. On the screen, the date read August 23, 2024. I've been reborn. Reborn 3 days before the arrival of the apocalypse of torrential rain. Zhang Mingyu pulled open the curtains, and only when he personally saw the bright sunlight and the bustling traffic on the street outside the residential compound did his face finally break into a joyful smile. In his previous life on August 26th, torrential rain had begun falling across the entire globe at the exact same moment. At first, no one paid real attention to this looming catastrophe. No one had expected that in a single night the terrifying downpour would turn the earth into a boundless ocean, tying this disaster inseparably to every living soul. On the first day of the global deluge, flooding everywhere forced work and schools to shut down worldwide. Soon after, the icy rainwater brought with it a mysterious virus, and an incurable massive flu outbreak spread at terrifying speed. While nations across the world were busy grappling with the flu, land transportation in low-lying regions was gradually destroyed by the relentless rain. Water and power outages and severe shortages of supplies began to appear one after another. Half a month later, human activity on Blue Star had come to a complete standstill, and the emotions of the populace collapsed one after another. In that moment, the evil within human nature broke free of all moral restraints. The darkest corners hidden deep within every heart were magnified without limit. Zhang Mingyu remembered that by the third month of the rain apocalypse, Baiqing had already been transformed into a living hell. Starving survivors driven to the brink would commit all manner of savage, brutal acts for a single can of food. In his previous life, Zhang Mingyu had been too kind-hearted, unable to adapt to the schemes and betrayals of the apocalypse. In the 7th month after the rain began, his ex-girlfriend tricked him out of all the supplies in his home, and he died on the road to future city. Xia Wei. Thinking of how in his past life he had been driven out of his own home by Xia Wei and her new lover Zhang Mingyu, ground his teeth in rage. The gentleness he once possessed had died completely with his previous tragic end. In this life, no matter what, he would survive the apocalypse of torrential rain. He would watch with his own eyes as his former enemies, after tasting every torment the end times had to offer, died before him. Now, with 3 days left before the world-ending rain descended, how should he prepare to survive that apocalypse? Just as Zhang Mingyu was deep in thought, a dim blue curtain of light suddenly appeared before him. Ding. Special soul detected. Conditions met for binding with the interstellar base system. Binding interstellar base. Ding. Interstellar base system binding complete. A newbie grand gift pack has been issued to the host. Lines of printed Chinese characters popped up one after another on the holographic light screen, accompanied by a cartoon icon labeled Newbie Gift Pack. Zhang Mingyu's spirit surged. Having read countless apocalypse novels, he instantly understood what was happening. He reached out and pressed the cartoon icon, exclaiming with excitement, "Claim." As a brief cartoon animation of the gift pack opening played, a vast white space unfolded before Zhang Mingyu's eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host on extraordinary luck, obtaining a rare reward, Portable Space Infinite. Portable Space Infinite. This portable space possesses infinite area. Any supplies stored within it will remain in a state where time is completely paused. Hint: the host may expend system energy to duplicate supplies stored in the portable space. Current system energy 2424. 1 energy recovers every hour. Maximum capacity 24. For each point of energy consumed, supplies will be replicated at least 100-fold, with a chance of replication up to 100,000-fold. Portable space. And it was infinitely large. He almost swore aloud. Was the system actually serious? On top of that, he could expend system energy to replicate supplies 100-fold and more. Did this not mean that as long as he first ensured his own safety, then even if he relied solely on the system's automatic recovery of 24 energy points a day to continuously duplicate supplies, he could eat and drink well and live out his entire life in the apocalypse? Amazing. Zhang Mingyu stared at the fully charged 24-point energy bar in the upper right corner of the dim blue screen, grinning so widely that he could hardly close his mouth. At that moment, new lines of text suddenly appeared in the very center of the system interface. Ding! Main quest released. Build a base. Build a base. Quest description: taking into account factors such as torrential rain, extreme cold, and biological evolution, construct an initial base that earns a system rating of at least 60 points, and before the rain catastrophe descends, gather at least 100 units of system energy. Quest reward: interstellar base core primary. Hint: the source of energy for the interstellar base system is beast crystal cores. Detected that there are currently no alien beasts on Blue Star. The host may temporarily use the biological energy of pigs, cattle, and sheep as substitutes. Ding! Side quest released. Resource stockpiling. Resource stockpiling. Quest description: in the impending Blue Star catastrophe, supplies will be of utmost importance. Please stockpile survival resources in advance and store them in the portable space. The system will grant real-time rewards based on the total amount of supplies the host accumulates. Hint time remaining until the arrival of the rain apocalypse: 2 days, 15 hours, 59 minutes, 18. Zhang Mingyu looked at the apocalypse countdown in the upper left of the system screen, and the energy bar in the upper right, and a powerful sense of urgency rose in his heart. He had come alone to Baiqing to study with no attachments or entanglements here. But Zhang Mingyu had parents. In their daily lives they worked in scientific research at the Jingqing Academy of Sciences, and in the previous life's apocalypse they seemed to have participated in constructing Huaxia's largest in-time space, Future City. Zhang Mingyu as their son had even been granted a residential quota in Future City. In this life with the interstellar base system in hand, even knowing in advance that Future City would be built in Jingqing, he would never go to an official base merely to eke out a living. Therefore he would inevitably have to construct his own exclusive interstellar base here in Baiqing. With that thought, a preliminary plan had already formed in Zhang Mingyu's mind. Picking up his phone, he dialed his parents' number. Unexpectedly, when the call connected, the voice on the other end belonged to a hoarse-sounding soldier. In the coming days, please stay at home and do not go out. Wait for further government instructions. After hanging up, Zhang Mingyu let out a small breath of relief. He guessed that by this time his parents were already involved in the construction work for Future City. Even after the apocalypse, Jingqing in his previous life had managed to maintain order. He believed that as scientific researchers his parents would certainly be well protected by the government. What he needed to do now was to race against time and make the best possible preparations for the apocalypse within these 3 days. He ignored the unread messages that kept chiming incessantly on his phone. After going downstairs, the first thing Zhang Mingyu did was mount his little electric scooter and head straight for a residential complex called Yangwangjiayuan. It lay in the eastern suburbs of Baiqing, its terrain noticeably higher than that of the city center. In his previous life, even up to the moment of his death, this complex had never been flooded. At the gate of Yangwangjiayuan, 2 young women walked out toward him. The moment they saw Zhang Mingyu standing at the gate, the woman with exquisite makeup, seductive black stockings, and a domineering mature air immediately swung the LV handbag in her hand toward him and snapped angrily. Zhang Mingyu, how shameless can you be? We've already broken up, yet you still cling to our Ling Wei like a leech. Xia. Ling. Wet. Zhang Mingyu completely ignored the black-stocking beauty blocking his way. His gaze was fixed on the girl behind her. A beauty in a white dress, outwardly pure and gentle as immaculate as a white lotus, Xia Lingwei. At the instant he saw Xia Lingwei, he almost lost control, nearly lunging forward to kill the enemy of his past life on the spot. Xia Lingwei's close friend, the black-stocking beauty Shun Jiejia, deliberately positioned herself in front of Zhang Mingyu. When she saw the killing intent in his eyes honed in the crucible of the apocalypse, her whole body trembled. Lacking confidence, she still cursed. I'm warning you, secretly tailing someone like this is a crime. You and Lingwei are no longer a couple. I can report you for sexual harassment right now. Sexual harassment. Zhang Mingyu forced down the murderous intent in his eyes and drew on the superb acting skills he had honed over 7 months in the apocalypse. He said coldly, I'm only here to rent a place. You're being far too self-absorbed. Who are you calling self-absorbed? Shun Jiejia's face flushed red and pale in turns with anger. Pointing at Zhang Mingyu's nose, she cursed, with your family's finances, how could you possibly afford to rent a place here? You definitely followed our Ling Wei here on purpose. A grown man who does things he doesn't dare admit. So pathetic. Seeing that the murderous gleam in Zhang Mingyu's eyes had faded and his gaze looked normal again, Shun Jiejia regained her usual arrogance. Upon seeing Zhang Mingyu, Xia Lingwei truly believed he had chased all the way here for her sake. While inwardly proud of her own charm as a consummate manipulator, she also did not wish to damage the pure white lotus image she held in his heart. So Xia Lingwei pretended to be magnanimous and stopped Shun Jiejia, saying, All right, Jiejia, we're all classmates. There's no need to make things this ugly. Zhang Mingyu, you saw the announcement in the group chat about today's class reunion, right? Zaheo has invited all classmates currently in Baiqing to attend. I know you have some opinions about Zaheo, but as the class monitor, this final reunion before the start of our senior year is something you really should attend. Wang Zaheo. Class reunion. Memories surged up. Zhang Mingyu recalled that in his previous life, he had also attended that reunion. At that time he was still deceived by the White Lotus persona, Xia Lingwei, so carefully crafted, clinging to the last shred of hope for their relationship. Yet when he arrived at the reunion, Wang Zaheo and the others subjected him to all kinds of roundabout humiliation. Not until all his supplies were seized from him in his previous life did he learn from Wang Zaheo's own mouth that Xia Lingwei had never loved him at all. She had only chosen to be with him to satisfy Wang Zaheo, that rich second-generation heir, and his perverse whims. During their relationship, Xia Lingwei, who wouldn't even let Zhang Mingyu hold her hand, had long been sleeping with Wang Zaheo behind his back time and time again. Zhang Mingyu suddenly let out 2 short laughs, as if mocking his own naivety, mocking how in his previous life he had failed to see through such a simple ruse. What are you laughing at? Xia Lingwei was displeased with his attitude. Nothing. I won't be going to the reunion. I have other matters to attend to. Goodbye, Zhang Mingyu replied. Unwilling to waste his precious 3 days, Zhang Mingyu turned and strode into Yangwangjiayuan, without looking back, leaving Xia Lingwei and Shun Jiejia, 2 great beauties, standing wordless at the crowded gate. Lingwei, did your ex-boyfriend take the wrong medicine today? What kind of man leaves two gorgeous women behind and runs off alone? I think he's just afraid he can't measure up to young Master Wang and doesn't dare come to the reunion, Shinjie scoffed. Now he's afraid we'll force him to go, so he slipped away first. Watching the direction in which Zhang Mingyu had left, Xie Lingwei couldn't help agreeing. During their relationship, she had long probed the depth of his wallet by various means. He was nothing more than the son of an office worker. How could he possibly afford a place in an upscale community like Yangwang? Even she and Shun Jiejia could barely maintain their image as high-quality women by sharing a rental between the two of them. Thus, Xie Lingwei was certain that Zhang Mingyu had come today solely because of her. At the security booth, however, Zhang Mingyu was busy inquiring about several villa owners in Yangwang who were interested in renting out their properties. Upon learning that he could get in touch with the owners before noon, Zhang Mingyu left the security guard uncle 200 yuan as a tip, then headed straight for Baiqing's largest Walmart under the guard's cheerful gaze. Staring at the dazzling array of goods on the shelves, Zhang Mingyu's mind raced. Time was life. With the ability to duplicate supplies 100-fold, he no longer needed to spend a fortune hoarding vast quantities of materials. In theory, as long as he stocked a single sample of each type of supply, he could use the system to copy it endlessly. Once he had clarified what he needed to do next, Zhang Mingyu began a frenzied sweep starting from the canned food section. Canned luncheon meat in metal tins. Take an entire case. Next, master soup, instant noodles, pickled eggs, premium sausages, and large bags of Snickers, Dove chocolate, and snacks like Lay's potato chips and Prince biscuits. In what felt like only a moment, he had already packed the oversized shopping cart to the brim. Only after fetching a second cart did he have room to buy raw meat. He would never normally cook vegetables, as well as rice flour, cooking oil, and various seasonings. Fruit naturally also fell within the scope of his sweep. For all kinds of daily necessities, Zhang Mingyu bought cart. Although he did not stock large quantities of any single item, having lived through the apocalypse once, he understood all too well the importance of supplies. By the time he finally checked out, he had still spent nearly 5,000 yuan before leaving the cashier. He spent some money hiring several errand runners to help transport everything. After busying himself for the better part of the day, and with their assistance, he finally managed to move the contents of 10 full shopping carts back to his temporary rental apartment. Sitting before the mountain of supermarket bags, Zhang Mingyu, his heart pounding with nervous anticipation, tentatively tried to store 2 bundled sacks of rice into his personal space. A chime sounded in his mind. Ding, 2 bags of rice have been stored. Detecting that the host has used the duplication function, 1 unit of energy has been consumed. Ding, the 2 bags of rice have been duplicated 8 times. Current stored quantity of rice 16 bags. A thoughtful light flashed in Zhang Mingyu's eyes. He quickly reached out for a bag of flour, and the pleasant chime of the system rang out once more. This time he faintly began to discern certain patterns in the duplication function. Ding. 1 bag of white flour has been stored. Ding. Noticing that the host has used the copy function, 1 energy has been consumed. Ding. 10 packets of instant noodles have been stored. Ding. Noticing that the host has used the copy function, 1 energy has been consumed. Ding. 10 packets of instant noodles have been copied at 3,000 times. Now the stored quantity of instant noodles is 30,000 packets. Warning, noticing that the host wants to copy 2 different items simultaneously. This action will consume 2 energies. The continuous system notification sounds echoed in Zhang Mingyu's ears. After a simple test, Zhang Mingyu confirmed 2 things. The first thing is that the system's copy function cannot duplicate similar items, but it can duplicate already copied goods such. The second thing is that regardless of the total number of samples before copying, the final quantity of duplicates is generally. In simple terms, if you take 1 kilogram of goods and 10 kilograms of goods to copy, the quantity of duplicates will be 100,000 kilograms. Zhang Mingyu did not understand why this phenomenon occurred. He could only speculate that it might be related to the nature of the system. While continuously copying the remaining goods at home, suddenly a light flashed in front of Zhang Mingyu. A completely new notification appeared on the system screen. Ding. The total quantity of goods stored by the host has reached the reward standard for side quests. Phase reward has been issued. 10 fully automatic engineering robots. Hiss. Fully automatic robots are the rewards from the interstellar base system, this high-tech. Zhang Mingyu looked into the system space and saw 10 towering steel giants over 2 meters high, deep blue to nearly black, glistening with metallic sheen, quietly standing in the white expanse of the system space. These steel giants are equipped with spiral drill heads and high-frequency chainsaw cutting machines on their arms, with external thermal cutting devices and 8 metal legs resembling spider legs firmly nailed to the ground. Each spider leg can unleash tons of power while allowing the robot to traverse complex construction sites with ease. Gulp. Unable to stop swallowing the saliva in his mouth, Zhang Mingyu's cheeks flushed with excitement. I was worried about not being able to transform the initial base to a score above 60 in 3 days. Now with these big guys, I just need to find an open space to let them unleash their abilities, and they can build me a solid fortress. Due to the existence of the side quest material reserve, Zhang Mingyu can obtain rewards from the system by stockpiling goods. Therefore, in order to obtain more treasures like engineering robots that can enhance the efficiency of transforming the initial base, he braved the scorching sun at 11 a.m. and rushed out of the house again. Riding his small electric scooter, Zhang Mingyu headed straight for the largest tertiary hospital in the city. Of course, his goal was not the medicines in the hospital, but the small pharmacies nearby. These small pharmacies located near the tertiary hospital have a wide variety of medicines. Moreover, the most important thing is that in these small pharmacies, Zhang Mingyu only needs to open an electronic prescription online to obtain many prescription drugs regulated by the state. Ding. One box of amoxicillin has been copied at 500 times. Now the stored quantity of amoxicillin is 50,000 boxes. Ding. One box of ibuprofen has been copied at 800 times. Now the stored quantity of ibuprofen is 80,000 boxes. Ding. One box of norfloxacin capsules has been copied at 400 times. Now the stored quantity of norfloxacin capsules is 40,000 boxes. In Zhang Mingyu's personal space-time is absolutely still. Any goods stored in the personal space do not need to worry about expiration dates. Even hot dishes stored inside come out still warm. Taking advantage of this feature of his personal space, Zhang Mingyu bought extensively. He hoarded all the commonly used medicines he could think of. Even for medicines that cannot be copied temporarily, he bought 5 to 10 boxes as samples in order to use the copy function in the future when the system's energy is sufficient to replicate them by hundreds or thousands of times. Ding. The total quantity of goods stored by the host has reached the reward standard for side quests. Phase reward has been issued primary artificial intelligence 0. As the notification sound rang, a constantly changing geometric shape appeared on the system's dark blue screen, emitting a mechanical electronic synthesized voice. Primary artificial intelligence 0 at your service. Primary artificial intelligence. Zhang Mingyu's breathing became rapid. He hid in a shadow at the street corner like a thief who had just stolen from a jewelry store, asking the geometric shape on the system screen. 0, can you connect to the Blue Star network? Command confirmed. 0 has connected to the Blue Star network. In that moment, Zhang Mingyu's heart felt like a volcano erupting. He could not imagine how much help a future technology artificial intelligence could bring him after connecting to the Blue Star network. He could have 0 help him better plan what supplies to stockpile for the apocalypse. Or more directly, he could even directly hack into the bank network and make his savings balance unlimited. 0, I now command you to find all ways to increase my savings without the officials noticing, the more the better. New command received, executing. Ding. Payment treasure received 3,000 yuan. Ding. Payment treasure received 2,000 yuan. Ding. Payment treasure received 5,000 yuan. Just as Zhang Mingyu issued the command, a series of notifications from payment treasure announced cash deposits. Since Zhang Mingyu's requirement was not to attract official attention, 0 was extremely cautious while mobilizing funds. Every amount transferred to Zhang Mingyu's account could withstand countless verifications. Consequently, the speed of mobilizing funds was naturally not very fast. Just as Zhang Mingyu watched the ever-expanding balance in payment treasure WeChat and his bank card preparing to make a big move, the sudden ringing of his phone poured cold water over him. Chen Shay. Looking at the name in the caller ID, memories that had been sealed for 7 months surged back to Zhang Mingyu's heart. Chen Shay was a childhood friend of Zhang Mingyu. Their relationship was extremely close before the outbreak of the apocalypse. In his past life, Zhang Mingyu remembered Chen Shay hurriedly going to the capital before the deluge apocalypse erupted. In the days that followed, as a disaster victim struggling on the edge of life and death, Zhang Mingyu had no mind to pay attention to Chen Shi's situation. Now, with 3 days left until the deluge apocalypse, Zhang Mingyu looked at the name on his phone and decided to remind his. As soon as the call was connected, Chen Shi's boisterous voice came through the receiver. Little brother, I heard you declined Xie Lingwei's invitation and didn't attend that idiot Wang Ziheo's gathering. Huh. When I heard this news, I thought to myself, after all these years, you've finally been a man for once. A true man should never stoop to being a sycophant. Chen Shi's loud voice was overwhelming, causing Zhang Mingyu's ears to nearly go deaf from the din. To be honest, Chen Shi was somewhat concerned about Zhang Mingyu. His childhood friend had been acting strange since breaking up with Xie Lingwei. Hearing that Zhang Mingyu had come out of her shadow made him immensely happy. Zhang Mingyu wanted to tell Chen Shi that he would love nothing more than to skin Xie Lingwei alive. However, he didn't want to create trouble for himself before the apocalypse. Thus, Zhang Mingyu merely distanced his phone slightly and told Chen Shi that he truly had no special feelings for Xie Lingwei. He wasn't at Sunshine Garden this morning for her, but rather to specifically rent a villa. Why rent that kind of place when you live alone? Chen Shi boisterously replied, My dad called me this morning urging me to return to Beijing. I have to leave soon, so if you're free, let's go have a meal at the top floor of Lingyun Building. Lingyun Building is situated in the heart of Baiqing's commercial district. The consumption level throughout the entire building is quite high, and it only becomes more extravagant the higher you go. Ordinary students would need to spend several months' worth of living expenses just to eat on the top floor of Lingyun Building. Zhang Mingyu wasn't worried about Chen Shi's finances. He knew that given Chen Shi's family background, he wouldn't care about such trivial expenses. He usually wouldn't dine in places like that with Chen Shi simply because he didn't like always having Chen Shi cover the bill. I happen to have a few things to discuss with you today. Let's order a couple of good dishes and chat slowly. Zhang Mingyu had money in his bank account now and thought it was a good opportunity to indulge in some 5-star cuisine. He promptly agreed. Today experts from the Science Channel claim to have found evidence of extraterrestrial existence. In the past 3 months, natural disasters have struck Blue Star frequently. Environmental organization members claim this phenomenon is related to last year's nuclear wastewater discharge incident from the island nation. The actions of the islanders have severely damaged Blue Star's ecological environment, urging people worldwide to collectively resist the island's continued discharge of nuclear wastewater into the sea. Beijing, after experiencing 2 consecutive weeks of high temperatures, is finally about to welcome rainfall. In the taxi, Zhang Mingyu scrolled through the headlines on his phone. To quickly reach Lingyun Building after stowing his small electric scooter in his space at a deserted spot, he hailed a taxi and headed straight for the center of Beijing. By midday, the taxi finally stopped in front of Lingyun Building. Zhang Mingyu had been here to eat with Chen Che before, so he was somewhat familiar with the premises. After getting out of the car, he walked against the throngs of tourists and directly entered Lingyun Building, taking the side elevator straight to the top floor. There were only 3 restaurants in total here. As soon as Zhang Mingyu exited the elevator, he noticed a group of people who looked like security guards blocking the entrance to the 3rd floor, while over 30 young students were either standing or sitting gathered near the elevator. The person leading them was arguing with the security guards. Zhang Mingyu. Suddenly Zhang Mingyu heard someone at the elevator calling his name mockingly. You pretended so well at the community entrance, refusing to attend Wang Xiao's gathering. How come you're chasing after it here now? This area at the elevator wasn't large, and Zhang Mingyu's sudden appearance quickly drew everyone's attention. He scanned the surroundings, and the memories from his previous life gradually matched the faces of those present. The over 30 young people were his college classmates from 3 years, and the black-haired beauty, who had just spoken, was Shun Jejia, the girl he had left at the entrance of Sunshine Garden that morning. Class monitor, how could he be here at Wang Xiao's gathering? I heard he and Wang Xiao weren't on good terms, right? I've never liked him during these 3 years of college. He flaunted his good grades and acted superior in class. Now that graduation is approaching, money and family background are what truly matter in society. What good is it if he only studies well? No wonder the beautiful Xia left him for Wang Xiao. Speaking of which, I heard there was a shocking scandal involving the beautiful Xia and the class monitor back then. Classmates, having indulged in the fun with Wang Zihao for an entire morning, began to badmouth Zhang Mingyu upon seeing him show up at the gathering, bringing shame upon himself. After noticing the situation, Xia Lingwei's eyes lit up. Internally pleased that her charm was so powerful, Xia Lingwei pretended to be a naive and innocent White Lotus, blushing as she interrupted her classmates' gossip. What are you all saying? After all, he has contributed a lot to the class over these 3 years. Now that he's here, please don't exclude him. She was quite convincing. Zhang Mingyu watched Xia Lingwei skillfully setting up her innocent persona among the crowd and had no intention of causing trouble. He calmly looked at Xia Lingwei and the flamboyant Shun Jejia, saying, I think you have misunderstood something. I'm not here to attend your gathering. Zhang Mingyu, are you trying to make me laugh to death? Wang Zihao, blocked by 2 security guards from entering the restaurant, felt embarrassed in front of his classmates. Already in a bad mood, he saw Zhang Mingyu as an easy target for his sarcasm. The 3 restaurants on the top floor of Lingyun Building are the highest end in all of Beijing, and today they've all been booked by a mysterious wealthy benefactor. Someone like you, a poor loser, probably has never stepped into such a luxurious restaurant in your life. If you're not here to attend the gathering, could it be that you're here just to eat? Zhang Mingyu looked at Wang Zihao, who was dressed in an all-white suit and had barely managed to make himself look somewhat handsome at the cost of wearing designer brands. He couldn't help but recall Wang Zihao's true colors after the apocalypse in his previous life. Taking a deep breath, he said, I think you need to understand 2 things. First, today my friend invited me to eat here, so please don't indulge in your delusions of grandeur and enjoy a false sense of victory. Second, who do you think you are? Does Zhang Mingyu need to report to you where he goes and what he does? You. Wang Zihao, who had been spoiled all his life, was infuriated by Zhang Mingyu's words, his face alternating between green and white. Just as the standoff continued behind the 2 security guards, a young man in black attire with a bright smile waved at Zhang Mingyu from a distance. Why didn't you call me when you arrived? Come on. I booked the top floor of Lingyun Building today for us to catch up properly. The one who booked the entire top floor of Lingyun Building is Chen Che. At this moment, upon seeing Zhang Mingyu, he shouted while walking, completely ignoring the bystanders, and pulled Zhang Mingyu through the crowd, entering the most luxurious restaurant, Jianghua Pavilion, on the top floor of Lingyun Building under the respectful gaze of 2 security guards. In the distance, the classmates watching Zhang Mingyu leave stared in disbelief. They could hardly believe that the poor guy they looked down upon could actually book the entire top floor of Lingyun Building. At this moment, someone quietly compared Wang Zihao with the 2 departing figures, commenting fairly, Wang Zihao has been completely crushed by Zhang Mingyu's mysterious friend in terms of financial power. Just the 2 of them booked the entire top floor of Lingyun Building just to enjoy some peace. How much do they not value money? Zhang Mingyu usually keeps a low profile at school. I didn't expect him to have such a friend. How enviable. Perhaps Zhang Mingyu himself is also a hidden rich 2nd generation. Haven't you seen what they say online? Rich 2nd generations all have their own circles. Zhang Mingyu can befriend such a person. His family might not be any worse than Wang Zihao's. Perhaps he just pretended to be low-key while in school. Suddenly, I feel Wang Ziheo's earlier actions were quite foolish. Human nature craves strength. When Wang Ziheo treated the meal, everyone praised his generosity. However, as people realized that Zhang Mingyu was equally formidable, they began to look for ways to retreat. At this moment, Xie Lingwei's expression was quite unpleasant. She recalled Zhang Mingyu's decisiveness when they broke up and thought to herself, did I misjudge him? Zhang Mingyu is the richest second generation in school. His previous low profile was merely to avoid attracting attention, and I gave up such a potential partner for Wang Ziheo. Xie Lingwei felt a mix of emotions. Shen Jejia looked at Zhang Mingyu's back, remembering her previous mockery of him, feeling an overwhelming regret for easily making an enemy of this hidden rich second generation. Ladies and gentlemen, Wang Ziheo forced a smile looking at the classmates with varied thoughts, and said, as you can see, the top floor of Lingyun building has been booked, but there is also a very nice restaurant downstairs. Today I will book that restaurant for everyone to enjoy. Jianghua Pavilion with small bridges and flowing water. The crisp and pleasant sound of water and the gentle music of Jiangnan surrounded the two, making Zhang Mingyu completely oblivious to the commotion outside, unable to see the awkward expressions of Wang Ziheo and Xie Lingwei. Having returned from a rebirth, his mindset has undergone a tremendous change. He would no longer bother about trivial matters. Seeing Zhang Mingyu's calm demeanor, Chen Che burst into hearty laughter, saying, "Old Zhang, it's only been a few days since we last met. How come I feel like you've become a different person? I can hardly recognize you. You can just say you envy my good looks, no need to beat around the bush." After experiencing the deceit of the apocalypse upon seeing someone as pure as Chen Che again, the inner ice of Zhang Mingyu's heart melted slightly, and the tension that had persisted since his rebirth loosened a bit. "Ha, old Zhang, after just a few days you've learned to be sarcastic." Chen Che, who wasn't unattractive himself, found that Zhang Mingyu's looks had inherited from his mother, and with a bit of grooming, he wasn't any less than the young stars on the big screen. This was also why Xie Lingwei, who had already hooked up with a rich second generation, still remembered him fondly. Now facing Zhang Mingyu's teasing, Chen Che could only helplessly lead him to a table that had already been set with appetizers, and then change the subject. "So how about it? Are you interested in accompanying me to spend a couple of days in the capital? With school starting soon, are you not planning to go to school by running to the capital?" Zhang Mingyu asked with a smirk, but in his heart, he vaguely guessed it seems the authorities have already realized that the apocalypse is coming and have made some preparations. However, these preparations are only open to a select few. The vast majority of ordinary people remain in the dark. Chen Che sat at the table unusually serious, saying, "This situation is special. My dad is urgently calling me back to the capital, as it seems something major is about to happen. If you trust me, accompany me for a trip. During these 2 days in the capital, I guarantee you'll eat well and have fun. All expenses will be on me." "It's not that I don't trust you." Zhang Mingyu glanced at the countdown to the torrential rain on the system screen, and sighed, "I've actually received news that a torrential rain disaster is likely to hit globally in 2.5 days. Time is precious. There are no direct flights from Beijing to the capital. If I set off now, I'll surely waste all my time." Zhang Mingyu looked at Chen Che, who was stunned by his words, and said, "After you return to the capital, remember to stock up on food and water. Be sure not to come into contact with the torrential rain that falls from the sky. It's best to stay at home for the next few days and not go out." Torrential rain disaster. "Old Zhang, are you saying that the end of the world is coming soon?" Chen Che was also unclear why his father wanted him to return to the capital. Hearing Zhang Mingyu's warnings, he felt anxious. "If that's the case, why are you still staying in Beijing? In just 3 days, do you think you can build a shelter?" Zhang Mingyu thought normal people can't do it, but that doesn't mean I can't. The interstellar-based system has endowed Zhang Mingyu with infinite possibilities. As long as he seizes these 3 days and prepares adequately, he can create an interstellar base in Beijing that will shock the world. However, he could not reveal his secret about the system to anyone else, so Zhang Mingyu repeatedly declined Chen Che's. In the end, no matter how much Chen Che tried to persuade him, he had to compromise, saying, "I have a newly bought villa and sunshine garden that hasn't been inhabited yet. Aren't you busy renting a villa recently? I don't know when I'll be back from this trip to the capital, so you can take over my villa at Sunshine Garden for your renovation." After saying this, Chen Che glanced at his phone, hurriedly stood up. "The flight is about to take off. We'll contact each other by phone tonight. If you change your mind, let me know anytime. My place is quite spacious." Zhang Mingyu rolled his eyes and said, "Hurry up and go. Be sure not to get caught in the rain." After Chen Che left, Zhang Mingyu sat alone at the dining table, gazing at the increasingly gloomy sky. "After today, I wonder if I will ever see the sun, which symbolizes hope again." Ding sea cucumber with scallions replicated 3000 times, now stored 3000 plates. Ding Peking duck replicated 200 times, now stored 200 pieces. Zhang Mingyu replicated all the untouched dishes on the table in a corner where no one noticed, then proceeded to order and replicate every dish that could be made in the restaurant. Since Chen Che booked the entire top floor, Zhang Mingyu could eat as much as he wanted without spending extra money. Thus, after Chen Che left, Zhang Mingyu's looting activities finally began. Ding. The total amount of resources stored by the host has reached the reward standard for the side quest. The phased reward has been issued: 20 fully automated engineering robots. After receiving several tables of various dishes, the system's notification sound finally echoed in Zhang Mingyu's ears again. This time the phased reward for the side quest was also engineering robots with a total of 20. By noon, there were already 30 engineering robots in Zhang Mingyu's portable space. The villa he had long cherished was also secured. Now, aside from feeling a bit regretful that the engineering robots rewarded by the system seemed irreplaceable, Zhang Mingyu was confident about the upcoming base construction. Master, I have already contacted the largest farm near Baiqing for you. According to my calculations, the livestock at that farm can provide 130 to 140 units of system energy for the interstellar fortress system. The electronic synthesized voice of Zero echoed in Zhang Mingyu's ears. At the same time his mobile phone, he had no idea how Zero contacted the Baiqing farm or how it determined that the livestock could provide enough system energy. He just needed to hand over all the complicated matters to Zero. Then when necessary he would directly connect with the owner of the... After the call was connected, a middle-aged man's fawning voice came through the receiver. Hello, Mr. Zhang. Our farm currently has 1500 beef cattle. If you want them all, I can offer you a price of 12000 yuan per head. How does that sound? At 12000 yuan per head for 1500 cattle, that amounts to 18 million Chinese yuan. This price seemed quite high at first glance, but Zhang Mingyu had seen the average price of beef cattle compiled by Zero, and he understood that although the price wasn't particularly great, the other party definitely did not have any intention to cheat. Therefore Zhang Mingyu glanced at his payment app and the extra balance in his bank account, and immediately agreed money is not an issue. We can sign the electronic contract now, and I will also pay you in advance of 8 million yuan. I have only one request: you must deliver all 1500 beef cattle to the designated location by noon tomorrow at the latest. Can you do that? Yes. We can definitely do it. The farm owner had already reviewed the relevant information sent by Zero and understood that this order was a guaranteed profit, so he immediately agreed. After ending the call with the farm owner, Zhang Mingyu, with Zero's assistance, contacted several smaller farms. In the end, he gathered a total of 2850 beef cattle and 150 dairy cows near Baiqing. These beef and dairy cattle being the livestock with the highest energy content, Zhang Mingyu planned to submit them all to the system by noon tomorrow. If all went well, he could collect 300 units of system energy in one day. The money for purchasing these cattle would also be paid in Chinese yuan arranged by Zero. With this artificial intelligence, Zhang Mingyu found everything much easier. Boom. At noon, thick clouds enveloped the sky over Baiqing. Thunder rumbled ominously over the city and pale lightning descended like a harbinger of doom early arriving between the tall buildings of Baiqing. In the taxi, Zhang Mingyu watched the smiling people outside the window, his eyes filled with nostalgia. This harmonious and blissful scene could only exist for 2 more days. Baiqing is under a severe rainstorm warning, and this rainfall is expected to be the largest in history. This afternoon, many regions around the globe experienced rainfall. The United States Meteorological Institute stated that such weather phenomena are abnormal and may be related to humanity's destruction of the environment on Planet Blue. Now for traffic news: a collision occurred at the entrance ramp of Baiqing Airport, causing traffic jams on the route towards the train station and on the elevated road near the South train station. It is recommended that nearby drivers choose alternative routes. The taxi's radio played the news broadcast. The taxi driver was quite chatty. Seeing Zhang Mingyu silent, he continued to ramble. You know, isn't it strange how many people are rushing? I've picked up several people heading to the airport and train station this morning. Are there really that many college students returning to school? Why does it feel like everyone is trying to escape Baiqing? Escape? Maybe. Zhang Mingyu smiled self-deprecatingly, meeting the taxi driver's gaze through the rearview mirror. After a moment of struggle, he couldn't help but remind him, Uncle, don't you see that the people in the United States are saying this heavy rain is abnormal? Why not buy some food and supplies to stock up at home before you go back tonight? Even if nothing happens, at least you'll have those supplies when you can't go out in the heavy rain. Haha, you young people really think a lot. Alright, I'll stock up on some things too. The taxi stopped at the entrance of Sunshine Garden. Zhang Mingyu settled the fare, got out, and watched the taxi drive away. He then entered the Sunshine community following the asphalt road until he found the villa that Chun She had given him. At 2:37 p.m., more than half a day had passed since Zhang Mingyu's rebirth. He was now standing in front of a mansion that covered over 1,000 square meters, including the yard. The exterior walls of this mansion were 2 meters high, equipped with the most advanced anti-theft facilities. The main building had 3 floors, each covering over 300 square meters, and the basement was spacious, encompassing a wine cellar, KTV, and several other spaces. Looking at the mansion before him, Zhang Mingyu felt very satisfied. In his ears, Zero's analysis timely echoed. Notice, with 30 fully automated engineering robots working tirelessly the fastest they can transform this place into a primary base that meets interstellar fortress requirements is within 18 hours. In that case, let's get started right away. With a wave of his hand, 30 engineering robots over 2 meters tall appeared out of thin air in the empty space of the mansion's yard. As the robots activated, dust and debris filled the yard. They quickly modified the structure of the villa using the building materials that the previous construction team had left behind. Zhang Mingyu, fearing that the materials in the yard might be insufficient, personally began to replicate various construction materials piled up in the yard. Ding. Aluminum alloy replicated at 1000 times, now stored. Ding. Steel replicated at 8000 times, now stored. Ding. Tempered glass replicated at 300 times now stored. Notice insufficient system energy. Please replenish or wait for energy to automatically recover. The fully automated engineering robots can refine existing metallic materials and rare minerals into unknown alloys that lead Earth's technology. The entire villa has been reinforced with these unknown alloys by the engineering robots. Meanwhile, Zhang Mingyu continuously replicated basic construction materials during this process. When he exhausted the system's energy at hand, the prompt sound of a side quest reward echoed in his ears for the fourth time. Ding, the total amount of resources stored by the host has reached the standard for side quest rewards. Phase 1 reward has been issued, 50 domestic bionic robots. As the system prompt sound rang out, a series of complex options suddenly appeared on the eerie blue system screen. After some research, Zhang Mingyu discovered that the system actually wanted him to adjust the parameters of the domestic robots. Isn't this just like the Terminator T-800? With a built-in alloy skeleton and an appearance close to that of a human. These domestic robots can not only attend to the master's daily needs, but also protect my safety to some extent. Most importantly, their differences from humans are minimal, allowing me to have them pose as humans when I need to communicate with humans. This way my safety can be well ensured. Zhang Mingyu looked at the pile of parameters provided by the system and directly commanded Zero, help me adjust the parameters of the bionic robots. I want all 50 of them to have different appearances. Make the males rugged and the females more visually appealing. With the order given 30 seconds later, 50 domestic robots stood before Zhang Mingyu. He selected 2 of the most aesthetically pleasing female robots to stay by his side, while the rest were left in the villa area to assist the 30 engineering robots in renovating the base. Thus, Zhang Mingyu's work for the day was completed. Looking at the gradually darkening sky, he instructed Zero to find him a small temporary residence in the Sunshine community. Afterward, he temporarily left the construction site to the robots and took the 2 female bodyguards to rest. One day, or 17 hours, 0 minutes and 0 seconds, until the impending storm arrives. On the morning of August 24, 2024, Zhang Mingyu awoke with the bionic beauty in the rumbling thunder. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he looked at the gloomy sky outside, feeling relaxed and content. This was the first time in 7 months that he had slept so soundly, unfazed by the downpour outside that symbolized the signs of the apocalypse. This storm probably won't stop, Zhang Mingyu remarked, gazing up at the sky. It was just like it was in his past life. On August 24th and 25th, torrential rain fell on Beijing and a few other regions worldwide. Soon more areas were shrouded in ominous clouds. Until August 26th, when a global torrential downpour occurred. The terrifying storm of the apocalypse. The rain isn't too heavy this morning. If someone were to stockpile supplies now, they might be able to make things a bit easier in the coming. If they miss this opportunity, it will be too late. Ding ding ding. A phone call interrupted Zhang Mingyu's thoughts of lounging in bed. Upon answering, he found that the beef he ordered yesterday had arrived. Please have the beef unloaded at the construction site of my villa. He'll check the goods, and if everything is fine, he'll settle the payment on the spot. Zhang Mingyu had previously experimented and found that his replication abilities could not replicate living creatures. Moreover, compared to pigs, chickens, and sheep, beef cattle seemed to contain the most system energy. Thus, Zhang Mingyu was very concerned about the batch of beef arriving in the morning. Braving the pouring rain, he left the temporary residence he had rented overnight with his 2 female bodyguards and headed towards the villa. Upon arriving at the villa, even Zhang Mingyu, the owner, was stunned by the scene before him. He remembered that when he left yesterday, the villa was still in its initial stages of renovation, with a chaotic sight of building materials piled high throughout the yard. However, when he stood before the villa's entrance today, he and the delivery drivers were left astonished outside. The first thing to catch his eye was the 4.2-meter-high alloy fence surrounding the villa and an automatic alloy door resembling a bank vault. Through the open door, he could see that the 3-story villa had been transformed beyond recognition. The European-style small building had been forcibly remodeled into a futuristic base resembling a base vehicle from a strategy game. The yard was covered with reinforced flooring and drainage systems made of special materials. In the specially designated agricultural area, modern planting equipment dazzled the eye. Most importantly, there was a retractable canopy overhead resembling an umbrella protecting the entire villa and yard from the rain. The canopy was made of special materials that would not be damaged even in a typhoon and ensured that the rain would not affect the yard. Boss Zhang, are you sure you want to unload these cattle here? This morning, the owner of the ranch personally came to the villa area for an order of 1500 cattle. To his surprise, he encountered such a magnificent building. Unsure of the situation, the ranch owner hesitated to enter the metal fortress. Thus, the unloading could only begin promptly after Zhang Mingyu arrived on site. The 30 engineering robots, whose appearances differed greatly from humans, had finished transforming the villa and were now in a dormant state in the basement. Meanwhile, with the assistance of 50 domestic robots on the ground, Zhang Mingyu received the first batch of 1500 cattle along with other beef and dairy cattle ordered from the ranch. Finally, 2850 beef cattle and 150 dairy cattle were all squeezed into the small yard of the villa. Many of these cattle could only barely stand on the temporary iron frames that had been hastily constructed. Looking at the yard full of cattle, Zhang Mingyu felt a surge of excitement and said, "System, these cattle are all yours." Host submits 3000 cattle gaining 263 energy. Ding detected that the host's initial base score has reached 86 points. Tip: congratulations to the host for completing the main quest, build the base, gaining the core of the interstellar base beginner. Tip: due to the host's perfect completion of the task, the host gains a special function of the beginner base, farmland acceleration. Note the farmland acceleration function will be automatically unlocked after the installation of the beginner base core. Accompanying the series of system prompts was a mysterious sphere glowing with silver light. It appeared in Zhang Mingyu's personal space, and as if attracted flew towards the three-story building and merged with the base he had built in a flash of white light. At that moment Zhang Mingyu felt as if a mysterious connection had formed between him and the base. It was as if he could manipulate all the functions within the beginner base without any external aid. At the upper level of the junior base, Zhang Mingyu stood before the tall floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the towering walls below and the rainwater that had already accumulated on the asphalt road outside the walls. Host: Zhang Mingyu. Current system energy 0-100 recovers 100 energy each natural day. Current assets: junior base, primary artificial intelligence 0-50 lifelike bionic robots, 30 fully automated engineering robots. Special building farmland. Special abilities: portable space item replication. The eerie blue system interface displayed Zhang Mingyu's current personal information, while the system energy he had collected in the morning had already been completely supplied to the energy core of the junior base. This portion of energy was also the reason for the junior base's high score of 86. There are 2 days left until the apocalypse. He still has time to make final preparations. If he chooses to go to the capital city, perhaps he can survive under the protection. However, he certainly would not have as much time to prepare supplies as he does now. Moreover, his base might attract official attention. Zhang Mingyu's gaze swept over the system tasks, revealing a contemplative expression. Main quest: upgrade the base. Quest requirements: your junior base has acquired a strong disaster resistance, but facing the deteriorating environment of Blue Star and the mutated beasts emerging like mushrooms after rain, the junior base still has many deficiencies. Please quickly collect 1,000 system energy and accept more than 10 survivors to upgrade your base to intermediate. Tip: the intermediate base will unlock the fully automated defense system. The fully automated defense system must be activated. The junior base is currently just a 10, possessing formidable defensive capabilities and disaster resistance, yet lacking sufficient means for self-defense. Zhang Mingyu planned in a low voice. He currently lacks the capability to procure more livestock for the system to. Thus, the only way to obtain system energy next is to hunt mutated beasts and extract the crystals from their heads. In addition, he needs to find a way to gather 10 survivors. Moreover, he needs to find seeds suitable for planting in the farmland area. After the apocalypse, survivors will engage in treachery and betrayal. In this life, Zhang Mingyu will not allow outsiders to reside in his base under any circumstances. At most, he would have the engineering robots construct temporary shelters for the survivors outside the walls. As for the seeds, he had not considered the need for planting during the apocalypse, so he had not purchased any. However, there is still time, and it can be done by sending out the bionic robots to collect them. While he was deep in thought, Zhang Mingyu's phone suddenly vibrated. He looked down to see that the Bai City authorities had sent a text message to all residents. Bai City is experiencing rare heavy rain. For the safety of you and your family, please do not travel in rainy weather. The Bai City expressway is closed due to the heavy rain, and water accumulation has occurred in many areas. This kind of public service message was something Zhang Mingyu had received numerous times before. He never expected that even before the apocalypse officially arrived, Bai City's transportation would already be in chaos. A sudden downpour in Bai City has led to rumors that this phenomenon is a precursor to the apocalypse. Experts point out that this heavy rain across many regions is a normal phenomenon. The rain will bring a bountiful harvest this autumn. We urge netizens not to believe in or spread rumors, and not to panic by supplies. The government will spare no effort to ensure the safety of the people and their property. Zhang Mingyu lay back on his 3-meter-wide velvet bed, wearing a set of pajamas he casually bought for $2,000 at the supermarket yesterday, yawning as he scrolled through the news on his phone. While he was enjoying this leisurely moment, 10 bionic robots had also set out under Zero's command. In the classmates group, Chad, Zhang Mingyu, who was cozily at home, suddenly saw an interesting scene. Upon closer inspection, he realized that yesterday afternoon the rich second-generation Wang Zihao had led more than 30 classmates attending the reunion to a party venue in downtown Bai City, singing karaoke, drinking, playing poker board games, and facilitating romantic interactions among some male and female classmates all night long. To his surprise, when they woke up this morning, these people discovered that it was pouring rain outside. With such heavy rain, even if they had umbrellas, they would surely end up soaked. I told you we shouldn't have gone to the party venue all night yesterday. Look at the rain today. You women always fuss so much. It's early in the morning, and you're already chattering in the group. Are you trying to let anyone sleep? Alright, why are you a big man arguing with the girls? By the way, this rain outside is really heavy. I've never seen such heavy rain in Bai City in 3 years of school. Have you noticed how many strange things have happened lately? Yesterday, the class monitor booked the top floor of Lingyun building, and today we encounter this heavy rain. I've seen many people online say that this heavy rain is a sign of the global apocalypse. Oh my, if that's the case I should... After this message it took nearly half an hour before someone sent a message in the group chat, and the sender Zhang Mingyu was not a stranger, it was Wang Zihao, who had fought hard all night yesterday. All members, what strange things. It's just rain, why are you all scared? The class monitor booked the top floor of Lingyun. He can book his venue, but today I, Wang Zihao, will continue to book the party venue. If anyone feels the rain is too heavy and doesn't want to go home, just stay here. I'll order takeout from the top floor of Lingyun building for you at noon, eh? And I, Wang Zihao, will cover all expenses for the whole venue. As soon as Wang Zihao said this, the previously quiet group chat immediately became lively again. Many people immediately began to flatter him shamelessly. Look everyone, this is what true generosity looks like. This is what it means to have money. The class monitor hasn't treated us to a meal in 3 years of college, nor has he ever let us eat and drink freely. Even if he has money, he's just stingy. Unlike our Wang Zihao, young and rich, and so generous. Someone snuck away during the drinking last night. Let's continue our battle today. Whoever runs away is a grandson. The group chat became lively once more. Everyone ignored that the class monitor was also in the class group chat. A group of people started praising Wang Zihao in front of the entire class. Wang Zihao, being lauded by everyone, felt somewhat elated, realizing that he had regained the face he lost when Zhang Mingyu outshone him at the top of Lingyun building. Inside the party house, classmates danced and celebrated under Wang Zihao's enthusiastic leadership. Meanwhile, Zhang Mingyu, watching from his phone screen, lay in bed bitterly mocking those very classmates who in his past life had driven him to despair and death. At most, they'll get drenched returning home tonight. But tomorrow, when the toxic rain falls, even home will become unreachable. His gaze drifted across the countdown display. Less than 2 days until the cataclysmic rainfall. He recalled how in his previous life he and his classmates had remained trapped inside this very party house on August 24th, never making it home. Who could have foreseen that on August 25th, though the downpour eased, something far more sinister emerged within the rain, mysterious pathogens. Anyone exposed to the tainted rain would inevitably fall ill. This virulent pathogen born of the storm proved lethally potent, and no medical intervention, however advanced, could cure those infected by the toxic rain. In an instant, by city froze in terror, no one dared step outdoors. All hopes turned toward national rescue, until August 26th, when the apocalyptic deluge descended worldwide. Only then did the citizens of Bai City grasp the horrifying truth: the rainfall cataclysm had arrived. Their awaited salvation was futile. Zero alert. Your androids have successfully gathered diverse agricultural seeds, ornamental flower seeds, and rare botanical specimens. 10 field units now await your inspection in the first floor lobby. A cerulean holographic interface shimmered into existence, coalescing into a shifting geometric form, Zero. While Zhang Mingyu idly scrolled through his phone, Zero had already orchestrated every operational detail within the base, awaiting only his formal approval. Truly, with artificial intelligence as an ally, life became effortlessly serene. Well done. I'll consider upgrading your core protocols if the opportunity arises. He casually tossed Zero a hollow promise, then descended via the internal elevator to the first floor lobby. On a broad, open expanse of floor stood 10 rugged male androids, soaked to the skin, shoulders laden with bulging seed sacks, standing motionless amid puddles scattered across the wet tiles. Zhang Mingyu frowned faintly at the damp floor and rain-licked supplies. Zero field units lacked transportation. Exposure to the torrential rain was unavoidable. Post-mission analysis confirms all collected specimens retain intact packaging, with over 90% viability. Each unit expended critical energy reserves and requires 12 hours of dormancy for full restoration. You handle the arrangements. As resident androids began mopping the floor, Zhang Mingyu felt no urge to play the role of a ruthless overseer. He instructed the 10 field units to deposit their cargo onto the dried surface, then dismissed them to rest. Outside, the tempest raged unrelentingly. Yet thanks to these androids, Zhang Mingyu could afford leisure. Without them, even with his spatial storage ability, he would have been forced to venture out himself to gather supplies. He'd have been drenched to the bone, far less comfortable than reclining safely indoors. Ding! Vegetable seeds replicated 50000-fold. Storage complete. Ding! Fruit seeds replicated 30000-fold. Storage complete. Ding! Rare medicinal herb seeds replicated 200-fold. Storage complete. Ding! Total stored resources meet milestone criteria for side quest reward. Milestone reward granted: special ability, Eye of Wisdom. Eye of Wisdom grants the ability to perceive others' benevolence values. Note: a value between 0 and 20 indicates stranger status. A value between 20 and 60 signifies friendly rapport. The individual will not act against you unless doing so jeopardizes their own interests. A value between 60 and 80 ensures absolute loyalty. No betrayal is possible, and all your commands will be executed without hesitation or reservation. Special condition: at values exceeding 80, the individual will obey even a command to sacrifice their life, without doubt or delay. Should the value dip below 0, it signals enmity, advising immediate and decisive elimination. In a world defined by deception and survival, the Eye of Wisdom is nothing short of divine. Zhang Mingyu's heart surged with elation upon hearing the system's chime. Then a cool, ethereal sensation washed over his eyes, as if twin currents of arcane power had infused his vision. Glancing casually at one android, he saw a crisp line of text hover before him: benevolence value 100. Note: androids generated by the interstellar-based system are unconditionally loyal to their host. I must test this on living humans soon. So far, this side quest reward proves far more valuable than standard robotics, crucial for identifying hidden treachery among those around me. In high spirits, Zhang Mingyu strode outside to the courtyard sheltered beneath the awning. Locating the designated farmland zone, he handed several potato seeds, replicated by the system, to an adjacent android, and instructed: plant these. I wish to verify the accelerated cultivation effect. After assigning the farmland task, he descended to the basement and addressed 30-odd fully autonomous engineering robots recently recharged expand a new operational zone beyond the perimeter wall, one shielded from rainfall interference. Avoid drawing attention. Yangguang residential complex lay on the city's outskirts, its villa district positioned at the complex's periphery, directly backed by uninhabited hills. These hills formed the westernmost extension of the Taiying Mountains east of Bai City, undeveloped, devoid of tourism infrastructure, and rarely visited even by the most intrepid hikers. Zhang Mingyu intended to seize these final pre-cataclysm hours to fortify and expand the outer perimeter of his base. Once the rainfall cataclysm began, even if he recruited survivors to build his faction, he would never permit them inside his core base, eliminating all risk of betrayal. By afternoon, Zhang Mingyu had delegated all tasks, leaving Zero to manage operations autonomously. Whether optimizing robot rotation schedules for basement recharging or devising discrete, hillside modifications, Zero handled every variable flawlessly. Before long, Zhang Mingyu realized, resigned yet amused, that his sole remaining duty was blissful inertia. Lazing atop his king-sized bed scrolling through short videos, he sighed contentedly. This decadent tranquility. This is truly how humanity ought to live. 2 days have passed since Zhang Mingyu was reborn. On the morning of August 25th, the rain continued to fall. Numerous alarming news articles flooded the internet. Emergency notice. A mysterious virus has emerged in the rain. Anyone or any animal that comes into contact with the rain will exhibit symptoms such as fever, chills, dizziness, and nausea within half an hour. There is currently no cure for this virus. Citizens of Bai City must remain indoors, keep windows and doors shut, and avoid contact with the rain. Bai City Hospital is overwhelmed, making it nearly impossible to get a bed. The city's pharmacies are running out of fever-reducing medication, and patients with high fevers are collapsing on the streets. It is advised that citizens do not go out in the rain unless they have closed rain gear. This explosive news quickly shook the entire country. In the student group, someone immediately shared a video report saying in panic, "Did you see that? The internet says the rain is toxic. I heard from my mom that this mysterious virus has been found in cities around the world where unusual rainfall has occurred. Officials have confirmed a direct link between the mysterious virus and the abnormal rainfall. What should we do? Could this really be the end of the world? Woo, the snacks and drinks in the party house are almost gone, and no staff will come to bring us food in this situation. Wang Zihao, where is everyone's takeout today? It's because you suggested we stay here that we are stuck in this dump. Wang Zihao, you need to take responsibility for us." In an instant, the student group was filled with accusations against Wang Zihao. Meanwhile, Wang Zihao, who was lying in bed with Xialing Wei, also wore a rather grim expression. In peaceful times, treating a group of classmates to food and fun would only cost him some pocket money. But now, with Bai City's transportation paralyzed, it was a huge burden. The appearance of the toxic rain had turned every building into an island amidst the storm. At this moment, caring for so many classmates who relied on him felt like a tremendous weight. While the student group was filled with wailing, with some shouting to go home, and others demanding Wang Zihao take responsibility, a classmate who had added Zhang Mingyu as a friend suddenly discovered a post from him. Picture 1, a luxurious feast. Picture 2, a beautiful view outside the window. Caption: while the rain pours outside, my home is as warm as spring. Today's lunch consists of Peking duck, Beijing-style shredded pork, and deep-fried pork. There are so many dishes that I can't. Zhang Mingyu sat at an exquisitely decorated dining table with 3 delectable dishes freshly taken from the system space and a steaming bowl of rice before him, contentedly posting a moment on social media. These dishes and rice were replicated from the restaurant in Lingyun building 2 days ago. Time stood still in the spatial pocket. Even after 2 days and nights, the 3 dishes still looked freshly prepared. The Peking duck had a crispy skin, the shredded pork was steaming, and the essence-filled buns in the deep-fried pork crunched delightfully in the mouth, with the hot meat slices releasing a rich aroma. Such a sumptuous meal would be tempting even before the apocalypse. It is clear how unbalanced Wang Zihao and the others would feel when they saw this grand feast while trapped in the party house. Oh my god, class monitor, where did you get all this delicious food? These dishes clearly aren't something that can be made at home. Didn't the officials say not to go out? Now all takeout in the city has stopped. How did you get these meals? Class monitor, feed me. You're so extravagant, class monitor, how lucky. Woo, if I had known, I should have braved the rain to leave earlier this morning. Me too. If I were at home right now, even if I couldn't eat Peking duck, I still have a whole roast chicken in my fridge from the day before. So who would have thought that this would happen? Yesterday we could still get takeout in the party house, but today we can only nibble on popcorn and biscuits and drink the leftover beer as if it were water. In the party house a group of people were commenting pitifully in front of the screen. Meanwhile Xiaolingwei lying beside Wang Zihao also returned to her room, holding her phone. At this moment Shen Jejia saw Xiaolingwei, who had not returned all night, push the door open. They tacitly did not ask where the other had been, but instead took out their phones and pointed to the scenic photo Zhang Mingyu had posted analyzing Lingwei. Isn't this photo from our community? Xiaolingwei bit her lip, recalling the scene from 2 days ago when Zhang Mingyu casually crossed her path laughing with his friends as they entered the top floor of the Lingyun building, thinking to herself, Zhang Mingyu really moved to Sunshine Garden community. Could he be a hidden wealthy heir that I overlooked? Lingwei, how did I not realize before that the class monitor's family is so wealthy? Shen Jejia was a typical materialistic girl. When they first met yesterday, she had scolded Zhang Mingyu for being shameless, but since discovering his potential wealthy background 2 days ago, she had held on to her little thoughts. Lingwei, didn't you date him before? Do you know what his parents do? Shen Jejia, a seasoned gold digger, immediately asked the crucial question. You know what happened between us, it was all because of Wang Xiao's interest. Xiaolingwei felt deeply upset, believing she had missed out on a hidden wealthy heir. But when she thought back to how Zhang Mingyu had gone to Sunshine Garden community just to see her on the morning of August 23rd, she felt there might still be hope. Zhang Mingyu's deliberate display was surely a sign that he still had feelings for her. Thus Xiaolingwei quickly regained her composure and analyzed Zhang Mingyu's parents' work in the capital and are very mysterious. I'm not sure what exactly they do. Shen Jejia's eyes lit up as she said, I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Pulling out her phone, Shen Jejia confidently said, Zhang Mingyu's parents must be very wealthy, and he surely has real, otherwise he wouldn't have gone to Sunshine Community to find you after breaking up. He even sent these things to provoke you. Next we just need to pretend you have real feelings for him. Fool him into thinking everything Wang Xiao had you do was genuine. If we handle this well, you might be able to juggle both relationships, and then choose between the wealthy backgrounds of Zhang Mingyu and Wang Xiao. Shen Jejia and Xiaolingwei had completely regarded Zhang Mingyu as a hidden wealthy heir. They even speculated that he might have bought a house in Sunshine Community just for Xiaolingwei. The photos on social media were meant to entice Xiaolingwei to take the initiative to soften her stance. It must be said the imaginations of the two gold-digging girls were quite rich. Zhang Mingyu lay in the base doing nothing, yet the two girls fantasized an entire world of fabrication. Shen Jejia confidently took on the task of strategizing for Zhang Mingyu. At the same time, Zhang Mingyu, who was dining in the restaurant, noticed that after posting on his WeChat moments today, many people he rarely contacted were reaching out to him privately. Yang Xiaoxiao, high school old classmate, where did you get that feast in your moments? I want to eat it too. Old Lu from the neighborhood security, am almost done with my food at home. Can you tell me how you got yours? Zhang Mingyu looked at the numerous private messages on his phone. The majority of those contacting him were asking how he managed. After all, even though the storm of the apocalypse had not yet officially arrived, 2 consecutive days of being unable to go out had left many who hadn't stocked up on food in dire straits. He perfunctorily replied to everyone's questions. Zhang Mingyu had no interest whatsoever in those who approached him with ulterior motives. It was only when he saw Shen Jejia, Xiaolingwei's friend, shamelessly seeking him out that a hint of interest flickered at the corners of his mouth. Shen Jejia, monitor, I know about the incident from the day before yesterday and the recent messages in the group that made you quite upset. But as the monitor, how can you post such moments to anger everyone when they are in their most difficult times? Zhang Mingyu, when did I ever anger you? Emoji smile. Holding her phone, Shen Jejia was extremely dissatisfied with Zhang Mingyu's cold attitude after seeing the smile emoji he sent, and immediately began to vent. As the monitor, when your classmates are in trouble, you should stand up to help everyone. I know you're still thinking about Lingwei. Let me tell you the truth, Lingwei had her reasons for leaving you back then, and her relationship with Wang Xiao is not what you think it is. Lingwei has been trapped outside for several days now, not eating well or sleeping well. If you can bring her back home at this time, who knows, Lingwei might reconsider her feelings for you. He'll reply with a big fat no. Zhang Mingyu nearly felt sick enough to throw his phone out the window after reading Shen Jejia's message. Shen Jejia still thought she could easily deceive him like in the past. Even now she was trying to fool him into making sacrifices for them. How ridiculous. At this moment, not knowing how the other party had discussed it, Shen Jejia saw that her message had not received a reply from Zhang Mingyu for a long time. Xiaolingwei unexpectedly reached out to Zhang Mingyu personally. It's really cold over here, and I haven't eaten anything all morning. Can you help me? Seeing these two scheming girls putting on an act in front of him, Zhang Mingyu couldn't help but laugh internally, and directly retorted, why should I help you? Am I your father? As soon as Zhang Mingyu sent this message, Shen Jejia played the role of the good cop. Zhang Mingyu, how can you talk to Lingwei like that? Let me tell you, I'm trying to connect you with Lingwei, giving you a chance. If you miss this opportunity and anger Lingwei, you'll definitely never find a girl as good as her for the rest of your life. Shen Jejia initially thought that with her and Xiaolingwei playing good cop and bad cop, it would be easy to manipulate a pure-hearted boy like Zhang Mingyu. Little did they know Zhang Mingyu, having lived a second life, was not falling for their tricks at all. After seeing the true nature of the two girls, Zhang Mingyu, in order to avoid further entanglement, immediately sent an eye-roll emoji to Shen Jejia. Let your Lingwei go find Wang Xiao. I, a poor guy, can't afford your type of good girls. After saying this, Zhang Mingyu didn't care about what Shun Jiejie sent next, and directly closed the chat window. Sitting together, Xie Lingwei and Shun Jiejie looked at the explosive message Zhang Mingyu had sent, and were at a loss. Shun Jiejie, furious, threw her phone onto the bed and snorted. Lingwei, did the monitor take the wrong medicine today? Why is he so angry? We just wanted him to help us get back to the neighborhood. Not only did he refuse to help, but he even dared to scold you. What is this? Xie Lingwei was also somewhat angry. In the past, even after their breakup, Zhang Mingyu would still cater to her every need. Having been used to his affection, she thought all his actions were taken for granted. Today, when Zhang Mingyu suddenly changed his attitude towards her, she realized that he was no longer the same. Lingwei, I think the monitor may not be a rich second generation after all. Why don't we first try to get in touch with Wang Xiao and see if he can help us get back home? I really don't want to stay in this miserable place without food and water any longer. You're right, Jiejie. We really wasted our feelings before. Xie Lingwei lightly bit her lip, feeling rebellious, and decided not to reply to Zhang Mingyu's messages for the next few days. Ding. Detected that Xie Lingwei's goodwill towards the host decreased by 10, current goodwill 5. Ding. Detected that Shun Jiejie's goodwill towards the host decreased by 10, current goodwill 10. Zhang Mingyu activated the ability of the Eye of Wisdom towards Xie Lingwei and Shun Jiejie from a distance, and found that their goodwill towards him had actually dropped below 0. This indicated that both of them harbored slight malice towards Zhang Mingyu. After finishing the lavish meal in front of him, Zhang Mingyu was completely unconcerned about the malice from the two girls. He was currently residing in a dry and warm mansion, enjoying a feast taken from his spatial storage, while Xie Lingwei and Shun Jiejie were cramped in a corner of the party house, thirsty and hungry. What could be more entertaining than watching one's enemies slowly being tormented by the apocalypse? Time flew by as he laid back, and that night Zhang Mingyu couldn't sleep. He stayed awake until nearly midnight, unable to fall asleep. Time until the storm apocalypse arrives: 0 days, 0 hours, 0 minutes, 10 seconds. Time until the storm apocalypse arrives: 0 days, 0 hours, 0 minutes, 9 seconds. Finally, as the countdown in the upper left corner of the system reached 0. Unable to sleep, Zhang Mingyu, dressed in pajamas, stood by the window and saw the rain falling from the sky, which seemed to freeze in midair for a moment. Immediately after that, his system panel experienced a brief lag. He witnessed a starburst like halos swiftly pass over his head from a distance. Then, under the influence of a mysterious force, the entire blue star trembled noticeably. At that moment, poisonous rain fell simultaneously across the globe, marking the official arrival of the apocalypse. Ding. The storm apocalypse has arrived, and the interstellar fortress system is fully activated. Ding. New functions: citywide surveillance system mall are now open. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering a new side quest, Jungle Law. Quest requirements: the global storm has brought a mysterious virus, and cosmic energy has led to a major evolution of Blue Star's flora and fauna. Now Blue Star has returned to an era dominated by the laws of the jungle. In order for the host to adapt quickly to the apocalypse, please hunt any mutated beast stimulated by cosmic energy and obtain the cosmic energy crystal within them. Quest rewards: Special Building Research Institute Blueprint. The stormy apocalypse has finally descended upon Blue Star. Zhang Mingyu stood by the window gazing at the world at midnight. After 2 consecutive days of heavy rain, the streets outside were already flooded, and no one dared to step outside. Under the pitch-black night, the brightly lit high-rises had turned into isolated islands. Beyond these islands lay a doomsday world shrouded in toxic rain. After a brief rest throughout the night, Zhang Mingyu, who had stayed up late, finally awoke from his slumber around 9 the next. The first thing he did was check online discussions about the stormy apocalypse. Damn, I just woke up this morning and discovered that the Bashu region is also experiencing heavy rain. It's also raining heavily here in the 3 eastern provinces. Do you think there might be a virus in this rain? I say to the 2 brothers upstairs, please don't go out casually. I just received news that at midnight last night it seems the entire world was hit by heavy rain, and there's a mysterious virus in the rain. No way, how could it be such a coincidence that the whole world is experiencing heavy rain? Woo-woo, is the apocalypse real? I work in a hospital, and I advise you not to come to the hospital. It's more chaotic here than anywhere else. Last night, many people risked their lives to bring their family members to the hospital for treatment, but the patients couldn't be saved in time, and the family members who brought them ended up being forced into the hospital themselves. What a tragedy. On major social media platforms like Bilibili, Douyin, Weibo, and Xiaohongshu, discussions about the storm were rampant. Even on Central News broadcast, videos of interviews with experts were being aired. In the video, a beautiful reporter was interviewing an expert sitting beside a teacup. Hello, expert. What is your opinion on this global rainfall phenomenon? This global rainfall is a normal phenomenon caused by global warming in recent years. According to my research team's judgment, the mysterious virus appearing in this heavy rain comes from beneath the Antarctic glaciers. Currently, the main mode of transmission is through rain, and theoretically, there is no possibility of human-to-human transmission. Please do not panic, my fellow citizens. An eloquent white-beard expert was calmly answering the reporter's questions. It seemed that the central television invited this expert solely to calm public emotions. After briefly inquiring about the scientific basis regarding the heavy rain and the virus, the reporter made a short summary. So in your view, this natural disaster will be controlled soon, right? If possible, could you please give some advice to the viewers at home on how to cope with the rain and the virus? My advice is for everyone to take leave and stay at home, avoiding going out to work. If someone in your family is sick, don't gather in the hospital either. Ordinary people, without professional protective measures, are very likely to get sick from contact with rainwater. Therefore, staying at home, without causing trouble for the country, is the greatest help to society. While the expert continued to speak confidently in the live stream, the comments section had already exploded. Screw you, expert. If I stay home, what will my family eat and drink? You don't want us to gather in hospitals. Do you think we want to go to the hospital? A full checkup costs us half a month's salary. If it weren't for a family member being sick and unable to hold on, who would want to go? However, some of the expert statements are somewhat accurate. Our country is actively researching a vaccine to cure the mysterious. I think we should still try to stay at home and not go out to add to the country's troubles. By the way, have you noticed? The plants outside that have been soaked in the rain are growing so fast. The grass in front of my house is still green like spring, even though it's almost September. Zhang Mingyu watched the expert speak confidently in the live stream and couldn't help but scoff at the discussions about the stormy apocalypse in the comments. These experts are truly something. At the beginning of the stormy apocalypse, no matter what happened domestically, they could always make it sound normal. In his past life, it wasn't until the stormy apocalypse caused widespread casualties that the experts finally had to relent and admit that the rain disaster was beyond control, urging the public to prepare for self-rescue. Ding dong. Zhang Mingyu's phone alerted him that the battery was below 20%. He plugged his phone into the charger and turned his gaze back to the window, where rainwater continued to slide down. In the distance, he could see the large trees in the community, swaying precariously under the battering of the heavy rain, with water pooling everywhere, yet no staff from the community could be seen stepping out to make repairs. After watching for a while by the window, Zhang Mingyu's phone suddenly vibrated. He picked it up and found that someone in the Sunshine Community owner group had added all members. When Zhang Mingyu received the villa documents from Chinche, he also joined the owner group of Sunshine Community, where everyone's ID was their unit number. Zhang Mingyu filled in the unit number as 1 building 208 to avoid revealing his address. This unit number was a temporary residence rented by Zhang Mingyu during the villa renovation. Since he had already moved to a safe base, he did not plan to live there anymore. Therefore, even if the location information of this address was exposed, it did not matter to Zhang Mingyu. In the owner group, the top messages were requests for help from several owners. Does anyone have bottled water? The rainwater outside is toxic, and I don't know if the tap water has been contaminated. I want to buy 2 bottles of mineral water at a high price. Interested parties can DM me. I haven't stepped outside since the day before yesterday, and I can't order takeout now. Can anyone help me get some food? Boss buy of Wangwang convenience store. Neighbors upstairs, I still have water and food in my convenience store, but it's at the community entrance, and I'm trapped at home. If any of you dare to brave the rain and help me retrieve supplies from the convenience store, they'll share some supplies with each of you. After Boss Buy sent the message, there was a long silence with no replies. At such a time, everyone knew the dangers of the toxic rain outside. Even if everyone's supplies were running low, no one wanted to take the risk of being infected by the mysterious virus to get supplies from the convenience store. At this moment, someone with the username Community Wang Fong sent a message in the group. All members, the rescue teams are already organizing rescues in various places, but before they arrive, our community still needs to strive for self-rescue. I remember there are a few strong young students in our community. As a community worker, let me organize some self-rescue efforts. Let's have the university students in our community set an example and cooperate with community staff to retrieve supplies from the convenience store. In the Sunshine community, there are many teachers and students from nearby universities. At this moment, these university students who joined the owner group felt very dissatisfied after seeing the message sent by Wang Fong from the community. They are often treated as free labor by their counselors at school. Now that they are back home, they still have to cooperate with you to collect supplies. Why should they? Do we university students deserve to be dragged to lectures just to fill numbers and be ordered around? In the dormitory of the community staff, 27-year-old Wang Fong held her phone, and seeing that no one had replied for a long time, felt a bit anxious. How come this batch of university students, unlike when I was in school, seem to have learned to play dead and not respond when being directed by a community leader like me to work? Looking at the scarce supplies in her dormitory, Wang Fong had a bright idea. She first found the information of the residents in the Sunshine community registered with the community on her phone. Then she selected a group of powerless male university students and directly tagged them one by one, saying, "Why does your generation of university students lack a sense of contribution? It's understandable that the girls, being physically weaker, find it inconvenient to go out to collect supplies. But you few strong men, how can you hide at home like women at a time like this?" This time, after Wang Fong sent her message, it soon attracted a flurry of replies. Wang Fong from the community is right. You men should do more work. We have no food at home either, and I think everyone should unite at this time. Oh, why am I not a man? If I were a man, I would definitely go collect supplies for everyone. Everyone speak up. Are you pretending not to be online at a time like this because you want to be a coward? Wang Fong deliberately stopped tagging female university students and focused on tagging several male university students, wanting to divide the victims and incite those who previously did not want to collect supplies to join her in criticizing those she tagged. As a seasoned community worker, Wang Fong had done similar things countless times before. She knew very well that these image-conscious university students were the cheapest labor. After this operation, the other party would definitely feel morally compelled to go out and collect supplies. Watching the comments in the owner group lean in her favor, Wang Fong began to fan the flames again. My computer can connect to the surveillance in the Sunshine community. Later, as your commander, I will direct everyone through the surveillance, and all you need to do is cooperate with me. Time is tight. I hope everyone can have a greater sense of the overall situation. Zhang Mingyu lay in his luxurious mansion watching the heated discussions among the owners. He originally did not want to get involved in this matter. However, when he rented a temporary residence in Building No. 1 through 0, he had also registered with the community. Therefore, he was also among those Wang Fong tagged this time. Looking at the accusations in the group, Zhang Mingyu could actually choose to ignore them. However, out of a desire not to indulge Wang Fong, he still activated the new feature of the interstellar base system, the citywide surveillance system. With the assistance of Zero, he found several people who had spoken in the group. He tagged the few who had just spoken, and said to the little fairy who said men should work more, why don't you let your dad go collect? And to the ant who said she would go collect supplies because she is a man. You are not a man, but your husband is always a man, right? Your son is also a man, isn't he? Zhang Mingyu's citywide surveillance system could see everything happening within the range of by city. Combined with Zero, the basic AI, he could easily hack into the neighbors' phone cameras. At this moment, Zhang Mingyu seemed to transform into a keyboard warrior, fiercely debating with the crowd. He did not hold back and directly tagged Wang Fong from the community, saying, as a community worker receiving the salary paid by us owners, how can you not lead by example and take the front line at this critical moment, yet command the owners instead? If you have the ability, go collect the supplies yourself. Wang Fong from the community and the neighbors who had previously expressed malicious opinions were all angrily confronted by Zhang Mingyu, who had a godlike perspective and could see their every move. At this time, some of them still struggled to argue, not recognizing the situation. My dad is not in the community, and he is the CEO of a listed company. How can he be like you? My son just started junior high school. Are you university students not going to collect supplies? Should I let my 15-year-old baby go collect supplies for you? Wang Fong was even more unwilling to back down. What kind of attitude is this? I warn you, I know your counselor at by city. As a community worker and a physically weak girl, I must stay in a safe place and oversee the overall situation. People like you who refuse to be disciplined should not only not collect supplies, but also dare to stir up trouble in the group. Believe it or not, I will have your counselor give you a demerit, and you won't be able to graduate. Wang Feng's attitude was self-righteous, thinking she had Zhang Mingyu, who was alone and weak in her grasp. However, this generation of university students was not as easy to fool as before. Many students who had previously remained silent did so only because they did not want to offend Wang Fong, fearing retaliation. Now, seeing Zhang Mingyu take the lead and attract fire, they immediately jumped out one by one. Wang Fong from the community, if you are weak, what about your Malaysian currency? Your life is precious, so you stay in a safe place to command, while our lives as university students are not worth anything, and we should go out and risk being infected by the mysterious virus to collect supplies for everyone. Wang Fong from the community, I am not at home and cannot participate in collecting supplies. Wang Fong from the community, I see that other communities have figured out ways to obtain some disaster relief supplies. Why are the staff in our community acting like they've died, leaving us owners to fend for ourselves? Wang Fong from the community, it turns out that the staff from other communities are going to be volunteers. The staff in our community are just fooling the owners into being volunteers while enjoying the benefits themselves. In an instant, a barrage of messages left Wang Fong from the community speechless. And the portion of owners who previously followed Wang Feng's moral coercion also dared not provoke the public's anger at this moment. Wang Fong tightly gripped her phone, watching the gradually unfavorable public opinion in the owner group, and deep down, she even had thoughts of killing Zhang Mingyu. Finally, she could not withstand the pressure and temporarily chose to yield to all members. I am also doing this for everyone's good. Due to some special circumstances, our community is currently short on staff and cannot organize staff to collect supplies for everyone like other communities. However, many of us have run out of drinking water and food at home. The work of collecting supplies must continue. With a quick thought, Wang Fong recalled the news where experts said the toxic rain would soon end. Perhaps in just 2 or 3 more days of rain, this terrifying disaster would pass. Thus, Wang Fong looked at the house number noted by Zhang Mingyu and came up with a plan. Community member Wang Fong, all members, our Sunshine Home community is a new neighborhood, so apart from the high-rise residential buildings 1 to 10A, the occupancy rate of the remaining areas is quite low. I suggest that starting from high-rise building 1, each household should take turns to gather supplies so that everyone can ensure their survival. Community member Wang Fong, Xiao Yu 208, I am not targeting you, but I remember that the first floor of building 1 is still unoccupied, so let's start assigning people from your second floor to go out and gather supplies. Wang Fong sent out 2 messages with great pride. Experts on the news have said that this heavy rain disaster will last no more than a few days. In other words, this nominal rotation of going out to gather supplies may not even reach building 2, as it might end with the conclusion of the heavy rain disaster. Therefore, the majority of homeowners who are out of food will definitely support her. Moreover, even the homeowners in building 1 will be divided between those living in high floors and those in low floors. At this moment Wang Fong specifically named Zhang Mingyu to start gathering supplies, intending to push Zhang Mingyu to oppose all homeowners in the community, because even among the homeowners of Building 1A they will think perhaps after Zhang Mingyu gathers the supplies it will be enough until the heavy rain disaster ends. Perhaps it won't even be the turn of those living in high floors. With years of community work experience, Wang Fong has an extremely precise grasp of human nature. This time Wang Fong does not believe that she cannot handle a young man who hasn't graduated from university. The message Wang Fong sent in the Sunshine Home community group triggered intense discussions again. The only difference is that this time Wang Fong has gained quite a few supporters. Some even imitated and edged Xiaoyu 208. Although community Wang Fong's previous words were somewhat excessive, our community really does not have much supplies left. If it's not too much trouble, let's try the plan starting from Building 1. Community Wang Fong, our family supports the community's decision. Xiaoyu 208. I say, young man, you can't expect the old man living above you to gather supplies for everyone, right? I remember that you are the only young person on the first to third floors of your building. No matter who it is, let's quickly decide on a candidate. My family has run out of water. A normal college student seeing so many people ing him in the group would have already been flustered. However, Zhang Mingyu had struggled to survive during the heavy rain apocalypse for 7 months and had witnessed the most malicious side of human nature, so he would not be frightened by such a trivial scene. Therefore, he immediately chose a good spot to film a video in his large villa. The video content included the air conditioning system in the villa running 24 hours a day, a warm and dry sofa, and a mountain of rice flour and bottled water. He posted the video in the group, and Zhang Mingyu felt very calm inside. Xiaoyu 208, I think you have misunderstood. First of all, I live in the villa area, and one building 208 is just my temporary residence. Secondly, I don't lack food or water, so I don't need to take the risk of going out to gather supplies. If anyone in your family is out of water and food and agrees with community Wang Fong, then just follow her to gather supplies. If you really find anything good, you don't need to share it with me when you come back. In short, what Zhang Mingyu said was, my family has food and can be self-sufficient. As for gathering supplies, the supplies Zhang Mingyu filmed were merely a drop in the bucket for him, barely enough for him to eat and drink for half a month. However, this video, once sent to the group, caused a huge stir. Wow, it really is a villa area big shot, is awesome. To be able to afford a villa at such a young age, Xiaoyu 208 is truly talented. Rich guy, my family is running low on food, can you spare me some of what you have? In the Sunshine Home community group, due to the recently arrived heavy rain apocalypse, the vast majority of residents in the community are still bound by the deeply rooted class concepts before the apocalypse. Many who previously supported Wang Fong in the group were now silent. After all, in their eyes, a young person like Zhang Mingyu who can afford a villa must owe it to his father's efforts. In peacetime, privileged, rich, second-generation individuals are not something ordinary grassroots civilians can provoke. Xiaoyu Villa area, the distance between our villa area and the residential area is not small. Instead of coming to my place to get food, you might as well put in some effort at the convenience store at the entrance of the community. I remember the community staff all have their own dormitories in the community, and it seems the distance to the community's main gate is not far either. I also don't know if community Wang Fong is still living in the staff dormitory. Therefore, it's still up to everyone to decide who should go gather supplies. Zhang Mingyu directly changed his nickname in the homeowners group. Taking advantage of his identity as a rich second generation at the beginning of the apocalypse, he subtly shifted the focus of the homeowners back onto community Wang Fong. After that, he kept a low profile and stopped speaking in the group. Meanwhile, community Wang Fong was pushed to the forefront by Zhang Mingyu's parting words. At this moment, community Wang Fong was being morally coerced by the homeowners from various buildings in the group, uniting to pressure her. Time quickly passed to the evening. Raindrops pounded against the bedroom's bay window. Zhang Mingyu yawned and tossed his phone onto the bedside, lazily flopping onto the blanket. Today, the homeowners in the community weren't particularly short on food. Hence, after arguing for most of the day, they ultimately failed to form a team to go out searching for supplies. Previously, community Wang Fong had repeatedly claimed to serve the homeowners, but when it came time to actually do something, she unexpectedly became a turtle retreating into its shell. Zhang Mingyu was not surprised by this. He ignored the constant messages in the homeowners group from those wanting to borrow food from him and summoned the Azure system hologram to briefly assess the resources at his disposal. He currently has 30 engineering robots and 50 lifestyle bionic robots. The primary artificial intelligence Zero paired with the citywide monitoring system of the system can help him foresee most dangers by city in advance, while the farm acceleration function allows him to grow crops after the apocalypse. In the end, this time he established a relatively positive image for Zhang Mingyu in the homeowners group. This would greatly facilitate Zhang Mingyu in attracting talent for his own use during the heavy rain apocalypse. Thinking of this, Zhang Mingyu brought up the monitoring footage of the farmland area. He could see a group of bionic robots busy at work in the farmland cleared on the villa's empty lot, diligently tilling the soil, and the crops in the field were surprisingly thriving at a rapid pace. It's estimated that soon the potatoes planted 3 days ago will be ready to be stir-fried into shredded potatoes. At the same time that Zhang Mingyu was lying flat and doing nothing, his video, showcasing his food supplies, was unexpectedly shared online by someone. Moreover, this video, initially released in the property owners group, unexpectedly went viral. Who is showing off their food supplies? So much food, is this for real? We've had 3 days of heavy rain, and now I have to ration even the dry bread at home. How come you still have so much rice flour, vegetables, and fruit? Look at the luxury of the villa he lives in. He must be a wealthy person who has a habit of stockpiling supplies, someone remarked. Before the calamity of heavy rain, anyone with a villa is considered rich. At a time like this, those who can live in a villa and have no worries about food and drink should be referred to as divine wealthy. In no time, countless people online were enviously commenting about Zhang Mingyu. The most outrageous thing is that after Zhang Mingyu's video went viral, many affluent individuals online who didn't lack food and drinking water began to flaunt their wealth in a similar manner to Zhang Mingyu. Such extremely hate-inducing behavior quickly ignited a firestorm across the internet. As the instigator Zhang Mingyu saw the trend of wealth-flaunting videos online, he silently felt sympathy for those showing off. We, the gluttonous empire, tend to hoard supplies. Each of them is even more extravagant than I am. It's a pity that while order still exists, their flaunting of wealth only makes others envious. Once social order collapses, their act of exposing wealth today could easily lead to their demise. Zhang Mingyu dared to flaunt his wealth because he had an interstellar-based system and wasn't afraid of ordinary people coming to steal. However, those following the trend and posting videos online might not have the means to protect their supplies. In the future, when they encounter robbers, they might regret their decisions made today. In the class group, someone also shared Zhang Mingyu's flaunting video. You guys check out this video. The person filming seems to be from Beijing. Oh my god, our group can barely fill our stomachs, yet someone in Beijing can lounge in a warm villa eating steak and singing. This is just too amazing, right? Wang Xiao, when are you going to think of a way to send us classmates back home? The classmates trapped in the party venue for several days placed their hopes on Wang Zihao. In the double room, Xie Lingwei and Shun Jiejia, who hadn't showered for 3 days, also held their phones fantasizing about the villa in the video like two frisky female dogs. Xie Lingwei's eyes sparkled with stars as she murmured, I really want to live in the villa from the video without worrying about food or clothing and maybe even take a shower. I think the place filmed in the video is Sunshine Garden Community. I never noticed there were such high-status people in our community before. Shun Jiejia's face flushed red as well, because fearing the water source might be contaminated, the classmates in the party venue had not dared to drink tap water or wash their hands and bodies for several days. Therefore, even the two who usually paid attention to their appearances had to use perfume to cover up their body odor. Hey Jiejia, do you think this mysterious person flaunting wealth online could be Zhang Mingyu? Xie Lingwei had been pondering the sudden change in Zhang Mingyu's attitude toward her over the past 2 days. She had secretly watched the moment's post he made several times. Now when she saw a small segment of the scenery outside the villa in the video, she immediately felt a sense of doubt. However, when Shun Jiejia heard Xie Lingwei's words, she scoffed disdainfully. Lingwei, you're still thinking about that, look at how he lacks gentlemanly demeanor and dares to insult you. How could he deserve to live in such a high-end villa, and didn't he just go to Sunshine Garden Community with you a couple of days ago? How could he have stockpiled so many supplies? Although Shun Jiejia's words were strongly subjective, Xie Lingwei had to admit that there were objective merits to her reason. Thus, Xie Lingwei extinguished her fantasies about Zhang Mingyu curling up under the odor of alcohol in the blankets and said, It's getting late, let's go to sleep early. Wang Xiao said he would take the risk to send someone to pick him up tomorrow. By then we can also escape from this sea of suffering with. Just remember not to attract the attention of other classmates. Oh, Wang Xiao's car can't fit more people. Lingwei, you're so nice to me, even thinking of getting Wang Xiao to take me along when escaping. Shun Jiejia flirtatiously threw a wink at Xie Lingwei, then directly opened the door to the independent bathroom in the bedroom, saying, He'll go to the toilet first, Lingwei, don't sneak off to find Wang Xiao, okay? Creak. The bathroom door closed. Through the frosted glass, Xie Lingwei watched Shun Jiejia in the bathroom, but her mind was fantasizing about how she could enter the wealthy family through Wang Zihao after visiting his home, fulfilling her dream of becoming a rich lady. While Xie Lingwei was lost in thought, suddenly a scream came from the bathroom. Aunt, Jiejia, what's wrong? Xie Lingwei frantically pulled open the bathroom door. Then she witnessed a scene that would haunt her for life. In the bathroom, Shun Jiejia was sitting on the toilet seat, blood gushing from her lower body. The sight was akin to a crime scene, startling Xie Lingwei into a scream. College students living in a peaceful society have never seen such a bloody scene. Just moments ago, ready to help her best friend, Xie Lingwei now stood frozen in place. Lingwei, save me. Help me. Shun Jiejia struggled to get off the toilet. Through the gap between her legs, it was vaguely visible that something was gnawing at her lower body, and while devouring her flesh, it was desperately trying to burrow into Shun Jiejia's body. Upon seeing this, Xie Lingwei dared not step forward to help anymore. Only when several boys living on the same floor were alerted did a few brave boys band together, wielding coat hangers, empty bottles, and other objects to smash at Shun Jiejia's bloody lower body. Finally, with the boys' efforts, the thing that had been attached to Shun Jiejia's lower body loosened its grip. A sharp-eyed boy swung a bottle to try to continue the attack, but missed. In the end, the bizarre creature jumped back into the toilet and vanished down the drain. Blood was everywhere in the girls' room. Someone bandaged Shun Jiejia's wounds. On the surface, the situation seemed to have stabilized for now. However, anyone could tell that the incident that happened in the dead of night had completely shattered the peaceful existence of the party venue, replaced by a pervasive fear of the unknown. Xiaolingwei, did you see what attacked Shen Jejia? You men have no sympathy, can't you see that Xiaolingwei is scared? Wasn't it you guys who helped? Did you see what attacked Shen Jejia? I don't know, it was pitch black at night, and that thing was slippery. We couldn't see clearly. Well, could this cursed place have monsters? I think we should all sleep together tonight. And try to stay away from the bathroom, we can talk about everything in the daylight tomorrow. In Baiqing news, residents from multiple neighborhoods reported last night that a mysterious creature had been discovered in the sewage system. This creature exhibits a strong level of aggression and often chooses to attack citizens during their time in the restroom. An unusual creature attack incident has occurred in Baiqing, with experts claiming that this creature is related to the toxic rain. The Research Institute of the United States has stated that the global toxic rain not only causes humans to contract unknown viruses, but there is also a significant chance that it will lead to mutations in Earth's creatures. In several places, animals have shown heightened aggression after the rain, and even packs of stray cats and dogs have been reported to consider solitary humans as prey. Citizens are advised to stay indoors unless absolutely necessary. Beware of mutated creature attacks. If you discover a large number of mutated creatures, please call the disaster hotline 909-119 for assistance. On the second day of the global heavy rain, a plethora of news regarding mutated creatures emerged on the internet. Moreover, due to the incessant downpour, flood disasters have occurred across the country. In many areas, the roads have been so flooded that vehicles cannot pass through. Although officials are doing their utmost to control the situation. However, the toxic rain alone has made it exceedingly difficult for the unprepared official rescue teams. The bizarre beasts spawned from cosmic energy during the disaster have left local governments in utter chaos. At the primary base in the bedroom, Zhang Mingyu learned about some of the events that occurred last night through the group chat with his classmates. Additionally, several videos appeared in the group this morning. The protagonists of these videos seemingly include Wang Zihao and Xiaolingwei. Young Master Wang, it seems like a car is coming outside. This car is so impressive, the rain canopy on top extends all the way to the entrance of our party venue, ensuring that no rain falls on anyone throughout the journey. It's simply marvelous. Where are you all going, young Master Wang and Lingwei? You can't just leave your classmates behind. In the video, the classmates initially looked excited upon seeing a vehicle arrive at the venue. However, when they realized the vehicle was there to pick up Wang Zihao and Xiaolingwei, and that the two had no intention of taking them along, their excitement turned into panic. This party venue is essentially a villa that has been transformed into an entertainment space. Over the past few days, they have consumed all the snacks and drinks within the villa, and due to poor sealing, a small amount of toxic rain has seeped through the windows during the continuous downpours. Now the classmates do not even dare to approach the doors or windows, fearing that they would perish if exposed to the toxic rain. They all know that if they continue to stay in the venue, they will truly die. At the entrance of the party venue, Wang Zihao disdainfully glanced at Shen Jejia, who was bloodied and disfigured, and turned to the hesitant Xiaolingwei, shouting, "Hurry up, I don't have time to waste here with you. Young Master Wang, are we really not taking Jejia with us?" Xiaolingwei's eyes shimmered with a struggle. Shen Jejia also desperately looked at Wang Zihao, pleading, "Young Master Wang, didn't you promise yesterday that you would please take me home? I will do anything you say." As she spoke, Shen Jejia skillfully twisted her body. Little did she know, after last night, the assets she once took pride in to attract men were now covered with marks from monster bites, and the inflammation and pus emitted a foul odor, making her appear like a scavenger who had just crawled out of a garbage dump, utterly failing to pique Wang Zihao's interest. Wang Zihao pinched his nose and got into the car first, impatiently saying this woman was bitten by a monster in the sewer. Who knows if she carries the mysterious virus from the rain. Xiaolingwei, I'll give you one last chance, stay here or come with me. Jejia, I'm sorry. Upon hearing Wang Zihao's ultimatum, Xiaolingwei knew that his patience was running thin. Without hesitation, Xiaolingwei lifted her leg and kicked Shen Jejia, who was clinging tightly to her thigh. After failing to kick her away once, she stepped on Shen Jejia's arm several times with her high heels. Only after leaving Shen Jejia's hands bloodied and disfigured did Xiaolingwei break free from her grasp and dash toward the open car door, representing a glimmer of hope for survival. Xiaolingwei, you wretched person. You are doomed to a terrible fate. Shen Jejia, abandoned by Xiaolingwei, lay on the ground and let out a heart-wrenching cry towards the direction the two had departed. Meanwhile, the classmates who remained in the villa, upon seeing the luxurious car's door about to close, frantically rushed towards it, desperate to squeeze into the vehicle. Unexpectedly, Wang Zihao acted quickly. Seeing his classmates rushing towards him, he did not hesitate to slam the car door shut. He allowed the driver to knock down a few classmates who were blocking the way and sped away from the party venue. On the ground in front of the party venue, only a few unfortunate souls who had been caught in the rain remained lying shoulder to shoulder, weeping bitterly in resignation. The video concluded here. The videographer, along with some rational classmates who had not recklessly rushed into the heavy rain, locked the drenched classmates outside, and then turned to angrily denounce Wang Zihao's heartlessness in the group chat. Zhang Mingyu, utilizing the citywide surveillance system, witnessed the actions of his classmates from earlier. Comparing it with the righteous words posted by those classmates in the group, he couldn't help but mock, "My dear classmates really don't possess a single decent trait after the onset of the apocalyptic rain." Once the star of the show, Wang Zihao was now scolded by his classmates. The best model friends had turned on each other in a battle for survival. Tisk tisk tisk, this is the apocalyptic reign, this is the evil of humanity. At this moment it is merely the beginning of the apocalyptic reign, and the official rescue operations are still ongoing in various locations. Even in such circumstances numerous casualties have been reported across the country. In a few months who knows what kind of scene Beijing will become. In his past life, these university classmates had once forcibly broken into his home, with Wang Zihao and Xia Lingwei robbing him of the survival supplies he had painstakingly gathered, ultimately leading to his death on the way to Future City. Therefore in this life, even though Zhang Mingyu has the ability to save people, he has no intention of doing so. He wants to watch his former classmates struggle and perish in the apocalypse. At this moment his heart is filled only with the thrill of revenge, completely devoid of sympathy or pity for his former classmates. Thus Zhang Mingyu enjoyed a grand show through the citywide surveillance and the video from the class group. Afterwards, he boredly opened his computer to catch up on the recently released anime Time Agent. Later that night, while binge-watching anime, Zhang Mingyu suddenly discovered something significant. The Sunshine Garden community seems to be experiencing a power outage. Zero Master, please do not worry. It has been detected that the higher dimensional universe is merging with Blue Star, and the underground electrical system of White City has been damaged during the fusion. The core energy system of the primary base has been activated. Currently consuming 1 unit of system energy daily can maintain the normal operation of the living facilities within the base. After a flicker of the lights in Zhang Mingyu's base, they returned to tranquility. He gazed at the night outside the window, his heart unsettled for a long time. Fortunately, I did not use all of today's system energy to replicate materials. Currently there are 70 units of system energy remaining, and the maximum energy storage of the primary base has reached 100. After I expend this 100 energy each day, it will automatically recover in a way I cannot comprehend. His gaze swept across the remaining 70 units of system energy in the top right corner, and Zhang Mingyu commanded, "Zero, summon 5 bionic robots to follow me. I want to check the area behind the base." Outside the primary base, 30 fully automatic engineering robots were tirelessly leveling the ground and constructing a solid alloy barrier, creating an independent living area outside the walls. Beside the construction site, the generators that Zhang Mingyu had previously purchased for the bionic beings were placed in the open. Zhang Mingyu approached the generators and decisively activated the system's replication function. Ding diesel generator, 3000 times replication, now stored. Ding cold-resistant diesel 700 times replication, now stored. Ding complete high-power lighting equipment, 2000 times replication, now stored. Zhang Mingyu was enveloped in a closed raincoat, standing in a corridor temporarily constructed by the engineering robots that connected the base with the outer area, thus, he was not getting wet. After arriving at the construction site, he found that the electricity here had indeed gone out. Although the engineering robots did not require electricity to operate, there were inevitably large engineering machines controlled by bionic beings that relied on electricity. Therefore, as soon as Zhang Mingyu learned of the power outage, he hurried here to ensure that the construction in the outer area would not be affected by the power outage. Ding, the total amount of materials stored by the host has reached the reward standard for side missions. Phase reward issued: combat type armed robots, 20 units. At the moment the system notification sounded, Zhang Mingyu sensed that 20 brand new robots had appeared in the basement. Without hesitation, he stopped replicating materials. After giving the robots orders to continue construction, he turned and returned to the base. He took the elevator to the basement. Finally, Zhang Mingyu laid eyes on the combat-type armed robots rewarded by the interstellar base system. The armed robots had a 3-meter-tall alloy body covered with pure black metal armor. Its appearance differed from the clumsy and bulky engineering robots, exuding a smoothness of high-tech equipment and an indescribable aesthetic of violence. It carried a handheld pulse weapon on its back, tracking missiles hung from its shoulders, and even more close-range, high-frequency vibration combat knives on its arms. As Zhang Mingyu directed his gaze to the waist of the robot, he quickly discovered a fact that thrilled him. The armed robot seemed to be capable of flying. He could see that the combat-type armed robots had complex fuel nozzles on their wing-like auxiliary thrusters, which could help the robots soar into the sky and maneuver flexibly in the air. Impressive! Zhang Mingyu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. At that moment, the 20 armed robots automatically took a step forward and raised their right arms in salute to Zhang Mingyu, saying, "Combat-type armed robot Xiangu reporting for duty." "Xiangu, is that your specific model?" Zhang Mingyu immediately guessed that there must be more than just this type of combat robot before him. And Xiangu was the code name given to this type of robot by the system. With a thought, Zhang Mingyu ordered the 20 Xiangu robots. "You will be responsible for ensuring the safety of the base inside and out from now on. Any daring individuals or mutated creatures attempting to approach our base will be given one warning. If the warning is ineffective, you are permitted to use any means necessary to safeguard my safety and that of the base. Remember, protecting my safety takes priority over all other commands." Xiangu received, currently conducting strategic deployment. After receiving Zhang Mingyu's orders, 5 Xiangu robots immediately followed him closely, while the remaining 15 Xiangu robots collaborated with the bionic beings to secure the safety inside the base, and some proceeded to the outer construction site to protect Zhang Mingyu's property. Watching the heavy robots standing around him like iron towers, Zhang Mingyu felt a surge of safety. He lazily took a bath again, lay back on the big bed, and prepared to play with his phone before sleeping. Opening the Sunshine Homeowners group, he found the group quite lively. Tonight, hardware store owner, I say, how come our community is out of water and electricity? Zhangli, the water outage is no problem anyway, no one dares to drink tap water now. The water cutoff just means we can't flush the toilet. But we need electricity for cooking. Recently with the cold weather we need electricity to use the air conditioning. You are suddenly cutting off power. How are we supposed to live in the community? Security guard Lao Lu, let's put aside the issue of water and electricity outages, or I think I just saw a dark shadow in the community. Mom of Mengming Building 5 Room 310, I saw it too. Recently, hasn't it been said online that toxic rain causes biological mutations? Do you think something mutated has appeared in our community? Boss Bai of Wangwang Convenience Store, I live on the 17th floor. I don't believe that if there really are monsters they could find me. Community Wang Fong Security Guard Lao Lu, don't spread rumors in the group. Causing panic is legally liable. Inside the security room. With a habit of storing food, security guard Lao Lu was gnawing on dry instant noodles, feeling quite wronged as he glanced at the message from community Wang Fong him in the group. He couldn't help but shiver as he looked out the dark window. I didn't lie, but Wang Fong is the leader. If he says I can't speak, then I won't speak. Saying this, security guard Lao Lu dragged a table from the security room to block the door. He curled up in a corner that was least likely to get wet from the rain. Primary base bedroom. Zhang Mingyu smiled as he read the discussion in the homeowners group. This Wang Fong still hasn't grasped the situation. Security guard Lao Lu probably discovered something and kindly reminded the group, yet he was accused by Wang Fong of spreading rumors. Truly self-inflicted misfortune cannot be lived down. Just as he was about to sleep, suddenly an alarm rang in his ears. Instinctively, he turned his gaze to the system interface and calmly asked, Zero, what is the situation with this alarm? Ding. Detected mutated beasts invading the base. Please eliminate them as soon as possible. The city's surveillance system automatically activated. In front of Zhang Mingyu, a three-dimensional projection of the entire three-story base appeared. Through the projection, he could see small green dots, symbolizing bionic robots moving rapidly. All the small green dots were targeting the red dot in the restroom on the first floor of the base. I found you, control it. Zhang Mingyu watched the intruder appear on the holographic projection, while commanding Zero to continue directing the robots to encircle it, and he himself began to sprint down the corridor in his pajamas. It was not until he personally reached the restroom on the first floor that Zero's cold mechanical prompt sounded again, detected that the beast has been subdued, would you like to kill it? In the cramped restroom, two bionic beings were fiercely gripping a large brown, soft-bodied creature. This brown creature was as thick as a python, about 70 centimeters long with one end thick and the other thin. The thick end had sharp mandibles and triangular fangs rotated within the creature's mouth like a chainsaw, as if capable of tearing apart anything swallowed. The thin end was thrashing in the air as if trying to break free from the bionic being's control. At that moment, looking at the creature before him, a bad memory surged in Zhang Mingyu's mind. He remembered that in his past life the monster that attacked Shinjejir in the party hall seemed to be this mutated leech. These blood-sucking worms after mutation possessed extremely strong vitality and enormous sizes. They roamed through underground pipes, occasionally surfacing in people's homes to attack solitary humans. In the early days of the apocalypse, such mutated leeches had brought significant trouble to the people of Baiqing. Unexpectedly, in this new life, the first mutated creature Zhang Mingyu encountered was this old friend. Due to Zhang Mingyu's previous command to control the intruder, the bionic beings controlled by Zero along with the accompanying Shinbone robots ceased further action after pinning the blood-sucking leech to the ground. They all waited in silence for Zhang Mingyu to issue a command. Kill it, but be careful not to make it too bloody. After receiving the order, one Shinbone robot immediately raised its high-frequency oscillating combat knife. The high-tech knife sliced through the blood-sucking leech, which was as thick as a python, cutting it in half, and quickly retrieving an irregular crimson crystal embedded in the mutated leech's flesh. The crystal core. At the 7th month of the apocalypse in his past life, the existence of crystal cores was no longer a secret. It was widely rumored that this apocalyptic disaster was actually a global evolution of life on Blue Star. The vast majority of creatures on Blue Star were irradiated by cosmic energy during the global rainstorm. Weak plants and animals began an intense evolution to ascend to the top of the food chain. However, humans who prided themselves as the masters of Blue Star failed to adapt quickly. It was only before Zhang Mingyu's death that the future city, symbolizing the peak of post-apocalyptic Chinese civilization, announced a method to evolve using the crystal cores from mutated beasts. It is said that this method consumed the efforts of countless Chinese scientists and truly represented the crystallization of human civilization. At this moment, Zhang Mingyu recalled various events from his past life and looked at the first crystal core he had obtained in this life. He listened to the system prompt in his ears, feeling immensely excited. Ding detected that the host has hunted a creature that mutated under the stimulation of cosmic energy. Prompt: congratulations to the host for completing the side quest Law of the Jungle. Prompt: the host has received a reward, Special Building Research Institute Blueprint. Note: Special Building Research Institute requires the host to construct according to the blueprint. This building can obtain technological creations far beyond the host's current civilization level by spending system energy. A research institute obtaining high-tech creations. Does this mean I have a chance to create robots myself? Zhang Mingyu breathed heavily, disregarding that it was still nighttime. Excited, he decided, with Zero's assistance in analysis, to build the Special Building the Research Institute outside the base's walls next to the newly constructed residential area. It wasn't that Zhang Mingyu didn't want to build the research institute inside the walls. It was that the space inside the walls had already been planned by Zhang Mingyu for farmland. This piece of farmland, which could accelerate the growth of crops, was essential for Zhang Mingyu to produce food after the apocalypse, and he absolutely could not place it outside the walls. Therefore, for the time being, he could only endure the inconvenience for the research institute. If there was a chance later, he would add another layer of wall further out. Under Zhang Mingyu's command, the Special Building the Research Institute began construction overnight. At least 25 of the 30 engineering robots were responsible for building the research institute, while the planned residential area for survivors was left aside to be constructed slowly by the remaining robots. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, a night had passed. The mutated leech attack incident from last night did not cause any damage to the base, nor did it affect Zhang Mingyu's pleasant mood. Feeling the crimson crystal core in his pocket, Zhang Mingyu remained calm. Before the research institute was completed, he was not prepared to recklessly send the armed robots around him to hunt mutated creatures for crystal cores. Although upgrading to an intermediate base's fully automatic defense system was indeed very tempting. With a fully automatic defense system, he would no longer fear mutated creatures entering through the base's sewers. Combined with the Shinbone robots, he even had confidence in resisting armed forces with heavy firepower. However, haste makes waste. Zhang Mingyu was still in a developmental stage, and the total number of robots around him was only about 100. He had to proceed with caution to avoid being ambushed. As for the crystal cores, Zhang Mingyu planned to save them for now. If he had the chance to gather 1,000 in the next couple of days, he would submit them all to the system at once. If he couldn't gather enough for the time being after the research institute was built, he would also have a way to hunt enough mutated creatures in a short time. Sleeping, enjoying feasts, playing on his phone. Zhang Mingyu lived such a life for over half a week. During this time, he kept a close eye on the situation outside. It was evident that the authorities had been actively responding to disasters since the arrival of the rainstorm. However, transportation issues across various regions were gradually worsening with the continuous rain. Some even claimed that unfamiliar mountains had appeared out of nowhere in the center of their city. Railways were covered with weeds, and lakes that did not exist on the map had divided two neighboring villages. Dark clouds shrouded the white city, with raindrops the size of beans pouring down from the heavens above, reminiscent of the legendary flood inundating the mortal realm with endless waters. Boom. Thunder rumbled and lightning split the sky, a silver-white streak, dazzling and brilliant. Today is September 2nd, Monday. In previous years, this day was filled with the lamentations of office workers trudging towards their companies. However, the people of White City, who had struggled through over 10 days of torrential rain, had long forgotten the taste of commuting to work or school. Except for a few senior high school students who persisted in attending online classes at home, with the limited power left in their power banks, the vast majority of companies chose to give their employees time off. Some foresight bosses even announced the closure of their companies outright. They then took the remaining funds to stockpile. The only good news these days was that after a week of torrential rain, scientists discovered that the lethality of the mysterious virus in the storm had seemingly decreased significantly. This news brought tears of joy to many citizens trapped in buildings in White City. Some began to brave the rain with umbrellas, fully armed, to venture out for food and daily necessities. Others, like student Zhang Mingyu, who were accidentally trapped outside, hurriedly procured supplies along the way before braving the downpour to escape back home. Using the citywide surveillance system, Zhang Mingyu could observe the entirety of White City. At this moment, aided by the surveillance camera mounted at the entrance of Sunshine Community, he saw numerous vehicles and pedestrians flooding into the neighborhood, taking advantage of the weakened toxicity of the rain. Some were residents of the community, while others were refugees fleeing from the center of White City. Through the perspective of the surveillance camera, Zhang Mingyu could see that certain low-lying areas in the city center had already suffered from severe urban flooding. The inadequate drainage system of the inland city caused rainwater from some dilapidated neighborhoods to inundate the first floors of apartment buildings after a week of continuous downpour. Tea tables, sofas, and bathtubs floated in the floodwaters. Residents living on the second floor now opened their windows to find the rainwater nearly reaching their sills. This situation forced them to seek refuge in the higher elevated Sunshine Community to avoid being engulfed by the rapidly rising floodwaters. Our home has been flooded. Is there any kind-hearted person willing to take us in? I will pay a high price for a second-hand house. Who can sell me a high-rise apartment in Sunshine Community? If I can move in today, I can offer triple the market price. While the person upstairs is truly wealthy. 1211086. I don't even expect to buy a house. If anyone has a vacant room in the community, I will pay a high price to rent it. If that doesn't work, those living in Sunshine Community, please give me some advice. If I have to, I can find a dry basement to sleep in for 2 days. That's not impossible. Come on buddy, you can't be serious about sleeping in a basement. Exactly. Although Sunshine Community is elevated, the basement is underground. If the flood reaches the community, you won't be able to escape if you're in the basement. In the owners group of Sunshine Community, many new faces poured in. They were posting various messages in the owners group, igniting a flurry of discussions among the members. Security guard Lu Community Wang Fong, wasn't it said that only homeowners and long-term tenants could enter the owners group? How come you let so many outsiders in? Zhangzi security guard Lu, you nosy guard, do you want to mess with me? Do you believe I can make things difficult for you? Jinshan Group Manager Kuan Zhangzi, your words might be rough, but they hold truth. We are indeed not homeowners at the moment. However, security guard Lu, how can you be sure we won't buy a house in Sunshine Community? Community Wang Fong, all members, the losses caused by this disaster of torrential rain will surely be compensated by the state. I will record any contributions made during this disaster and report them after the storm ends. Therefore, I hope that in this time of crisis everyone can unite and work together to combat the disaster. Community Wang Fong, the virulence of the virus in the rain has weakened, but many people living in the city center have lost their homes due to the flood. Everyone here has received a good education. In times like this, those with space at home should take in some of the citizens fleeing for safety. Community Wang Fong security guard Lu, I remember that your guard room can still fit 2 people. After morally pressuring the residents of the community, Wang Fong began arranging for outsiders to stay in the homes of the residents, starting with security guard Lu exuding an air of authority. As a member of the community, Zhang Mingyu could not escape this fate of being assigned guests. Moreover, community Wang Fong deliberately made things difficult for him, reminiscing about their previous unpleasant encounter. Community Wang Fong, Xiaoyu Villa area, you live in a villa and have plenty of supplies. They say that with greater ability comes greater responsibility. As an excellent student from White City University, you should bear more responsibility. I have just arranged for a family of 5 who escaped to stay with you. As soon as community Wang Fong sent the message, an elderly lady with the username Flower Blooming Rich excitedly commented, "Oh, community Wang Fong, you really know how to treat people well. Our family of 5 lives in a small house and really can't fit. Now we've been arranged to stay in a villa. I'm no longer worried about my little grandson not eating well or sleeping poorly." As soon as the message from the elderly lady named Flower Blooming Rich was sent, many owners in the group cast sympathetic glances towards Zhang Mingyu. This family of 5 consumes and uses a lot, and judging by their attitude in the group, they are clearly not easy to deal with. Zhang Mingyu's household consists of just one big boy, and being assigned such a large family will likely bring him trouble in the future. Outside the junior base, a family of 5 including grandparents, parents, and a small child just under half a meter tall appeared in front of the base's alloy gate, holding umbrellas. The elderly lady was astonished to see the base's towering metal walls standing at 4.2 meters, her jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Meanwhile, the small child, already wearing a raincoat, rushed in front of the base's metal gate, kicking and punching the sturdy door, leaving muddy footprints. "Open the door quickly. Let me in quickly. This will be my home from now on. You community leaders said to let you receive us. Young man, why haven't you let us in yet? Do you believe I will report you to?" Zhang Mingyu admitted that although he could not hear the noise outside due to the heavy iron door, the rowdy children and their 4 parents were kicking the door and cursing, which truly disgusted him. Therefore, Zhang Mingyu opened the owner group of Sunshine Garden Community and sent out a message. "Xiaoyu Villa area, Hua Kai Fu Gui, it's not that I lack compassion, but I was recently diagnosed with manic depressive disorder, and I'm afraid that in a fit of illness I might inadvertently harm your grandson." Community Wang Fong, Xiaoyu Villa area, how can you speak like that? Wang Fong asking you to do a good deed is as if it were taking your life. Stop pretending to be depressed, it's unreasonable. Hua Kai Fu Gui, Xiaoyu Villa area, my wife and I are not easily frightened. Today either you let our family in or we will block the entrance and not leave. If you have the guts, kill us one by one. The family of 5 completely disregarded Zhang Mingyu's words. This is a society governed by law. They did not believe Zhang Mingyu would dare to kill in the community. At this moment, a family of 5 stood outside, each one more unreasonable than the last, clearly a model of a rogue. If it were in his past life, Zhang Mingyu's good nature would have prevented him from taking action against a family with elders and children, leaving them to block the door helplessly. However, after experiencing betrayal, Zhang Mingyu had long since become a selfish and self-serving person. Seeing that words could not scare the others away, he refrained from wasting more breath, immediately donned a closed raincoat, and hurried to the best window on the 3rd floor of the villa. He took the TX-09 high-energy laser gun handed to him by the Xiangu robot. After a moment's thought, Zhang Mingyu adjusted the gun's power to the minimum. He raised the gun, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Zhang Mingyu's actions were seamless. Before the family of 5 at the metal door could react, the loudest old man clutched his ears and fell to the ground. The old man writhed in pain on the ground, blood seeping through his fingers. Outside, the previously arrogant old lady, after a roll of her eyes, also expertly fell to the ground. "Oh no, someone is killing. This little beast born without a mother wants to kill us. Is there no law in this world?" Family members in the group come and judge. Seeing their parents rolling on the ground, the son and daughter-in-law quickly pulled out their phones to record and send videos. This family's proficiency was abnormal, as if they specialized in scams just before the storm. At this moment, aside from the old man, who had actually been hit by the high-energy beam, who vaguely sensed that something was off, the others looking toward the villa still believed that Zhang Mingyu had used a weapon similar to an air gun or a BB gun. The old lady who thought she had caught Zhang Mingyu's weakness rolled on the ground, while shouting, "Don't think I don't know the law. That gun of yours must be a prohibited item. Today you injured my old man. You must compensate us 5,000,000, no 1,000,000, or you won't have it easy, and you still want us to stay in the villa." The unruly child also shouted, completely unconcerned about his injured grandfather. Zhang Mingyu looked at the loving couple and the filial child below, and couldn't help but laugh in anger. He shouted at the old man who had just recovered from his pain, "I gave you a chance and now get lost. Otherwise the next shot will be aimed directly at your head." The old man's son, upon hearing this, raised his phone and waved it, wanting to say something more. However, the old man who had been hit by the high-energy beam, upon seeing the dark muzzle from afar and hearing Zhang Mingyu's cold voice, shrank back. Years of experience in scams told him that this young man might really dare to kill. "Wife, let's go, we've hit a wall this time." The old man stumbled to his feet and hurriedly pulled up the old lady, whispering, "This kid seems mentally unstable. Oh, don't provoke him. Let's find a place to settle down first, then call the police on him." The old lady, though unwilling, stood up and began to check the injury on the old man's ear. The family of five supported each other and prepared to leave Zhang Mingyu's doorstep. Unexpectedly, the half-grown, unruly child jumped out at that moment and exclaimed, "Grandpa, let him shoot again, ere it won't kill anyone. I want something to eat. I want to live in the villa." "Nonsense." The old man's son immediately slapped his child across the face. The unruly child cried loudly, ultimately being dragged away by his parents from Zhang Mingyu's home. Having a gun feels really good." Zhang Mingyu fondled the standard remote weapon of the Xiangu robot with great affection. As social order had not yet completely collapsed, although he was not afraid of those rogues, he also did not want to attract the attention of the Bi-City authorities at the onset of the apocalypse. It is naturally best to scare the other party away without killing anyone. As for the true power of the TX-09 high-energy laser gun, it certainly cannot be limited to what was just displayed. As the standard remote weapon of the Xiangu robot, the TX-09 high-energy laser gun can swat mosquitoes or destroy tanks. It all depends on how the user chooses to wield it. Just as Zhang Mingyu was closing the window and contemplating, the owner group was once again being stirred up by the family. "Huakai Fu Gui Wang Fong, what kind of lunatics did you send us? We just want to borrow a place to stay, and who would have thought he would?" One of my old partner's ears was shot off. "Such malicious intent to injure. Won't your community do anything about it?" "Huakai Fu Gui Wang Fong, we are injured now and have no food or place to stay. Why don't you just let us stay at your place? My grandson hasn't eaten all morning and is starving." In the community staff dormitory, Wang Fong looked at the unreasonable request of the old lady, feeling anxious. On one hand, Wang Fong was shocked that Zhang Mingyu had a gun and dared to shoot someone in the community, wondering if Zhang Mingyu really had some mental issues. On the other hand, Wang Fong did not want to see her hard-earned authority be destroyed in an instant. After weighing the pros and cons, Wang Fong spoke in the group, "Xiaoyu Villa area, regardless of whether you have a mental illness, your actions will certainly be subject to legal consequences after the rain disaster. Huakai Fu Gui, the country is currently short on manpower and has no time to deal with your civil disputes. As for your housing issue, I have some keys to the homes of residents who are not living in the community, and I believe they would be very willing to temporarily offer their homes for you to stay in during the rain disaster. The time has come to September 8th, the second Sunday after the torrential rain. The terrifying downpour has ravaged humanity for a full 2 weeks. The only silver lining during this period is that those who have been caught in the rain no longer suffer from sudden death. Instead, they will enter a state of herd immunity after experiencing a fever for 7 days. In light of this situation, governments around the world have ceased their development of vaccines against the mysterious virus. The official government of the Dragon Country seized this opportunity to announce a significant piece of news to the public. According to investigations by experts and scholars, the recent global rainfall event on Blue Star is related to a type of cosmic energy that humanity has never encountered. After this energy arrived on Earth, it not only brought about torrential rains worldwide, but also triggered global tectonic shifts in an unknown manner, resulting in the emergence of new mountains, rivers, and lakes in certain regions of the world. Recommendations for local governments to systematically record the newly formed terrains near cities, draft maps, and report them to the central government. White City News. Thanks to the relentless efforts of the leadership in White City, the situation of exotic beasts attacking humans has greatly improved. The White City government is also paying close attention to the electricity issues faced by its citizens. In the early hours of today, the White City government dispatched teams to establish temporary power stations in various districts to ensure that the citizens have access to electricity. Due to the limited capacity of the power stations starting today, the electricity supply in White City will be from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. The era of herd immunity has arrived. The torrential rains and viruses are mere paper tigers. After reading several news articles released by official media, Zhang Mingyu shook his head helplessly. Although governments worldwide have recognized that this torrential rain disaster is extraordinary, They still optimistically believe that the rain will eventually cease and humanity, on Blue Star, will once again. Little do they know the arrival of the era of herd immunity benefits not only humans, but also the wild animals that have survived the torrential rains. These plants and animals no longer fearing the rains are about to undergo rapid evolution spurred by cosmic energy at an even faster pace than before. If humanity does not quickly join this evolution, they will gradually lose their former dominance on Blue Star. In the owners group of Sunshine Garden community, the vast majority still place their trust in the official news. They passionately discuss their words filled with hope for the future. Have you heard? Now those who get caught in the rain just get a fever and are fine. Wang Fong from the community chimed in at the right moment. Did you see? The higher-ups said that our community will restore water and electricity this afternoon, and the disaster of the torrential rains will soon come to an end. Those with ulterior motives who do not comply with regulations will definitely face legal consequences after the disaster ends. I will also remember those community friends who contributed during the rain. Community Wang Fong, you are right, we all support you. We currently have 7 people in our home, and we haven't eaten or slept well for several days. Community Wang Fong, after the disaster ends, you must help me request more rewards from above. By the way, there's a mutated big cat lurking downstairs. When will someone come to help deal with it? Also, I heard that a large lake seemingly appeared out of nowhere in the center of White City. From this side of the lake, the people on the other side look as small as a pinky finger. If any of you have come back from the city center, can you confirm if this is true? What kind of cosmic energy could cause such a lake to form without us even noticing? I don't know about the situation in the center of White City, but I have a relative living in the countryside who told me that a large mountain inexplicably appeared on the railway leading to White City. It was as if the railway was cut in half and extended into the mountain, and only after circumventing that mountain did they find the original railway in its proper position. How strange. Why does what you're saying sound so unbelievable? The discussions in the community owners group varied widely with people from all walks of life, and the topics quickly went off track. Seeing the discussions among the community members, Zhang Mingyu thought to himself, in his past life many unknown terrains also emerged on Blue Star. Some have estimated that the sudden appearance of mountains, rivers, and so on has at least increased the volume of Blue Star tenfold, yet the gravity and natural environment on Blue Star have not changed significantly. Some speculate that these suddenly appeared terrains are related to cosmic energy, while more rational individuals suggest that while cosmic energy can indeed promote the evolution of flora and fauna, it cannot possibly create mountains out of thin air. In fact, until Zhang Mingyu was reborn, no country could explain why there was global torrential rain. After the rain, why did cosmic energy and towering mountains appear on Blue Star? It is possible that Blue Star is merely an experimental base for high-dimensional life, or perhaps a trial set by ancient gods for humanity. In any case, Zhang Mingyu is determined to survive until the end during this global torrential rain in this life. He intends to root his interstellar base system on Blue Star, and if given the chance, strive for the starry sea. The key twisted in the lock, making a clattering sound. As soon as she entered the house, the exhausted Shun Jejia noticed something was off. All her neatly arranged women's shoes on the shoe rack had vanished, and on the floor at the entrance lay several stinky men's shoes scattered haphazardly. With a bad premonition, Shun Jejia cast her gaze deeper into the hallway. She could hear the sounds of several people laughing and playing cards in the living room to the right of the hallway. What are you doing in my house? Shun Jejia rushed into the living room and saw 3 little hooligans sitting amidst a sea of empty bottles and trash, playing cards in the dim light filtering through the window. They had white paper strips stuck to their foreheads, and a small amount of cash lay on the coffee table. Upon seeing this, Shun Jejia's blood pressure instantly skyrocketed, and she rushed over to shove the 3 of them, attempting to force them out of her home. Hey, what are you doing, you old hag? Did your mother take an aphrodisiac? Why are you so eager to throw yourself at us? Look, she's bleeding down there. It looks like she's oozing pus. Back off. Initially, when the 3 little hooligans saw Shun Jejia's decent figure and good looks, one of them even harbored lustful thoughts and attempted to touch her. However, when that person got closer and caught a whiff of the odor from Shun Jejia, who like them had not bathed for 2 weeks, and the strange smell from her previously injured lower body, he immediately felt nauseated. Hearing the 3 hooligans whom she usually wouldn't even glance at dare to speak about her this way, Shun Jejia instantly became furious. This is my home. You've messed it up, and you still dare to push me. Do you believe I'll call the police right now and have you locked up until you die in prison? Go ahead and call the police. Who is afraid of you? This place was assigned to us by the community leaders, and you barged in here uninvited, shoving us around. It would be generous of us not to report you for forcibly entering a private residence. In front of innocent people, the green tea girl was filled with confidence, but when faced with thugs, she was left speechless. At that moment, Shun Jejia, blocked at the door by 3 thugs, turned angrily and walked away. To her surprise, as soon as she stepped outside, Shun Jejia bumped into a middle-aged man from next door. Ouch! Shun Jejia stumbled from the collision and immediately wanted to lash out. However, thinking about how her home had been invaded, she quickly decided to feign weakness, falling to the ground and crying, "Woo, is there no law in this world? I haven't been home for just a few days and my house is taken over by outsiders." The family living next door was precisely the one that had caused trouble earlier. As soon as the family matriarch heard that the person who bumped into her husband outside was a vixen, she rushed out in a panic. But upon seeing Shun Jiejia's filthy and miserable appearance, she relaxed slightly, and said, I tell you young lady, our community is managed by Wang Feng now. If you have any issues you can ask Wang Feng. The matriarch cast a wary glance at the door of the neighbor's house. Just 2 days ago she had a confrontation with the thugs and knew they were not to be trifled with. Shun Jiejia, who had attracted the attention of the matriarch's family, took the opportunity to gather some information. I am a student at Baicheng University. I used to rent here, but never joined the owner's group. I didn't expect that after stepping out for a moment my home would be gone. Feigning sadness, Shun Jiejia asked the family of 5 if they recognized a landlord named Zhang Mingyu, while they temporarily took her in to rest. Shun Jiejia had just joined the owner's group, and was unaware of the previous conversations among the 5, not knowing their situation. Now feeling out of place, even though she thought Zhang Mingyu was nothing special, the thought of relying on him naturally emerged. To her surprise, the matriarch's temper flared as soon as Shun Jiejia mentioned Zhang Mingyu's name. We were just assigned to your community too. Previously the community leaders said they would assign us to that little bastard's house. He lives in a villa, has food and drinks, and should contribute some of it for our use. Who would have thought that this little bastard would show no sympathy, not only refusing us entry to rest, but also daring to shoot my husband. This ungrateful wretch, once the storm passes I will definitely have the judge sentence him to death. The matriarch of the family spat out insults at Zhang Mingyu. Even the half-grown brat was imitating her, shouting about killing Zhang Mingyu's whole family. By the way, the male head of the family suddenly looked at Shun Jiejia with suspicion. You and he are both students from Baicheng University. You don't have any connection, do you? Listening to the family's tirade against Zhang Mingyu and feeling the pressure from the man, Shun Jiejia dared not admit her connection to him. She quickly distanced herself from Zhang Mingyu, saying, You are all right. I heard he was not well liked in the neighboring class. I was just asking casually, ha. In the end, Shun Jiejia was thrown out of the door by the family of 5. Standing in the empty corridor, unable to return home, Shun Jiejia leaned against the wall thinking, Zhang Mingyu is actually the mysterious rich man mentioned in the news living in the Sunshine Villas. This thought crossed Shun Jiejia's mind for a moment before being quickly dismissed. Absolutely impossible. If Zhang Mingyu had had this villa long ago, why would he have lived in such a shabby old community? The villa he lives in now might have something to do with that handsome guy in black from the top floor of Lingyun building before. Shun Jiejia absolutely refused to admit she had misjudged him. Even now she was continuously hypnotizing herself. Zhang Mingyu's attitude towards me doesn't matter. As long as I can get into his villa, I might just meet that mysterious handsome guy in black. By then with my looks I would definitely qualify to live in the villa just like Zhang Mingyu. Shun Jiejia's thought process was still stuck in the time before the apocalypse. Completely forgetting that although she was not as pretty as Xie Lingwei, she could still be considered a somewhat presentable nightclub girl under the disguise of cosmetics. Now she was filthy, and even the beggars on the street shook their heads upon seeing her. How could she possibly attract the attention of a rich second generation from before the apocalypse? Zero Master, your classmate Shun Jiejia is approaching the base. Upon hearing Zero's prompt, Zhang Mingyu immediately pulled up the surveillance cameras set up outside the base and saw Shun Jiejia drenched making her way to the base. After experiencing 2 weeks of torrential rain, Shun Jiejia's clothes were ragged and dirty, her unkempt hair disheveled, and her lower body emitted a terrible stench. To be honest, although the rain wouldn't cause immediate death to those caught in it, the viruses in the rainwater could still lead to colds and fevers. Very few people would venture out in the heaviest downpour like Shun Jiejia did. Wearing a closed raincoat, Zhang Mingyu stood in the courtyard where not a single drop of rain fell, and opened the courtyard. Outside the courtyard, Shun Jiejia looked up at the automated awning shielding the small courtyard, and the towering 3-story villa in the center, swallowed hard, forced a smile, and said, Class monitor, could you help me greet the owner of the villa? I would like to meet him. If there was anyone Zhang Mingyu hated most in his past life, it would definitely be Xie Lingwei. Followed closely by Wang Zhihao, who colluded with Xie Lingwei to bring about his demise. As for the third, it was Shun Jiejia, the good friend who plotted against him for Xie Lingwei. In his previous life, Shun Jiejia had the audacity to drag her injuries and survive in the apocalypse for 7 months, even personally participating in driving Zhang Mingyu away. To this day, Zhang Mingyu still remembered the image of Shun Jiejia eating his stored supplies, while mocking him as a Recalling this, Zhang Mingyu looked at the pitiful Shun Jiejia, and felt a mischievous idea emerge in his mind. He said calmly, I am the owner of the villa. Now tell me, what do you want to see me about? Class monitor, please don't joke with me. There's no way you can afford a villa. I really have something important to discuss with the owner. Please help me out for the sake of our years of friendship. Shun Jiejia felt extreme disdain for Zhang Mingyu, not believing that this poor class monitor could afford such a... Now Shun Jiejia could only reluctantly bow her head to Zhang Mingyu out of her yearning for the villa. To her surprise, after hearing Shun Jiejia's words, Zhang Mingyu showed no intention of giving her any face. After sizing her up, he bluntly said, Who joked with you? This villa is mine. By the way, why did you come to the villa area? You aren't here to sell yourself, are you? Shun Jiejia was indeed enraged by his words, her expression contorting as she retorted, You broke loser, who are you calling a seller? Let me tell you the truth. The person I came to meet today is your friend from Lingyun building, who is the true owner of this villa. If you delay our important matter, don't expect any good outcomes. Surprisingly, Shun Jiejia was half right in her guess. This villa had indeed once belonged to Qin Shi. However, Che had given the villa to Zhang Mingyu, and even if Zhang Mingyu was merely a guest residing here, what gave Jie, this foul-smelling woman, the confidence to confront him? Did Jie really think that anyone would still like her in her current state? Not wanting to waste more time with Jie, Zhang Mingyu decided to let the storm continue to wreak havoc on this enemy from his past life, ensuring she suffered greatly before meeting a tragic end. Thus he waved his hand, calling over a synthetic maid, and commanded in front of Jie, throw her out. As you wish, master. The synthetic maid faithfully executed Zhang Mingyu's order. It was only when Jie was dragged out of the base's main entrance by the maid that she realized this luxurious steel fortress was indeed under Zhang Mingyu's control. In that moment, a wave of intense regret and disbelief surged in her heart. Recalling Zhang Mingyu's various incidents at school, Jie could not bring herself to believe that she had truly been wrong, as Zhang Mingyu was indeed the real owner of the villa. It wasn't until she was dragged another 2 or 3 meters by the synthetic maid just as she was about to be thrown out of the villa's range that Jie abandoned all her shame and struggled to plead with Zhang Mingyu. I was wrong. All the previous matters were my fault. I didn't recognize a great man when I saw one. I shouldn't have called you a broke loser. I shouldn't have insulted you for pursuing Xie Lingwei. Oh, I shouldn't have spoken ill of you behind your back. Please give me a chance to live in the villa. Seeing Zhang Mingyu remain unmoved, Jie instinctively began to twist her body, saying, if you let me in, I promise to help you pursue Xie Lingwei. Moreover, from now on I will be yours, or even if you don't treat me like a person, it doesn't matter. Zhang Mingyu watched Jie's provocative antics with some interest. Please don't misunderstand, as Zhang Mingyu was not interested in Jie's body. Rather, seeing her act so provocatively, he couldn't help but want to thoroughly wash away the humiliation he suffered in his past life by making her suffer. Pinching Jie's chin through the enclosed raincoat, looking at her ecstatic expression, Zhang Mingyu asked blandly, so are you really here to sell yourself? After a moment of daze, Jie quickly understood Zhang Mingyu's meaning and nodded vigorously like a garlic clove, saying, that's right, I'm here to sell myself to young Master Zhang. As long as you are willing, you can have me however you want. Seeing Zhang Mingyu relent, Jie had already planned how to manipulate him. Even in this situation, she still thought Zhang Mingyu is still that same devoted fool from before. Even if he goes from being broke to rich, it doesn't change his nature of being easily deceived by sweet words. Just wait until I move into the villa, I'll have you obey me like a dog. Jie's thoughts were blissfully optimistic. However, Zhang Mingyu had no intention of letting her live in the villa. He merely wanted to give his enemy a glimmer of hope before letting her watch that hope be crushed. Hey! Putting on a disdainful posture, Zhang Mingyu rubbed his hands wrapped in the enclosed raincoat in the rain, as if trying to wash away some filthy grime, muttering, I wouldn't even want a green tea bitch like you as a dog. Get lost, and try not to be an eyesore at my door in the future. After saying this, Zhang Mingyu ignored the stunned Jie in the pouring rain, and let the synthetic maid drag her. Just as she was about to disappear at the end of the road, he seemed to remember something, and suddenly called out to the synthetic maid. Looking at Jie, whose eyes sparked with hope, once more Zhang Mingyu ruthlessly mocked, you don't think I don't know about your collusion with Xie Lingwei to greenlight me, do you? In fact, even if you dropped all your face and dignity today, there's absolutely no way I would let you in. Boom. Zhang Mingyu's final words were like a thunderclap, making Jie fully understand. Jie went to great lengths to disguise herself, dropping her dignity and face, even uttering all sorts of lewd words, only to find out that all her efforts were in vain. This blow was undoubtedly enormous for Jie. At the same time, back in the base's bedroom, Zhang Mingyu looked at the figure still foolishly standing in the downpour outside, and finally revealed a satisfied smile. Jie returned home. The 3 small thugs, seeing her drenched and lost, didn't want to provoke her. After all, this place was nominally Jie's residence, and they couldn't just kick her out. Jie, after returning this time, didn't throw her usual temper, she just sat dazed in the corner. The 3 thugs looked at Jie in the corner, and whispered, Kai Gu, that woman seems to be in a bad mental state. We should avoid her, we don't want to take the blame if she dies at home. The muscular man called Kai Gu, after hearing the words of the blonde-haired youth, also felt it made sense. They were indeed thugs, but even the gangsters in Hong Kong movies wouldn't turn themselves in just to kill a lunatic. Thus the muscular man glanced at his 2 underlings, and then at Jie, helplessly saying, let her be. If she doesn't provoke us, we won't interfere with her. The 3 thugs were discussing their strategy. Unbeknownst to them, Jie, who had long been equated with a lunatic in their eyes, was at that moment pulling out her phone, writing a lengthy tirade on multiple apps, cursing Zhang Mingyu indiscriminately, placing all kinds of accusations on him, without any limits. Does anyone understand? Today I encountered a terrible man who... Jie's dream of living in a villa has shattered. Now 3 small ruffians have been arranged in her home, and when she sought to rely on the wealthy brother Fu, she discovered that the very brother Fu she yearned for was actually the poor class monitor she had once humiliated. After enduring a series of blows to both her body and mind, Jie has collapsed. At this moment, she no longer dreams of living in a villa and leading a happy life. Jie now seeks revenge, venting her hatred towards Zhang Mingyu online. Why do you pretend to be poor when you have money? As the class monitor, why didn't you allow me into your villa? How dare you look down on a little fairy? Today I will show you the power of online violence. After twisting the events of this afternoon, Shinjejia posted them online deliberately, ignoring her own behavior of seeking out Brother Fu. In Shinjejia's short essay, she mainly highlighted Zhang Mingyu's cold indifference as class monitor towards her classmates, fabricating a story where he took advantage of her during a chilling disaster, bullying her with his subordinates and subjecting her to insults, beatings, and a series of humiliating actions. In the end, Shinjejia pretended to add, "You must know that a little fairy would never sully her own purity." With this smooth series of attacks, she directly portrayed Zhang Mingyu as the unfeeling bully amidst the disaster, while Shinjejia was merely an innocent little white flower. Class 3 of Baiqing University. This small group chat erupted immediately after Shinjejia's message. Wow, is what's being said in here true? Zhang Mingyu actually lives in a villa. So that means the people who attended the class reunion before weren't lying. Zhang Mingyu and his friends booked the entire top floor of Lingyun building. Our class monitor is actually a hidden rich second generation in the class. Hey, why are you guys fixating on such weird points? Didn't you see that Jejia said she was almost assaulted by the class monitor? I never realized before that the class monitor was this kind of person. Even if he lives in a villa, what does it matter? Once a person's character is in question, no amount of wealth can redeem them. Besides the class group, there were also many followers of Shinjejia online. Although Shinjejia didn't look as good as the campus beauty Xiaoling Wei, her exquisite makeup skills, superb photo editing, and a few photos in black stockings still attracted many fans across various websites. Beautiful girls are never short of admirers in peaceful times. However, during this torrential disaster, everyone was trapped at home, with nowhere to go, lacking any entertainment. Moreover, the content fabricated by Shinjejia resonated deeply with the majority of ordinary people, telling a story of a poor girl being bullied by a wealthy young master. Given these factors, Shinjejia's short essay sparked a tremendous response among netizens. You wealthy people are so impressive. In peaceful times, bullying the weak was already bad enough. But how can you continue such despicable acts during a disaster when the whole nation is working hard to fight the floods? Sister Jejia, we support you in defending your rights. In my opinion, those who deliberately assault women and inflict harm should be judged by the law. It's strange though, didn't the government say a few days ago that the disaster would soon be over? I'm almost recovered from my illness, yet the rain just keeps falling. There's no news about schools and factories resuming work, and studies and hospitals are still overcrowded. In this situation, it's truly disgusting for men to think about bullying weaker women. Look at this short essay. It says he was very low-key in class, only showing his true colors during the disaster. In my opinion, this guy might be a corrupt official, and because his money is ill-gotten, he doesn't dare to reveal himself. Baiqing Police, I kindly request an official statement. Baiqing Evening News. Yes, during this flood disaster, does the law truly not apply? In an instant, public outrage engulfed the internet. Meanwhile, Shinjejia in her rented apartment wore a smug smile while holding her phone. Haha, Zhang Mingyu, let me show you what it feels like to be humiliated, letting you hide your villa from me. Now, I will make your reputation tarnished, and you will never be able to hold your head high in front of your classmates again. Baiqing Police citizens can rest assured the flood disaster is not a haven for criminals. We will do our utmost to investigate the situation regarding the 2 students from Baiqing University. If there is indeed an incident of malicious harm, we will apprehend the suspects mentioned in the article. Baiqing Daily. How should women's safety be ensured during the flood disaster? Finally, the official media of the 2 major media outlets expressed their stance, prompting excitement among many in Baiqing to comment. Baiqing Police, several robbery cases have occurred downstairs in my building. Can you come and take care of it? Baiqing Police, why can't I get through to the emergency call? Is the police force in Baiqing sufficient? Baiqing Hospital, can you provide a hospital bed? I've been running a fever for 7 days, and am still not getting better. Is it true that the lethality of the mysterious virus in the flood has decreased? Baiqing Daily, the center of Baiqing is submerged to the 2nd floor. Aren't you going to report on it? A series of questions left several official media outlets hesitant to step forward. On the surface, the authorities still hold the initiative. However, in reality, due to the ongoing torrential rains, numerous mutated creatures appearing on land, and the emergence of mysterious mountains and lakes, the officials themselves have been overwhelmed. Ordinary civil disputes that do not involve homicide are simply beyond the police's capacity to manage. Even cases involving homicide are hard to resolve in a situation where people die daily due to the flood. In her rented apartment, Shinjejia, saying that even the official media had come to support her, was already in a frenzy and felt proud of her successful slander rather than afraid of the escalating situation. Looking at the supportive comments on her phone, Shinjejia seemed to see the man who had humiliated her once again beneath her foot. In Shinjejia's fantasies, Zhang Mingyu reverted to the poor class monitor of the pre-disaster era, while she once again became the noble little fairy of the past. Lost in her daydream, Shinjejia remained oblivious to the fact that while she was dreaming, the online discourse had undergone a dramatic shift due to a video released by Zhang Mingyu and several new articles. Zhang Mingyu surveillance footage, the complete picture of the Shinjejia incident. Zhang Mingyu, Baiqing Police, there's no need for the police to waste precious resources on me. I have installed several high-definition cameras at my door that captured the entire incident. This afternoon, I merely mocked that tea-sipping girl trying to cling to a wealthy man, but I never expected her to concoct such an elaborate story. What a pity, had it not been for the flood disaster, perhaps student Shen would have had a chance to become a decent writer. The surveillance video detailed the entire incident involving Shen Jejia. Moreover, Zhang Mingyu leveraged the power of the Zero artificial intelligence to hack into the surveillance system of the Yangwang community, retrieving footage from half a month ago when Shen Jejia had encountered him with an air of arrogance. The contrast between the two moments quickly unveiled Shen Jejia's disdain for the poor and her love for the rich. To the netizens, I must have been blind to speak up for such a green tea bitch. You thought you could insult her when she had nothing, but now that you know she's wealthy you come crawling back claiming you want to be her woman. When she turns you down you slander her as a strong woman who forced herself upon you. Is this what you call a pure fairy, not using her innocence to defame others? From my perspective, your so-called purity as a gold digger has surely been tarnished by rich second-generation men long ago. You just fabricate and slander others, even alerting the police. How shameless can you be? This is clearly not a rich second-generation man forcibly taking a common girl. It's a low-profile wealthy man exposing a gold digger. As the surveillance footage surfaced online, the public opinion shifted dramatically. Just recently, netizens had been overwhelmingly supportive of Shen Jejia, but now they all stood with Zhang Mingyu. Subsequently, some testimonies from Zhang Mingyu's classmates posted online further silenced the previously brainless supporters of Shen Jejia. If you look closely at the surveillance footage, Shen Jejia is no longer the goddess she once was. I can testify that Shen Jejia's current appearance is not even suitable for a pig. Based on the footage, it is absolutely impossible for the class monitor to have molested Shen Jejia. I just want to ask the little fairy who used to claim all men are no good, why aren't you fighting against the tide now? Exactly. The class monitor is not a lowly man, he is our idol. Class monitor, look at me. I've been taking care of myself lately, and I'm definitely more attractive than Shen Jejia. Handsome guy, as long as you can feed me you can do whatever you want. The direction of the discussion quickly took a turn. After Zhang Mingyu's identity as a wealthy man was revealed, many pure young girls, sultry women, and voluptuous housewives from Baicheng began to seek ways to add Zhang Mingyu on social media. Zhang Mingyu's private messages were bombarded with messages from beautiful women. At that moment, in the Hubin Jingyuan community at the home of the wealthy second-generation Wang Zihao, Wang Zihao was lounging on a clean white bed with Xie Lingwei, who was scantily clad. After seeing the latest news online, Wang Zihao squinted his eyes, and said, Lingwei, your ex-boyfriend has quite the influence. Xie Lingwei, sharp-witted, instantly understood that Wang Zihao was feeling jealous. This wealthy young master loved nothing more than to take women away from the poor. This was also the reason why Wang Zihao had previously made Xie Lingwei maintain a superficial relationship, only to reveal it cruelly in the end. However, the once pitiful class monitor who had been toyed with by Wang Zihao had recently gained notoriety at Lingyun Building and online, which left Wang Zihao, who fancied himself in control of everything, feeling quite displeased. Wang Xiao, you overstated. My relationship with the class monitor was merely a performance for you. Sticking her delicate curves against Wang Zihao, Xie Lingwei, resembling a white lotus, pitifully said, do you really think I have feelings for the class monitor? Ha ha ha, you really know how to talk, Lingwei. Wang Zihao, who loved snatching other people's girlfriends, found immense satisfaction in Xie Lingwei's presence. He boldly caressed the round hips of the woman beside him, saying, Zhang Mingyu, it's just a villa in the Yangwang community. I doubt you can stir up much trouble. Wang Zihao felt confident and re-established his psychological advantage. At the same time, in the Yangwang community, at Shen Jejia's home, watching the fickle netizens on her phone, Shen Jejia was in. The comments accusing her of being a gold digger made her wish she could swallow Zhang Mingyu alive. Why? Why are even the netizens helping you? Clearly it was all your fault. It was you who didn't tell me you were rich, leading me to humiliate you and trample you underfoot. With bloodshot eyes, Shen Jejia looked like a wolf ready to devour. Even the three small thugs living under the same roof instinctively distanced themselves from her. In this situation, Shen Jejia noticed the three small thugs she had previously not even glanced at. These individuals, now at the bottom of society, had become her ideal tools for revenge. Revealing a set of yellowed teeth due to neglect, Shen Jejia's face contorted into a sinister smile. Are you all hungry? The heavy rain has persisted for over half a month, and although officials claim it will end soon, the hospitals remain overcrowded and supplies are still not reaching Baicheng. Citizens trapped in Baicheng had gone out a few times to gather supplies. Now most had reached a dead end. The three small thugs who had to relocate after their previous residence was flooded had nothing left in this new community. Thus, when the three small thugs learned that Zhang Mingyu's home had a large stock of food, they immediately struck a deal with Shen Jejia. Damn it, the news keeps saying this heavy rain will end, yet it just won't let up. If this continues, before we end up in jail, we might starve to death at home. It's better to take advantage of our strength while we still have it, and go rob that guy who lives in a villa. Even if we get caught after the rain, we shouldn't be imprisoned just for stealing a bit of food and drink. The leader of the trio, a man with tattooed arms, put on a raincoat, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. I warn you this time, we will only steal supplies, no gold or treasures allowed. I just got out of prison and don't want to go back just for something to eat. Brother Kai, you can count on us to keep ourselves in check. The yellow-haired younger brother was the first to express his agreement. Immediately after the lean Shanji followed suit stating he would absolutely obey the leader's orders. Thus the trio of thugs guided by Shun Jejia, as their navigator ventured into the rain, which contained mysterious viruses making their way towards Zhang Mingyu's home. Little did they know with the entire city under surveillance and basic artificial intelligence Zhang Mingyu had already captured their every move from the very beginning. In the junior base in the bedroom Zhang Mingyu leaned against the sofa next to the top floor's bay window combining the surveillance footage on the dark blue system screen in front of him with the rain-soaked street scene outside comprehensively grasping the movements of the trio of thugs. He saw 4 figures all wrapped in raincoats struggling up the slope along the waterlogged asphalt road. Finally, the towering metallic walls of the junior base and the heavy alloy gate came into view for the 4 of them. At the same time, they captured the cold warning emitted by the intercom through the metallic gate warning the area ahead is private property. If you choose to proceed, we will take necessary self-defense measures. What the hell can this door actually talk? The lead thug Shanji shuddered at the icy voice of the intercom, instinctively retracting his hand that was about to knock on the door, hesitantly sizing up the sturdy gate that was as impenetrable as a bank vault, afraid to make a rash move. What a coward, it's just a speaker, why are you so startled? The self-proclaimed worldly wise Huang Mao fumbled around the gate for a while and actually found a visible camera installed at the entrance. He grinned and leaned closer to the camera saying, "Dear young master, I am Huang Mao. Could you please open the door and let us in for a few words?" "That's enough, Huang Mao." Kaigo interrupted Huang Mao's scheme impatiently upon seeing his poor acting skills. "The owner of this villa who can decorate it like a tin can is definitely a tough character and won't let us in just because of your few words." Huang Mao turned to look at Shun Jejia with dissatisfaction and said, "This woman didn't tell us the villa's defenses were so formidable. A 4-meter-high wall entirely made of alloy and topped with high-voltage barbed wire. How the hell are we supposed to rob it?" I didn't see clearly at the time." Shun Jejia quickly defended herself. However, Shanji and Huang Mao clearly did not believe her nonsense. Kai Guess' expression darkened as he swept his gaze over the villa's outer walls. "Let's circle the villa a couple of times first. I refuse to believe that this villa can be fortified 360 degrees as solidly as the gate." After circling the villa aside from the eastern wall, which was hard to inspect due to its proximity to the wild mountain, the 3 thugs thoroughly examined every corner of the villa's exterior. Upon discovering that the villa's walls indeed seemed impenetrable and smooth, Kaigo was still unwilling to give up and picked up a hammer, striking the alloy walls several times. However, although Zhang Mingyu's junior base had not yet installed any automated defense weapons, its sturdy walls were not something just any thug could damage. After the high-strength alloy leading in technology was struck a few times, there was no sign of damage, not even a dent left. Kai Guess' efforts only managed to scrape off a little dust from the surface of the alloy wall, leaving no substantial. "Damn it, how afraid of death is your classmate? Building a wall like this, even a tank from World War II wouldn't be able to knock. Damn it." Kaigo cursed as he retracted his exhausted arm, throwing the hammer towards the high wall of the villa, as if it were a sandbag. Unexpectedly, the hammer flew too low. When it rebounded, it nearly hit Kai Guess' big toe. Clang. Shanji and Huang Mao, the 2 clowns, went to check on their leader's condition, while the other picked up the hammer from the ground and pretended to strike the alloy wall of Zhang Mingyu's house again. "Boss, are you okay? Boss, let me avenge you by smashing this wall." The trio of thugs was in chaos. At this moment, 5 bionic robots under Zhang Mingyu's instructions arrived outside the base. Each of the 5 bionic robots was dressed as maids and had appearances comparable to popular movie stars. The trio of thugs, upon seeing the bionic robots, immediately forgot about the wall and rushed towards the 5 bionic robots. Kaigo even signaled his subordinates to block the way back to the villa while he lewdly extended his hand towards one of the maids. "Are you ladies from the villa? I wonder if I, Kaigo, have the privilege to dine with you." Confirming the identity of the intruder, orders have been amended. Expulsion. The 5 bionic maids did not pay any attention to the thugs' words. Upon receiving Zhang Mingyu's latest expulsion order, the lead bionic maid immediately raised her leg and kicked towards Kai Guess' groin. At the same time, the remaining 4 bionic maids also attacked Huang Mao and Shanji. The bionic beings with alloy skeletons possessed combat abilities far superior to ordinary humans regardless of gender. The bionic maids' long legs carved beautiful arcs in the rain, and their steel-clad fists pummeled the trio of thugs into a daze. Every move and strike was perilous. Although lacking the absolute combat power of the Xiangu robots, they were more than enough to handle these ordinary thugs. "Ouch, damn it, these little ladies fight so fiercely. Boss, let's retreat." Shanji and Huang Mao were being beaten and howled in pain. Kaigo clutching his groin where the lead bionic maid had kicked him wore an expression akin to constipation. "Damn it, they have muscle fine today. Kaigo admit defeat." Huang Mao, Shanji, let's retreat. Whoa, Kaigo. Kaigo, wait for me. Shun Jejia, one of the instigators behind the thugs' attempt to rob Zhang Mingyu, received special attention from the bionic maids. At this moment, seeing the thugs fleeing, Shun Jejia hurriedly followed them, wanting to escape together. Thus all those who sought to rob Zhang Mingyu's home fled into the rain. Meanwhile, by the bay window on the top floor of the villa, Zhang Mingyu, feeling dry and refreshed, lifted his coffee cup and watched the scene before him, revealing a blissful smile. "Ha ha, With the interstellar base system in this life, I can finally ensure that no one can steal my supplies, and that no one can breach my door. Zhang Mingyu's happiness was quite simple. He lay leisurely on the sofa, half closing his eyes. His legs were covered with a blanket, comfortably resting on the soft cushions. At the same time, the trio of thugs and Shun Jiejia, who returned to their rental apartment, were in a sorry state. They collapsed on the floor of the rental apartment, drenched in rain, gasping for breath like dead dogs, while the petty Shan Ji angrily grabbed Shin Jiejia's hair and gave her a beating. Damn you, how dare you scheme against us? You said your classmate was alone when he had so many bodyguards. Damn it. Damn your mother. Each time Shan Ji cursed, he would slap Shun Jiejia harshly. She kept apologizing, her face swollen like a pig. At this moment, Kai Gu, recovering a bit of energy, glanced at his two equally disheveled subordinates, covering his lower body, and gritted his teeth. This matter cannot be left as is. You two give this woman a good lesson. I'm going to make a call in the room. The sky outside gradually darkened, yet the howling wind and torrential rain showed no signs of abating. In the dimness of the night, vague shadows could be seen flitting about, as if something was stealthily moving within the shadows devoid of light. After enduring the baptism of cosmic energy and toxic rain, the lower tiers of the food chain seemed to have developed the courage to challenge humanity, their eyes gleaming with hunger as they gazed at the world beyond the shadows. Restless and uneasy. Meanwhile, the Sunshine Community Owners Group was particularly lively tonight. Many community owners were awake late at night, vigilantly gathering information in the group. Wang Convenience's boss, by Security Officer Liu, it seems there is indeed something in our community. Mr. Dong from Building 6, Room 812, Community Wang Fong, can't you access the community surveillance? What exactly is happening in the area? Could there be mutated beasts mingling in our community? Community Wang Fong, it seems the backup line for the surveillance has been chewed through by something. Hardware store Community Wang Fong, damn it, I remember Security Officer Liu mentioned last month that there was something in the community. You said he was spreading rumors back then, now what are you going to do? Mom Mingming from Building 5, Room 310 is screenshot. Mom Mingming from Building 5, Room 310. I can testify Community Wang Fong indeed said so at that time. Zhangli, I've heard that those mutated creatures are not easy to deal with, even armed police can't handle them. Security Officer Liu, lock all doors and windows, and do not turn on the lights in your homes. Quick. Huakai Fuguea. I asked what on earth are the security guards doing? The monsters are already downstairs in my building, and there are so many of them. So many giant rats. You all need to hurry and save us help. Brother Kai Huakai Fuguea, you old hag, stop yelling. The rats downstairs have spotted us, damn it. If you keep shouting, do you believe I will rush into your house and slaughter your entire family? What the hell have these rats been drinking? Nuclear waste. They all look as big as calves. Help. Many more people in the Sunshine Community Owners Group were crying out for help. Some even shared videos in the group, allowing more owners who hadn't yet seen the monstrous forms to witness the terrifying creatures that had invaded the neighboring buildings. At the primary base in the bedroom, Zhang Mingyu sat on the sofa by the bay window, having also seen the videos shared. Simultaneously, he utilized the city's surveillance system in a unique manner, obtaining footage from the community's cameras without relying on the severed lines. From the surveillance perspective, the community had already turned into a paradise for rats in the dead of night. Large gray rats resembling dogs roamed the area with blood-red eyes. They seemed unaccustomed to the human world of concrete and steel, darting across the flooded asphalt road a few times, and then circling the fitness area of the small garden 2 or 3 times, finally realizing that the humans of Sunshine Community were holed up in the tall residential buildings, struggling for survival. At that moment, the first rat daring to challenge the apex of the food chain appeared. It ignored the parked cars and charged headlong toward a unit door blocked by stones. The stone, originally placed by the residents for convenience, had turned into a death knell for the humans in this building. The large rat that entered the building rushed towards the first-floor residents, sniffing the scent of living humans. Bang! The enormous rat slammed against the security door, causing the entire door to tremble precariously. Inside the apartment, a middle-aged couple leaned against the door, attempting to prevent the rat from breaking in. But how could their strength match that of a mutated rat? This mutated rat was unlike the mutated leeches in the sewers. Having been exposed to cosmic energy for an extended period, it had completely evolved into a level 1 mutated creature. As a true mutated creature, this rat could easily break through the flimsy security door with its massive size and sharp claws. Bang! Boom! On the third impact, the security door was predictably knocked down by the mutated rat. Bloodshed soon unfolded in the surveillance footage. The couple had no time to resist before they were met with a tragic fate after the mutated rat burst through their door. Instantly, the Sunshine Community Owners Group was filled with the wails of the community owners who will come and save us. There are so many giant rats downstairs. Didn't the government say the storm disaster was over? What are these giant rats all about? Whoa, this is the apocalypse. The torrential rain came followed by a global biological evolution. This is exactly what those cultists spreading doomsday rhetoric online said. Oh, we are doomed. Dingling. Zhang Mingyu's phone vibrated continuously, but he had no mind to continue watching. In the surveillance video, the swarm of rats was capturing prey throughout the community. Zhang Mingyu's expression was more serious than ever. His gaze lowered. He quickly thought of a strategy. In my past life, a rat tide also erupted in my city, but at that time I had returned to the old community I had rented, and my community being closer to the Bai City police station was not severely affected. I never expected that in a place far from official forces the rat tide would be so terrifying. Zero warning, a large number of level 1 mutated beasts are approaching the base. Zero alert, the engineering robots and bionic robots outside the wall have all returned to the base, and 20 Xiangu armed robots have climbed the wall. Please provide further instructions immediately. Order the Xiangu armed robots to eliminate any rats attempting to attack the base. 50 bionic robots and 30 engineering robots are all participating in the defense of the wall. We absolutely cannot allow those filthy rats outside to break into the base. Zhang Mingyu had spent all the system energy he had accumulated over the past half-month on duplicating supplies. Now he lacked nothing except for crystal nuclei. If this rat tide can be halted, the meager crystal nuclei in his possession could multiply several hundred times. If he were lucky, there might even be a chance to directly upgrade to a middle-level base. After the torrential apocalypse arrived, the interstellar base system unlocked 2 functions. I have been using the city surveillance feature, but the system mall, which requires crystal nuclei to purchase goods, I have not paid much attention to. If the crystal nuclei earned this time are sufficient, even if I cannot upgrade to a middle-level base, at least I can indulge in shopping at the system mall. Thinking rapidly, Zhang Mingyu donned a sealed raincoat and ascended the city wall. Though the virus in the torrential rain no longer caused death, who would want to fall ill if they could avoid it? Pitter-patter. The pea-sized raindrops fell to the ground like hail. In the distance, amidst the dark night, pairs of blood-red eyes finally appeared, coming together. From afar, silhouettes of rats stirred beneath the shroud of night. Robust mutated rats pressed on through the torrential downpour, jostling along the asphalt in disciplined ranks like a commanded army or a rolling gray river. Move out, Xiangu robots. The terse mechanical reply came. Command received. Xiangu engage. 20 dark-hued units rocketed skyward, their thrusters burning with pale blue flames. At first glance, it looked like 20 fireworks launching from the iron fortress walls into the heavens. From a distance, one could see each Xiangu unit simultaneously drawing a TX-09 high-energy laser rifle. They rose in perfect sync, shouldering their weapons and aiming at the rat tide below. Wisps of pale violet energy coalesced at the muzzles, and when the charge hit its apex, 20 streaks of purple light tore toward their marks. With a humming detonation, the 20 violet beams wove an immense web of energy across the night. The rats struck by the beams fell silent, their cries cut short as life slipped away. Through the surveillance feeds, it was clear that the mutated rats hit by the high-energy beams bore bullseye perforations across their bodies, the wounds blackened and seared. Clearly, the standard high-tech armaments of the Xiangu units were utterly crushing to first-tier mutated beasts. Ha ha ha. No wonder the system rewarded me with armed robots. The Xiangu's combat power was a dimensional blow to these little rats. After this volley, I could immediately claim 20 Jingha as spoils. Those mutated rats that once swaggered before ordinary people now lay dead on the asphalt outside Zhang. At that moment, Zhang Mingyu's heart swelled with excitement, and his actions grew steadier. Keep firing, maintain the pull. See if we can lure them away from the base. System alert, the interstellar base's energy core contains abundant cosmic energy, and therefore exerts a fatal attraction on mutants that absorb cosmic energy. No sooner had Zhang Mingyu given the order than Unit Zero's cold mechanical voice echoed. He watched the battlefield, and saw that the rat horde paid no heed to the Xiangu unit's baiting. The big rats poured forward with grim resolve, their course fixed toward Zhang Mingyu's gate. Engineering robots, bionic robots, prepare to defend. Seeing that the rodent's trajectory would not be altered, Zhang Mingyu had no choice but to retreat to the roof of the base. He left the bionic and engineering robots in the courtyard below, ready at any moment to strike the mutated rats that neared the base walls. The Xiangu armed robots were formidable. 20 Xiangu units should not find it difficult to hold back 100 mutated rats. Yet several hundred first-tier mutated rats had already swarmed close to the base. Even if the Xiangu could kill one rat per shot, their lasers needed to recharge, and the sheer numbers were overwhelming. Soon the first wave, trampling the bodies of their kin, surged to the gate. The 2-meter-high alloy wall and the high-voltage grid atop it immediately stopped them. The alloy wall did not budge as high-voltage currents roared across the mesh. In the blink of an eye, the fastest dozens were scorched into charred husks. Taking advantage of the pause enforced by the wall, the Xiangu units fired another volley, and 20 more mutated rats. Then some of the smarter mutants realized a frontal assault could not breach the high wall. They began to dig downward, attempting to bypass the villa's impregnable exterior from below. You creatures, did you think I had not considered an underground assault? Zhang Mingyu sneered. Over the half-month of the storm apocalypse, he had redeployed a number of engineering robots and fortified the villa's subterranean sections with alloy barriers. The rudimentary base had become an iron tortoise. Zhang Mingyu might lack the means to rout the enemy quickly, but at least his fortress would not be easily breached. Under Zhang Mingyu's remote command, 50 bionic robots climbed the metal ramparts and, using the terrain to their advantage, repelled the mutated rats trying to leap the wall atop their comrades' corpses. The alloy wall was impeccably smooth, offering no foothold. The mutants labored for hours yet failed to break through the bionic robot's cordon. With chainsaws whirring, 3 Turtle engineering robots joined the fight, rendering the wall even more impenetrable. Just when Zhang Mingyu thought the battle would end in the swarm's defeat, the Tide-like horde abruptly shifted tactics, using the dead as cover to dodge the overhead fire of the Xiangu units. Huh, how can a first-tier mutant be so clever? Zhang Mingyu sensed that something was amiss. Once the herd consciously began evading attacks, the Xiangu unit's kill rate dropped noticeably. Previously, almost every volley had slain 20 mutated rats. Now each burst managed only 14 to 16 kills. His eyes roved across the mass. Zhang Mingyu soon spotted among the swarm a rat king noticeably larger than the others, and with fur that shimmered with a faint metallic sheen. A second-tier mutant. No, wait. The rat king was still only first-tier, yet it seemed to evolve far faster than ordinary mutants. If it had not crossed paths with me in 2 or 3 weeks, it would surely become second-tier. In memory of his past life, Zhang Mingyu could not recall any mention of such a rat king in Baiqing. Then again, in his former life, he had been only an ordinary survivor among Baiqing's many souls. Perhaps the Baiqing authorities in that life had concealed news of this rat king from most desperate survivors like him. Since we've encountered this rat king, well, simply kill it. A grim light flashed in Zhang Mingyu's eyes. If the rat king lived, the swarm would become extraordinarily troublesome for him. Moreover, the storm apocalypse had only lasted half a month, and yet this rat king was already on the verge of a second-tier mutation. If allowed to mature, it would pose a severe threat to Zhang Mingyu's base. Xiangu, find a way to help me recover some Jingha. Zhang Mingyu lowered his gaze to the system holoscreen and opened the section named the system shop. A grid of goods 4 rows by 3 columns materialized before him. Current balance 1 Jingha. Current system energy 100 energy. The top left of the product panel showed the balance. The top right displayed the system energy. The currency for the shop was Jingha. Because the Xiangu robots had not yet extracted Jingha from the bodies of slain mutants, Zhang Mingyu still had only the single Jingha he had obtained earlier from a mutated leech. High-energy laser TX-09, price 20 Jingha. Magnetic kinetic firearm MU-01, price 20 Jingha. Microcore fission grenade, I price 50 Jingha. Bioinduction grenade, I price 50 Jingha. Xiangu armed robot, basic price 100 Jingha. Fully automated engineering robot, basic price 50 Jingha. Domestic bionic robot, basic price 10 Jingha. On the towering metallic walls, level 1 mutated rats gradually broke through the blockade. Under the command of the mutated rat king, the ordinary level 1 mutated rats fought like an army guided by a strategist, cleverly dodging the purple high-energy beams and fearlessly charging up the walls atop their fallen comrades. On the walls, the bionic robots were forced to engage in direct combat with the level 1 mutated rats. The battle was brutal, with blood spattering everywhere. In his previous life, Zhang Mingyu had also experienced fighting against mutated creatures. He was well aware that an ordinary human would struggle against a level 1 mutated creature. Even 4 or 5 strong men might not be able to subdue one. However, bionic robots with their steel frames had combat capabilities several times that of ordinary humans. Often 2 bionic robots working together could subdue a level 1 mutated rat charging the walls. At this moment, 50 bionic robots relied on the 2-meter high and nearly 1-meter thick alloy walls, along with the cooperation of crab-like engineering robots, to hold onto the primary base, covering over 1,000 square meters. However, the fearless swarm of rats left Zhang Mingyu feeling quite uneasy. The leading rat king was incredibly cunning, knowing how to hide among the ordinary mutated rats to avoid concentrated fire from the bionic robots. If they couldn't quickly eliminate that sly rat king, allowing the massive wave of mutated rats to continuously assault the alloy walls, the primary base, lacking automated defensive weapons, could indeed be breached by these mutated rats. Even if Zhang Mingyu could escape with the flying capability of the bionic robots, he absolutely could not accept the destruction of the hard-built primary base by a pack of mutated rats. Ordinary high-tech firearms would not change the current situation. Zhang Mingyu glanced quickly through the first few pages of the product list before turning his attention to the more expensive section. Each level 1 bionic robot, costing 100 crystal cores, is quite a bargain, but with the mutated rat king hiding and dodging, having 1 or 2 more robots wouldn't be of much use. At that moment, 2 bionic robots returned to the villa carrying a large number of crimson crystal cores. In Zhang Mingyu's ears, the system's notification sounded: ding, congratulations host for receiving 153 crystal cores, current balance 154 cores. Warning: the high voltage electric fence has been damaged by 87. Please repair it promptly. In just over 10 minutes, 20 bionic robots working with engineering robots and other bionic robots leveraged the advantageous terrain of the primary base to eliminate 153 level 1 mutated creatures. This achievement, even during the 7th month of the apocalypse in his past life, was extraordinarily impressive. Aside from the official shelters, ordinary survivor outposts faced dire straits when encountering dozens of level 1 mutated beasts. If they had to confront the hundreds of level 1 mutated rats led by the Rat King, the leader of the survivor outpost would likely flee in panic. Without risking it, there are still over 200 level 1 mutated rats outside. I might as well go for a big strike and blow them all up. Let's see where the mutated Rat King can hide. Zhang Mingyu resolutely set his sights on an expensive, disposable item, portable biological gene, grenade 150 crystal cores. Description: input the enemy's genetic sequence, then throw this grenade at your enemy. The effective kill range of the portable biological gene grenade is a diameter of 300 meters, and this grenade will only harm your enemies, instantly destroying their biological tissues at the genetic level for lethal effect. This consumable item costs more than a single bionic robot, but its effect is definitely worth the price. After spending the 150 crystal cores that had barely warmed up, a dark green mechanical grenade suddenly appeared in Zhang Mingyu's personal space. Input the genetic sequence of the mutated rats. Zhang Mingyu examined the mechanical grenade with several peculiar nozzles before handing it to the bionic robot. Wait for the right moment, throw this grenade into the most densely packed area of rats. The order has been given. The bionic robot's mechanical eyes flashed with blue light. Immediately, 2 bionic robots flew back to the battlefield. Under the remote command of No. 0, the 20 bionic robots skillfully weaved through the swarm of rats, unleashing another round of fire on the mutated rats below, then taking advantage of the Rat King gathering the mutated rats around itself to shield from gunfire. 1 bionic robot charged with the dark green mechanical grenade into the most concentrated area of mutated rats. Z. Boom. A dark green electric net visibly exploded in the center of the rat swarm. Within a 300-meter radius, any mutated rat that touched the dark green electric net fell over, as if struck by a heavy blow, collapsing neatly into the downpour. Now's the time. Take him down. The mutated rats protecting the Rat King all perished under the gene grenade. Meanwhile, the scattered mutated rats outside the explosion radius couldn't return in time to rescue the Rat King. In that moment, under Zhang Mingyu's command, 10 bionic robots charged towards the drunkenly staggering Rat King in the center of the swarm. The remaining 10 bionic robots launched a volley from above. Virum. Boom. 10 purple beams struck the body of the Rat King. Unexpectedly, the high-energy beams that could easily annihilate ordinary mutated rats left only charred marks on the Rat King's surface, blocked by a faint red energy membrane. After being hit by the energy beams, the Rat King seemed to momentarily awaken from the explosion of the gene grenade, screaming as it attempted to burrow into the ground to escape. Had it not been for Zhang Mingyu's foresight in having 10 bionic robots engage in close combat beforehand, it truly might have allowed the mutated Rat King to escape death. Poochie. Poochie. The high-frequency vibration blades of the 10 bionic robots pierced through the faint red membrane, embedding themselves into the flesh of the Rat King. This mutated Rat King, which was on the verge of evolving to level 2, ultimately fell at the hands of Zhang Mingyu. After letting the bionic robots clean up the remaining level 1 mutated rats around the base, Zhang Mingyu sighed with relief after confirming the Rat King was dead and collecting all the crystal cores from the battlefield. This time, thanks to the gene grenade from the system store, most of the level 1 mutated rats were annihilated, and the Rat King was severely injured. In an unknown situation, bionic robots could easily kill level 1 mutated creatures. However, level 2 mutated creatures could utilize the cosmic energy within them to perform various tasks. The mutated creature like the Rat King barely crossing into the second level posed more of a challenge for the bionic robots. As for truly level 2 mutated creatures, the bionic robots would likely still handle them well individually, but they definitely wouldn't achieve the same crushing effect as with level 1 mutated creatures. Clarifying his current combat power, Zhang Mingyu's desire to upgrade the base grew stronger. Only by continuously upgrading the base could he have the chance to acquire more powerful weapons to protect his safety. If the rat tide had invaded when his base was at the intermediate level, he wouldn't even need to send the bionic robots out to fight. The automated defensive weapons of the intermediate base alone could wipe out the entire rat swarm. Crystal cores. He must find a way to obtain more crystal cores. After this battle, Zhang Mingyu's balance of crystal cores reached 287. The Rat King's crystal core was filled with energy, which Zhang Mingyu temporarily stored safely in his personal space. Next, he needed to work hard to gather more crystal cores to quickly reach the requirement of 1,000 cores for an upgrade. A night without words. Zhang Mingyu, after a night of fierce battles, slept soundly. It wasn't until the midday sun broke through the clouds bringing light to the earth that he groggily emerged from his bed. Ding-ling-a-ling. Ding-ling-a-ling. As he fumbled to unlock his phone, he was shocked to see that the unread messages in the Sunshine Garden community owner group had exceeded 99. It seemed that everyone in the community except Zhang Mingyu had been awake yesterday. Whoa, someone died in our community. I saw Old Lee from next door with my own eyes yesterday. Out of curiosity, he took a glance outside the front door and attracted the attention of 2 giant rats. He didn't manage to close the door in time and was mauled to death in the hallway by the giant rats. The emergency hotline is unreachable and the disaster relief line has been busy. Most importantly, it's already the next morning and there is still no one to deal with these giant rats. Community Wang Fong, where are the leaders you mentioned? The ground is littered with corpses and there's not even a shadow of an ambulance. Everyone, do we still have hope for rescue? The outside must be in chaos by now. Community Wang Fong had afraid. The owners of Sunshine Garden Community were both furious and anxious. After a bloody night yesterday, the vast majority had realized that the order touted by the authorities had probably disappeared, and the brutality of the deluge had only just begun to unfold. Melodious music filled Zhang Mingyu's bedroom. He put on the casual clothes delivered by the bionic robot, and took the elevator to the second-floor dining area. Seated before a sumptuous feast prepared in advance, Zhang Mingyu skimmed through the messages in the owner group, while signaling Zero to turn on the LCD TV hanging on the wall. Baicheng Daily. Last night, a large number of mutated rats appeared in Baicheng. These mutated rats are over half a meter tall, ferocious in nature, and exhibit extreme aggression towards humans. Currently, the garrison in Baicheng has set out to exterminate these mutated rats. Citizens are advised to stay indoors and keep their doors and windows shut until the government issues further notice. National Observer. The number of mutated creatures is increasing across the country, with numerous new incidents of mutated creatures harming people. Baicheng Police. The Baicheng government is doing everything possible to ensure the safety of the people's lives and property. Please do not use the natural disaster of heavy rain as an excuse for unlawful behavior. The Baicheng Police will spare no effort to combat crime. Most of the programs still airing at this time were official news broadcasts. Aside from that, there were quite a few fearless self-media bloggers live streaming their reckless escapades. The apocalypse is upon us, and the government is incompetent. We must learn to save ourselves. This global deluge is a sign of the apocalypse. My master predicted this situation long before the outbreak of the apocalypse. Only by joining our Rain God Church can you cleanse your sins and survive the impending catastrophe. In troubled times, heroes emerge. Call 1-800-XXXXXXX, and our gang welcomes you. Dear friends, today, I will show you what the legendary mutated rats look like. Look, all these mutated rats on the ground were shot by the army. Ugh, so disgusting. The soldiers apparently don't know what they're doing. Every time they kill a mutated rat, they have to smash its head. After more than half a month of heavy rain deprived of water and electricity, now there were also many casualties. Global netizens understood that the apocalypse would not end easily. Some organized self-rescue efforts online, while others fancied themselves heroes of the chaotic times, attempting to form their own gangs in the early days of the apocalypse. Even cults began to emerge amid the disaster. Zhang Mingyu's gaze swept over the promotional content of the Rain God Church. He remembered that in his past life this church committed many heinous acts in Baicheng. They allied with several small gangs in Baicheng, relying on absolute force to prey on unarmed civilians. Robbery, rape, murder, and even cannibalism were all within their purview. Those brainwashed cultists were capable of such deeds. In this life, I just want to live comfortably. If the Rain God Church in Baicheng keeps to themselves and doesn't provoke me, then let the authorities deal with them. But if they wish to target me, I wouldn't mind ridding the world of their menace. Zhang Mingyu narrowed his eyes and looked at the previous live stream of the broadcaster. He could see on the video that a giant rat lay bloodied and mangled on the street. These first-tier mutated rats were as fragile as paper in front of advanced high-tech weaponry from the Xuangu robots, easily dispatched with a single shot. However, first-tier mutated creatures were still quite powerful against ordinary people. Not to mention the unarmed civilians most lacked the courage to declare war on mutated beings. Even soldiers armed with firearms needed to concentrate their fire to quickly take down these resilient giant rats. Watching the crystal cores from the heads of the giant rats being extracted, Zhang Mingyu sighed, with a hint of regret. In my previous life, the Baicheng authorities discovered the existence of crystal cores through the dissection of mutated beings right at the onset of the apocalypse. Such scenarios of the military obtaining crystal cores for free, as seen in some novels, are simply impossible. Outside, the window engineering robots were leveling the battlefield from last night. Bionic robots were responsible for the concentrated processing of the deceased mutated rats from yesterday. Seeing that the area outside the base had been mostly cleaned up, Zhang Mingyu reopened the owner group and sent out a detailed bounty message: reward for first-tier mutated beasts 10 kilograms of rice for each complete first-tier mutated beast. Reward for second-tier mutated beasts 10 cans of luncheon meat for each complete second-tier mutated beast. Recruiting. Farmers providing a safe living environment with 2 meals a day. Security personnel providing a safe living environment with 3 meals a day. Chefs, all meals provided with an additional kilogram of any fruits or vegetables daily. Doctors, all meals provided with an additional kilogram of any fruits or vegetables daily. Note the above benefits are basic salaries, and those with outstanding performance will receive special rewards. After last night, Zhang Mingyu believed that the owners of Sunshine Garden Community had surely come to terms with reality. If his recruitment message had been sent out a couple of days ago, when the community owners were still eager for the apocalypse to end and for the world to return to normal, it would have been met with countless mockeries. But now, after Zhang Mingyu's recruitment message was sent to the group, it created a huge ripple. The desperate community owners, upon hearing that Zhang Mingyu had reserves of food and was willing to use it to recruit people for work in exchange for those disgusting mutated rats, all went mad. Some even succumbed to temptation and sent messages to Zhang Mingyu on the spot. In the Xiaoyu Villa area, what is a level 1 mutated beast? It can't be those big rats downstairs, right? I say in the Xiaoyu Villa area, one big rat can be traded for 10 kilograms of rice. Are you serious? Last night, I teamed up with a brother from next door and killed a big rat. If you're telling the truth, I'll go find you right now. I'll also go kill rats. Food is too easy to earn. I've heard that currently all plants and animals worldwide are evolving, even microorganisms are evolving. In the nearby vegetable markets of our community, many foods have been ruined by microorganisms. Due to improper storage, even some sealed bread and biscuits have started to mold and spoil. Currently, the country is helpless against this situation, and the common people's food and drink issues are hardly guaranteed. The instant noodles I stockpiled at home a couple of days ago are still edible. But with the current situation, who knows when we can get new food? The mysterious wealthy man from the neighboring community has even priced a pack of biscuits at a staggering 1,000 yuan. So if our Xiaoyu Villa area provides meals when recruiting various talents, wouldn't that save us thousands of yuan in meal costs every day? Rich people. At that moment, the discussion in the group became extremely lively. Many people were immediately fired up, wanting to go out and try their luck. Some people also became interested in Zhang Mingyu's recruitment information and privately contacted him to apply. Of course, there were also those who wanted to morally pressure Zhang Mingyu. They said if you have food at home, you should help your neighbors, selflessly donating, and such nonsense. Zhang Mingyu directly ignored these people and had zero block their social accounts. Due to the fear from the rat swarm attack yesterday, not having completely dissipated, combined with the fact that most people in the early days of the apocalypse still dared not risk their lives against mutated beasts, although many discussed the trading information Zhang Mingyu sent out, it temporarily could not bring him any profit. Thus Zhang Mingyu simply handed over the situation in the owners group to Zero to monitor. He then edited a more detailed trading message and posted it on major mainstream social media platforms. While Zhang Mingyu was busy recruiting talents in the classmates group, many messages mentioning Zhang Mingyu appeared. Class monitor, is it true that mutated beasts can be traded for food? I still have quite a bit of frozen meat at home, so there's no shortage of food. It's just that the tap water recently has been unclear, drinking it causes diarrhea. Yes. Before we didn't dare to drink water for fear of getting sick. Now drinking water won't kill you, but it does give you a stomachache. I used to think it was because the water hadn't boiled. Recently I tried boiling it again and found that even boiled water still makes me feel uncomfortable. This situation is likely related to the evolution of microorganisms. The microorganisms in the tap water probably evolved to withstand high temperatures. By the way, class monitor Zhang Mingyu, do you usually not check group messages? That's probably the case. He's living quite well now. Zhang Mingyu first scrolled through the chat history from a few minutes ago and found they were all discussing the information he had just posted online. He asked Zero for help to forcefully push his recruitment information to all citizens of Baiqing. At this moment, it wasn't surprising that the classmates would receive the news immediately. Study committee member, Hao Hongyu, all members, most of our classmates are not from Baiqing. Having been trapped in Baiqing for half a month, they must be lacking supplies. Why don't we hold a trade fair where everyone can trade with each other, exchanging things they temporarily don't need for urgently required supplies? Hao Hongyu is the study committee member of the class. Without Zhang Mingyu speaking, he is the most respected. At this moment, seeing Hao Hongyu propose the idea of a trade fair, many people immediately agreed this idea is good. Who said they didn't lack frozen meat at home, but wanted to exchange for water? I have water. I also lack food. Can I trade 2 bottles of water for half a kilogram of your frozen meat? Is there anyone who wants a Rolex watch? I want food in exchange. The latest Huawei phone can be taken for just 1 Snickers. In an instant, the group was filled with many more messages about wanting to exchange things. Having endured continuous heavy rain for half a month, the vast majority of students in the class wanted to exchange for. Under such circumstances, Wang Zihao unexpectedly stood up again, speaking in the class group. Classmates, it wasn't that Wang Zihao was heartless during the party at the venue, but that I truly couldn't save you. As a gesture of apology, I'm willing to trade 500 bottles of drinking water with everyone. What I want in return is very easy to get. Just your cars and gasoline at home. Wang Zihao, you murder, how dare you show up? The 3 classmates who were dragged into the rain at the venue by you later died. Their deaths are all on your account. I think Wang Xiao's actions back, then we're not wrong. This time Wang Xiao being able to trade 500 bottles of drinking water with us also counts as making amends. The water in front of my house has accumulated half a meter deep. Cars can't move at all. If you want them, Wang Xiao, just figure out how many bottles of water you want. The water in front of my house has reached 3 meters deep. The car definitely cannot be moved now. If Wang Xiao is interested, I can sell you the gasoline from my car. Wang Zihao's comments were initially met with fierce criticism from his classmates. However, under the pressure of survival, they ultimately lowered their heads. The drinking water provided by Wang Zihao was indeed a necessity for them, so they didn't mind flattering him. While Wang Zihao was enjoying the flattery from his classmates, a message sent by Zhang Mingyu in the classmates group instantly made the classmates who had previously supported Wang Zihao change their object of flattery. Class monitor Zhang Mingyu, the trading content I posted remains valid. If you have mutated beasts, you can exchange them with me for food or drinking water at the trade fair. While class monitor Zhang Mingyu has finally appeared. 10 kilograms of rice is enough for my family to eat. After all, only a few classmates in our class have cars in Baiqing, but if we work together, it shouldn't be too difficult to kill a mutated beast. How about we brothers go for it together? Class monitor Zhang Mingyu, if we kill the mutated beast, don't go back on your word. Zhang Mingyu had set the price of 10 kilograms of rice for one level 1 mutated beast after careful consideration. With 5 armed adults joining forces, they would roughly have a chance to kill a level 1 mutated beast. The 10 kilograms of rice they would receive for killing it was worth the risk. Thus the very tempting message from Zhang Mingyu, as soon as it was sent out, overshadowed Wang Zihao. Study committee member Hao Hongyu was even more delighted to lead the way in class monitor Zhang Mingyu, saying, the class monitor and Wang Xiao are both going to participate in this trade fair. It's likely that everyone will be able to trade for a lot of food and drink this time. Inside a luxurious villa, Wang Zihao slammed his palm down hard on Xia Lingwei's snow-white pert backside, cursing, damn it Zhang Mingyu. Why does this little loser always steal my spotlight? He retrieves exotic beasts and even brings back so much food and drinking water. Could it be that this bastard has stolen from the National Strategic Reserve? Xia Lingwei's face flushed from the slap as she pouted, Wang Xiao, you're bullying me again. What if I am? Do you expect your ex-boyfriend to save you? Wang Zihao wickedly pressed Xia Lingwei's head down onto his thigh, mockingly saying, just a poor loser before the storm. If it weren't for his family's food storage, how could he live so comfortably during the apocalypse? He let out a satisfied sigh, looking at Xia Lingwei's flushed face and rolling eyes, and pinched her chin, saying, before the storm I could toy with him at will. Now he only deserves to be a plaything for our flirtation. Wang Xiao, are you planning to take action against the class leader? As a smart woman, Xia Lingwei understood that in the global storm apocalypse, one must cling tightly to the strong. Thus, upon realizing that Wang Zihao's family still had substantial resources after the storm hit, she immediately devoted herself entirely to him, striving to become the future young mistress of the Wang family. Now when Xia Lingwei heard that Wang Zihao was going to take action against Zhang Mingyu, she didn't even consider whether it was right or wrong, instead worrying for Wang Zihao. If we go too far, won't the police arrest us? Lingwei, it seems you really don't have a shred of affection for Zhang Mingyu, do you? Wang Zihao, perversely holding Xia Lingwei's fair and delicate bare foot, pulled it close and caressed it, saying, this time someone will act on our behalf. It seems the Iron Wolf gang in Baicheng has set their sights on the resources in his home and will take action at our classmates' trading event against Zhang Mingyu. All we need to do is observe from a distance with the Iron Wolf gang's tacit approval. Are you saying someone among our classmates has accepted benefits from the Iron Wolf gang? Xia Lingwei was astonished. Yes. Wang Zihao stretched, lazily satisfied, saying, in these chaotic times the former rats in the sewers have all jumped into the open to cause trouble. I've heard that before the storm the Iron Wolf gang were just petty thugs working as bouncers in bars and nightclubs. Now that the apocalypse has come, they have transformed into a group of over 30 people. I don't know how the class leader got him. This time it seems someone will be killed. The word killing is very distant for ordinary people, but it is not unfamiliar to Wang. Long before the apocalypse, Wang Zihao had killed a pregnant woman in a drunk driving incident. Such a heinous act was suppressed at that time by his father Wang Shengtian, chairman of Haoxing Group, through money and power. Since then Wang Zihao understood one thing. Life can be measured by money and power. As long as he has money and power, he can ignore the law and do as he pleases. This was true in peaceful times, and even more so in the chaotic storm apocalypse. On September 10th, at the Baicheng classmates' mutual aid trading event, after discussions among all the classmates and a comprehensive assessment by the study committee member Hao Hongyu, the time for the mutual aid trading event was set for the next day at noon at the entrance of the Walmart supermarket in the eastern suburbs. In terms of timing, everyone is quite free now without work or school, so there won't be anyone who cannot make it. Thus, rather than picking a date, it was directly set for the next day. The location was chosen by Hao Hongyu reportedly because the eastern suburbs Walmart is relatively close to Baicheng University, with many classmates renting nearby, making it convenient for everyone. And since the Baicheng police station is also in the area, police patrol this bustling location from time to time, making it relatively safe. It seems this area is indeed quite good. There is little water on the roads, and surprisingly, there are still many citizens doing zero-cost shopping at the supermarket. If you want to check out Walmart, that's fine. The police haven't cared about this kind of thing lately. Besides fighting amongst ourselves, ordinary looting will be turned a blind eye by the police. If I remember correctly, this place was looted by starving local residents about a week ago. Additionally, since people have been coming by for zero-cost shopping, there shouldn't be much left, at most some shampoo and shower gel. Hao Hongyu's words made many classmates eager to try. But when they saw the state of disarray inside Walmart, they couldn't help but curse. Damn it, why didn't I think to come to Walmart a couple of days earlier to grab something to take home? The little supermarket downstairs was already smashed, and I didn't dare to grab some food back then for fear of getting caught. Now thinking back, I was really foolish. It's the end of the world. What was there to be afraid of? Haha, there's still a box of sealed bread here. How why is this bread all moldy? Didn't the packaging say it wouldn't expire for another 3 days? Microorganisms have evolved. Many previous preservation methods are no longer effective. Brother, if you don't want to end up in the hospital, I advise you not to eat it. The tall Walmart entrance had several large holes smashed into it with rocks. Once inside, through the holes they could see collapsed shelves and scattered products all over the floor. Towels covered in shoe prints, chip crumbs, and various unidentifiable items were all rotting in the filthy environment. Upon seeing this, Zhang Mingyu's classmates could only sigh helplessly. Buzz. Just as the classmates were coming out of Walmart, the sound of an engine at the entrance caught everyone's attention. Many vehicles had flooded in the storm apocalypse, and those that hadn't flooded couldn't refuel due to gas stations being closed. In this situation, those who could still drive out were either rich or privileged. Unexpectedly, when the engine noise stopped, the classmates at the Walmart entrance saw their class leader Zhang Mingyu riding a cool, blue motorcycle stopping right in front of them. "Dear classmates, I believe I haven't arrived too late, have I?" With a radiant smile, Zhang Mingyu scanned the classmates in front of him with a kind gaze. Behind him, 2 armored trucks arrived slowly. Zhang Mingyu didn't say what was loaded in the trucks, but just by looking at their massive size and the impressive scene of Zhang Mingyu's arrival, the classmates could be certain that he had brought nothing but valuable goods. Both armored trucks had been modified by engineering robots equipped with powerful engines and explosion-proof tires that allowed them to traverse any terrain effortlessly, while the external alloy armor could withstand bullets. The moment the 2 heavy trucks came to a halt, the 30 or so students present felt an instinctive shiver. Is this the true strength of the class monitor? These 2 armored trucks were quite valuable before the apocalypse. At a time like this, possessing 2 of them shows Zhang Mingyu's family has immeasurable resources. Look at that motorcycle. I checked online, and it seems it was worth over $1 million before the apocalypse. Our class monitor really kept a low profile before. Well, look, someone is getting out of the truck. They seem to be the class monitor's subordinates. As 8 muscular cyborgs leaped out of the truck's cabin, the nearby small-time individuals exchanging glances immediately abandoned their previous cautious thoughts. To command such strong men in the midst of a stormy apocalypse, this was someone ordinary people could not provoke. I say let's trade right here. With them around, no one would dare to rob us. The 2 armored trucks were merely a cover. All of Zhang Mingyu's supplies were stored in a spatial pocket, while the closed cargo compartments of the trucks contained a total of 4 advanced combat robots. With them around, nothing could harm him. The rumors are true, class monitor, you've really struck it rich. I always said the class monitor is reliable and his family has considerable strength, right? Class monitor, a few of us managed to trap and kill a mutated dog a couple of days ago. Is this perhaps a first-tier mutated beast? Can we trade it for some rice or flour? Class monitor, I also have a first-tier mutated beast. A few days ago, the army had just swept through the city and there were quite a few dead mutated beasts on the streets. However, the cores of these mutated beasts had been taken by the army, rendering them useless to Zhang Mingyu. Thus, he directly refused classmates who wanted to trade food for mutated beasts picked up off the streets. Though the classmates who were refused felt disgruntled, they did not dare to show their anger in front of the cyborgs. Of course, aside from those looking to make a quick profit, there were also classmates with strength and courage who formed teams to hunt first-tier mutated beasts. For example, the organizer of this student mutual aid trading event, the study committee member, Hao Hongyu. There really is 10 kilograms of rice. After getting the rice, a hint of greed flashed in Hao Hongyu's eyes. He looked at the large truck behind Zhang Mingyu and asked, "Class monitor, the 2 big trucks behind you must be filled with supplies, right? Besides rice and flour, can you exchange something else?" Zhang Mingyu pretended not to notice Hao Hongyu's ulterior motives and smiled with narrowed eyes. "What do you want to trade for? I must mention, if you want to exchange for instant noodles or snacks, the quantity will be significantly less." "You have instant noodles and snacks." Hao Hongyu nearly couldn't suppress the murderous intent that threatened to surface before Zhang Mingyu. However, this bespectacled study committee member possessed an uncommon calmness and patience. He managed to transform the murderous intent in his eyes into excitement upon seeing hope, and said solemnly, "One of my companions got injured while hunting a mutated dog. Can I trade 1 kilogram of rice for a dose of anti-inflammatory medicine?" In the end, Hao Hongyu left in front of the truck with 9 kilograms of rice and 3 capsules of amoxicillin. Meanwhile, Zhang Mingyu's truck became the liveliest spot of this trading event. Just a short while ago, these university students who lived in an ivory tower after experiencing the harshness of the apocalypse were desperately trading pre-apocalypse valuables like jewelry, luxury watches, and cars for food and water. Due to the recent cold weather caused by rain, heating appliances like small heaters and electric blankets were also in high demand. As Wang Zihao parked a Hummer at the entrance of a Walmart, the 500 bottles of drinking water Wang Zihao brought were quickly consumed by the students. Then some female students who had failed to obtain food and water looked toward Zhang Mingyu and Wang Zihao, 2 well-dressed and clean men who clearly had no shortage of water for personal hygiene. A group of the best-aged university students exchanged flirtatious glances with Zhang Mingyu and Wang Zihao. They sought nothing but a fleeting chance at survival. "Please, Wang Zihao, take me back. I will do anything. Hao Hong, you give me some of your rice, and I can make you feel good." Class monitor, look at me. I clean myself today. Oh, I'm very clean." As the female students made their pleas, some wandering female survivors, unable to hold back their desire to live, began to surround them, disrupting the last balance of this student gathering. Zhang Mingyu had long been accustomed to such scenes. Wang Zihao's life in peacetime was not much different from now. However, many students present could not accept the sudden collapse of social morality. Some students, seeing they had nothing to trade, immediately bid farewell to everyone, clutching their traded supplies protectively and vigilantly glancing around at the other survivors before leaving in haste. Others, like male students, wanted to throw themselves at female students, but secretly resented having been born male. Zhang Mingyu mostly rejected women who offered themselves. His current base could not accommodate anyone. Some needs could wait until the base was upgraded to a safer state. His primary trading target remained the cores of mutated beasts. Occasionally he would accept some valuable items. For instance, after successfully trading for 3 first-tier mutated creatures, Zhang Mingyu unexpectedly found that a classmate brought him a little surprise, Dong Xiaochan. Zhang Mingyu looked at the classmate before him, who had been keeping her head down. He remembered that in his previous life Dong Xiaochan was one of the few who did not participate in robbing his supplies. Regardless of whether Dong Xiaochan had been too hungry to leave the house, or was busy with other matters for the time being, she and a few others were not on Zhang Mingyu's revenge list. Class monitor, you remember me. Dong Xiaochan had always thought of herself as invisible in the class, not expecting to attract any attention. At this moment when Dong Xiaochan heard Zhang Mingyu actually call her name, a flicker of happiness passed through her lowered lashes. She raised the jade box she was holding and timidly said, "This 100-year-old ginseng is our family heirloom. It has the effect of prolonging the life of dying individuals. If possible, can I exchange it for some bottled water?" 100-year-old ginseng. This is not something an ordinary family can possess. Zhang Mingyu looked at the white ginseng in his hand, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Though he had collected many medicinal seeds before the apocalypse, growing herbs was far more delicate than potatoes or pumpkins, making it extremely difficult. Such a 100-year-old ginseng could easily sell for tens to hundreds of thousands before the apocalypse. In a world lacking medicine and supplies, it was a rare treasure. At this mutual aid meeting, he initially thought it would be good to trade for a few cores, but now it seemed he had gained an unexpected. My family comes from a lineage of medicinal practitioners, and these herbs are treasured collections from my grandfather. This time, if it weren't for my grandfather nearing his end, I wouldn't dare to secretly take this century-old ginseng to exchange for supplies. Dong Xiaochan felt dejected, her expression filled with concern for her family and the helplessness of ordinary people in the apocalypse. I understand now. Zhang Mingyu had just rejected many classmates who wanted to exchange luxury watches and bags for supplies. Yet he didn't want to miss this century-old ginseng. Thus he decisively said, this century-old ginseng was worth over 1 million huaxia coins before the storm apocalypse. But as you can see, all past luxuries have now become worthless and supplies are extremely precious. I don't want to take advantage of you. 1 century-old ginseng is worth the equivalent of 20 kilograms of rice and supplies. If your family has similar quality herbs, I can take them all. 20 kilograms of rice. Dong Xiaochan was stunned. 20 kilograms of rice was worth only a little over 100 huaxia coins before the apocalypse. At this moment, Dong Xiaochan wasn't thinking that 20 kilograms of rice was too little, but rather that Zhang Mingyu was offering far too much. Previously, Zhang Mingyu had not hesitated to exchange supplies for things other than first-tier exotic beasts. For instance, before the storm apocalypse, he had acquired antique paintings worth over 1 million with just a single pack of crispy snacks. Though her century-old ginseng had medicinal value, was Zhang Mingyu really offering too much? In fact, Zhang Mingyu's pricing did not consider the pre-apocalypse value at all. Zhang Mingyu would purchase the antique paintings in full because he lacked supplies and did not want the precious cultural artifacts of Huaxia to be destroyed in the storm apocalypse. Thus he chose to slightly pay with supplies in exchange for useless antique paintings. But Dong Xiaocan's situation was different, as Zhang Mingyu admitted that he was interested not only in the century-old ginseng, but also in Dong Xiaochan herself. To be precise, he was interested in Dong Xiaocan's identity as a member of a medicinal family and the traditional Chinese herbs her family possessed. If given the opportunity, he hoped to recruit Dong Xiaocan's entire family to his base, cultivating Chinese herbs, while having them serve as traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. I will exchange this ginseng, but I need to ask my grandfather about the herbs at home. Dong Xiaochan shyly lowered her head, not daring to look into Zhang Mingyu's eyes, having previously seen her female classmates in the apocalypse ingratiating themselves with the man before her like lapdogs. Her feelings of inferiority made it difficult for her to face her former class leader. Yes, no rush, I've accepted the century-old ginseng. You can tell my subordinates whether you want rice or similar supplies. Just as Zhang Mingyu and Dong Xiaochan were trading, a sudden wail erupted from the periphery of the mutual aid. Zhang Mingyu looked closely and saw 20 strong men with wolf head tattoos on their arms who had unknowingly blocked all the escape routes for the classmates' mutual aid group. They wielded baseball bats, steel pipes, and machetes, clearly not here for friendly purposes. Hey, what are you doing? The police station is not far from here. One of Zhang Mingyu's classmates was furious after having their bottled water exchanged for toilet paper snatched away. The 20 thugs with wolf head tattoos didn't even spare him a glance. The leader, a burly man at least 2 meters tall, wickedly planted his machete into the ground and swept a malicious gaze across the classmates before asking his companion, "Xiao Kai, which big fish are you talking about?" The previously scheming Kai who wanted to rob Zhang Mingyu was now bowing and scraping before the burly man, flattering as he pointed at Zhang Mingyu. "Brother Grey Wolf, the big fish I mentioned earlier is him. Look, he has 2 armored trucks and so many henchmen with him. He must be a fat sheep. Not bad." Brother Grey Wolf looked Zhang Mingyu up and down with satisfaction, then licked his lips and pointed at the classmates, saying, "Today Brother Grey Wolf has caught a fat sheep and am in a good mood. You little shrimp just need to drop your supplies on the ground and I will spare your lives. As for anyone wanting to call the police, Brother Grey Wolf with a cold smile approached the previously wailing student, raising his big foot and stomping down on the student's knee. Accompanied by a crisp sound, a more tragic wail echoed across the open space. This is the fate of those who do not listen. Cold, violent, and cruel. This group of lawless thugs thoroughly frightened the classmates. Some timid students collapsed onto the ground. Other clever students immediately thought of something and turned to the organizer of this mutual aid event, the class study committee member, How Hong Yu, looking at him. How could this group of thugs have ambushed nearby in advance? It must be you. You leaked the location of the classmates' mutual aid trading event. I wondered why we had to choose the entrance of Walmart. How Hong Yu, you have a wicked heart. How Hong Yu's gaze darted around, not daring to look at the angry classmates. He quickly fled to Brother Grey Wolf's side, looking ferocious as he glared at his former classmates. Don't blame me, the world is already chaotic and I have to find a way to survive. Today's incident ultimately stemmed from Shen Jiejia's conspiracy. If you want to blame someone, blame Shen Jiejia. Shen Jiejia. Xia Lingwei, who had been sitting in the passenger seat of Wang Zihao's car, without getting out, narrowed her eyes upon hearing that name. Wang Zihao also looked very displeased with this answer. They could be considered half-enemies with Shen Jiejia. Fearing what was to come, just as Wang Zihao and Xia Lingwei worried whether Shen Jiejia would show up, a figure reeking of foul odor suddenly jumped out, pointing at Zhang Mingyu, and Wang Zihao, shouting angrily, "That guy in the sealed raincoat, and those two in the Hummer are the richest in the class. Brother Grey Wolf, you must not let them escape." "Shut up, fool, do I need your pointers to do my job?" Brother Grey Wolf shot a fierce glare at Shen Jiejia. After greedily sweeping his gaze over Wang Zihao's Hummer, he ultimately restrained his desires and beckoned to Wang Zihao, saying, "So you are the young master of Haoshan Group. You can take your girl and leave, but the rest must either hand over all their supplies or face death." Why can Wang Zihao? "Well, with this is all my supplies. I thought there would be no danger at the trading event, so I came here. Now I've lost everything. How will I survive when I go back?" The classmates wailed endlessly. However, in the face of life and death, the vast majority chose to drop their supplies and flee. Wang Zihao also cast a meaningful glance at Shen Jiejia, leaving the classmates with, "It's not that I, Wang Zihao, don't want to save you, but I also lack the ability," before fleeing. In the open space, Zhang Mingyu's classmates grew fewer and fewer. Gradually, apart from the 20 members of the Iron Wolf gang, only Zhang Mingyu and the replicants remained. Inside a moving Hummer, Wang Zihao and Xia Lingwei caught sight of their classmates' dire situation from a distance. Xia Lingwei feigned a terrified and delicate demeanor, collapsing into Wang Zihao's arms, as she exclaimed in horror, "Wang Xiao, didn't you say before that you would bring me to witness Zhang Mingyu's death? Why is Shen Jiejia still alive? Just now she wanted those thugs to kill us. Lingwei is so scared. What are you panicking about?" Wang Zihao was also quite displeased with Brother Grey Wolf's attitude. He looked into the rearview mirror towards the center of the crowd and sneered, "There's not a decent person in the Iron Wolf gang. That foolish woman Shen Jiejia won't live much longer. Though I didn't get to thoroughly wreck you in front of Zhang Mingyu, I still can at least witness how our dear class monitor is trampled by this pack of vicious wolves." As he spoke, Wang Zihao surprisingly found a secluded spot to pull over, wanting to enjoy Zhang Mingyu's demise from a distance, while indulging in a thrilling car rendezvous. "Oh, Wang Xiao, you are so wicked." The atmosphere inside the Hummer was suggestive, as if a pink aura was swirling around. At the same time, in front of two armored trucks, Zhang Mingyu had no intention of stopping his classmates from fleeing, nor did he plan to help anyone. Most of the students participating in the mutual aid trading event today had previously taken part in the merciless plundering against him in his past life, and Zhang Mingyu's last shred of camaraderie with these classmates had long since transformed into hatred at the moment of death. Struggling, wailing. This was the spectacle he most wanted to see at this moment. Once all the classmates had fled, Zhang Mingyu turned to Dong Xiaochan, who still stood by his side, and asked, "Aren't you running?" "I can't leave without these supplies, and my grandfather will die without them." Dong Xiaochan honestly clutched the bundle in her arms, tears shimmering in her eyes obscured by her bangs. At this moment, Shen Jiejia audaciously spoke out of turn, even as Brother Kai and Huang Mao kept signaling her to be quiet. "Zhang Mingyu, you never expected to end up like this, did you? Let me tell you, this is the consequence of not letting me stay in the villa. The brothers of the Iron Wolf gang will soon make you—" "Damn, Kai, where did you find this idiot? Who gave her the right to speak here?" Brother Grey Wolf, towering and muscular, was furious to see Shen Jiejia's little brother repeatedly overstepping bounds. He immediately slapped Shen Jiejia to the ground with a heavy hand, prompting a series of apologies from Brother Kai and the others. "Sorry, Brother Grey Wolf, it's our little brother's failure to manage. Oh, I'll make him pay for this." Foolish thing. Brother Grey Wolf didn't even glance at the fallen Shen Jiejia, and with a smile he turned his gaze back to Zhang Mingyu, saying, "I see that my brothers can gather such a large force, so you must be a capable person as well. The Iron Wolf gang doesn't need much from you. Just leave the armored trucks along with the supplies inside, and we won't have to resort to violence to avoid spoiling our relationship." Zhang Mingyu couldn't help but chuckle. In this storm of power, he didn't want to waste words, and instead patted the truck bed of the armored vehicle. Immediately, 4 high-energy, weaponized robotic bodies appeared before them. "Brother Grey Wolf, right?" Zhang Mingyu beckoned to Brother Kai, who was scolding Shen Jiejia, saying, "I don't know how your little brother Captain Kai informed you about my situation, but I should have made it very clear last time. Letting them go is giving them a chance to redeem themselves. If you come back a second time, it won't just be as easy as turning you into a pig's head. Let's part ways now, and I might pretend that nothing happened before. If you insist on seeing me as a fat sheep, I won't hold back. Seeing Zhang Mingyu beckon to him, Brother Kai immediately covered his pig-like face in anger and reported, "Brother Kai, this kid's family is quite extraordinary, and his bodyguards are very capable. But right now he only has 8 people around him, and no weapons. This is our best chance to rob him." Shan Ji and Huang Mao chimed in saying, "Isn't it all about who has more people these days? What do you expect to achieve by showing off those models in your truck? By the way, Brother Grey Wolf, it looks like aside from these 4 pieces of junk in the armored truck, there's nothing else of value. Given the situation, should we still go for the robbery?" To ordinary people living in 2024, weaponized robotic bodies were still far too sci-fi. The small thugs present would rather regard the robotic bodies as models in a mall than believe they could move. When Brother Grey Wolf saw Zhang Mingyu actively reveal the empty truck bed, he was slightly taken aback. This time Brother Grey Wolf brought 20 brothers from the Iron Wolf gang. If they only returned with 2 armored trucks, but no food or water, it would surely cause dissatisfaction among the ranks. Therefore he didn't listen to Zhang Mingyu's next words and made a direct decision: tie that kid up. He can trade food for antique paintings, he must have plenty of food at home. Zhang Mingyu sighed helplessly. These guys from the Iron Wolf gang were truly dim-witted. He had already expressed his desire to avoid conflict, yet they were still eager to court death. Did they really take his robotic bodies for mere toy models? Detected a large number of hostile targets. New orders: eliminate. The eyes of the 4 robotic bodies simultaneously lit up with blue light, and they charged into the crowd like 4 black bolts of lightning, unleashing a massacre before the horrified gazes of Brother Grey Wolf and the many members of the Iron Wolf gang. Damn, these metal monsters really can move. Help! Brother Grey Wolf, save us. He can command robots. This kid is definitely an alien invading Earth. Perhaps this never-ending storm and the newly formed lake in the center of Baicheng are all his doing. The fighting spirit dissipated. The thugs of the Iron Wolf gang were effective against unarmed civilians. But when faced with the cold and merciless robotic bodies, they crumbled into disarray. In the blink of an eye, half of the Iron Wolf gang members had perished beneath the high-frequency, vibrating blades of the robotic bodies. The remaining members, including Brother Grey Wolf, also lost their fighting spirit and knelt on the ground. Brother Grey Wolf's teeth chattered as he looked at the figure of the young man before him. He grabbed the trembling Shun Jiejia and shouted, "This young master, it was he who instructed us to rob you. It said that grievances have their source and debts have their owner. Please vent your anger on her, and spare us the lives of the Iron Wolf gang brothers." Yes, young master, please calm your anger. We all know we were wrong. Now as a society governed by the law, killing, as for the previous matters, our brothers from the Iron Wolf gang can pretend they never happened. Under Brother Grey Wolf's lead, the remaining members of the Iron Wolf gang, who hadn't been killed by the robotic bodies, began to plead for mercy. Zhang Mingyu, after a self-deprecating smile, looked far away at Shin Jiejia, who had been pushed out by Brother Grey Wolf, and murmured, "Isn't it strange how people are nowadays? If you reason with him, he'll strike you. If you strike him, he comes to talk to you about the law. Shin Jiejia, they say killing is illegal, trying to make you take the fall for them. What do you think I should do now? Class monitor." Shun Jiejia staggered backward among the blood-slick ground, trembling at the cold, ruthless presence of the Xiangu mech. The acrid stench of blood and the sight of the mangled bodies assaulted her nerves. At that moment, a fear she had never known before welled up within her. "You can't kill me. I'm your classmate, and I'm the close friend of your ex-girlfriend. If you mean the time I pursued Xialing Wei, you were always whispering slanders about me in her ear. You gate-crashed my dinners to be the third wheel, flaunted 1,000 yuan bottles of red wine to test this penniless student's savings, and every festival you and Xialing Wei treated me like a fool to be bled dry. What a devoted friend you were to her." Zhang Mingyu's tone betrayed no joy or anger, yet his words twisted Shun Jiejia's expression. How do you know I did those things? I was once too single-minded to notice. Once I recognized the two of you for what you were, how could I not see Xialing Wei finding excuses to be with you on Valentine's Day, only to end up in Wang Ziheo's bed? You 3 treated the whole world like it was blind. Zhang Mingyu finally unleashed words he had stifled for days. Reborn, in return, he intended to exact vengeance on those who had wronged him in his past life. Unbeknownst to everyone present, once Zhang Mingyu bared those inner truths, Hui Lang Gu of the Tai Lang Bang had no intention of letting any witness walk away alive. He exchanged a meaningful glance with his subordinates. Seizing the moment Zhang Mingyu was lost in revenge, a dark object was drawn and leveled at him. "You brat didn't expect this. I Hui Lang Gu have a gun. Now dot." The muzzle spat brilliant sparks. The slug carved a dazzling arc through the downpour. The thunderous crack only detonated in every ear as the bullet bore down on Zhang Mingyu. A confident smile had already crept across Hui Lang Gu's lips. What happened next overturned everyone's assumptions. Within a 1-meter diameter centered on the Xiangu mech, an eerie azure energy field quietly manifested. The bullet Hui Lang Gu had fired seemed to have been frozen in time, suspended at the edge of that blue barrier. "This? Impossible," Zhang Mingyu murmured. "My high-tech armored automaton does not rely on mere external plating to withstand harm. Before you leveled that gun at me, did you ever wonder why I could stride before you so untroubled? Zhang Mingyu was never one to place himself in needless peril. He had attended this reunion precisely because he was confident he could control the fate of everyone present without endangering his own life. Retrieving the bullet lodged within the energy field, he found the projectile's tip had been flattened into a small puck as if it had struck an invisible wall at high speed. He nodded with satisfaction and signaled the Xiangu mech to eradicate the Tai Lang Bang operatives. Please, young master, spare me. I don't want to die. Why does such a dreadful thing even exist in this world? An energy shield that stops bullets. This kid's robot is practically a Gundam. One by one, the Tai Lang Bang members collapsed into pools of blood. Hui Langgu, who had boasted of his firearm, never got the chance to fire a second shot. He fell beneath the battle blade of the Xiangu mech he had treated like a toy. Suddenly, an unforeseen development occurred. Two nearby patrol officers, having heard the earlier shots, were approaching. Shun Zhejia, who moments before had sat in despair awaiting death, sprang up the instant she saw the officers. Her hunger for life propelled her toward the two policemen. She ran wildly, flailing her arms, desperate to attract their attention. Ha ha, Zhang Mingyu, you never expected this. The police saw through your wickedness. I don't believe you would dare kill in front of them. Clutching the gash in her chest, she fell toward the officers. In her final moments, she wondered why. Why did he dare? As her consciousness ebbed, flashes of a past life surfaced. Shun Zhejia saw herself stumbling onto the class monitor's household stores, then exploiting his lingering affection for Xia Lingwei. She and Xia Lingwei became parasites in his home. In the end, the two women felt Zhang Mingyu had been picked dry. They, along with Wang Zihao and other classmates, seized every last possession from his family. Drained of all value, Zhang Mingyu perished 7 months after the storm rain doomsday on an endless wasteland. I understand now. This is his revenge. Xia Lingwei, Wang Zihao. I will rest a while on the road to Huangquan. You two wretches will soon join me there. Huh. He stowed Hui Lang Guess crude firearm. Such guns were prone to burst and were unreliable, but as Zhang Mingyu used it to send away the woman who had wronged his past life, a cool clarity washed over him. What's happening up ahead? We're the police. Drop to the ground. Hands on your heads. Don't move. When the officers heard the first shot, they thought they had been mistaken. The second shot snapped them to full alert, and they ran. Zhang Mingyu, without a blink, cleared away the corpses and the armored truck. Then, under the cover of two Xiangu mechs, he vanished into the torrential rain. Ling Hao, nearby surveillance records cleared. Ling Hao calculating optimal evacuation route for the master. The rain would wash away the traces left at the scene, and Dong Xiaochan had already been drugged by a bioroid before Zhang Mingyu ordered the Xiangu mech to act. She now lay limp in the arms of one of the machines, unconscious. In the resource-starved days of the storm rain doomsday, this bloodletting was destined to remain unresolved. When, if ever, it would be discovered was unknown. This was a time when human life was treated as straw. If Zhang Mingyu had not been endowed with the power of the interstellar base system, he himself might have been reduced today to an unnamed skeleton in the rain. By the time Zhang Mingyu returned home, it was already afternoon. He quickly counted his gains, took a shower, and then flopped heavily onto a large pile of soft beanbag chairs and various plush toys in the entertainment room on the second floor. Oh, this feels so good, it's simply like being in paradise. Lazily lying atop a mountain of cotton products, Zhang Mingyu delightedly opened his spatial storage. Ding, 500 times duplication of 100-year-old ginseng, now stored 500 roots of 100-year-old ginseng. Ding, the total amount of resources stored by the host has reached the reward standard for the side quest. Phase reward issued, 5 self-propelled rail cannons. What the hell? Self-propelled rail cannons. Zhang Mingyu had seen this item in the system shop. Each self-propelled rail cannon was priced at 500 crystal cores. These 5 cannons were worth more than all of Zhang Mingyu's combined Jenga bodies. Looking at the 5 self-propelled rail cannons that had appeared in his spatial storage, Zhang Mingyu eagerly summoned one. With a flash of white light, Zhang Mingyu saw a large figure over 3 meters tall, entirely black, with a bluish tint. The upper half was the main body of the rail cannon, while the lower half had 4 insect-like agile legs. Damn, I've hit the jackpot this time. Zhang Mingyu stroked the barrel of the self-propelled rail cannon, as if caressing. He was overjoyed. With this formidable weapon, he was confident that no mutated beast could pose a threat to him. Zero Master, the Special Building Research Institute has been completed. Please proceed for inspection. Notice the dormitory area has been built 30 and meets the minimum occupancy requirement for 30 people. Ha ha ha, the Research Institute has also been constructed. A glint of excitement flashed in Zhang Mingyu's eyes. He hurriedly ran outside the villa, crossed the well-drained courtyard without any standing water, and made his way to the easternmost edge of the alloy wall. He noticed that a passageway had mysteriously appeared in the wall. At the entrance of the passageway stood a large alloy door matching the specifications of the main entrance. Zero, this passageway leads to the dormitory area and research institute. Due to the poor defensive capabilities of both the dormitory area and research institute, and the lack of external wall defenses, the door to the passageway will remain closed. Let's open the door for now. Zhang Mingyu thought that he should build a wall on the east side in the future to protect it. Simultaneously, the alloy door in front of him slowly opened, revealing a narrow metallic passageway behind. The passageway had small tempered glass windows on both sides that allowed glimpses of the outside. After moving a short distance forward, there appeared a small circular area connecting three passageways, the one Zhang Mingyu was in leading to the main base, and the ones leading to the dormitory area on the left and the research institute on the right. Truly, these fully automated engineering robots are remarkably professional. Zhang Mingyu proceeded along the right passageway for several dozen meters after opening another alloy door. Finally, without getting rained on, Zhang Mingyu entered the interior of the research institute. The entire research institute currently had only 2 floors, with the central area of the 2 floors being open, allowing someone standing in the central hall of the first floor to look up and see the corridor on the second floor. In the center of the hall on the first floor of the research institute, there was a huge platform. Above the platform hovered a ghostly blue holographic image. Zhang Mingyu browsed through the contents of the holographic image and found that it recorded the current technologies available for research. Balanced evolution potion can turn an ordinary person into a balanced first-level evolver. Research price 100 crystal cores. Power evolution potion can turn an ordinary person into a power first-level evolver. Research price 100 crystal cores. Speed evolution potion can turn an ordinary person into a speed first-level evolver. Research price 100 crystal cores. High energy laser weapon TX-09, the most common long-range energy weapon. Research price 100 crystal cores. Magnetic energy weapon MU-01, the most common long-range kinetic weapon. Research price 100 crystal cores. The Research Institute could study many types of technology. Each type of technology also had a more detailed introduction attached below. For example, balanced evolution potion research price, 100 crystal cores. Research time 14 days. Notice after research is completed, the host can spend 1 crystal core in the Research Institute to produce a balanced evolution potion, taking 10 minutes for each potion. Note the Research Institute does not have mass production capabilities. To increase production efficiency, please build special buildings to create factories. Zhang Mingyu remembered that the balanced evolution potion was also available for sale in the system shop. However, the price in the system shop was an outrageous 20 crystal cores per potion. It seems that if I want to save money, I'll have to rely on the Research Institute. Although it seems from the note that the Research Institute can't achieve mass production of the balanced evolution potion, producing 1 every 10 minutes is still not slow for me. Zhang Mingyu calculated that with a production rate of 1 potion every 10 minutes, if he had the Research Institute run 24 hours a day, he would end up with 144 potions. For now, he wasn't planning to establish a large force. He was already very satisfied with this output. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the random task research newcomer. Task content: please research any technology in the Research Institute to experience the powerful functions of the Research Institute. Please note, research technologies in the Research Institute will consume some system energy daily in addition to crystal cores. Research balanced evolution potion. Zhang Mingyu was well aware of the value of evolvers at the beginning of the rainstorm apocalypse. Thus, he decisively spent 100 crystal cores to choose to research the balanced evolution potion. With this technology that the official by city couldn't research until the 7th month of the rainstorm apocalypse, Zhang Mingyu believed he would hold absolute initiative in recruiting talents and trading with others in the future. Zero Master, someone has come to apply for the position of the chief chef of the base. The surveillance screen switched, and a simple-looking middle-aged man appeared on the ghostly blue screen. He stood in front of the base's main entrance, raised his hand to press the doorbell, and then stood nervously at the entrance. Let him wait in the reception room for me. I'll go over now. After eating the exquisite meals from Lingyun Hotel for several days, although every meal was delicious, Zhang Mingyu felt it was time for a change of flavor. Now a chef had just arrived. The first floor of the main base, in the reception room. A middle-aged man with a plump figure and a prosperous appearance is seated on the sofa. This middle-aged man is Lao Gao, the candidate for the chef position, whose full name is Gao Mingliang. Before the heavy rain marked the end of days, Lao Gao had relied on his 20 years of professional Western culinary experience to become the head chef at the Baicheng Grand Hotel, and he had saved enough to purchase a luxury apartment in the upscale neighborhood of Sunshine Garden in Baicheng. In his 40s, Lao Gao had wealth, a house, and a wife and daughter, living a smooth and prosperous life in the first half of his life. It was only half a month ago that this blissful existence was shattered by the apocalypse. After the toxic rain fell globally, the entire Gao family was trapped in their home. The 2 middle-aged parents and their daughter Gao Qingqing, who had just entered her 2nd year of high school, had barely managed to survive until today with the food stored in the refrigerator and a few bottles of fine red wine that Lao Gao had cherished. However, once the food in the refrigerator was consumed, even Lao Gao, as a Western cuisine chef, found himself in a predicament where a clever housewife could do nothing without rice. Just as Lao Gao was fretting over the lack of food, his daughter Gao Qingqing had secretly drunk tap water containing microorganisms the night before, resulting in fever, runny nose, diarrhea, and dizziness. This incident became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Because the hospitals are now overcrowded and medications are in short supply, one could only rely on oneself to endure. Whether Lao Gao's daughter Gao Qingqing could survive without medication was entirely a matter of fate. This sudden blow left Lao Gao's wife at a loss. At this moment Lao Gao remembered the recruitment information that Zhang Mingyu had posted in the owners group some time ago. Previously he had been worried that Zhang Mingyu, who was not much older than his daughter, might be unreliable. Therefore he had never considered going to Zhang Mingyu's villa to work as a chef. But now in this situation, if he wanted to save his daughter, he could only hope that Zhang Mingyu had medications stored at home. You must be Lao Gao, right? I heard you want medications in exchange for your services. Suddenly a youthful voice interrupted Lao Gao's thoughts. He quickly looked up and saw a handsome young man whose age was hard to discern walking towards him accompanied by two high-tech robots. His mind raced, and finally, after a firm decision, he stood up and revealed his predicament. My daughter is sick. If you can save her, I Gao Mingliang am willing to do anything for you. Good, no beating around the bush. Ooh, I like straightforward people. Zhang Mingyu raised his hand in satisfaction, signaling the robotic maid to present a box of medications for various ailments, then instructed the maid to put them away in front of Lao Gao's reluctant gaze. Now you see, I have many types of medications and the ability to treat your daughter. But don't rush to thank me. If you pass my test and become my chef, I will naturally not be stingy with my own people. However, if you cannot prepare a dinner that satisfies me, I will not extend kindness to strangers. I will not let you down. Lao Gao replied decisively, quickly walking up to Zhang Mingyu and anxiously asked, where are the ingredients? And I prefer to finish dinner around 6 o'clock. As for the ingredients, Zhang Mingyu suddenly remembered that the crops in the agricultural area were likely ready for harvest now, so he immediately led Lao Gao outside the villa, saying, first, he'll take you to pick fresh vegetables and fruits. If you need meat or eggs later, just tell the maid. Remember, I don't eat spicy food. The young man who doesn't eat spicy food doesn't seem to have many ingredients at home. Wait, did he just say he would pick fresh vegetables and fruits? Could it be that he has fresh vegetables planted at home? Just a moment ago, Lao Gao was worried about whether he could prepare a satisfying meal for his employer in the dire situation of food scarcity. He had even thought of how to turn frozen potatoes into a culinary masterpiece, considering how to replace missing salt and sugar. Little did he expect that the moment he arrived at the agricultural area, the sight before him would leave him utterly speechless. Oh, this. Lao Gao stammered, pointing at the lush vegetables and fruits on the vacant land, his face full of shock. Wasn't it said that cosmic radiation and heavy rain would affect the growth of crops? How could there be so many vegetables and fruits here, especially of such variety? My base has special protective measures that prevent the rainwater and cosmic energy outside from affecting the vegetables and Zhang Mingyu casually picked a large red apple from the apple tree and said while eating, I'm going to pick some sunshine roses next door. You can take your time choosing here, you just tell the maid if you need anything. Lao Gao looked at the scene before him and instantly felt a surge of confidence. He recalled the recruitment information stating that the chef would receive an extra kilogram of fresh fruit daily, which strengthened his resolve to do everything he could to stay and work for Zhang Mingyu as a chef. After selecting some fresh vegetables, Lao Gao went to the second-floor dining room to start cooking. Zhang Mingyu watched Lao Gao's departing figure while eating the jade-green sunshine rose and utilized the system's duplication function to harvest all the ripe vegetables and fruits into his personal space. Ding 100 kilograms of mangosteen, 800 times duplication, now storing 8.0 kilograms of mangosteen. Ding 60 kilograms of white flesh dragon fruit, 1000 times duplication, now storing 6.0 kilograms of white flesh dragon fruit. Ding, the total volume of resources stored by the host has reached the reward standard for side missions. Phase reward issued, reconnaissance type, armed robots Yuming. 20 units. In an instant after the system's notification sounded, 20 slightly smaller eerie green robots than the Xiangu armed robots appeared in Zhang Mingyu's personal space. These green robots had visibly thinner armor than the Xiangu, but their propulsion nozzles were twice as powerful, making them appear quite lightweight. Moreover, as reconnaissance type robots, Yuming also possessed optical and radar cloaking functions. Once Yuming entered stealth mode, even ordinary people standing in front of it would not be able to detect its presence. Equipped with self-cloaking capabilities, Yuming armed robots are practically assassins born for reconnaissance and assassination. With these 20 Yuming armed robots, along with the previously arrived divine mechanical self-propelled artillery and Xiangu armed robots, the armed forces I can mobilize have already reached a level of independence. Zhang Mingyu immersed himself in excitement, dedicating himself to studying the 20 brand new Yuming robots. Time flowed slowly. Finally, Zero urged Zhang Mingyu to have dinner. Zero, master, your dinner is ready. Please head to the second-floor dining room. On the second floor of the main base in the dining hall, a table filled with a variety of delicacies lay before Zhang Mingyu, featuring fragrant French pan-seared foie gras tender and delicious red wine snowflake steak and Spanish seafood paella infused with special spices. There was also traditional meat sauce lasagna and Italian sausage pizza. For this dinner, Lao Gao showcased his peak cup. All of this was to earn Zhang Mingyu's recognition and become the chef of this steel fortress. Quite good, I am very... Zhang Mingyu enjoyed the dessert meticulously prepared by Lao Gao, a light cream mousse with a hint of bittersweet matcha powder, perfectly balancing sweetness, aligning with the Chinese preference for desserts. It seemed that Lao Gao adjusted the flavors according to Zhang Mingyu's tastes while cooking. I think you qualify to be my chef. You can start working for me today. I will provide you with whatever medications you need, and any shortages will be deducted from your salary. Thank you, boss, thank you. Lao Gao's anxious heart finally settled in his stomach upon hearing Zhang Mingyu's word. He wiped away tears of excitement, eagerly wanting to get the medicine and return home to treat his daughter. Number 0 Master, I have detected that your neighbors are approaching the main base, currently 1 kilometer from the main gate. Is someone coming? Zhang Mingyu looked up at the surveillance footage and indeed saw a dozen figures slowly approaching the base in the downpour of rain under the cover of night. He cast a contemplative glance at Lao Gao and asked with a smirk, Lao Gao, are there several strangers outside my villa? They are not related to you, right? In that moment Lao Gao felt as if the boy before him had transformed. It was like a sleeping lion had opened its eyes, exuding a terrifying aura of killing intent. I Lao Gao swear to the heavens that I came here only to seek medicine for my daughter, and I harbor no ill intentions towards the boss. Wisdom, I Lao Gao goodwill value 60. Note, because you saved Lao Gao's daughter, he is filled with goodwill towards you. Alright, I just have a couple of questions. Why are you so nervous? Upon seeing the description from Wisdom, Zhang Mingyu stood up with satisfaction, patted Lao Gao's stiff body, and said, From now on we are family, no need to be so formal. Now grab the medicine and come with me. At the main gate of the base, a group of community members, led by Wang Fong, had bang bang bang. The alloy gate was knocked upon. Wang Fong, with her back to the door, passionately addressed the neighbors. Dear neighbors, with me your community director present today, I will definitely help everyone resolve the food issue. Director Wang, look at how high the walls of this villa are. What if he doesn't come out? If he doesn't come out, well, deal with him. Today no one will leave empty-handed. I agree, I won't go home until I get some food today. The neighbors from Sunshine Garden community had seen Zhang Mingyu's food showcase video in the resident group and the recruitment information he posted. If this information had been shared half a month ago, it would have only sparked envy, but now all the convenience stores outside had been emptied and food supplies were extremely scarce. At this time, Zhang Mingyu's ample resources inevitably sparked ulterior motives among people. I say, isn't what we are. Old Lu, the security guard, rarely stepped forward to speak out and stop them. His honest and straightforward character made it difficult for him to abandon morals and laws in the early days of the apocalypse, especially against a defenseless student. If they are willing to lend us food, we will take it and leave. If they refuse to lend us food, we can't just rob them, can we? Robbery is against the law. Hearing Old Lu contradicting her at this moment, Wang Fang's eyes widened in anger. Who said we are robbing? If they have food at home and don't help us, that is murder. Taking their food is an emergency measure. Exactly, you ignorant country bumpkin, stop talking nonsense. By the way, a couple of days ago I saw those 3 little rascals from the next door seem to have gone to rob Zhang Mingyu. Do you think he hasn't opened the door for so long because those 3 little rascals killed him? To everyone's surprise, the elderly woman from the family of 5 was still alive. At this moment, the malicious old woman was fantasizing about the scene of Zhang Mingyu being killed by the thugs, secretly delighted. Who would have thought that the heavy alloy gate would slowly open before the neighbors, revealing a clean and tidy courtyard and Zhang Mingyu alongside his robotic guards. Old lady, do you really wish for my death? You are still alive. Caught red-handed for speaking ill behind Zhang Mingyu's back, the old woman initially felt guilty. But when she turned around and saw Wang Fong and a dozen neighbors, she regained her confidence, saying, I just want you dead, you little wretch. You hurt my husband, and our matter is far from over. The old woman, being of advanced age, had no idea what the shadow robots standing behind Zhang Mingyu were. However, the other neighbors, upon seeing so many guards beside Zhang Mingyu, felt somewhat intimidated. What are those robots behind you? Do you intend to use force against your neighbors? You can pretend not to see that I have concealed firearms, but you must share your food with us. At that moment, the neighbors, perhaps fearing the firearms the old woman mentioned, or perhaps intimidated by the seemingly fearsome shadow robots, decided to reason with Zhang Mingyu. However, after experiencing betrayal in his past life, Zhang Mingyu would not be morally bound. In this life, although he had the ability to replicate items and could infinitely duplicate resources, he would never extend goodwill to anyone. Instead, he would adhere to the principle of equivalent exchange, allowing survivors to earn food and water through labor or barter. Considering this, Zhang Mingyu immediately spoke up. Have I not provided you opportunities to work for food or to trade mutated beasts for food? You wicked little bastard, the mutated beasts outside are so ferocious, asking everyone to hunt them for you is pushing us to our deaths. Moreover, the recruitment information you posted does not even guarantee wages. What are a few meals enough for? And you can't possibly expect an old person like me to serve you young folks, can you? The old woman, spewing venom, had no intention of listening to Zhang Mingyu's reasoning. Zhang Mingyu's words were not even directed at the old woman. He activated the wisdom eye, casting a calm gaze over the several neighbors with goodwill values above 0 present, and called to Lao Gao beside him. I haven't forced you to come work for me. If you don't want to, feel free to leave right now. I just want to say, as long as you are willing to work hard, the elderly and children can also strive to survive in this rainy apocalypse. Old Gao immediately understood the meaning behind Zhang Mingyu's wave as he arrived at the door. He stepped forward, indignantly blocking the neighbor's way. You all have hands and feet, yet instead of working hard to earn food and water, you choose to rely on begging for unearned gains. As fellow owners of the Sunshine Garden community, I am truly ashamed for you. Old Gao's remarks left many self-assured owners present feeling somewhat embarrassed. Immediately someone asked, who are you and why are you appearing in the villa? Old Gao is the chef I just hired. From today onward, I will be responsible for his 3 meals a day. In addition, I will provide him with 1 kilogram of vegetables and fruits daily, or equivalent supplies. Of course, if old Gao feels unsafe staying at home, he can also move with his wife and daughter to the dormitory I have newly built. There I will do my utmost to ensure the safety of your family. Zhang Mingyu and old Gao harmonized their statements, which swayed the owners present. Some even inquired on the spot if they could also work under Zhang Mingyu. Just as the collective grain borrowing action organized by Wang Fong was about to be lightly resolved by Zhang Mingyu and old Gao's performance, Wang Fong quickly brandished her identity as the director Wang and shouted, "Don't forget we are here on behalf of the community to collect supplies. If he doesn't give us what we need, we will resort to forceful means, and the supplies obtained will be shared among everyone." After Wang Fang's shout, the old lady immediately jumped out saying, "Let's go together. I don't believe this orphan without parents can withstand us. You are the orphan old hag who I've endured you for a long time." Zhang Mingyu's patience had its limits. He raised his hand slightly, and 2 phantom-armed robots immediately appeared like phantoms behind Wang Fong and the old lady. No one saw how the phantoms moved throughout the entire scene, as if they truly transformed into 2 spirits capable of instantaneous movement. "You little monster born from a bitch, try moving a bit. I warn you, I represent the authorities." The phantom's ability to appear and disappear left the old lady and Wang Fong drenched in cold sweat. However, these 2 filthy creatures still underestimated Zhang Mingyu's ruthlessness when facing enemies. Just when the old lady and community Wang Fong thought Zhang Mingyu would not dare to act against them in front of the community owners, Zhang Mingyu expressionlessly commanded the 2 phantom robots, "Break their limbs." At that moment, both the old lady and Wang Fong were stunned. In the midst of a torrential downpour, having their limbs broken was no different from being killed. "Zhang Mingyu, you can't do this. What you're doing is illegal. You are murdering a public official." Wang Fong initially stuttered threateningly, but after her arm was broken, she could only cry out in agony, tears streaming down her face. The old lady fared worse. This old hag who had once soaked her mouth in a cesspit fainted from the pain as her limbs were broken. At her age, it was uncertain if she could survive from excessive blood loss. The authorities will enact new apocalypse laws by the end of September. Under the newly revised law, like you today banding together with weapons to forcibly invade a private residence, the homeowner has the right to unlimited self-defense. In short, even if I were to kill you now, the authorities wouldn't convict me. In fact, I might even be awarded a banner for establishing justice. Zhang Mingyu spoke nothing but the truth. Both in past and present, the handling of the apocalypse by Huaxiao was extremely appropriate. After the initial month of chaos, governments across various regions would gradually establish official shelters, continuously gather supplies, rescue survivors, and consolidate their positions amidst the apocalypse. Zhang Mingyu's actions were entirely justified during the apocalypse. No one could find any fault. I support Boss Zhang. To be honest, I've long been dissatisfied with this Director Wang. Relying on a bit of power, she barks orders in the owner's group, commanding us to do this, and that while all the benefits end up in her pockets. I suspect she might have hidden a lot of food at home. Suddenly, a young man with a crew cut kicked viciously at Wang Fang's wounds several times. Then, as if seeking praise, he repeatedly bowed to Zhang Mingyu. "Boss Zhang, I am also a student from Bai City University. Thanks to you speaking up in the group, this grandson was able to stop moral kidnapping us into risking our lives to collect supplies in the poisonous rain. This time I am willing to retrieve all the food left in Wang Fang's house for Boss Zhang. Consider it a repayment for what happened in the group before. What is your name?" Zhang Mingyu could see that the young man wanted to show off in front of him. However, he did not expose him, but instead thought of recruiting him. As an old saying goes in Huaxia, those who recognize the situation are the true talents. Zhang Mingyu had no objections to letting such a talent switch sides and work for him. "My name is Bai Buhui. You can call me Xiao Bai or Buhui, either works." Bai Bui's face lit up with joy as he realized Zhang Mingyu's attitude indicated he must have made the right gamble, earning the qualification to work for Zhang Mingyu. Wisdom I by Buhui, goodwill value 53. Note, as long as you can ensure he gets enough to eat, he will serve you. The goodwill value has reached 53. Although it hasn't broken through the 60 barrier, it's almost enough. Zhang Mingyu knew that it was unlikely for Bai Buhui to become completely loyal right away. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to accept him for now, planning to cultivate the goodwill value slowly over time. "You can go back and pack up today and report to me tomorrow morning. Meals and accommodation are provided." "Thank you, Boss Zhang. Thank you, Boss Zhang." Bai Buhui was overjoyed to hear that he had been hired. In addition, he did not forget to kick the unconscious old lady a couple of times to show his loyalty. "Next, I will build a booth outside the villa. If anyone wants to come for an interview, just find the staff at the booth. If you meet the standards, I will also offer you corresponding rewards. Now I need to rest. Does anyone still want to rob my supplies?" The neighbors looked at Wang Fong and the old lady, who were lying in the rain wailing, and dared not act recklessly. Thus, the grain borrowing incident instigated by community Wang Fong was perfectly resolved. After sending off the 2 newly recruited employees, Zhang Mingyu returned home under the increasingly darkening night. September 26th, overcast. A full month has passed since the cataclysmic rainstorm began. During this month, Zhang Mingyu has increased his stock of crystal cores to 437 by hunting mutated beasts that invaded the base and trading with the residents of the community. In the process, Zhang Mingyu conducted extensive evaluations and recruited 5 individuals with experience in agricultural planting or horticulture to join his base, taking over the farmland previously managed by the androids. Additionally, the security guard Lao Lu and a fitness instructor from the community were hired as security personnel at Zhang Mingyu's base. The 3 of them, along with Zhang Mingyu's classmate Bai Buhui, would be primarily responsible for maintaining order in the dormitory area outside the walls. Host Zhang Mingyu. Current system energy 80,100 restores 100 energy per natural day. Current assets basic base primary artificial intelligence 050 lifelike androids 30 fully automated engineering robots 20 mystic armored robots 20 underworld armored robots 5 self-made mobile cannons 1 self-built dormitory crystal core balance 437. Current population 11. Special Buildings Research Institute farmland. Special abilities portable space item duplication Eye of Wisdom. Gazing at his personal panel, Zhang Mingyu felt immense satisfaction with his current situation. Although Lao Gao's wife and daughter lacked any special skills, they did not hinder Zhang Mingyu after being assigned to the agricultural department. Over the past month, Zhang Mingyu's base has been thriving. He only needs a little over 500 crystal cores for his base to advance to the intermediate level. Bang bang bang. A cheerful knocking sound echoed. 2 android maids delivered Zhang Mingyu's breakfast to the bedroom on the 3rd floor of the main base. Due to the psychological trauma from his past life, Zhang Mingyu would not allow anyone to reside in his base, including the 11 base employees like Lao Gao, who could only stay in the dormitory building or move outside the main base's walls. They were only permitted to enter the main base through the east gate when their duties called for them. Inside the main base, no one was allowed to set foot on the 3rd floor where Zhang Mingyu lived. Even on the 2nd floor, he only permitted the head chef Lao Gao to enter for food preparation during work hours. Having personally experienced the dark brutality of the rainstorm apocalypse, Zhang Mingyu could only trust himself now. 0 Master, new developments have arisen in Bai City. It is advisable to check promptly. 0 I have automatically retrieved the surveillance footage from the center of Bai City. Within the eerie blue system interface, the scenery of Bai City's center appeared. The continuous rainfall for over 30 days has submerged the lowlying streets in Bai City under floodwaters. In some areas, the floodwaters had even risen to the 3rd floor balconies, turning the streets into a surging river, while high-rise buildings became isolated islands. The higher streets miraculously escaped being submerged in the flooding. However, through the surveillance, Zhang Mingyu could clearly see that an abundance of green weeds had somehow managed to sprout on the streets, vibrant green plants breaking through the asphalt, taking root, and thriving in the cracks of bricks and cement, with many weeds even exceeding knee height. Amongst the weeds, nearly waist-high rustling sounds occasionally emerged, as if some predator was lurking within the. Any human who carelessly entered the grass would become its prey. In just over 30 days, Bai City's situation is already reminiscent of my past life. Zhang Mingyu's gaze fell. The devastation wrought by the rainstorm apocalypse on human civilization was not a first for him, yet it still cast a shadow over his emotions. 0 You accessed Bai City's network before the apocalypse. Did you discover how this lake in Bai City's center emerged? Zhang Mingyu adjusted the surveillance angle, directing the camera towards the large lake in Bai City's center. This area was where the flooding was most severe. The accumulated water on the streets transformed into rivers, seemingly flowing towards the enormous lake that had mysteriously appeared at Bai City's center. Through the murky waters, one could faintly see something swimming from that lake onto Bai City's streets, establishing a new biological cycle system reliant on Bai City's streets. The lake covered a vast area nearly equivalent to more than half of Bai City. In the depths of the lake, something terrifying seemed to lurk beneath the surface. 0 Preliminary analysis suggests the lake's emergence is related to the fusion of the higher dimensional universe and Blue Star. 0 Alert, current data is insufficient. It is advisable to expand the database before further analysis. Zhang Mingyu understood that after the rainstorm apocalypse, modern facilities worldwide had been impacted to varying degrees. Even 0 and artificial intelligence found it challenging to gather intelligence with insufficient hardware. Therefore, he did not press 0, but instead shifted the surveillance footage to a group of soldiers advancing forward. This well-trained unit was traversing the streets on inflatable boats. As they cleared the mutated beasts they encountered, they distributed flyers to the survivors hiding in the buildings on either side. The rainstorm apocalypse has struck Blue Star. The military will temporarily implement martial law in Bai City. The former military district in the western suburbs of Bai City will be converted into an official refuge. Any citizen in need, please proceed to the official refuge for safety. As the soldiers known as the People's Liberation Army first appeared on the streets, many survivors who had been too afraid to show their faces at home pressed their faces against the windows, tearfully asking, "The streets are flooded. How can we possibly reach the official refuge on our own? Didn't you military take control of Bai City? Why aren't you sending anyone to rescue us? I've gone days without food. Can any of you soldiers spare some food for me?" Voices of distress echoed between the streets on either side. However, the soldiers navigating the river on their inflatable boats could do nothing in response. The rainstorm apocalypse came suddenly, and our troops are currently short-staffed. We have already documented survival skills and the new laws for survival in by city on the flyers. If you are able, please try to help yourselves. The officials will assign tasks and provide basic food to citizens reaching the refuge. Please remain calm and self-rescue, do not lose faith in the future. The soldiers on the surveillance footage passed through one street after another continuously, trying to bring hope to the citizens amid the rainstorm apocalypse. As the soldiers progressed, a group finally arrived at the entrance of the Sunshine Garden community. Cantonese barbecue pork buns, crystal shrimp dumplings, custard lava buns. Zhang Mingyu had a light breakfast descending to the lobby on the first floor just before 11 o'clock. In the spacious lobby, Bai Buhui, temporarily appointed as the security team leader, was dressed in a security uniform provided by Zhang Mingyu, clutching a crumpled flyer eagerly, sitting on the sofa waiting anxiously. The moment Zhang Mingyu appeared, Bai Buhui immediately stood up from the sofa and jogged over to Zhang Mingyu, excitedly exclaiming, "Boss Zhang! Boss Zhang! Today the troops are coming to our community." Zhang Mingyu took the flyer and looked at its contents. Letter to all citizens. Current situation: Bai City is affected by global disasters, streets flooded, and food shortages. The Bai City authorities advise all citizens to actively save themselves and strictly adhere to the following new laws for the apocalypse. 1. From today onwards, Bai City will implement military management. 2. Citizens of Bai City who are capable should go to the official shelter located at the industrial base. And 3. The official shelter will temporarily implement a digital currency system. Citizens who participate in the construction of the official shelter will receive a fixed daily income in digital currency. This currency cannot be robbed and can only be used to purchase daily necessities at the official shelter. 4. In light of the recent increase in lawless elements in Bai City, the authorities will allow the public to retaliate against thugs without restrictions. Glancing quickly at the flyer, Zhang Mingyu returned it to Bai Buhui. During the early days of the rain disaster, the new laws issued by the authorities could still somewhat deter some petty criminals. But a few months later, the contents of this flyer would only be effective within the official shelter. Looking at the still excited Bai Buhui, Zhang Mingyu said lightly, "Are you excited about the soldiers outside?" "Well, of course I'm not saying your excitement is wrong. After all, the establishment of the shelter by the authorities is a good thing for most people. If you or anyone in the base wants to leave for the official shelter, I will not stop you. Because in my base you are free. As the boss, I will never restrict your comings and goings." Upon hearing this, Bai Buhui first shivered all over, and when he realized that Zhang Mingyu's words seemed to come from the heart, he began to carefully consider the pros and cons influenced by his excitement. With an awkward smile, Bai Buhui recalled the various experiences over the past month during the rain disaster, and firmly stated, "Boss Zhang, no matter what others think, I, Bai Buhui, will follow you. In the past half-month, I have had food and drink with Boss Zhang, 3 meals a day, and at night, I can stay in a single dormitory with air conditioning and heating. In the rain disaster, having such good treatment and a dormitory with uninterrupted power for 24 hours, I am already very content." Bai Buhui was a smart man. After working at Zhang Mingyu's base for half a month, he experienced a level of happiness he had never known before during the rain disaster. From his perspective, even in the official shelter, not everyone could enjoy the kind of treatment he received. If he really went to the official shelter, he would be exhausted from building the shelter every day. In the end, he might not live as well as he did now. Therefore, Bai Buhui believed that following Zhang Mingyu to the end was the wisest choice. "Well, you take my words back to the others in the base. I'm going back upstairs to sleep." After leaving this remark, Zhang Mingyu turned and took the elevator back to his bedroom on the top floor of the main base. Only by staying here could he gain absolute security. Lying on the small nest on the bay window, Zhang Mingyu opened his phone and casually browsed through the news online. He found that many people online were discussing matters regarding the official shelter. "Hey, are there any living people online?" "Huh. It's been over 30 days of heavy rain, and there are still people bubbling up online." "Brother upstairs, didn't you encounter the propaganda team from the West Suburb Military District today? The authorities are going to build a shelter. I wondered why so many people suddenly showed up. By the way, has anyone seen the military propaganda team? Can you tell us what the official shelter is like, and when will the authorities send someone to rescue us? It seems there won't be any rescue, they want us to go ourselves." "What the hell, go ourselves?" After the rain disaster struck, local governments across the country scrambled to respond. The Bai City government's plan to build an official shelter stirred up a huge wave of excitement and discussion among countless people. The vast majority of people held an optimistic attitude toward this. The residents of Sunshine Garden community were also excitedly discussing it in the group. "Hey, if they want us to go, let's go." The mutated beasts on the streets of Bai City were cleared by the military once, and now they don't dare to show their heads easily. If we take some risks, we might still have a chance to escape to the official shelter. Damn it, compared to starving at home, I'd rather take a chance. The shelter built by the authorities is definitely better than that guy's place in the villa area. By then we'll be living in luxury, while that fool who relies on the villa will surely starve to death in the community after his food runs out. That day, many residents of Sunshine Garden community followed behind the soldiers of the military district, bringing their families. Although the soldiers were not on a rescue mission, seeing so many civilians gathering, they upheld the spirit of serving the people and ensured everyone's safety along the way as best as they could. Similar situations were unfolding all over Bai City. Some decided to fight desperately today, while others missed the best opportunity to escape to the official shelter because of fear. After today, without the firearms in the hands of the little soldiers, it would be nearly impossible for them to cross Bai City. With his phone resting on the window sill, Zhang Mingyu stopped browsing through the cluttered information online and quietly gazed out through the window glass at the distant scenery. The rain curtain obstructed his view. All Zhang Mingyu could see was the flooded ground and the towering pitch-black buildings like giants. In his past life, he remembered that the ruler of Bai City was a very decisive and iron-fisted figure who not only called on all citizens to build the first batch of official shelters in Huaxia, but also protected the safety of Bai City's survivors during the massive invasion of mutated creatures. In this life, Zhang Mingyu sincerely hoped to meet him if given the chance. If he could cooperate with him, it would surely benefit both sides. Ding, the balanced evolution serum has been developed. Please go to the Research Institute for acceptance. The continuous system notification sounds in his ears made Zhang Mingyu's spirit lift. He turned to look at his spatial storage and found that 20 hulking figures resembling iron giants had indeed appeared. The Iron Mountain heavy-duty robot stood 4 meters tall, larger than 2 Shin Bone-armed robots combined. It could not fly, but it was equipped with heavy armor that even the main cannon of an interstellar battleship could not breach in one shot, and it boasted heavy firepower that allowed it to rampage across small-scale battlefields. With its Iron Mountain-like exterior and solid base, there was no doubt about its frontal assault capabilities. If the Shin Bone-armed robot was the special forces on the battlefield, then the Iron Mountain heavy-duty robot was the tank of the battlefield, the absolute main force in frontal combat. Ha ha ha, with the Iron Mountain, the underworld, the Shin Bone, and the Divine Machine, although the interstellar base hasn't been upgraded to intermediate level, yet it is already fearless against ordinary beast tides. Zhang Mingyu quickly deployed the Iron Mountain heavy-duty robots around the main base, his body already eagerly rushing to the research facility door, eager to see the effects of the balanced evolution potion he had studied for 14 days. Balanced evolution potion each costs 1 crystal core, 10 minutes. Note the quality of the crystal cores used as raw materials will determine the quality of the evolution potion. Standing in front of the holographic projection in the center of the research facility, Zhang Mingyu looked at the information related to the balanced evolution potion, his eyes shining with barely concealed excitement. In his past life, he struggled for 7 months during the apocalypse without becoming an evolved one. In this life, he actually had the chance to fulfill his past dreams with the power of technology. This feeling was simply exhilarating. Bring me the crystal core of the Rat King I hunted before to make the evolution potion. Without hesitation, Zhang Mingyu took out the highest quality Rat King crystal core at hand. As a mutant beast about to break through to the second stage, this crystal core was definitely the best choice for an ordinary person like Zhang Mingyu. The crystal core flew onto the operating table in the center of the research facility. Immediately, a holographic countdown appeared in the air above the table. 9 minutes, 59 seconds. 9 minutes, 58 seconds. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. At the moment the countdown reached 0, Zhang Mingyu immediately grasped a semi-transparent potion emitting a faint white light that floated out from the holographic screen. He did not hesitate for a moment, resolutely following the instructions to insert the end of the double helix potion vial with 2 needle holes into his left shoulder's deltoid muscle. It was icy, followed by a scorching heat. Zhang Mingyu felt as if his body was about to catch fire. Every pore of his body was exuding heat, and after collapsing to the ground, he curled up in pain like a boiled shrimp. This is the price of evolution. The stagnant evolutionary pace of Blue Star humanity was being reignited by Zhang Mingyu at this moment. He broke the shackles deep within human genes at the cost of blood and tears, stepping towards a brand new tomorrow. On the first floor of the research facility, Zhang Mingyu opened his eyes in a daze. The memories of struggling for 7 months in the apocalyptic rain made him spring up at the first sign of awakening, wanting to guard against enemies around him, but the familiar high-tech scene before him relaxed his spirit. Oh right, I've already been reborn. In this life no one can kill me. As he was thinking, Zhang Mingyu suddenly noticed that his body was actually falling. Looking down, he found that his last jump had actually propelled him over 4 meters off the ground. On Blue Star there was a slam dunk king named Wei Bo who once jumped 133 meters from a standstill, setting the world record for standing jumps among Blue Star people. Even the world record holder could only barely jump to 3.6 meters under running conditions. Who would have thought that Zhang Mingyu's casual jump would actually break this world record? No wonder the status of evolved beings was so revered in his past life. No wonder. No wonder. A glimmer of excitement shone in Zhang Mingyu's eyes. He effortlessly adjusted his posture in midair, then skillfully landed back on the ground. As a balanced evolutionary, although he was not as strong or fast as specialized evolvers, balanced evolvers surpassed specialized ones in terms of equilibrium and comprehensiveness. Bang! Crackle! Zhang Mingyu casually unleashed a punch in the air, experiencing the power he had gained. His bones creaked as he felt very satisfied with his strength. 0. I need you to keep an eye on the research facility and work overtime to produce 100 balanced evolution potions. By tomorrow morning, I want to take these 100 evolution potions to the official shelter for a trade. If Zhang Mingyu remembered correctly, the official of Bai City should have already discovered the innate evolved beings by now. The innate evolved beings were different from Zhang Mingyu, who relied on evolution potions to evolve or gamble with the lives by directly swallowing the crystal cores of first-stage mutant beasts. The innate evolved beings possessed extraordinary talents and could often autonomously evolve under the radiation of cosmic energy, just like mutant beasts and plants. In his past life, the Bai City officials should have already started researching innate evolved beings at this point. Moreover, that iron-fisted figure in Bai City was also leading the nation in researching how to cultivate postnatal evolved beings. If Zhang Mingyu took this risk-free evolution potion that could guarantee the cultivation of an evolved being to the official shelter, he would definitely not have to worry about it not selling. After all, whether it was through swallowing crystal cores to evolve, or the few methods the officials had for fostering evolved beings at the beginning of the apocalypse, both were fraught with peril. Moreover, these bizarre evolution methods consumed a significant amount of crystal cores. From both cost and effectiveness perspectives, the balanced evolution potion was a clear winner. In this situation, Zhang Mingyu did not believe that the iron-fisted figure of Bai City would not understand the pros and cons once the balanced evolution potion emerged. The only concern was that the iron-fisted figure in Bai City was far from a good person. In order to ensure the survival of the majority of Bai City's citizens, he would go to any lengths. If Zhang Mingyu did not demonstrate his strong self-protection ability while showcasing his financial resources, there was a significant chance that the iron-fisted figure would forcibly confiscate the purification potion from him. Worse yet, he might even set his sights on Zhang Mingyu's interstellar base. This deal was bound to be difficult. On September 27th, in the early morning, the sky was overcast with dark clouds, and a fine drizzle fell intermittently. The cool breeze gently caressed Zhang Mingyu's face, allowing him to catch a hint of the crisp autumn air. Today was a rare good day for the apocalypse following the torrential rain. Zhang Mingyu instructed the androids to load various supplies into the vehicles, preparing to head to the official shelter for trade, with a convoy consisting of 5 armored trucks, 10 Xianbone armed robots, 10 Yuming reconnaissance robots, 10 Taizhan heavy-duty robots, and 2 divine self-propelled artillery pieces. Of course, to avoid giving the impression that he was attacking the shelter, Zhang Mingyu only revealed 10 Xianbone armed robots and 20 androids for the protection of the convoy. In case of any unforeseen circumstances, he would retrieve the remaining robots from storage to confront the enemy. Zero planned the driving route now. Under the watchful eyes of the base personnel, Zhang Mingyu leaped onto the armored truck. The main purpose of this trade with the official shelter was to acquire a large number of first-level crystal cores obtained by the officials during their recent cleanup of the mutated beasts in Baiqing. Collecting these crystal cores on his own would take a considerable amount of time. Thus, obtaining them through trade with the officials was undoubtedly a win-win situation for him. Therefore, for this immensely important transaction, Zhang Mingyu decided to personally step forward and meet the iron-fisted figure from the officials. Zero planning the driving route. Zero detecting a waterlogged road ahead. Please detour, as per navigation. Naturally, Zhang Mingyu did not need to drive the armored truck, as it was operated by the androids. These androids, indistinguishable from humans, were capable of performing a multitude of tasks. They could do everything a human could. Even tasks beyond human capabilities could be accomplished due to the unique abilities of the androids. At Zhang Mingyu's command, the alloy gate, which had been closed for several days, opened to the sides. The convoy of 5 armored trucks slowly drove out of the community. A month after the apocalypse, this was Zhang Mingyu's first time venturing far from home. The convoy that left the community struggled to advance along the waterlogged road. The once wide asphalt road was now overgrown with weeds taller than a person. The locust trees on either side had grown as large and lush as ancient trees stimulated by cosmic energy. Ordinary vehicles would quickly become entangled in the weeds or get stuck in the muddy water-filled pits that had formed on the asphalt road. Fortunately, after modification by engineering robots, the performance of Zhang Mingyu's armored vehicle had greatly improved. It traveled several miles on the weed-covered road without any issues. Is someone there? Zhang Mingyu saw a father and son rummaging through the chaos in a convenience store by the street. This scene reminded him of his past life. In my previous life, I was also desperately searching through the garbage for something to eat like them. A can of unopened luncheon meat could make me happy for several days. Alas, I regret that I never got to eat the can of luncheon meat I had saved for 7 months in my previous life, not knowing which bastard who invaded my home devoured it. As memories of the past gradually overlapped with the present scene, Zhang Mingyu gazed at the road, now unrecognizable except for the scattered stones, feeling a wave of nostalgia. Just as Zhang Mingyu was lost in thought, a piercing scream suddenly erupted from the convenience store where the father and son were searching. There's a dog, a huge dog. Xiaofeng, step back, I'll handle this beast. Dad. Look outside, it seems this dog has accomplices. Zhang Mingyu in the armored truck could see the situation in the weeds from a higher vantage point. In the distance, he noticed several dark yellow figures swiftly darting through the half-person high weeds. These gray shadows resembled Akitas from before the apocalypse. However, their size was not that of ordinary Akitas. Each of these large dark yellow dogs measured over a meter. Dad, you're hurt, get away. My dear son, I'm here, you must escape, go home. Dad may not be able to accompany you anymore. Promise me even if it's just you and your mother left you must live on bravely. The wild dogs at the convenience store seemed to possess considerable intelligence. They were uninterested in the numerous humans in the convoy. 7 or 8 wild dogs all bared their fangs at the father and son in the convenience store. Akitas, a breed often overlooked small yet fierce, just like their breeders from their place of origin, they were treacherous wolves raised in packs. Zhang Mingyu squinted his eyes and calmly ordered the Xianbone armed robots beside the armored truck. The dog I hate the most is the cherry blossom dog. Zuanbone, kill them and collect the crystal cores. Zhang Mingyu watched as 2 Xianbone robots charged towards the dark yellow wild dogs in the grass. Immediately the high-frequency oscillating blades cut down the 7 mutated dogs still hiding in the grass before they could even dodge, completely taking their lives. The mutated dog hiding in the convenience store seemed to be preparing to escape. However, the Xianbone robots did not. The purple light emitted from the high-energy laser weapons pierced through the mutated dog's brain like a shot from a purple divine arrow taking its life. Keep heading east along this road. There is a place called Sunshine Home Community. Zhang Mingyu instructed the Xianbone to recover the crystal cores from the mutated dogs' bodies, leaving behind a remark from the vehicle. If you work hard enough you might find a job that can support your family in a villa deep within the community. To upgrade the interstellar base, Zhang Mingyu needed to constantly hunt mutated beasts for crystal cores. Therefore, on the way to the official shelter, he would have the Xianbone hunt any mutated beasts he encountered. As for saving people, he simply did not have the ability to rescue everyone he saw. All he could do was protect himself from being killed. As Zhang Mingyu moved westward, he gradually encountered other survivors heading to the official shelter, most of whom were in groups of at least 10 wielding mop handles, clothes hangers, scissors, and watermelon knives, as weapons, wary of the potential hunters lurking in the grass. Some survivors chose to drive. However, the vast majority were forced to walk as the once common small cars in Baicheng could no longer navigate in the current environment. Due to the heavy rain, many streets near the city center have been flooded and are impassable. As a result, Zhang Mingyu had to follow the guidance of Zero and take a detour on the elevated road, bypassing the flood that had submerged the balconies up to the 3rd floor below. On the elevated road, there were many survivors seeking refuge nearby. Those with cars hid inside their vehicles for those with nothing, they could only curl up on the surface of the elevated road, enduring the wind and rain. Gazing at the survivors on both sides, Zhang Mingyu looked down at the raging flood below, where turbulent waters wreaked havoc on the streets, carrying bicycles, sunshades, and foam boxes that floated and sank in the murky water. The apocalypse of heavy rain has descended. Not everyone can be as fortunate as I am. Zhang Mingyu sat by the window watching the struggles of the people outside through the glass. He remained silent, his expression revealing no joy or sorrow. Finally, as the armored truck left the elevated road and reached the essential route to the West District in front of the Baicheng Cross River Bridge, Zhang Mingyu's consciousness slowly returned to his body, his eyes regaining their sparkle. Zero Master, the military has taken control of the entire West District. Crossing the bridge requires military inspection. Zero, a large number of human signals detected, planning the optimal driving route. In front of the Baicheng Cross River Bridge, Zhang Mingyu seemed to see the splendor before the apocalypse of heavy rain once again. He observed a crowd of survivors pushing forward on the bridge in the distance. They gathered densely, resembling a train during the spring festival travel rush. They looked like a swarm of blackhead ants on the run. There is an official checkpoint ahead. All citizens must disembark their vehicles and walk along the white line on the ground in an orderly manner. Please remain quiet, queue properly, and do not push or make noise. Any queue jumpers or those who refuse to comply will forfeit their eligibility to enter the official shelter. The loudspeakers tied to the steel cables on both sides of the bridge repeatedly announced the rules for crossing. At this moment, people wishing to enter the official shelter were slowly moving their bodies under the heavy rain. As the heavy rain had submerged most vehicles, a few remaining operable cars were unable to hit the road properly due to gas stations shutting down and lacking fuel. Therefore, as Zhang Mingyu's 5 armored trucks appeared near the Baicheng Cross River Bridge, they attracted a lot of attention. Look, armored trucks. In this day and age, someone can still drive an armored truck on the road. What a rich guy. The owner is probably someone living nearby. Luck just spared his truck from being submerged. Currently, the water on the city center roads is already 3 stories high. In places that haven't been flooded, weeds have grown half a person's height. In this situation, cars can't go far, and his vehicle will soon be scrapped. Unlike the majority of onlookers at the end of the bridge queue, there was a group of young people wearing raincoats. Upon seeing Zhang Mingyu's armored truck, they all exclaimed, "Hey, look at that armored truck. Doesn't it look like the one our class monitor drove to the class reunion?" Wow, it really does, but wasn't the monitor targeted by the Iron Wolf gang back then? To come down from the hands of 20 vicious criminals, the monitor is indeed tough. The monitor's family isn't short on supplies. I guess he might have bought his life with resources. Tisk, having resources is such a blessing. This group of young people were classmates of Zhang Mingyu at Baicheng University. They had followed the military's propaganda team to the Baicheng Cross River Bridge yesterday, but were still queuing today. What's the big deal about having plenty of supplies at home? In the end, he still came to rely on the official shelter. In my opinion, his truck will also be left outside soon, and then he'll walk, just like us. Wang Zihao said sourly. He had parked far from the battlefield that day because he was scared of the Iron Wolf gang. Plus, he was busy engaging in deep conversations with Xie Lingwei. Thus, he hadn't seen clearly what had happened that day. At this moment, seeing Zhang Mingyu alive and reaching the Baiqing Cross River Bridge, which drew exclamations from his classmates, he felt a sense of imbalance in his heart. We are different from him. Once we get to the official shelter, it'll take you to see what the environment is like. If it's not good, we'll still go to my dad's place and do our own thing. Brother Hao is awesome. Ha. Following brother Hao means there's meat to eat. Our brother Hao can still establish his own power during the apocalypse. Oh, what can the monitor compare with? If the official shelter really isn't as good as outside, we'll have to rely on brother Hao even more in the future. A group of classmates who had recognized the harshness of the apocalypse gathered around Wang Zihao, like in their past lives. Xie Lingwei glanced at the bodyguard of Haoxing Group beside Wang Zihao, then turned to look at the toy-like Xiangu armed robots following the 5 armored trucks, feeling that Wang Zihao was more reliable. Thus Xie Lingwei again adopted her usual delicate White Lotus persona, falling into Wang Zihao's arms, and sweetly saying, "Young Master Wang Lingwei is tired, carry me. Just a little longer, we have been waiting for a day already. If we wait another half a day, we should be able to cross the bridge." Wang Zihao was also rubbing his hands, shivering in the rain. On their home turf, they were local tyrants, but before the official authorities they were treated equally. If they were to queue normally, even if Zhang Mingyu came, he wouldn't know when he would be able to cross the bridge. Thus, without hesitation, under Zero's guidance, Zhang Mingyu directed the 5 armored trucks onto the 2 specially reserved official lanes on the right side of the Baiqing Cross River Bridge. On the crowded Baiqing Cross River Bridge, only these 2 lanes were entirely empty. Bright yellow caution tape separated the queue of people crossing the bridge from these 2 exclusive lanes. Zhang Mingyu's 5 armored trucks cruised smoothly along the exclusive lanes. Aside from a few military vehicles, no one or no vehicle could be seen on these 2 lanes, completely avoiding any traffic jams. Is the monitor really a genius? Come on, everyone, stop joking. The monitor is doomed this time. Who does he think he is, daring to brazenly drive on the official lanes? These lanes are clearly designated to keep ordinary people away. They were set aside by the officials for emergencies. For him to take this lane to cross the bridge is simply more outrageous than cutting in line. Zhang Mingyu's classmates were all stunned by the actions of the armored trucks. Meanwhile, the other survivors on the Baiqing Cross River Bridge were all looking bewildered at the 5 armored trucks speeding across the bridge. Who are you? Can't you see the official notice prohibiting cutting in line? 5 armored trucks in total. Although they are not military vehicles, given their imposing presence, they might belong to the military. We common folks should probably keep quiet and wait in line on the bridge. Look, what are those things next to the armored trucks? They seem a bit sci-fi. I think those 2-meter-tall behemoths look somewhat like high-tech mechas from anime. Don't joke around. Such things only exist in movies. Even if they were really replicated in the real world, they would at most be mere decorations. If they can run, that's already impressive. These mechas are definitely just for show. And how can you be so sure that these people are military? Look at their drivers. They are not even wearing military uniforms. Quick look. The armored vehicles ahead have noticed the situation here. The Baiqing Cross River Bridge separates the Xiqing district from the rest of Baiqing. At this moment, the onlookers on the bridge had various comments upon seeing Zhang Mingyu's convoy. A military-wheeled armored vehicle, noticing that a convoy was driving on the designated lane, without permission aggressively turned around and blocked Zhang Mingyu's path. Attention, convoy ahead. This is the official emergency shelter of Baiqing. Please stop immediately. Repeat. This is the official emergency shelter of Baiqing. Please stop immediately for inspection. A young soldier's voice came from the approaching armored vehicle. Seeing the armored vehicle blocking the road ahead, Zhang Mingyu instructed the android to stop the convoy. His gaze swept over the young soldiers disembarking from the armored vehicle. When Zhang Mingyu saw a female officer with long hair tied back, her athletic figure accentuated by fitted military pants, he was immediately captivated. Suyuro. The capable young woman before him was a striking match to the figure in Zhang Mingyu's memory. In his past life, he had also encountered this girl, named Suyuro. The reason he remembered her so vividly was partly due to her stunning beauty and partly because her father Su Lai was a powerful figure in the Baiqing government. Besides these 2 points, there was another special aspect about Suyuro. It was this trait that made Zhang Mingyu, even after living another life, unable to forget her name. This special aspect was that the daughter of the powerful figure Su Lai was in fact the greatest saint during the rainstorm. In his previous life, Suyuro often ran to grassroots positions to lend a hand, and even as the daughter of a high-ranking official, she sometimes personally went to flooded cities to rescue survivors. And I, during a time when I was nearly starving, happened to encounter Suyuro, who provided me with a rare meal. Seeing her again, Zhang Mingyu felt a mix of emotions. Although many would loudly proclaim to kill the saint first when their teammate was a saint, when this saint's decisions had saved his life, Zhang Mingyu found it hard to criticize her. Hey, who are you? Can't you see the sign ahead that says this is an official emergency lane? Suyuro pushed aside the soldier protecting her and glared at Zhang Mingyu in the vehicle, scolding. This lane is an important passage for soldiers to support citizens during attacks by mutated beasts. Your actions could lead to a disaster. Suyuro would strive to help every vulnerable person. When she saw someone like Zhang Mingyu who disrespected the rules, she did not fear his strength. At this moment, Su the Great Saint clearly had strong opinions about Zhang Mingyu, the bully occupying the official emergency lane. Ha, there's a good show coming. Turns out these people aren't military. I was already irritated by that guy's attitude. I suggest the beautiful lady revoke their right to enter the official emergency shelter. Me too. We all support the beautiful lady in dealing with these rule-breaking individuals. The onlookers eager for the spectacle cheered on Suyuro. Unexpectedly, just as Suyuro took a couple of steps forward preparing to knock on the car door and force Zhang Mingyu and his group to get out for inspection, the entire cross-river bridge suddenly shook violently. The intense tremor caused people on the bridge to stagger. The steel cables supporting the bridge let out a metallic cry of fatigue under the immense load. Boom, boom. Something emerged from beneath the water. Tentacles as thick as oil tanks surged up from. Some were slapping the water, creating waves that soared several meters high, while others aimed directly at the densely packed crowd on the bridge. There's a water monster. There's a water monster under the river. Quick! Escape! The water monster's tentacles. Why is there such a gigantic water monster in the river? Clearly the water level had previously been so low that even large aquatic fish couldn't survive, all thanks to this rainstorm that has raised the water nearly to the bridge. Damn! Didn't my police officer cousin tell me that beasts absorbing cosmic energy and evolving are easy to deal with? Then why? Why is this underwater monster so outrageous? Military sister, save us. We don't want to die. The survivors waiting in line to enter the Xiqing district were thrown into chaos the moment the water monster appeared. Meanwhile, Suyuro, upon seeing the massive shadow rising from the water, fell into a brief state of shock. Damn it! Suyuro forced herself to calm down, climbed up to the mounted machine gun on the armored vehicle, and yelled, "We can't let the underwater monster harm the civilians on the bridge. But Miss Su, our orders are to protect you." "I don't need protection, the safety of the citizens is the primary task. Follow my orders, fire." In that critical moment, Suyuro directly abandoned Zhang Mingyu's convoy. To protect the civilians on the bridge, Suyuro knew that the machine gun on the armored vehicle would have minimal effect on such a large monster, yet she still opened fire along with several soldiers at the creature in the water. Rat-a-tat! Bright flames pierced through the rain curtain and struck the monster's tentacles. Purple blood sprayed from the tentacle's surface onto the bridge. However, this minor injury was utterly insignificant to the massive creature. The pain caused by the machine gun only enraged the underwater giant, drawing its attention to the wheeled armored vehicle on the bridge. "Oh no, it has spotted us. Keep shooting." The mounted machine gun on the wheeled armored vehicle continued to roar. Yet while the dazzling fire serpent struck the monster's soft tissue, they could not stop the descending tentacle the size of a small car. Just as the monster's tentacle in the river was about to smash the wheeled armored vehicle flat, a rocket trailing a long streak suddenly flew in from the west across the river bridge, hitting the monster's raised purple tentacle with precision. Accompanying this was the intensified firepower from the troops stationed on the river bridge. Damn it, I've never seen a monster this big before. Aim at one of its tentacles simultaneously. Break all the tentacles of this monster. Quick, up ahead is the daughter of Commander Seuss vehicle. Organize a rescue immediately. The troops stationed on the river bridge were equipped with heavy firepower such as tanks and rocket launchers. Thus, as soon as they arrived, they temporarily restrained the rampaging underwater monster. They even used rockets to destroy one of the monster's tentacles. However, Zhang Mingyu, sitting in the armored truck, knew that this monster was not so easy to deal with. He looked at the severed tentacle of the monster and realized that indeed purple energy was continuously repairing the monster's wounds. Second-tier mutated beast. Zhang Mingyu's gaze sharpened. The second-tier mutated beast had already learned how to use cosmic energy. A second-tier mutated beast that had completely mastered cosmic energy was even more troublesome than the previous mutated Rat King. Even though the military had heavy firepower to suppress it, it would likely come at a considerable cost to kill this second-tier mutated beast. Boom. Crash. Oh, the river bridge is going to collapse. Damn it, the monster's severed tentacle is actually regenerating. Gongzi and their armored vehicle were flattened by the monster. Hold the line. If we retreat now, the river bridge might just be smashed down by this monster, and everyone on the bridge will surely become its food. Zhang Mingyu's suspicion became reality. The wounds on the surface of the monster in the river were visibly healing at a rapid pace. Even the tentacle that was previously severed by the rocket was restored to its original form under the influence of the purple energy. A full 8 tentacles, each as large as a small car, came crashing down towards the soldiers on the river bridge. Caught off guard, an armored vehicle was immediately crushed by a purple tentacle. The nearby bridge surface also showed signs of collapsing. A survivor on the river bridge fled in panic, while the military's armored vehicles and tanks were constantly repositioning to avoid being struck by the monster's tentacles. The machine guns roared, heavy firepower covered the area. In this situation, however, Zhang Mingyu's 5 armored trucks remained steadfastly parked by the bridge. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a random mission, underwater behemoth. Mission requirement: the host must discover a giant mutated underwater creature for the first time. In order to enrich the gene bank of the interstellar base, please collect the biological tissues of this creature and submit its crystal core. Xiangu, kill that underwater monster for me. Even without receiving the system's mission, Zhang Mingyu was already prepared to actively hunt down this second-tier mutated beast. Now with the stimulation of system rewards, he did not hesitate to deploy all Xiangu armed robots. Killing a second-tier mutated beast was indeed a way to demonstrate one's strength. Moreover, Zhang Mingyu could also use this opportunity to show his goodwill to the authorities. This kind of mutually beneficial situation was something Zhang Mingyu was very eager to engage in. Buzz. The power furnace was operating. 10 Xiangu machines under the gaze of countless people soared into the sky, spewing blue flames. Look, something is flying into the sky. Damn mechas. Are those mechas flying into the sky? Wait, aren't those mechas the ones that were previously alongside the armored truck convoy? Things that only exist in sci-fi movies can actually fly. In the chaos on the bridge, the 10 Xiangu mechas standing in midair immediately attracted everyone's attention. Su Yuro, sitting in the wheeled armored vehicle, also noticed someone had joined the battlefield at the first instance. What combat capability can these toy-like things have? Su Yuro in the wheeled armored vehicle along with the soldiers present was quite skeptical of the combat power of Xiangu. However, the Xiangu armed robots never needed to prove themselves to anyone. The purple energy beams charged at the barrels of the Xiangu. Then 10 dazzling beams of light, like swords of divine punishment, pierced through the murky river water from the sky. High temperature. Boom. The purple energy beams vaporized countless amounts of water vapor. The surging river was stirred up into towering waves several meters high by the fiery attack of the 10 Xiangu machines. Vaguely, it seemed that the anguished cries of the underwater behemoth echoed from the depths of the river. Purple blood flowed. A small part of the river was stained a different color by the monster's blood. Is this for real? The combat power of these toy mechas is actually this strong. I heard that the scientists and the troops have been working tirelessly on some project lately. Could these cool mechas be the secret weapon developed by the scientists? Hiss. Look, the monster's tentacles seem to have stopped moving. Could it be that the monster underwater has been killed? The soldiers on the river bridge all showed excitement at the arrival of the powerful reinforcements. Su Yuro in the armored vehicle was also astonished, her mouth slightly agape. Only Zhang Mingyu, the master of the Xiangu machines, knew in his heart that the second-tier mutated beast was not so. The charged attack from the Xiangu armed robots may have hurt this second-tier mutated beast, but to completely kill this massive creature, which was protected by cosmic energy, still required a bit more firepower. Zhang Mingyu jumped onto the roof of the armored truck and shouted towards the distant soldiers. Continue the attack. What? The soldiers were slightly stunned to see a young man jump out from the armored truck. Only Su Yuro, upon hearing Zhang Mingyu's words, recalled the monster's formidable regeneration ability and immediately ordered, without hesitation, listen to him, continue shooting, target the underwater monster's body. Su Yuro's words were clearly more effective than Zhang Mingyu's. In the intervals of the Xiangu machines charging their energy weapons, artillery fire once again rained down on the second-tier mutated beast's body below. This time the soldiers present clearly saw what seemed to be an octopus-like monster beneath the water's surface. As the shells and bullets struck the monster, they were all blocked by a purple energy field. However, this energy field had previously suffered heavy damage. At this moment, under the continuous bombardment of shells and bullets, it was becoming increasingly unstable. It seemed on the verge of shattering. Xiangu, kill it for me. Zhang Mingyu commanded from atop the armored truck. 10 Xiangu machines, emanating a faint ethereal glow, unleashed torrents of scorching flames, forming a line in the heavy downpour as they conjured violet energy spheres from the high sky. Buzz. As the energy spheres coalesced, the torrential rain around the violet spheres transformed into scalding steam. The moment 10 beams of violet light pierced the air, they converged into an energy net aimed at the water monster's body beneath the night sky. Having endured a round of concentrated fire from the Xiangu machines and the army's saturation bombardment, the tuned-level aquatic mutant's internal cosmic energy was finally nearing depletion. Its protective purple energy field around the wound was instantaneously shattered by the 10 energy beams. The remnants of its body emitted the aroma of grilled squid under the scorching beams. Bang! Crash! The towering purple tentacles fell weakly back into the river. Despite the soldiers' bullets striking at the two-level water monster, showed no reaction. At this moment, some soldiers saw several Xiangu machines actively diving into the water to retrieve the two-level water monster's crystal core. Realizing that the crystal core was the greatest weakness of these mutated beasts, the soldiers immediately cheered with relief. We have killed the water monster. These robots saved us. Without their help, we would have suffered heavy losses. Miss Su, do you know where these robots came from? And those armored trucks don't seem to belong to our military district. After the battle ended, the soldiers who came to assist finally noticed the 5 armored trucks parked near the battlefield, as well as Zhang Mingyu, the young man commanding the Xiangu armed robots from atop a truck. Now as the Xiangu armed robots returned to Zhang Mingyu carrying a massive blood-red crystal core, he instantly became the focal point of the crowd. How does he have so many robots and his skills don't seem ordinary? Su Yuro did not answer the soldiers' questions, but instead stepped forward after a moment of contemplation, saluting with a standard military gesture, saying, I am Su Yuro, affiliated with the Bi-City official shelter. Thank you for your assistance today. Otherwise the citizens on the bridge would have suffered heavy casualties. After the soldiers eliminated the water monster, many escaping citizens gradually calmed down. The Jiang Bridge was littered with the devastation caused by the monsters. Everywhere were the remnants of trampling incidents, which were shocking to behold. Did we survive? From what that female officer said, it seems these robots saved us. These robots are like the Iron Man of our Huaxia. And that young man on the truck. He seems to be the leader of these robots. I used to scold him for cutting in line, but now I think such a big shot should go first across the bridge. He and his robots saved us all. He is our great benefactor. The survivors on the Jiang Bridge were moaning in pain as some lay injured on the ground. Those fortunate enough to have avoided trampling and squeezing during the chaos gathered in small groups on the bridge, discussing Zhang Mingyu and the soldiers stationed at the bridge from a distance. There's no need for thanks. I came here to discuss a business deal with the Bi-City officials. Zhang Mingyu didn't want to be seen as a spectacle by the crowd. He lightly leaped in front of Su Yuro, pointing to the 10 Xiangu armed robots behind him, saying, "I know you are currently researching the proper use of the crystal cores. I can help you, and I believe you won't doubt my abilities." If Zhang Mingyu had mentioned wanting to trade with the officials earlier, Su Yuro would have surely thought he was insane. After all, what business could a survivor in a stormy apocalypse have with an official shelter? But now, after witnessing the power of the Xiangu, Su Yuro speculated whether the abilities of the Xiangu were related to the crystal cores, and developed a keen interest in this mysterious peer. "You saved us all, so you naturally have the qualification to enter the official shelter first. As for the trade you mentioned, I think we can discuss it slowly on the way." Zhang Mingyu's convoy set off once more. This time, he boldly traveled down the official lane, with Su Yuro's wheeled armored vehicle paving the way ahead, enjoying the grateful gazes of all the citizens on the Jiang Bridge. All the survivors on the Jiang Bridge regarded Zhang Mingyu as their savior. However, Zhang Mingyu's classmates felt immense jealousy towards his glory. Humph, what's so great about relying on a few robots obtained from who knows where? Young Master Wang, you're right. Just look at the pompous look on the class leader's face. That's utterly displeasing. By the way, what does the class leader's family do? Can these robots truly be produced by our current technology? How would I know? Maybe their family's surface-level workers are actually involved in arms trafficking behind the scenes. Some people simply cannot stand to see those at their own level doing better than themselves. Zhang Mingyu's classmates were in such a situation. They were all drenched in rain and hungry. Why should Zhang Mingyu be able to eat with a rosy complexion while having— As the classmates secretly discussed Zhang Mingyu, someone among them sharply pointed to the very front of the line. "Hey, look, isn't that Hao Hongyu? It seems he has been stopped by the soldiers. Where is Hao Hongyu? You scoundrel. Last time he caused us to lose so many supplies. This time I'll make sure to take him down." Huh. It seems he was determined to be a criminal for colluding with the Iron Wolf gang, and now the soldiers won't let him cross the bridge. If he doesn't hand over some supplies as a fine, they'll take him for labor reform. Serves him right. Such criminals should be sent for labor reform. The classmates began discussing Hao Hongyu again. Some even proposed to secretly follow him for revenge once he left the bridge. During the last class gathering, after obtaining his share of supplies, Hao Hongyu hurriedly fled, while Zhang Mingyu did not go out of his way to exact revenge over someone as trivial as Hao Hongyu. Now it seemed that Hao Hongyu would not need Zhang Mingyu to take action against him. The angry classmates would tell him the consequences of randomly making enemies during the stormy apocalypse. The identity verification for Zhang Mingyu on the Jiang Bridge went very smoothly, and at the point of the 20 biosimulated individuals, with the help of Zero, no further errors occurred. Thus the convoy, consisting of 5 armored trucks, followed closely behind Su Yuro's armored vehicle, entering the western district controlled by the official shelter. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task, Underwater Behemoth. After submitting the crystal core of a second-tier mutated creature, Zhang Mingyu heard the system's prompt sound. Casting his gaze towards the holographic light screen before him, Zhang Mingyu saw a colossal alloy mining vehicle comparable in size to 2 armored trucks equipped with self-defense weapons, materializing in the center of the holographic display as a design blueprint. Research Institute production efficiency 1 unit per day. Zhang Mingyu finished reading the notes on the display and shook his head helplessly. After all, the Research Institute is a specialized building focused on research, making mass production difficult. It seems that after acquiring more blueprints, he would have to build a special structure, a manufacturing factory. 5 armored trucks sped along the flat road. Although there were puddles and debris on the asphalt surface, the military's deliberate spraying of herbicide ensured that the roads in the western district did not have overgrown weeds, and the landscape trees on both sides had long been cut down by the military. Clearly someone in the army had anticipated that the mutation of plants would also bring terrifying disasters to humanity. Thus they took preemptive measures to eliminate weeds and cut down trees, at all costs ensuring the survival of the citizens of Baiqing. This area is the hub of heavy industry in Baiqing. The military leaders and city officials are preparing to establish an official shelter in Baiqing centered around several power plants and automobile factories. In normal circumstances, the vast majority of survivors entering the western district are temporarily housed in buildings on the outskirts of the official shelter, Su Yuro said over the armored truck's radio, introducing Zhang Mingyu to the general situation of the western district. Then those who wish to stay long-term at the official shelter or wish to obtain food and water can go to the temporary office area to receive assigned work. The authorities will reward contributors with digital currency. After that, survivors can use the digital currency to exchange for food at the temporary office area. The garrison entered the city directly, abandoning the majority of the districts east of the Funshui River, including the main urban area, gathering all Baiqing citizens in the western district with a heavy industrial base. The leaders of Baiqing are truly bold. Zhang Mingyu narrowed his eyes slightly. He had to admit that this move by Baiqing's leadership to sacrifice the pawn to protect the king was quite brilliant. To think so far ahead at the beginning of the rainy apocalypse, it must have been that person from the military district. In the western district, soldiers patrolled almost every few blocks, and the security was much better than that of areas east of the Cross-River Bridge. Under the guidance of Su Yuri's armored vehicle, Zhang Mingyu's convoy smoothly arrived near a small cluster of low. This place was rarely visited before the rainy apocalypse, but now there was a long queue at the entrance. Some people were looking for jobs, some were searching for lost relatives, and others had earned digital currency and came to buy food. Su Yuro jumped down from the front armored vehicle, her gaze sweeping over the 20 bionic followers before finally landing on Zhang Mingyu, the one she was most curious about among the crowd. You all wait here. I need to go report to my father. Ahem. Commander Su, I need to give a report. While I'm away, make sure your people don't cause trouble in the military camp. Zhang Mingyu rolled his eyes widely. After assessing the situation, he realized that Su Lai's daughter was not only kind-hearted, but also a bit naive. Assuming that with the capabilities displayed by her Shin Bone, she needed to stand here and wait for a report to deal with the authorities. Military camp, temporary office building. A middle-aged man in an officer's coat with a stern expression sat at an old wooden table leaning against a window that no longer received sunlight, illuminated by a flickering overhead light, while observing the young man sitting on the stool before him. The young man was none other than Zhang Mingyu. The middle-aged man before him, piled high with countless documents, was Su Lai, the iron-fisted military officer, known for mixed opinions among the citizens of Baiqing in Zhang Mingyu's past life. Bang! The door was closed by the departing Su Yuro. However, neither of the two inside made a sound first, as if the one who spoke first would fall into a disadvantage in this negotiation. Finally, when the light bulb overhead flickered for the 7th time, Zhang Mingyu, tired of this boring game, took the initiative to speak. It's a pleasure to meet you, Commander Su. I don't think I ever mentioned my name, young man. Commander, you jest. As the commander of the famous Xianyuan army of Huaxia and the guardian of the citizens of Baiqing stationed in the outskirts of Baiqing, I must have heard your name on the news at least a few hundred times. Zhang Mingyu was casually spinning a lie. In fact, as the commander of one of the top 10 armies in Huaxia, Su Lai's appearance was not something just anyone could recognize. Even if one had seen him online in the news, it was still difficult to recognize him face to face. Young man. Su Lai lightly tapped his right index finger on the table, his gaze cold as iron. I've heard you killed a second-tier mutated beast. I'm curious how you managed to do it. With those prohibited weapons of yours, or with the foreign forces behind you? Commander, you don't need to test me. Zhang Mingyu smiled slightly, not falling into the trap. He reached under the table and pulled out a briefcase, opening the refrigerated case on the table in front of Su Lai, revealing 2 rows of 10 syringes filled with bright yellow liquid. I'm here to do business with you. I know that you are currently researching methods to turn ordinary people into evolved beings, as well as the utilization of crystal cores. Now I bring you a balanced evolution serum that can allow ordinary people to become first-tier evolved beings without side effects. And the raw material for its production is precisely the crystal core. I think any foreign force you mentioned could not have developed something like this within a month of the rainy apocalypse, could they? Balanced evolution serum. Su Lai's pupils constricted, his gaze fixated on the evolution serum that seemed to shimmer with a golden hue. He asked in a deep voice, how can you prove that these evolution serums are effective? Zhang Mingyu shook his head helplessly, thinking to himself, the iron-fisted military officer of Baiqing is indeed not easy to deal with. Fortunately, he also had his own methods. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Zhang Mingyu reached out his right hand and seized Su Lai's wrist in an instant. A tremendous force surged. Zhang Mingyu firmly gripped Su Lai's wrist without letting go, instead pinning it forcefully against the wall. General Su, please remain still. Zhang Mingyu, leveraging his enhanced physical constitution as an evolved human, clamped down fiercely on Su Lai. Savoring the man's powerful, defiant struggle, he leaned close to Su Lai's ear with eyes closed, recalling fragmented memories from his past life, and spoke with crystalline clarity. I was right all along. General Su, you are indeed an evolved human, and specifically a self-awakened strength type evolved. What do you intend to do? Su Lai appeared calm, but deep within his heart a tempest raged. He was supreme commander of the Xianyuan military group, and once the most formidable soldier in its ranks. Since his self-awakening, even fellow strength-type evolved soldiers within the military rarely dared challenge him in combat. Yet now, to his utter disbelief, this young man had utterly overpowered him, not through technique, but through sheer incomprehensible speed. Are you stalling for time, waiting for your snipers stationed across the street? A faint smirk curled Zhang Mingyu's lips. He released Su Lai, who had been pinned against the wall, and gestured for him to resume his seat. Then with deliberate nonchalance, Zhang Mingyu himself settled into the chair before the window. Please spare yourself the effort, General Su. Your snipers, and the guards outside, have already been subdued by my people. This negotiation is now strictly between the two of us. Tapping lightly on the side of his briefcase, Zhang Mingyu lowered his gaze and spoke with quiet composure. I came here in good faith. I personally eliminated the level 2 mutated creature on the Jianxiao Bridge and instructed all my personnel to remain downstairs uninvited and unseen. And yet, you Supreme Commander Su Lai of the Xianyuan military group dared aim not one but 2 sniper rifles at the head and heart of this patriotic youth. How utterly devoid of martial honor. I extend on behalf of all citizens of Baiqing our deepest gratitude for your elimination of the level 2 mutated creature. As for the snipers, I ask for your understanding, certain aspects of your presence remain deeply unsettling. A subtle twitch tugged at Su Lai's lip. He sensed controls slipping from his grasp, yet ironclad discipline reigned in his composure, allowing him to return to his seat and engage Zhang Mingyu with measured calm. Truly worthy of your title, General Su. Your words are as polished as jade. Zhang Mingyu crossed his arms, his expression hovering between amusement and irony. Enough pleasantries. I'll cut straight to the point. You've witnessed my strength and speed firsthand. Yes, I am an evolved human. So are you. Yet unlike you, self-awakened without external aid. Even after years of training, few among you could ever hope to match my current tier. For I stand at the pinnacle of Tier 1 evolution, while you have only just crossed the threshold into evolved humanity. You mean this evolution serum can transform ordinary humans into beings like you? Su Lai did not question how Zhang Mingyu had neutralized the snipers, or silently incapacitated the guards at the... Only now, having beheld Zhang Mingyu's deliberately revealed musculature, did this iron-willed commander finally consent to sit down and negotiate with genuine equanimity. That is a separate matter, but I guarantee these 10 vials will elevate 10 soldiers of the Xianyuan military group to Tier 1 evolved status. 10 evolved humans. Su Lai drew a sharp breath. The Xianyuan military group numbered nearly 100,000 troops, and yet since the onset of the rainfall cataclysm fewer than 100 had awakened as evolved humans. Such a rarity, 1 in 1,000, had elevated evolved humans to near sacred status among Baiqing's leadership. And now this youth claimed a single injection could forge one from an ordinary person. It defied all reason. Sensing the moment ripe, Zhang Mingyu snapped his briefcase shut and named his price. Evolved humans are invaluable, and I bear no objection if your scientists reverse engineer this serum from my supply. Therefore each vial shall cost you 100 spirit crystals. Each vial required only 1 spirit crystal and 10 minutes to synthesize in the lab. Zhang Mingyu had inflated the price 100-fold, not because he deemed Su Lai foolish, but because he knew with certainty that global research into evolution serums would remain stagnant for at least 7 months. For ordinary humans to awaken as evolved, there were only 2 paths: either seize the razor's edge of life and death to ignite latent potential, or gamble their lives against vast quantities of spirit crystals. By this calculus, the current planetary cost of cultivating a single Tier 1 evolved human vastly exceeded 100 Tier 1 spirit crystals. Thus Zhang Mingyu's price was not exploitative. In Su Lai's estimation it was remarkably fair. Still, though Baiqing's reserves held many spirit crystals, they were hardly conjured from thin air. Each Tier 1 mutated beast demanded heavy munitions to fell. Scientists required crystals for research. At 100 crystals per vial, Su Lai simply could not accept the price. His gaze swept toward the sealed door as he fixed his eyes upon the enigmatic youth before him and declared, voice low and steady, I do not know the origin of your technology, but you are like me, a child of China. In the spirit of shared kinship, I offer 10 crystals per vial. Uffed. Zhang Mingyu nearly spat his tea, pre-poured by Su Lai himself, straight into the general's face. You devious, thick-browed rogue. Is this how one negotiates? Even the oldest vegetable vendor at the local market haggles less ruthlessly. Su Lai, realizing his bid had perhaps been too audacious, prepared to soften his stance with diplomatic phrasing. But Zhang Mingyu merely clapped his hands, prompting 9 androids outside to enter the office, each carrying a sleek briefcase. 10 crystals per vial is acceptable. If you agree to owe me one personal favor, should I ever face mortal peril, your military must intervene to save me. Huh. Su Lai froze stunned. It felt as though he'd haggled a vendor who quoted 100, then countered with 10, and the vendor had instantly agreed without hesitation. A strange sense of loss prickled at his conscience. His eyes drifted to the 9 open briefcases arrayed before. Inside each lay 10 vials, exactly 100 Tier 1 evolution serums. Even a man of Su Lai's legendary composure found himself swallowing hard before replying to Zhang Mingyu's demand. I cannot bind the Baiqing administration to such a pledge, nor can I mobilize large-scale military forces on your behalf. But I swear this on my name, if these 100 vials prove as effective as you claim, then Su Lai owes you one personal debt of honor. Should you ever call upon that debt, I will move heaven and earth to aid you, once. Moreover, should you and your team choose to reside within the official shelter complex, you shall receive the highest possible standing and provisions. The temporary office building main entrance. The heavy dark clouds in the sky were particularly oppressive. Although it was noon, a chilling aura had already engulfed the world, revealing nothing but violent winds and torrential rain, along with a few distant patches of greenery battered by the raindrops. The vitality of plants is indeed resilient. Standing on the steps at the entrance of the office building, Zhang Mingyu felt quite pleased. Not only did he gain 1,000 first-tier crystal cores from this transaction, but he also received a substantial favor from Su Lai. Most importantly, he had secured a long-term cooperation with the authorities where they would provide him with crystal cores, and in return, he would supply them with evolution potions and some food and building materials. Hey, what did you discuss with Director Su? Su Yuro, now out of her military uniform, wore a pair of green waterproof sneakers and white cotton socks with shorts on her lower half, and a fitted short-sleeve top with a jacket on top. Holding a simple, yet sturdy umbrella, she stood in the rain glaring at Zhang Mingyu on the steps. It seemed as if she was saying, "You were discussing matters with my dad, without me, all mysterious," which is quite irritating. What did you talk about? Zhang Mingyu looked Su Yuro up and down, revealing a mischievous smile. Director Su said that since I killed the water monster in the Funshui River and safeguarded the lives and property of the people on the Cross River Bridge as a reward for my heroic deeds, he decided to marry his daughter to me as encouragement. Did you agree? Glancing at Zhang Mingyu's handsome face, which was so striking that it was hard to look away, Su Yuro asked impulsively, only to realize afterward that she had been played by him. Her pretty face flushed red as she widened her eyes and scolded. "Well, I already guessed you weren't a serious person. Now that you've just made some achievements, you are already setting your sights on me, right? Who wants to set their sights on you?" Zhang Mingyu took the umbrella handed to him by the cyborg and lowered it to shield himself, saying, "I clearly mentioned Director Su's daughter. You." Su Yuro was at a loss for words, then stomped her foot in indignation, blocking Zhang Mingyu's way, saying, "You must have guessed that I am Director Su's daughter, right? Just now my father sent me a message asking me to show you around the official shelter in a private capacity. Now just call me Su Yuro, and I will take you to visit the shelter without involving the matters you are discussing inside." Zhang Mingyu thought, "Director Su, even if you want to employ a beauty trap, please don't send your saintly daughter over." The temporary office building, 5th floor. After two female medical soldiers pushed an elderly man in a wheelchair to Su Lai, they bowed their heads and left the office, closing the old wooden door behind them. The elderly man looked quite old and in poor health. However, Su Lai was very surprised to see him come in person, and he quickly stood up, saying, "Old commander, why aren't you resting at the military hospital to recuperate? Why have you come to this shabby place? Look at you making such a fuss. Don't you have a bit of the demeanor of the commander of the Xinyuan Group army?" The old commander waved his hand, making Su Lai, who had hurriedly stood up, sit back down. "Even if I get a few drops of rain now, it won't cost me my life. You should think carefully about how to deal with that kid downstairs." With a slight sigh, Su Lai's face turned ashen. "You must know the details of what happened, old commander. This Zhang classmate has far more secrets than we imagined. The armed robot he brought is nothing like a product of modern technology. The balanced evolution potion he sold us is also deemed ahead of Blue Star's technology by the research department. Besides the things he deliberately let us see, it seems that when he subdued the snipers I had stationed nearby, he also used an invisible ghost to silently eliminate all nearby threats." The old commander raised his gaze to Su Lai and asked, "Are you trying to say that if this Zhang classmate becomes an enemy of the authorities, he will be an extremely powerful adversary?" Looking at Su Lai, who had tacitly agreed with his statement, the old commander suddenly slammed the table and said angrily, "You have no idea when to change that temper of yours. I just want to ask, did Zhang classmate show any hostility when he came to see us this time? It was you who had your soldiers point guns at one of our Baicheng University students. Your actions clearly forced him to fight you." The old commander's words struck Su Lai like thunder, awakening him instantly. He stood up and looked down at Zhang Mingyu and Su Yuro, who were chatting and laughing, slightly lost in thought. "Thank you for the old commander's guidance. I was too anxious about this matter. The strange rain at the end of the world and the global biological evolution have left both the central and local authorities in a mess. Now we should unite all possible forces, instead of getting caught up in where Zhang classmates' powers come from." "That's right." The old commander withdrew his hand and also went to the window to look down. The sudden arrival of the rain at the end of the world caught both the central and local authorities off guard. There are capable individuals rising in the chaos as well as lawbreakers trying to seize power. With a slight sigh, the old commander gazed with cloudy eyes at Zhang Mingyu and Su Yuro, who were departing in the rain, and said, "Su Lai, I have aged. Now there are also issues with communication between the local and central authorities. In the future you are destined to lead the survivors of Baicheng alone, struggling to survive in this never-ending torrential rain. My only hope is that you never forget why you became a soldier. Even if there is only the last glimmer of hope, you must do your utmost to ensure that the flame of our Huaxia civilization is preserved." Inside the official shelter in the completed central area. This is a core area of the shelter built in advance by the military engineering troops, using large machinery devoid of mutated animals and plants, situated at a high elevation to withstand floods and equipped with complete living areas and facilities. In the future, when the official shelter is completed, this area will become the residence of scientists and the leaders of Baicheng, as well as the construction site for important buildings such as granaries and powder magazines. Currently, this area has already gained considerable popularity. One can see that the tall buildings on both sides are filled with military families and the dignitaries of Baicheng. From the very beginning of its construction, the streets were designed with consideration for rain and drainage. The entire street is covered by a huge rain shelter beneath which there are department stores selling daily necessities and food supplies, as well as small vendors setting up stalls. This scene momentarily gave Zhang Mingyu a sense of returning to the pre-apocalypse. Were it not for the crisp sound of raindrops hitting the rain shelter above awakening Zhang Mingyu from his beautiful dream, he might have dawdled on this street for the entire afternoon. Crackling sounds echoed as the torrential rain pounded on the canopy overhead, resembling the sound of firecrackers. Beneath the canopy, survivors could be seen navigating the waterlogged streets. Some wore raincoats while others held umbrellas, all drenched to varying degrees. Suddenly a pair of delicate little hands blocked Zhang Mingyu's line of sight. Su Yuro, puffed up with indignation, stood with her hands on her hips, expressing her dissatisfaction by blocking Zhang Mingyu's path, saying, "Are you even listening to me? Put the umbrella away." Only then did Zhang Mingyu realize that the umbrella in his hand was obstructing the passage of nearby pedestrians. Moreover, the humanoid robot following closely behind him also drew the attention of passers-by on both sides. Why are these two young people accompanied by so many bodyguards? Those bodyguards don't look like soldiers, they seem more like a private militia. A private militia? Hiss. Having a good father is truly important in this day and age. This is the end of the world brought on by the rain. With wealthy private militias and powerful soldiers clearing the way, those of us with nothing can only work hard to ensure our bosses eat and drink well. It's all we can do. The onlookers had a variety of opinions. After his rebirth, Zhang Mingyu had already grown accustomed to being the subject of others' discussions. Hearing the comments, Su Yuro was infuriated and wanted to confront the person responsible. "Why are you blocking me?" Su Yuro gritted her teeth, resembling an enraged lioness, her fierce gaze sweeping over every suspicious onlooker. "I, Su Yuro, am not just a military second generation relying on my father's name. How dare this guy slander me? Just wait and see how I'll make him regret it today. With so many spectators around, you definitely won't find the true culprit." Zhang Mingyu, putting away the umbrella, restrained the impulsive Su Yuro. He gently leaned closer to Su Yuro's ear, pointing to two seemingly ordinary survivors in the distance who were actually robust men guarding Su Yuro, and reminded her, "Besides, they're not wrong in what they said. As a military second generation, you indeed receive more protection in certain respects and live better than the vast majority of ordinary people. But you don't need to be angry about it, because this is reality. Whether before or after the end of the world, the human society fundamentally respects strength." Su Yuro opened her mouth, realizing she had no way to refute Zhang Mingyu's words. Just as Su Yuro fell into self-doubt, a male survivor clad in a raincoat with a waterproof hood suddenly stopped in front of them and knelt down with a thud. "What are you doing?" Su Yuro was taken aback. "Young masters and young lady, please save my child." The raincoat-clad man with a scruffy beard and tear-filled eyes bowed deeply to Su Yuro, saying, "My child at home is critically ill and can barely hold on. But when I took the food from home to the street to exchange for some digital currency to buy medicine, they said I was operating without a license and wouldn't let me sell food." In just a few sentences, a vivid story unfolded from the raincoat man. Su Yuro, whose heart swelled with compassion upon hearing about a sick child, felt a pang of sympathy. Having listened, Zhang Mingyu also stopped the humanoids attempting to drive away the raincoat man, waiting with keen interest for the story to unfold. "Currently, medicine resources are extremely scarce, and I don't have any medicine on hand." Su Yuro squatted down to help the kneeling raincoat man up, brainstorming. "How about I lend you some money? You can pay me back once you start earning." Before the end of the world, even mentioning borrowing money could reveal many people's true colors. Now with the apocalypse in full swing, who would lend money to a stranger on the street? At this moment, the raincoat man felt utterly defeated. Did he really have a sick child at home? Did he really need to borrow money for medical treatment? Today he had stopped these two to elicit sympathy and sell his own items. Now Su Yuro's offer to lend money completely left the raincoat man at a loss. "There's no need to borrow money." The raincoat man firmly rejected Su Yuro's kind offer, saying, "Recently our family hoarded quite a bit of frozen meat. Thanks to proper storage, the frozen meat is still good to eat after a month. If you young masters and young lady can buy some frozen meat to take back, it would be enough for my child to see a doctor at the clinic." Frozen meat. Su Yuro's expression brightened. The microbial evolution caused by cosmic radiation has led to the spoilage of improperly preserved meats. If your frozen meat is of good quality, I might be able to procure it all for the military canteen. Due to food shortages, soldiers in the army had not eaten meat for a long time. If she could procure a large amount of frozen meat, it would be a win-win situation for Su Yuro. 10 minutes later, in the Western District, the raincoat man led Zhang Mingyu and Su Yuro to a dark and damp single. The air here was filled with a damp, sour smell, and the only relatively clean spot was a huge freezer deep inside. "Oh, is this where you live?" Upon seeing the terrible conditions of the single-person apartment, Su Yuro began to doubt the raincoat man's lies a little. "Didn't you say you had a sick child at home? Where's the child now?" Cough cough, "This is my neighbor's place. The food in my home has been stored thanks to this big freezer from my neighbor." The raincoat man opened the freezer and took out a piece of meat that had been frozen solid, as if it were a stone, presenting it to Su Yuro, saying, "Look, this is the frozen meat from my home. None of it has gone sour or spoiled. I guarantee it's all edible. You let us stay in such an environment that even if the meat smelled bad, we wouldn't notice, right?" Seeing that Su Yuro still hadn't realized the man's deception, Zhang Mingyu rolled his eyes at this great benefactor from his past life, feeling exasperated, saying, "This guy dares to deceive the daughter of a commander. He truly doesn't value his life. Have those 2 soldiers following you come over to handle him, and you can take me to check out other nearby places afterward." Hearing Zhang Mingyu's words, the raincoat man turned pale, saying, "Don't slander me. When did I deceive you? Can the daughter of the commander slander people? Come over and smell, or does my meat smell bad?" At this moment, Su Yuro, who was still confused, carefully sniffed the meat, and after confirming it didn't smell bad, shot an annoyed glance at Zhang Mingyu, saying, "I don't like people thinking I'm above them. Also, you should quickly apologize to him. I've smelled the meat, and it's fine. I'm planning to buy all the meat to improve the rations for the soldiers in the army." The man's single apartment clad in a raincoat is located on the outskirts of the official shelter. It is far less prosperous than the core area, but due to its proximity to the outer industrial zone, many survivors who fled to the official shelter still reside here. At this moment, the survivors heard the commotion coming from the apartment and turned their gazes toward it. Someone noticed the man in the raincoat being cornered in his home by 2 young men and a group of strong men and nervously asked a neighbor in a hushed voice, "What is happening over there?" "It seems the commander's daughter is bullying the survivor over there. I told you the apocalypse has come and former soldiers have turned into warlords. As ordinary people, we should be grateful to survive, and we must never provoke those big shots in the core area. I recognize the person trapped in the house. He goes to the core area every day. Given the current situation, it's clear something is about to happen." Su Yuro had never encountered such criticism before. Pampered by Su Lai, she always considered herself a hero, saving ordinary people, and continuously worked towards that goal. At this moment, upon hearing the discussions of the onlookers, she immediately stopped Zhang Mingyu's android, and angrily said, "Tell your people to stop. I already said I was going to procure this meat for the military canteen. Today, even if he is deceiving someone, it's me, and it has nothing to do with you." The man in the raincoat saw Su Yuro actually speaking up for him, and with the onlookers discussing favorable opinions about him, he immediately regained his confidence, hiding behind Su Yuro, and said fiercely, "This young lady is sensible. Unlike this young master who relies on his numbers to bully others. Me bullying others." Zhang Mingyu cast a cold glance at Su Yuro, his gaze chilling her to the bone, as if she were submerged in a cold pool. "You, a young lady who has never touched the spring water, can't even distinguish between pork and rat meat, yet you boldly claim to procure meat for your military canteen. Do you know if your soldiers would secretly curse you after encountering problems with the food?" What did you say, rat meat?" Su Yuro's expression turned blank. Zhang Mingyu then took out a large piece of frozen meat from the freezer and commented, "Recently there was a rat infestation in Baicheng with mutant rats as big as calves everywhere. In the end, the military eliminated the rat population. But do you know why your father didn't let the soldiers collect the dead rats as reserve food back then? Why?" With a strange smile, Zhang Mingyu looked at the bewildered Su Yuro and said solemnly, "Because after the global heavy rains, cosmic energy not only caused mutations in plants and animals, but also in viruses and microorganisms. Since rats inherently carry a large number of bacteria and viruses, these mutated rats would have their bacteria and viruses evolve as well. Now, if a group of naive soldiers were to consume a piece of rat meat containing viruses, what would happen?" Zhang Mingyu's words struck at the heart. Although Su Yuro was compassionate, she was not foolish. In an instant, she rationally concluded that there was an 80% chance that Zhang Mingyu's words were true. However, upon hearing Zhang Mingyu's words, the man in the raincoat seemed to want to make a final stand. He looked around at the onlookers and shouted, "You're talking nonsense. My meat is not rat meat. Eating it won't kill anyone." Zhang Mingyu did not want to waste more breath on this individual. He looked at the surrounding survivors and lazily said, "I believe many of you have cooked before. You can step forward and carefully examine that frozen meat to see if it is pork. Also, I suggest you think carefully. If this meat were truly edible, how could this guy hoard an entire freezer of frozen meat and still look like a bag of bones?" Boom. Zhang Mingyu's words were like thunder, awakening the onlookers. They glanced at the emaciated man in the raincoat, then at the frozen meat in Zhang Mingyu's hand that clearly did not look like pork, suddenly realizing that the raincoat man might truly be a deceitful fraud. "I can't believe I was almost fooled by this scammer just now. We all live near him, and if we hadn't stumbled upon this incident today, we might have unknowingly bought this guy's rat meat. From what that young brother said, eating rat meat can cause illness. Even if it won't kill you immediately, getting sick in this apocalypse will still leave you worse off. Go to hell, fraud. Good job, young brother. We all support you. You all." The man in the raincoat was cornered in the single apartment by the android, and when he tried to escape, he found that the nearby neighbors were all looking at him with murderous intent. Swallowing hard, the man in the raincoat never dared to say a word to prove his innocence by eating a piece of frozen meat. He had witnessed his brother fall ill and die after eating that rat meat. Zhang Mingyu did not let the android handle the situation. He turned to the still confused Su Yuro and said softly, "Being compassionate is not wrong, but in this cruel apocalypse you must understand that your kindness does not mean others will treat you kindly in return. Sometimes your mercy and compassion can lead to the death of more people. You once showed me kindness, and this lesson today is my repayment to you. He patted Su Yura's shoulder and could sense the unrest beneath her rigid exterior. In her previous life, Su Yuro, the daughter of the head of the official shelter, lived a shorter life than Zhang Mingyu, an ordinary survivor. In the third month after the apocalypse began, Baiqing would experience a terrifying beast tide. This beast tide, filled with numerous powerful mutated beasts, inflicted heavy losses on the official shelter in Baiqing. And Su Yuro, the great benevolent one, also fell victim to a betrayal by those she was trying to save, perishing in the beast tide during the third month of the apocalypse. Zhang Mingyu did not know if this lesson could change Su Yura's character. He only hoped that through his efforts he could at least alter the trajectory of her fate to prevent her death in the beast tide. A meal of kindness did I treat him to a meal today. Su Yuro did not know that Zhang Mingyu's actions were all because in her previous life, she had once saved his life. However, today the man in the raincoat's actions and Zhang Mingyu's words did indeed cause a slight change in Su Yura's mindset. She nodded slightly and decisively ordered, "Come arrest him." After saying this, Su Yuro turned to Zhang Mingyu, saluting him with a hint of apology in her eyes. "Thank you for reminding me, preventing me from taking this rat meat back for the soldiers in the army. I almost made a big mistake due to my ignorance. Your lesson has saved countless soldiers and saved me." Heavy rain pounded the streets of the official shelter. The onlookers watched as two soldiers escorted a man in a raincoat disappearing at the end of the street. The rat meat sold by this man in the raincoat would be completely destroyed. The single apartment he temporarily rented would be reclaimed by the authorities, all his possessions confiscated, and he himself would face over 6 months of forced labor reform. This is the harsh law enforced by the iron-fisted government under the deluge. Let him not work with us, secretly engaging in such underhanded dealings. We the diligent workers may not earn much digital currency daily, but we can mostly make ends meet. This scoundrel thought he could break the law within the official shelter and deserves this outcome. Most of the onlookers supported the government's actions. The authorities' thunderous methods against criminals also reassured many honest citizens. At this moment, no one noticed a pair of sinister eyes among the crowd glaring at Zhang Mingyu and Su Yuru, who were joking and walking through the streets with bloodshot scara. After a rough tour of the inner city of the official shelter, Zhang Mingyu, led by Su Yuru, explored the streets of the under-construction outer city. As the light in the sky dimmed, symbolizing the waning hope as sunlight struggled to penetrate the thick clouds, Zhang Mingyu returned to the armored truck and bid farewell to Su Yuru. "Hey!" Su Yuru halted the armored truck that was about to set off, looking intently, and said, "You taught me a lesson today, preventing me from making a big mistake. I, Su Yuru, will remember this favor. If you come back to the official shelter, I'll look out for you. No wonder you're Su Commander's daughter. You really resemble your father in personality." Zhang Mingyu looked at the tomboyish Su Yuru and helplessly waved from the car window, saying, "In terms of wit, you still need to learn more from Su Commander, otherwise who protects whom is uncertain." Oh. Upon hearing the first part of the sentence, Su Yuru hadn't reacted yet, but realized Zhang Mingyu was saying she was not smart when she heard the latter part, angrily shaking her small fists at the retreating armored truck. Her round white legs stomped on the ground, and her heaving chest trembled with anger. "You bastard, dare to call me stupid. Next time you come to the shelter, don't let me catch you." At the entrance of the South City elevated road, 5 armored vehicles charged forward in the downpour. Zhang Mingyu sat in the passenger seat of the armored truck, idly toying with a crimson crystal in his palm. On this trip to the official shelter, he earned a total of 1,000 first-tier crystals, together with the 337 crystals he had previously accumulated. Zhang Mingyu's total crystal count had reached a terrifying 1337. Now, as soon as he returned to the interstellar base, he could immediately upgrade from a basic base to an intermediate base. Then he would acquire the coveted fully automatic defense system. The rain tapped against the car windows, but it couldn't extinguish the fervor in Zhang Mingyu's heart. He was eager to return home and unlock new features at the interstellar base. Suddenly, a white light shot out. Immediately, the Xin Bone armed robot activated the energy force field under Zero's control. The eerie blue energy field along with the towering Xin Bone armed robot appeared beside the passenger window in the blink of an eye. Upon closer inspection, he could see a section of pure white bone embedded in the eerie blue energy field. A phalanx. Zhang Mingyu, with excellent vision, instantly recognized the bone as seemingly belonging to a human finger. But why would a phalanx shoot through the curtain of rain like a bullet to attack him? Zhang Mingyu pulled out a military flashlight from his spatial pocket and quickly shone it into the rain. In the next second, a figure dressed in white combat gear appeared in the beam of the flashlight. An evolver. And a rare special evolver. After seeing the limp index finger of the opponent, Zhang Mingyu instantly understood the origin of the phalanx. He recalled that cosmic radiation could not only give rise to power-type, speed-type, and balance-type evolvers, but there was also a chance it could cause certain people's eyes, ears, or other body parts to evolve, thus becoming special evolvers. Some special evolvers might only have slightly better vision with combat power comparable to ordinary people, while others could be incredibly powerful, like the one in front of him, who could use a finger bone as a bullet. "I say, brother, doesn't it hurt you to shoot out your phalanx?" Zhang Mingyu leaped onto the roof of the armored truck, a teasing glint in his eyes. He did not allow Xian Bone to continue attacking, but wanted to test his own strength. The attacker in the rain obviously did not expect his attack to be so easily blocked by Xianbone, nor that Zhang Mingyu could respond so quickly by pulling out a flashlight to locate him. He scanned the eerie blue energy field on the surface of the Xianbone robot in astonishment, and then looked at Zhang Mingyu, who seemed ready for an unknown fight, coldly asking, "You want to challenge me? I can't always rely on Xianbone to fight for me." After confirming there was only one enemy around, Zhang Mingyu confidently jumped off the armored truck standing beside Xianbone, and frankly said, "You are a special evolver, and your strength is undoubtedly not weak among the first-tier evolvers. I think you would be a perfect sharpening stone for my first battle. Of course, if you can tell me why you want to kill me, I'd be more than happy to let Xianbone help you die painlessly." Arrogant little brat. The bone evolver spread his arms wide, allowing sharp bone spines to burst forth from his body, transforming into curved blades that appeared on his arms and spine, and then without a word lunged at Zhang Mingyu. Pitter-patter. The rainwater on the ground splashed up countless droplets as the bone evolver dashed forward. Zhang Mingyu remained calm, observing the bone evolver's running path. Bang! A segment of phalanx shot out from the bone evolver's middle finger. Zhang Mingyu had already anticipated this, dodging to the side the moment his opponent raised his hand. Flashes of lightning. Zhang Mingyu seized the moment when the bone evolver paused while firing the phalanx, turning defense into offense, and with the ferocity of a fierce cheetah, he propelled himself towards the bone evolver's wide-open chest. Seeking death. The bone evolver was like a hedgehog covered in spikes. Before Zhang Mingyu's fist could hit his chest, it collided with two bone spines formed from rib bones. In that instant, Zhang Mingyu, who had become a peak first-tier evolver through the Mouse King evolution serum, realized that this bone evolver's strength was completely on par with his own. Moreover, with the hard bone spines acting as a barrier, Zhang Mingyu's strike caused no effect. If not for his superior speed, he might have even been injured by the bone spines on the bone evolver's arms. "You want to escape?" The bone evolver smirked coldly as he seized the opportunity when Zhang Mingyu rushed forward, his hands lunging towards Zhang Mingyu's right arm, which he could not retract in time. Puff! Puff! Two bone spikes erupted from the palms of the bone evolver. The seasoned fighter was actually prepared to pierce through Zhang Mingyu's right arm directly. Oh no! Zhang Mingyu's pupils constricted. It was his first time participating in a battle between evolvers. Though he had exerted all his effort, he still fell for the opponent's trick. A fierce light flashed in his eyes as he suddenly shouted, "You may take him down." From the shadow behind the bone evolver, a green, ghostly figure quietly appeared. With the flickering green energy flames, Yumi's ghostly claws pierced through the bone evolver's left chest the moment Zhang Mingyu commanded, crushing a heart that was still beating fiercely. Blood splattered. Broken bone shards danced in the air like snowflakes. With both hands gripping his steel arm at his chest, the bone evolver looked at Zhang Mingyu with a bewildered expression. Until death, the bone evolver never understood why just as he was about to win the duel, he was obliterated by Yume. "Damn you." Zhang Mingyu retracted his right arm, cautiously circling his shoulder a few times before venting his frustration in front of the hanging bone evolver, delivering a powerful slap. "I don't usually like to curse, but today is special. If you weren't dying so soon, I would definitely have greeted your ancestors for 8 generations in front of you." Zhang Mingyu never put himself in dangerous situations. From the very beginning of the battle, he had ordered the Yume robot to hide in a stealth mode around the battlefield, ready to protect his safety, just like before. Now it seemed that if it weren't for Zhang Mingyu's caution, he might have truly faced disaster today. Remembering this, he viciously kicked the corpse a few more times. After releasing his anger, he began to meticulously check the belongings of the bone evolver. Huh. Bending down, Zhang Mingyu suddenly detected a faint, bitter almond scent from the corpse's mouth. He pried the corpse's jaw open and was horrified to find a hidden dental prosthesis containing poison. Poison in the mouth. Was this to prevent being captured alive? The ability to mobilize a powerful bone evolver to ambush Zhang Mingyu, while also preparing to die rather than divulge information upon mission completion, indicated that the mastermind was certainly not an ordinary individual. As thoughts raced through his mind, Zhang Mingyu's expression gradually turned cold. He would eventually settle this score with the mastermind along with interest. Main base, 3rd floor. After taking a shower, Zhang Mingyu comfortably lay on the soft velvet mattress of his bedroom. Clearing away the unpleasant memories from his mind, Zhang Mingyu summoned the system interface and eagerly submitted 1,000 crystal cores. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the main quest, upgrade the base. Reminder: the host has received a reward factory blueprint. Reminder: intermediate star base has been detected, unlocking new functional modules, fully automatic defense system. The fully automatic defense system is being installed. Under the pitch-black sky, Zhang Mingyu's star base suddenly erupted with brilliant white light. The alloy walls of the base, 2 meters high, thickened and rose in the white light, transforming into a magnificent steel wall. On top of the steel wall, the white light also brought forth rapid-fire Thunder God 6-barrel autocannons capable of unleashing 1,000 bullets per second, as well as the Tai Xianlei tower set up at the 4 corners of the steel wall, adept at instantly eliminating large numbers of minions with high-energy fields. Within the steel wall, the Vulture anti-air missile system was arranged around Zhang Mingyu's villa. They swayed and automatically scanned for approaching aerial units ready to reveal their sharp claws to enemies at any moment. Apart from automated defensive weapons at the top of the main base, a spherical defensive field centered around Zhang Mingyu's bedroom also emerged. This defensive field replaced the awning shielding from rain, while also guarding against all external attacks. At this moment Zhang Mingyu stood at the window of his bedroom, gazing at the bluish energy screen and the array of automated weapons, finally feeling a sense of a star base. With the fully automatic defense system installed, Zhang Mingyu felt an overwhelming sense of safety. In this life, he would never allow anyone to kill him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the main quest advanced base. Quest content: your intermediate base can help you withstand small-scale beast tides, allowing you to dominate in the stormy apocalypse. But the evolution of life will not stop, and the merging of the high-dimensional universe with Blue Star will also bring new challenges. Please complete the following requirements to upgrade the star base to advanced status. Quest requirements: 1. Collect 100 level 1 crystal cores and 100 level 2 crystal core. Construct at least 3 special buildings. 3. Achieve a population of 100 in the base. 4. Ensure no potential dangers within the control range of the base. Zhang Mingyu was filled with excitement as the new quest appeared on the system interface. After briefly scanning the quest content, a small pop-up appeared below the main quest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the rapid upgrade quest. Prepare for the rainy day. Reminder: 3 potential dangers have been detected near the host's base located in the eastern Taiying Mountain Range, the southern University City, and the northern National Highway 307. It is advised that the host eliminate these 3 potential dangers to complete the base upgrade requirements. If the dangers are not eliminated in time, the host's base will face the risk of annihilation. What's going on? After issuing the main quest, I've received a rapid upgrade quest as well. Zhang Mingyu stared at the task information on the system interface, lost in thought. He had never encountered such a situation before. But he believed that if the system was proactively issuing tasks for him to eliminate potential dangers, allowing them to grow unchecked would definitely lead to a painful price in the future. Engineering robots construct the manufacturing factory at full speed. Research Institute: I confirm spending 100 crystal cores to research the project floating tower. Zhang Mingyu issued 2 commands in succession. Once the manufacturing factory was completed, he would truly be able to mass-produce various armed robots, needing only the blueprint priced at 1,000 crystal cores. Although the blueprint for the floating tower would take 3 days to acquire alongside 100 crystal cores for research. Once the blueprint for the floating tower was researched, Zhang Mingyu would be able to utilize the agile floating tower to explore the world outside the city that the monitoring system could not detect. Boom! Thunder rumbled. The thick lightning dragon resembling gnarled tree branches rooted itself in the heavens above. The white lightning illuminated the handsome face of the young boy through the window. His red lips were tightly clenched, as if he were struggling in pain within a dream. Get out! Get out! Get out! In an instant, Zhang Mingyu tossed aside his blankets and sat up. He had dreamt again of the scene of his death in his past life, along with the pack of bloodthirsty giant wolves that had bitten him. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, a still shaken Zhang Mingyu glanced at his phone to check the time, and he finally let out a sigh of relief. Today I must undertake a mission. The dangers near the base must be eliminated as soon as possible. After making this decision, Zhang Mingyu called for breakfast. Then, sitting by the window and using the lightning outside as light, he began to browse through the information on his phone. It has been confirmed that the railways and roads from Baiqing to the outside world have lost their ability to operate due to the sudden emergence of mountains and rivers. The official shelter in Baiqing has sent personnel to survey the terrain near Baiqing, and transportation between Baiqing and nearby cities is expected to be restored quickly with the efforts of Baiqing's leadership. Experts say that the situation Baiqing is facing is global and related to higher dimensional universes. All organisms worldwide are evolving, and powerful evolvers have emerged among us humans. On the internet, various pieces of information were chaotically mixed. Notably, the existence of evolvers seemed to have been semi-publicized. The authorities had not deleted news regarding evolvers. Even within Zhang Mingyu's class group, discussions were fervent. I saw an evolver at the official shelter today. He leaped lightly onto the second-floor balcony of the temporary office building from the sidewalk. Simply amazing. I wish I could become an evolver too. I heard that evolvers don't need to work every day. After the army recruits evolvers, they are well fed and taken care of, sent to battle mutated beasts as superheroes. Unlike us who toil day and night on construction sites only to earn digital currency that barely covers a meal. Woo, I should have never come to the official shelter. Wang Zihao, I heard that Wang Xiao can eat his fill every day. Does he still take in people? After this message was sent, the class group fell silent for a long while before Wang Zihao personally replied. Our Haoxing group has great benefits and high pay. If you come to work at Haoxing group and are willing to put in the effort, Wang Zihao can ensure you enjoy good food and drink. Is there anyone already working for Wang Xiao? Speak up. Wang Xiao is right. 1-2-10086. In an instant, the group was filled with praises for Haoxing group. It was unclear whether these classmates were genuinely praising or were simply compelled to do so. Zero Master, there is a doctor waiting for you in the reception hall downstairs. Do you wish to meet him? While reading the group messages, Zhang Mingyu finished a steamer of small dumplings, a steamer of shrimp dumplings, a bowl of wonton soup, and 2 egg yolk lava buns, finally concluding his breakfast. At that moment, upon hearing that someone wanted to see him, he immediately agreed to the meeting. Main base first floor reception. Zhang Mingyu looked at the middle-aged man, standing nervously with his hands hanging by his side in front of him. After a moment of recollection, he remembered the man's identity. Haven't we met outside the supermarket at the entrance of Sunshine Community before? Zhang, and thank you very much for saving my life that day. The middle-aged man, who identified himself as Zhang and deeply bowed to Zhang Mingyu and respectfully explained his purpose. I was a surgeon at Baicheng People's Hospital before the heavy rain disaster. I cannot repay the life-saving grace, but I only hope that my medical skills can assist you, young master, and relieve your burdens. Doctor. Zhang Mingyu's eyes lit up and he immediately said, I understand, from now on you will be the doctor of our... I will arrange a private room for you. During your free time, you can start seeing patients in the dormitory building, and later we can consider building a dedicated clinic. As for the issue of treatment, you don't have to worry. 3 meals a day plus 1 kilogram of fruits and vegetables daily will all be distributed according to standards. When Zhang Mingyu was recruiting Zhang in as a doctor, he had used his Eye of Wisdom to check this family member's kindness value. Eye of Wisdom Zhang and kindness value 75. Note: you once saved Zhang An's family, now Zhang An is filled with goodwill towards you. Zhang An's initial kindness value of 75 made Lao Gao extremely satisfied with this middle-aged doctor. As for his medical skills, that could wait, just the kindness value of Dr. Zhang and allowed Zhang Mingyu to delegate many matters to him. After finishing matters with Zhang, and Zhang Mingyu made his way to the parking lot. 5 armored trucks were neatly parked here. After the nightmare of last night, Zhang Mingyu could no longer wait to set off and eliminate the threats. Host Zhang Mingyu. Life level tier 1. Current system energy 495500, 500 energy restored each natural day. Current assets: intermediate base, primary artificial intelligence 0, 50 lifelike bionic robots, 30 fully automatic engineering robots, 20 Shinbone armed robots, 20 nether armed robots, 20 Iron Mountain heavy armed robots, 5 self-built dormitory buildings, crystal core balance 337 pieces. Current population 37. Special buildings: research institute, manufacturing factory, farmland. Special abilities: personal space, item duplication, Eye of Wisdom. Zhang Mingyu closed his personal panel and leaped into the passenger seat of the armored truck. This time he was preparing to take all his belongings and set off to deal with the potential threat located in the eastern Taiyang Mountains closest to the main base. The armored truck slowly moved. Through the glass, many survivors seeking refuge could be seen outside the base. After a prolonged torment from the heavy rain disaster, many residents of Sunshine Community have come to terms with reality, realizing that to survive in the harsh apocalypse, they must cling tightly to the strong. And Zhang Mingyu is the most reliable golden thigh in the entire Sunshine Community. Having understood the key, Zhang Mingyu murmured to himself, in the future, I cannot always let Zero notify me of every slightly significant matter. There must be many talented individuals among the survivors who are good at management. Moving forward, I need to find a way to recruit some trustworthy people to help me manage the base. Otherwise, I estimate that before I even survive to the end of the apocalypse, I will be worn out and die like that Kongming gentleman. The Sunshine Home Community covers a vast area divided internally into high-rise residential areas, small commercial streets, gardens for children and the elderly to exercise, and a villa area at the easternmost end. At this moment, Zhang Mingyu is departing from the villa area at the easternmost end, heading east. Along the way, he can see the desolate mountains that have fully restored their natural appearance. The towering trees grow exceptionally lush under the stimulation of cosmic energy, and the ground is covered with weeds far more exaggerated than those on the streets of Baicheng. Thickets and thorns block the path ahead, and without the formidable tall Iron Mountain heavy-duty robots clearing the way, the armored trucks would find it impossible to traverse this terrain. Crack, crack. The 5 Iron Mountain heavy-duty robots in the front line are lined up like road rollers, steadily advancing. The Xiangu armed robots wield high-frequency, vibrating swords, fiercely chopping through the thickets and thorns along the way. Buzz. Boom. A purple energy beam strikes down a poisonous snake hidden in the grass. This energy beam simultaneously opens a breach in the path ahead. As the clouds part to reveal the sun, Zhang Mingyu steps out of the vehicle to the back of the energy breach. He stares wide-eyed, stunned by the scene before him. The small hill behind the Sunshine Home Community, once imprinted in his memory, has long since vanished. Now, as the convoy crosses the forest and reaches this open mountaintop, he realizes he has unconsciously found himself standing atop towering cliffs. Looking down from a height, he sees the sturdy, ancient trees transformed into a carpet of lush greenery. The rivers between the dense forest shimmer like strands of silver under the thunderous light, winding and flowing into the vast azure lake, reflecting the majestic waters that surpass even the Victoria Falls. In the misty rain, it falls upon this mysterious and ancient world. Through the white fog, he can see a colossal mountain never trodden by the inhabitants of the Blue Star, sitting far away in the boundless distance. At this moment, Zhang Mingyu realizes that this place is no longer the eastern suburbs of Baicheng, and it is difficult to judge whether it belongs to the Taiyang Mountains. The terrain and landforms of the blue star have undergone tremendous changes due to the fusion with higher dimensional cosmos, and the already ancient Tying Mountains have transformed into this brand new world after merging with various mountains and rivers of the higher dimensional universe. Zero, do you know what I thought of when I saw this scene? I remembered several web novels I had read before. I recall that there was a similar scene in Holy Ruins where the fantasy world merges with the real world, and ancient mountains harbor fierce beasts that wreak havoc on humanity. Looking far at the mountains, Zhang Mingyu murmurs, I don't know what may exist within the mountains of this higher dimensional universe. In my past life, I was not qualified to explore the secrets within. In this life, I can only hope that the mountains do not harbor fierce beasts or technologically advanced trisolar ants. As he spoke, Zhang Mingyu couldn't help but chuckle at his own words. He shook his head, pointing at the forest below, and said the armored trucks likely cannot pass through the road ahead. We will abandon the vehicles and proceed on foot. The armed robots should remain on alert, and the Yu Ming should handle reconnaissance. Whether it's global evolution or life from higher dimensional universes, we will meet force with force. It was only when Zhang Mingyu stood personally in this mountain range fused with the terrain of higher dimensional universes that he realized the biological evolution of the blue star compared to the natural world within the mountains was like the difference between an infant and a young adult. If human activity still exists in Baicheng, it is currently in a relatively civilized society. In contrast, the Tying Mountains, which have fused with the terrain of higher dimensional universes, have completely returned to their natural state. The civilization that the Blue Star people once took pride in has vanished here. Barbarism and desolation thrive in the Tying Mountains. As soon as Zhang Mingyu and his team set foot in the Tying Mountains, they were met with fierce resistance. Zhang Mingyu is seated on the shoulder of an Iron Mountain heavy-duty robot, having commanded the armed robots to fend off several waves of mutated creatures, collecting numerous first-level mutated beast cores. Now 5 minutes have passed since the last wave of mutated creatures attacked. The surrounding forest is eerily silent. He commands the team to halt temporarily. Zhang Mingyu's gaze is sharp as he calmly observes the situation in the forest ahead. We have trudged hard to this point, and everywhere we see is filled with various mutated creatures. Wolves, tigers, leopards, mutated pythons, and spiders. Even ordinary flowers could be mutated man-eating flowers. The question is, why has this once lively forest suddenly fallen silent? While pondering, Zhang Mingyu suddenly notices 2 points of dark light flickering among the treetops ahead. He locks his gaze on the direction where the dark light vanished, remaining motionless. This standoff lasts for over 10 seconds. Finally, a frantic monkey's cry rings out from the treetops. Immediately, pairs of monkey eyes appear before Zhang Mingyu, resembling pairs of floating light bulbs densely lit up. Ding! The host has discovered the potential danger of the Tying Mountains. Monkey swarm. Tip: by eliminating the monkey swarm, the host will receive a phased reward for being prepared in advance. So many monkeys. Zhang Mingyu's eye twitches as he can't help but mock. Good thing I still remember him exploring the Tying Mountains, or else I would definitely think I've run into Flower Fruit Mountain. Chirp! Chirp! A group of monkeys, realizing they have been exposed, decisively charge out of the woods towards Zhang Mingyu's metallic army. However, Zhang Mingyu's metallic army consists of iron clumps, and whether it be Xiangu Yu Ming or Iron Mountain, they all possess the strength to take on second-level mutated beasts. These ordinary first-level monkey swarms cannot even breach the defenses of the armed robots. I'm going to curse you. Zhang Mingyu is not intimidated by the charging monkeys. He commands the Iron Mountain to absorb damage at the front while Xiangu is responsible for output, and Yu Ming flanks from behind for surprise attacks. The monkey's sharp teeth and claws cannot penetrate the alloy armor of the armed robots, and the high-energy laser weapons annihilate these first-level mutated creatures in a one-sided massacre. In no time, countless mountain monkeys have fallen in the forest before Zhang Mingyu. Unexpectedly, just as Zhang Mingyu is about to command the robots to clean up the battlefield, several giant monkeys over 3 meters tall, with physiques comparable to the Iron Mountain heavy-duty robots, finally seize the opportunity to leap out from the woods after lying in wait for a long time. As soon as they emerge, they violently slam down 4 Xiangu robots to the ground, smashing them wildly. Second-tier elite monkey. Zhang Mingyu gazed at the towering second-tier mountain monkeys emerging from the depths of the forest, unable to help but use a term common in online games to describe this group of muscular mountain monkeys over 3 meters tall. After 2 evolutions, while the combat strength of the second-tier elite monkeys might not match that of the water monsters in the Funshui River, they could still hold their ground against the Xiangu armed robots in terms of power. In fact, a few particularly large second-tier elite monkeys could even faintly suppress the Xiangu in terms of strength. 10. Zhang Mingyu scanned the dense forest, quickly dismissing his previous assumption. 20. No. 30. There are at least 30 second-tier elite monkeys here. Analyzing the battlefield quickly, Zhang Mingyu jumped down from the Tai-Shan heavy robot and ordered the distant second-tier elite monkeys, Tai-Shan, engage Heaton to attract the attacks of the second-tier elite monkeys. Xiangu, take to the sky, initiate long-range strikes on the second-tier elite monkeys from above, and Yu Ming, come here and carry me into the sky, while the rest rapidly clear the nearby first-tier mountain monkeys. The over 3-meter-tall second-tier elite monkeys might be able to suppress the evenly developed Xiangu in terms of strength, But I ask you, how would you respond if faced with a 4-meter-tall Taishan? The Taishan heavy robot was specifically designed for siege, and had a stronger frontal assault capability than armored vehicles and tanks. Mere second-tier mutated creatures couldn't possibly shake the Taishan. And Yuming as a rapid mobility unit was best suited for clearing out small fry. With Yuming carrying him into the air, Zhang Mingyu felt somewhat more secure. Boom. Boom. The movement of the Taishan seemed to cause localized tremors. The second-tier elite monkeys had no choice but to abandon the Xiangu they had been about to consume, and turn to withstand the heavy blows of the Taishan. The heavy shield wrapped in alloy became an impervious wall before the Taishan, and the massive alloy hammer comparable to a tombstone slammed down upon the second-tier elite monkeys like a small brother. Some defiant second-tier elite monkeys attempted to lift their arms to resist the heavy hammer, while others, being clever, chose to retreat from the forefront and attack from the side. However, regardless of the decisions made by the second-tier elite monkeys, the Taishan heavy robot remained unperturbed. The second-tier elite monkeys that tried to stop the heavy hammer with their arms were immediately crushed, screaming in agony. The side-attacking second-tier elite monkeys were kept at bay by the heavy shield with no attack able to shake it in the slightest. Purple energy beams shot down from the sky towards the beleaguered monkey group. The combination of Taishan and Xiangu caused countless casualties among the second-tier elite monkeys and ordinary first-tier mountain monkeys. While observing the battlefield from above, Zhang Mingyu suddenly noticed clouds of dust rising in the northern forest, with numerous monkey calls echoing from the treetops, suggesting reinforcements for the monkey horde. Something feels off. Everyone stay alert and watch the northern woods. Almost simultaneously as Zhang Mingyu issued the command, a brown shadow, resembling a cannonball, shot out from the dense northern woods like a spear thrown by a deity, accompanied by a fierce wind and swirling sand as it charged towards the battlefield. Ding! A sound like a bell resonated through the forest. One could see a golden-haired monkey king taller than the second-tier elite monkeys delivering a punch onto the heavy shield of a Taishan heavy robot. The sound of metal crashing echoed around, and visible energy waves surged violently, sending the ton-weight Taishan heavy robot flying. The Taishan heavy robot struck and dented in its shield, crashed back to the ground after smashing through a large Monkey King. Zhang Mingyu's pupils constricted. He did not call this golden-haired giant monkey, close to 5 meters tall, the Monkey King on a whim. Rather, in his previous life, it was this golden-haired Monkey King who, alongside numerous Beast Kings, nearly breached the official shelter in Baicheng, causing the great Saintess Su Yuru to perish at the jaws of beasts. In the past, when the golden-haired Monkey King led the monkey horde to attack the official shelter, he had already attained 5th-tier power. As for now, Zhang Mingyu examined the golden energy flowing across the surface of the Monkey King's body, and thought to himself, a 3rd-tier mutated beast that has undergone 3 evolutions, if it were to meet the official shelter, it would definitely be enough to give the current official shelter a run for its money. But unfortunately, this creature has encountered me. The Monkey King had evolved 3 times in just over a month since the arrival of the deluge. Zhang Mingyu would absolutely not allow a Beast King with such immense potential to live so close to the base. Taishan engaged Heaton to fully hold off the Monkey King, while Yuming harasses from behind to create wounds. 10 Xiangu in pairs of 2 will carry 5 divine, self-propelled rail cannons into the sky to open. The remaining 10 Xiangu will draw the attention of the second-tier elite monkeys and first-tier mountain monkeys from the air, ensuring that these small fries do not aid the Monkey King. One Taishan cannot withstand a 3rd-tier Monkey King, but let us not forget that Zhang Mingyu has 60 armed robots and 5 divine self-propelled rail cannons. Ding, ding, ding. The resonant sound echoed through the forest, making one feel as though they were beneath the bell tower of an ancient temple, with the bell tolling endlessly. The 3rd-tier Monkey King, as one of the main forces destined to lead the monkey horde in attacking the official shelter in the future, had golden cosmic energy flowing like flames across its body. Its fists seemed to shimmer with the illusory image of a Lion King, unleashing several punches that made the Taishan's heavy shield dent, causing the formidable steel body to sway. Ding, ding, ding. The Monkey King unleashed its internal golden cosmic energy, temporarily pushing back the nearby Taishan heavy robots. Little did it know, while the Monkey King as a biological entity would feel fatigued, the armed robots were powered by a system energy source tireless and unaffected by prolonged combat. Just as the Monkey King managed to push back the Taishan heavy robots, and was about to take a moment's rest, the Azure Yuming ghostly claws stealthily appeared, leaving deep, visible bone claw marks all over the Monkey King's body. Ow, ow. The Monkey King roared in pain, tilting its head back. Yet its eyes, burning with golden flames, could not find the now invisible Yuming. At the same time, the divine self-propelled rail cannons were also lifted off the ground by the Xiangu armed robots, launching attacks at the Monkey King from above, with blue beams slicing through the night sky, like magical treasures invoked by cultivators. They rained down upon the Monkey King's body. Sadness, anger. Faced with the exquisite cooperation of Taishan, Yuming, Xiangu, and the divine machines, the Monkey King, despite its formidable skills, found itself completely restrained. At this moment, the powerful Monkey King sensed its life force rapidly dwindling. It understood well that if it did not take action, it might truly be slaughtered on the spot by these cold and merciless machines. The torrential rain continued. A blue beam erupted once again from the muzzle of the divine machine self-propelled cannon, striking the Monkey King, surrounded by the Iron Mountain. Following closely, the ghostly cyan claws of the underworld seized the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, gradually extinguishing the golden flames that burned on the surface of the Monkey King's body. In the distance at the top of a towering tree that pierced the clouds, Zhang Mingyu crouched on a horizontally growing branch, coldly observing everything. Xiangu Underworld Iron Mountain Divine Machine. He had already deployed all his armed forces for this operation. No matter how tenacious the three retired Monkey King was, it must find eternal rest here today. Why has the Monkey King's power diminished? Zhang Mingyu, who had been observing the battlefield, immediately sensed something. He realized that the Monkey King seemed to have actively retracted the cosmic energy from its surface, trying to withstand the robot's attacks with its flesh and blood. This is a problem. Zhang Mingyu's eyes sharpened, and upon noticing the issue, he turned and sprinted back along the path he had come from. Not long ago, he had also sent his last underworld armed robot, which was meant for his protection, to join the assault on the Monkey King. Now Zhang Mingyu found himself defenseless. For safety's sake, he decided to strategically withdraw and leave all remaining tasks on the battlefield to the armed robots. As the saying goes, a cautious sailor can sail for 10,000 years. Zhang Mingyu had barely escaped over 300 meters along his path when an unexpected incident occurred. He saw that the Monkey King, which had moments ago looked as if it would be attacked to death at any moment, immediately turned to flee upon seeing Zhang Mingyu crouched at the treetop, roaring angrily, as if its mother monkey had been stolen. At that moment, it gathered all the cosmic energy it had previously retracted back to its heart. Then Zhang Mingyu witnessed what seemed like a golden energy lotus exploding within the Monkey King's heart. In this instant, the three retired Monkey King unleashed a power even greater than at its peak. It forcefully broke through the encirclement of Iron Mountain, sent the underworld blocking its way flying, and then charged toward Zhang Mingyu, the commander of the armed robots, with a ferocious stride, as if it had seen its father's killer. "Do you want to kill me?" Zhang Mingyu turned to look at the approaching Monkey King, a slight smirk on his lips. "I'm very sorry, someone like me who cherishes life wouldn't stay obediently near a three retired Monkey King like you." The intelligence of the three retired Monkey King was far beyond that of ordinary beasts. It had realized that the commander of the armed robots was none other than Zhang Mingyu, the human perched atop the treetop. At this moment, the three retired Monkey King was clearly determined to take Zhang Mingyu down before its demise. Fortunately, Zhang Mingyu was already far from the battlefield, having fled more than 300 meters. Even with the three retired Monkey King burning its life force to unleash its full power, it could not catch up with him. Buzz! Boom! The Xiangu armed robots ceased their siege on the monkey group. 20 Xiangu armed robots and 5 divine machine self-propelled cannons simultaneously concentrated their fire on the three retired Monkey King. Roars wails. The three retired Monkey King could not comprehend why Zhang Mingyu fled so decisively. Even at the moment, purple energy beams and blue shells restrained the three retired Monkey King's pursuit. This Monkey King, which was about to attack the official refuge at the end of the third month of the torrential rain, thus fell on its path forward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the leader of the monkey group. Hint: the host has received a phase reward Xiangu armed robot blueprint. Zhang Mingyu panted heavily. It was only when the system's prompt sounded that he cautiously hid back behind Iron Mountain. The power of the three retired Monkey King is truly terrifying. Iron Mountain, Xiangu, and Underworld all suffered varying degrees of damage, yet they barely managed to take down this creature. Zhang Mingyu adjusted his clothes and ordered Xiangu to excavate the Monkey King's crystal core while he began to tally the gains from today's outing. The crystal cores of the first and second tiers are estimated to yield a considerable amount this time. Of course, what matters most to me right now is this Xiangu armed robot blueprint. After Zhang Mingyu's manufacturing factory is completed, he will surely mass-produce armed robots to enhance self-defense capabilities. The blueprint for the Xiangu armed robot, if purchased directly from the system mall, would cost 1,000 crystal cores, which means the task reward from this monkey group purge saved Zhang Mingyu the necessary expense of 1,000 crystal cores. Ha ha ha, this system task is like a pillow delivered when I was sleepy. Zhang Mingyu laughed heartily and lazily stretched in the forest. After collecting all the crystal cores from the scene into his personal space, Zhang Mingyu glanced over the battlefield littered with debris and lightly jumped onto Iron Mountain's shoulder, saying, "Everyone has worked hard today, now, let's head home." Zhang Mingyu set out during the day, but returned home at night. After a busy day, Zhang Mingyu had no intention of doing anything else. After washing up, he threw himself into the soft cotton blanket and fell into a deep sleep. The first thing Zhang Mingyu did the next morning was rush to the research institute. Upon seeing the floating tower icon still under research in the center of the holographic projection, he realized with regret, the floating tower blueprint will take a total of 3 days to complete research, whereas the manufacturing cost of the Xiangu armed robot only requires 5 crystal cores along with some common and rare metals like iron, copper, indium, and tantalum, but the manufacturing time takes a full 6 hours. If I didn't have the manufacturing factory, even if I temporarily had the blueprint, I wouldn't be able to mass-produce Xiangu. Zhang Mingyu thought to himself, the main function of the research institute is indeed research. In the future, once the manufacturing factory is established, I will slowly consider the mass production of Xiangu. Currently, although Zhang Mingyu's armed robots had all suffered varying degrees of damage in yesterday's battle, he believed that after the engineering robots repaired them and refueled them, they would return to their original state. As for the number of crystal cores, Zhang Mingyu also took stock. After yesterday's battle, combined with the crystal cores he had previously accumulated, he now had 827 one-star crystal cores, 31 two-entire crystal cores, and 1 three-retire crystal core, which was more than 10 times faster than the speed of earning crystal cores back during the initial base. Next, after completing the research on the floating tower, he planned to have the Research Institute produce one-star evolution potions. Then he would trade the evolution potions for crystal cores with the official. As for why Zhang Mingyu was reluctant to trade the replicated supplies for crystal cores with the official, that's because firstly, items like evolution potions that are linked to crystal cores seem to be ineffective for the replication function, and Zhang Mingyu would not be able to profit from replicating large quantities of evolution potions. Secondly, Zhang Mingyu's base operation requires system energy. The Research Institute farmland and the soon-to-be-completed manufacturing factory all require system energy. The actions of various robots, the operation of automated defense weapons, etc., all consume system energy. With the recovery speed of system energy in Zhang Mingyu's intermediate base, it is just enough for these devices to barely operate. If he were to spend a large amount of system energy replicating supplies, which would lead to insufficient system energy, he would ultimately have to spend crystal cores to replenish it at a ratio of 1 crystal core to 1 system energy. The third floor of the main base bedroom. It is noon. Zhang Mingyu sat on the protruding window sill, gazing at the endless stream of survivors at the main base entrance, feeling a mix of emotions. With the Research Institute operating at full capacity, the fully automated engineering robots were busy constructing a manufacturing factory. Zhang Mingyu had no choice but to outsource the construction of the dormitory area and the cleaning of the back mountain to nearby survivors. The barren mountains behind the main base connect to the Taiying mountain range. He did not expect to control the entire mountain range, but at least no mutated creatures should appear up to the cliff location explored last time. He believed that cleaning up the barren mountains and leveling the ground could be temporarily entrusted to the survivors, while the engineering robots were busy without causing any problems. Additionally, it could provide job opportunities for the survivors brought into the base. Opening the Sunshine Community Owner Group, Zhang Mingyu joyfully browsed the group messages. More than a month after the Deluge of Doom arrived, many owners in the Sunshine Community had personally experienced the cruel rules of the apocalypse and witnessed the malice of human nature. At this moment, very few people were speaking in the group chat. It was unclear whether they were hungry or Wang Convenience's boss by is everyone still alive? Does anyone have food at home? Zhang Li Wang Convenience's boss by are you fishing? Asking who has food in the group first, then planning to rob them at the door, right? I don't believe someone who runs a convenience store would lack food. Hardware store Wang Convenience's boss by give me some food, and I will pick up soap. Zhang Li Sigma. Bro. Komodi. Winker. Security guard Old Lu. Wang Convenience's boss by hardware store get lost. Wang Convenience's boss by Zhang Li I'm really not fishing. The heavy rains have lasted for over a month and many of the food items in my convenience store have gotten damp and moldy. There are also many snacks in non-vacuum packaging that were clearly not past their expiration date, but have gone bad as well. Right now I also lack food. Jingshan Group's boss Cohen, I ask you where do you guys get your food? Jingshan Group's boss Cohen, my house has run out of water and food, and I'm almost at my wit's end. How can you still have This message from boss Cohen lingered in the group for 5 or 6 minutes without anyone replying. Clearly everyone was reluctant to reveal how they obtained food, lest someone compete with them for it. During this time some people posted high-priced food acquisition advertisements and various other chaotic requests. It was not until an ID named Flower Bloom's Prosperity spoke that Zhang Mingyu's attention was captured. Flower Bloom's Prosperity image iron pot stewing, meat. Flower Bloom's Prosperity, why aren't you eating meat? The meat my dad made is really delicious. Wang Convenience's boss by Flower Bloom's Prosperity wasn't the old lady previously thrown into the barren mountains. Hardware Convenience, I don't care if that old lady's family can still eat meat now, I want to cling to the rich man's thigh. Flower Bloom's Prosperity, rich man, can you tell me where your meat comes from? Mr. Dong Building 6, Room 812. Have you noticed that Flower Bloom's Prosperity's tone seems a bit off? Zhang Li, I also feel like Flower Bloom's Prosperity doesn't sound like themselves, it's a bit like Flower Bloom's Prosperity, my phone is out of battery, this account belongs to my grandmother. Flower Bloom's Prosperity. Hardware Convenience, my dad said that the meat in the pot is from my grandmother, and he also said that once my grandmother's meat is finished we will eat grandpa's meat, so our family can survive. I forgot that my dad doesn't want me to talk to outsiders about this. In short, the meat in our house is absolutely impossible to give to you. The owners of the Sunshine Community Owner Group initially did not understand the meaning behind the message from the mischievous. However, Zhang Mingyu, sitting on the windowsill in the bedroom, quickly understood that the grandma's meat and grandpa's meat were not pork brought back from the market by two elderly people in a peaceful society, but rather a far crueler answer in the apocalypse of the deluge. This family's heart is truly ruthless. Zhang Mingyu's earlier joy had completely vanished. He silently stared at the messages in the group chat, feeling as if a heavy stone pressed down on his heart. Cannibalism is not uncommon during famine years. I never expected that although I did not personally kill that old lady, she would still be skinned and dismembered by her own family. Security guard, old Lu Flower Blooms Prosperity, you are actually eating people. Zhangli, I can't look at the group messages anymore. If I do, I'm going to throw up the precious food. I really don't want to lick my own vomit. That would be too disgusting. Mingming's mom, building 5, room 310. Our community is relatively better off because of the presence of that one in the villa area. Mingming's mom, building 5, room 310. In the past 2 days I've been working as a temporary worker in the villa area. At least I can barely scrape by to eat. However, I heard that the neighboring communities have long since turned into hell on earth and instances of cannibalism have occurred. For a time, the Sunshine Community owner group was filled with retching sounds. Some people were accusing the 5-person family of being inhumane, while others, driven by extreme hunger, were eyeing their neighbors with greenish eyes. Ding-ling-ling. Ding-ling-ling. Just as Zhang Mingyu was staring at the group chat page, he suddenly noticed a call coming to him. Hello, is this class leader Zhang? A slightly trembling voice came from the phone. My grandfather agreed to sell you the remaining medicinal herbs at home, but I have encountered some issues here, and you might need to come in person. Send me the address, and tell me what kind of issue you're encountering. Zhang Mingyu remained very calm. I live near the university town southeast of Baicheng. Recently the floods have been very severe, and many survivors have fled to the university town direction. Dong Xiaochan hesitated for a moment, and then earnestly requested, I'm worried about unexpected events. Class leader, if it's convenient, can I and my grandfather go work at your base? Your and your grandfather's medicinal herb cultivation skills would be very helpful to me. Zhang Mingyu glanced at the time on his phone and instructed, it's too dangerous to act at night. I'll set off tomorrow morning to pick you up. In the meantime, please make sure to protect my medicinal herbs and my 2 future employees. Alright. Dong Xiaochan replied with joy. By the way, a lot of willow catkins have blown from the university town to my community. I feel like those catkins seem a bit off, so please be careful on your way here. Willow catkins, university town. Zhang Mingyu looked at the task information in the system panel for precautionary measures and thought, perhaps this time, not only will I be picking someone up, but I can also eliminate the threat from the southeastern university town along the way. On October 1st, in the light rain. With experience in clearing the monkey groups of the Taiying Mountains, Zhang Mingyu understood that his strength as a level 1 evolver could easily hinder the war machines when facing a level 3 monkey king. Thus he decided to arm himself well before setting off. Opening the system store, an advanced exoskeleton power armor caught his eye. Nano battle armor Star Soul, equipped with lightweight firepower for individual weaponry. Price 500 crystal cores. The detailed description of the Star Soul battle armor contained over 10 lengthy pages. Fortunately, Zhang Mingyu had meticulously researched the advantages and disadvantages of the Star Soul battle armor compared to similar products, just as one would do when buying a computer upon entering college. Therefore today he had no further hesitation and directly chose to purchase. Ding, the host has purchased the Star Soul battle armor. Please check it in the personal space. Before the system notification finished, Zhang Mingyu eagerly summoned the Star Soul battle armor. The armor was predominantly deep blue, resembling the vast and boundless starry sky. Its main power nozzle was positioned at the back, while the auxiliary power system was located at the limbs. As it spread like a stream of blue liquid from Zhang Mingyu's back, finally enveloping every inch of his body, he felt an indescribable sense of comfort radiating from all parts of his being. This suit of armor fit perfectly to his body, and the auxiliary power system granted him even greater strength. Moreover, the armor itself was as exquisitely flawless as a precious jade. Even if the world's most precise instruments were used to detect it, not a single gap could be found on the surface of the armor. With the Star Soul battle armor, I can also experience the joy of being Iron Man. With a thought, Zhang Mingyu made the Star Soul battle armor silently lift off the ground. He turned to look at the power. There was no sight of any high-temperature flames being expelled or any preliminary heating process. He hovered in the air at his doorstep in a manner that defied the laws of physics. Wow, is the power system of the Star Soul battle armor really this amazing? With a playful heart, Zhang Mingyu noticed that the Star Soul battle armor could fly in the night sky without drawing attention due to excessive flames or flashes, so he immediately soared upwards, eager to test the limits of the armor, wondering if this suit, which cost enough to buy 5 Zuanbon-equipped robots, could take him to space. 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 8,000 meters, 9,000 meters, 10,000 meters. Ding, external oxygen levels detected to be extremely low. Alert, air circulation filtration system has switched to internal circulation. Warning. The current oxygen supply in the Star Soul battle armor is sufficient for your use for 29 minutes and 59 seconds. Warning. The current oxygen supply in the Star Soul battle armor is sufficient for your use for 29 minutes and 58 seconds. Zhang Mingyu completely disregarded the warnings from the Star Soul battle armor. He accelerated again, transforming the Star Soul battle armor into a rocket launching from the ground into the depths of space, effortlessly breaking through the 4,000 meter limit of the middle layer. He continued to ascend. Before long, he had surged up to the thermosphere at an altitude of 800 meters. It was only when he reached an altitude of 100 kilometers above sea level, arriving at the boundary between the atmosphere and space, the Kármán line. He finally stopped before the beautiful starry sky, gazing at the sea of stars he could only look up to before. Warning. The current oxygen supply in the Star Soul battle armor is sufficient for your use for 24 minutes and 31 seconds. Warning. The current oxygen supply in the Star Soul battle armor is sufficient for your use for 24 minutes and 30 seconds. The warnings from the Star Soul battle armor still floated in the lower right corner of Zhang Mingyu's view in the form of a light curtain. Breathing smoothly in the armor's inner air, he laughed heartily. Time to go home. He still had to go to South District to pick someone up today, and once he had some free time, he would fly back up to properly admire this brilliant starry sky. It was 10:37 a.m. South District. The South District of Baicheng and the city center were submerged in water due to their low-lying terrain having been flooded for over a month of continuous heavy rain. Some sections here had water that barely reached the knees, while others were deep enough for small boats to navigate. Fortunately, Zhang Mingyu was well prepared. Before setting off, he had the engineering robots work overtime to modify a yacht for him. This yacht had a unique anti-gravity system and a sturdy, durable hull structure. Even carrying all of Zhang Mingyu's war machines, it could navigate freely through the flooded city. As Zhang Mingyu sailed, he noticed that the murky floodwaters had unexpectedly turned clear, allowing him to see green water plants swaying with the current and small fish playing on the steps, swimming in the steel jungle of high-rise buildings, even into the drawers of desks and onto the podiums of schools. If it weren't for the fact that Zhang Mingyu still needed to pick someone up, he would have loved to sit by the edge of the boat and see what kind of underwater biology class the little fish in the classroom were about to attend. 0 unidentified biological information detected. As Zhang Mingyu ventured deeper into the South District, he noticed robust green roots lying quietly at the bottom of the submerged streets, covering the entire street. Occasionally fish swam in and out of the gaps between the roots, seemingly indicating that these roots posed no danger. How thick? Zhang Mingyu, enveloped in the Star Soul battle armor, clearly saw the situation underwater through the armor's auxiliary visual system. At the same time, he noticed in the distance amidst the curtain of rain large fluffy catkins as big as palm fans fluttering like flying jellyfish, striving to reach the deck through the fine rain. Whose catkins can still fly in the rain? Zhang Mingyu thought those catkins seemed alive, actively seeking out people. Just as he was lost in thought, a group of catkins following the heat source landed on the head of a Zuanbone-equipped robot. He could see the catkins immediately seeking the gaps on the surface of the Xianbone robot with their snow-white cotton-like filaments. It carried the core of the seeds, emitting a faint green glow. The white filaments, like straws, attempted to extract the non-existent blood within the Xianbone. Hiss! Zhang Mingyu gasped in cold air. He could imagine what would happen if this thing landed on a human. These pure white filaments would undoubtedly turn into extremely vile capillaries, maliciously extracting nutrients from the human body, and perhaps even allowing the seeds of the catkins to burrow into the human body, taking root and sprouting. A gentle breeze caressed the face. Suddenly, a shimmering green light appeared on the clear water's surface. Zhang Mingyu looked up at the sky and saw white willow catkins drifting under the pitch-black night, also emitting a faint glow. The light in the air and the green light in the water intertwined, as if sketching two entirely different worlds. The small yacht carried Zhang Mingyu through the narrow gap between these two worlds like a solitary boat adrift between two oceans. The white catkins fell onto Zhang Mingyu's body. However, the Star Soul battle armor was airtight, giving them no chance to take root in his body. At the same time, beneath the shimmering surface of the water, thick tree roots suddenly twisted and began to move like serpents. As they moved, they stirred up countless tiny bubbles beneath the surface, causing the once calm water to surge violently, while several thick roots wrapped around the yacht, causing it to rock violently. Yuming dived down and cut these roots. Zhang Mingyu gripped the yacht's railing to keep himself from being thrown into the water by the violent rocking. After quickly assessing the situation, he ordered the most powerful Yuming armed robot to dive underwater to deal with the thick roots. Splash! Splash! The Yuming armed robots plunged into the water one after another. With its twice as powerful propulsion system compared to the Xiangu armed robot, it was indeed not just for show. Even though the Yuming armed robot was not specifically designed for underwater combat, its powerful propulsion system still allowed it to move swiftly beneath the surface like a nimble torpedo. Upon sensing something intruding into their territory, the massive green roots surrounded the Yuming armed robot like dozens of green pythons. Fortunately, the Yuming ghost claw was extraordinarily sharp, easily cutting through roots as thick as a barrel. 20 Yuming transformed into green water ghosts underwater, cooperating to carve a bloody path for Zhang Mingyu. Green plant sap spread from the severed roots. Zhang Mingyu's yacht advanced forward under the protection of the Yuming armed robots. Finally, after a difficult journey, the end of the road ahead revealed Dong Xiaoquan's mansion of the community. From a distance, he could see shadows moving in the windows of the residential buildings, seemingly pointing in Zhang Mingyu. This is definitely the right place. Let's rush into the building with all our might, then deal with those pesky roots. Zhang Mingyu raised his palm towards the roots behind him and fired a dazzling energy beam. The white light was dazzling. The scorching high-energy beam struck the pursuing green tide. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Mingyu's yacht thundered into the submerged community. Bang! The solid yacht crashed through the wall of the residential building. As Zhang Mingyu and the armed robots entered through the large opening created by the collision, he unexpectedly discovered that the green roots which had been aggressively pursuing the yacht ceased their chase upon seeing Zhang Mingyu enter the building with the yacht. Strange, this is clearly also their territory. Why did they stop chasing? Zhang Mingyu looked up at the external wall of the residential building, where roots twisted like ivy densely covering the gray wall, adding a unique touch of greenery to the steel jungle of the high-rise community. At this moment, he glanced at the roots slowly retracting underwater outside the building, then at the serpentine roots on the wall, and suddenly realized, these roots seem to want to mimic the behavior of once domesticated livestock to domesticate humans. This chilling thought emerged in Zhang Mingyu's mind, lingering like a nightmare that could not be shaken off. He stared blankly at the lush water city outside the building, inwardly reflecting, it seems the issues in the South District are even greater than I anticipated. I should first go meet Dong Xiaochan, then think about how to deal with the dangers here in the South District. Qingfeng Community Building 7, Unit 2, Room 8103. Zhang Mingyu stopped at Dong Xiaocan's door and knocked several times, but there was no response. At the same time, he vaguely sensed that in the dark corners, several malicious gazes were fixated on him. Behind, two thugs with wolf head tattoos on their arms were fiercely pinning the frail Dong Xiaochan against the balcony, trying to tear off her clothing. The two of them worked in tandem, clearly not their first time committing such heinous acts against innocent girls. Unexpectedly, just as the two eager thugs were ready to finish in 3 seconds, the security door of room 8103 was suddenly knocked from the outside. A foul-smelling hand pressed down on Dong Xiaocan's mouth, preventing her from calling for help. After waiting for a while, the two thugs grew impatient upon noticing that the person outside continued to knock persistently. The thug covering Dong Xiaocan's mouth exchanged glances with his companion. Then he leered at the girl he was pressing down on, and said, "Aren't you kind-hearted? Show us the performance you had when you opened the door for us back then, and trick the guy outside into the living room. Otherwise your unconscious grandfather will leave this world before you." I don't want this. Please don't do this." Dong Xiaochan trembled all over, tears streaming down her face. Earlier that morning, out of kindness, she had opened the door for two people who claimed to be starving. Who would have thought that as soon as she opened the heavy security door, the two thugs would tear off their disguises, rudely invade her home, and steal all the food in her house. Now Dong Xiaochan regretted why she hadn't seen through the thugs' disguises earlier. If only she hadn't acted out of kindness, perhaps things would have turned out better. The knocking. It must be the class monitor coming to get me. Dong Xiaochan, with tear-filled eyes, seized the moment the thug loosened his grip on her mouth and desperately warned Zhang Mingyu outside the door, "Run. Run, don't come in." Bang. The security door was kicked open by Zhang Mingyu. Zhang Mingyu, clad in the Star Soul battle armor, burst into Dong Xiaocan's living room with a group of flashy armed robots like a divine weapon descending from the heavens. He looked at the three stunned individuals in the living room and shrugged apologetically, "Sorry, I accidentally broke your door." Saying this upon seeing the two thugs with wolf head tattoos preparing to attack him, he raised his palm and shot out two white energy beams toward the thugs, saying, "Oh, by the way, if you want to work for me in the future, you must remember one rule in the rainy apocalypse: kindness is not a flaw. The flaw is in your kindness, which lacks a terrifying edge." Qingfeng Residential Complex Apartment 8103. Two thugs residing in Dong Xiaocan's home had been hooligans of the Iron Wolf Gang long before the cataclysmic rainfall, men who lived by extortion and coercion. After the cataclysmic rainfall descended upon the world, they escalated their brutality under the command of three senior Iron Wolf Gang lieutenants, raping women, slaughtering innocents, and transforming others' apocalypse into their personal paradise. Just as they believed this reign of terror would endure indefinitely, a cobalt blue stellar soul battle armor and a squad of Xiangu armed robots, radiating an aura of ironclad resolve, appeared before them. Instinctively drawing upon the viciousness they wielded when killing the two Iron Wolf Gang thugs, lunged forward with knives stabbing at the armor. A flash of white light cut through the air. Neither thug so much as brushed Zhang Mingyu's hem before collapsing unconscious. Squad leader Dong Xiaochan had endured unspeakable humiliation at their hands that day. Now, having witnessed Zhang Mingyu, her savior incarnate, repel the assailants who had nearly violated her, the pent-up terror and anguish within her surged forth like a dam breaking, driving her to burst into tears and fling herself sobbing into his arms. Squad leader. Yesterday when I called you, Willow Catkins suddenly drifted over Qingfeng Residential Complex, and the murky floodwaters inexplicably turned crystal clear. Sensing something deeply amiss, I begged you to come fetch me. But shortly after I hung up, strangers poured into the complex. They claimed to hail from the university town to the southeast and pleaded for aid from their neighbors. I didn't know they were villains. My heart softened and I let them inside. Little did I know these Iron Wolf Gang thugs would repay my kindness with treachery. If you hadn't arrived in time today, my grandfather and I would surely have No need for thanks, Zhang Mingyu, a man forged of steel and straightforwardness, lacked all skill in comforting girls. He gently but firmly pushed aside the weeping girl, her tears glistening like shattered pear blossoms, while inwardly dissecting the intelligence she'd just delivered the Iron Wolf gang. He'd encountered this gang before, at a student trading fair, where he'd slain Hui Lang-gu, one of the gang's 3 lieutenants. As for the Iron Wolf gang itself, deep-rooted in university town, preying on students through predatory loans and nude collateral schemes, why had it fled en masse to Qingfeng residential complex overnight? Zhang Mingyu surmised they were fleeing for their lives. What unspeakable horror could compel the Iron Wolf gang to abandon its long-established stronghold, regardless of cost? His gaze drifted toward the window. First to surface in his mind were the willow catkins and gnarled roots that had appeared in Qingfeng residential complex only yesterday. He suspected a profound link between those anomalies and the Iron Wolf gang thugs who'd fled here last night. Any latent threat potent enough to trigger an autonomous mission from the system cannot possibly be mere minnows like the Iron Wolf gang. If my intuition serves me, well, the danger the system demands I eliminate must be rooted in those willow catkins and those roots. Zero Master, a large contingent of hostile assailants is converging upon your position. A Crimson System alert abruptly materialized before Zhang Mingyu's eyes, interrupting his train of thought. He turned toward the door he'd kicked open. Through its ragged fist-sized breach, he easily counted over 70 Iron Wolf gang thugs, their arms emblazoned with snarling wolf head tattoos, brandishing long blades and iron pipes, filling every inch of the corridor with menace. Brother inside, I am He Lang-gu, leader of the Iron Wolf gang. A burly man, self-proclaimed He Lang-gu, stood squarely in the doorway's jagged aperture, gripping a matte black handgun. His gaze swept across the hallway opposite, where several imposing Xiangu armed robots stood motionless. And yet with baffling arrogance he ignored the robots entirely and strode boldly into Dong Xiaochan's living room. So, you are He Lang-gu. Zhang Mingyu's knowledge of the Iron Wolf gang stretched back to the pre-cataclysm. Before the cataclysmic rainfall, he'd heard rumors of the gang's 3 lieutenants, each famed for distinct traits: Hui Lang-gu, unmatched in raw strength, Bai Lang-gu, master of guile and deception, and He Lang-gu, the commanding strategist, who held the entire faction together. Of the 3, only Hui Lang-gu remained unevolved. Both He Lang-gu and Bai Lang-gu, however, had undergone metamorphosis under cosmic radiation. In his past life, Zhang Mingyu had only vaguely heard that He Lang-gu's evolution manifested in his epidermis, granting him near impenetrable skin and bone. With that formidable physique, He Lang-gu ruled over swathes of territory as a tyrant during the early cataclysmic rainfall. As for Bai Lang-gu, the embodiment of cunning, no one in his past life had ever witnessed him deploy any evolved ability. Still, Zhang Mingyu was certain Bai Lang-gu too was an evolved one. What cruel fate brings us together again? You Iron Wolf gang members seem bound to me by karmic debt. Zhang Mingyu's gaze slid past He Lang-gu to a gaunt, unassuming man standing silently behind him. Though physically unimposing, the man's pale, milky white irises drew immediate attention. And the fact that he occupied the most prestigious position, directly behind He Lang-gu, spoke volumes. Zhang Mingyu deduced instantly this must be Bai Lang-gu. Karmic debt. The middle-aged man with the ghostly white eyes fixed Zhang Mingyu with a serpentine stare. You slaughtered 20 of our brothers at the North City Walmart, and Hui Sandi as well, didn't you? Your deduction is flawless, truly worthy of Bai Lang-gu, the master of deception. Zhang Mingyu commanded the Xiangu armed robots to seal the doorway's breach with ruthless efficiency, splitting the 2 Iron Wolf gang leaders from their followers crammed in the hallway, then murmured softly, I hold no interest in using advanced weaponry against primitives. But if you insist on aiming those crude fire sticks at me, I shall grant your trio eternal reunion. You little bastard. You killed Hui Sandi and 20 more of my Iron Wolf brothers, and now you dare swagger before me, He Lang-gu. If I let you walk away unscathed today, I'll never face Hui Sandi's spirit in the afterlife, and I'll have failed every loyal brother behind me. Fury blazed in He Lang-gu's eyes, his temper ignited beyond control. If he allowed Zhang Mingyu, the butcher of countless Iron Wolf gang members, to depart unchallenged, morale among his ranks would shatter irreparably. Even if he retained his position as gang leader through sheer evolved might, the entire Iron Wolf gang would fracture, its loyalty dissolved, its cohesion broken, its governance rendered impossible. At that moment, Bai Lang-gu grasped the gravity of the situation. His pallid eyes swept slowly over Zhang Mingyu's stellar-souled battle armor. Then he spoke calm and incisive. This youth slew Hui Sandi. He's no ordinary foe. Brother, watch closely that armor, and those strange machines he commands hold decisive power. Over 70 thugs from the Iron Wolf gang surged forward under the command of Black Wolf. Meanwhile, Black Wolf himself completely ignored Xiangu and Taishan, blocking the entrance, targeting Zhang Mingyu and Dong Xiaochan, standing by the window. During his sprint, the skin on his body gradually hardened into a white exoskeleton, recklessly charging forward like the armored Titan from Attack on Titan: Capture the King before capturing the thief. Today I will show you what a superhuman truly is. Bang! Black Wolf in high-speed pursuit was suddenly forced to a halt. His armored body collided with something cold and hard, rendering him immobile. What the hell is this? Black Wolf, who considered himself a superhuman, raised his head in confusion only to find that a blue-painted phantom armored robot had inexplicably appeared in front of Zhang Mingyu. Just now Black Wolf had not collided with Zhang Mingyu, but rather with the phantom claw of the phantom armored robot. The clash between flesh and blood and the alloy claw gave Black Wolf the sensation that his body was about to fall apart. Boss, help. What is up with the blue energy field on these robots? Why can't our handgun bullets penetrate at all? 5 gunners who were ordered to hide among the Iron Wolf gang thugs attempted to ambush the Xiangu armored robot, but the bullets from their makeshift guns couldn't even break through the energy field of Xiangu. Even if Xiangu turned off the energy field, letting their bullets strike the alloy armor, they still left no trace on Xiangu. The harsh reality left the 5 gunners in despair. Boom. The armored Black Wolf was slapped away by a phantom claw that had remained hidden in the shadows. The Xiangu drew out a high-frequency, vibrating battle blade, unleashing a massacre among the crowd. The cunning and treacherous White Wolf, upon witnessing this situation, turned pale and glanced towards a black-clad youth in the corridor who had not moved from the beginning, coldly threatening him. Yi Juanxin, you wouldn't want anything to happen to your sister, would you? The youth named Yi Juanxin coldly met White Wolf's gaze for a brief moment. Then he drew a long sword from its ornate sheath and stepped forward slowly. This is the last time I will help you. I hope that after this you will release my sister as promised. Swish. The sword-wielding youth instantly attracted Zhang Mingyu's attention. As the youth drew his sword, a fire dragon erupted from the tip, igniting the entire blade. Immediately after, the crimson fire dragon visibly spread across the youth's body, igniting a rolling golden sea of flames wherever he passed. Clang! Yi Juanxin swung his long sword horizontally. The sword, ablaze with golden flames, actually forced Xiangu back by half a step. The high-temperature golden flames caused the mechanical body of the Xiangu armored robot to hesitate momentarily. A level 1 fire awakener. Zhang Mingyu looked at the youth attempting to break through Xiangu's blockade to rescue Black Wolf, his expression one of astonishment. In Zhang Mingyu's memories from his previous life, cosmic radiation not only promoted human evolution, but also had a very low probability of awakening special abilities to control water and fire, manipulate plants, and summon gales. These special abilities were incredibly varied and lacked any discernible patterns. The only thing universally acknowledged was that the number of awakeners on Blue Star was exceedingly rare. If the evolved beings were lucky ones selected from 1,000, then the awakeners were the chosen ones among 10,000. Your name is Yi Juanxin, right? Zhang Mingyu locked eyes with the youth engulfed in flames, inevitably thinking about recruiting this awakened youth. Your talent is quite impressive. Would you be interested in joining me? I can ensure that you and your sister are well fed and clothed during this stormy apocalypse. Yi Juanxin remained unmoved upon hearing Zhang Mingyu's words. Sorry, my sister is in the hands of the Iron Wolf gang. I cannot let her suffer any harm. Why are you so stubborn? Zhang Mingyu helplessly gestured towards Xiangu amid the golden sea of flames, saying the Iron Wolf gang is using your sister to coerce you into working for them. How can you be sure that these kinds of people will allow you, their perfect lackey, to leave safely with your sister after you fulfill your— As soon as Zhang Mingyu's words fell, Xiangu, previously enveloped in golden flames, stepped out of the fire sea. White Wolf, seeing the unscathed Xiangu armored robot, exclaimed in disbelief, Yi Juanxin's flames were capable of harming the towering giant willow. Why can't they damage this robot? The towering giant willow. Zhang Mingyu mulled over this term, casting a mocking glance at the equally astonished Yi Juanxin. It seems that your flames have previously harmed a powerful opponent, which is why you have such confidence in them. However, although you are invincible among level 1 beings, you still fall slightly short against my Xiangu. Black Wolf, who had been slapped away by the phantom claw, finally struggled to rise from the rubble, clutching his shattered reinforced skin as he spat out a mouthful of blood. This kid is simply inhuman. I can't even handle one of his robots. If dozens of robots in the corridor attack us, the Iron Wolf gang will likely be completely wiped out here. Thinking of escaping now. It's too late. Zhang Mingyu fired an energy cannon from his palm, striking Black Wolf's chest once more. He understood well that cutting the grass without removing the roots allows it to grow back in spring. Since Black Wolf and White Wolf of the Iron Wolf gang sought revenge for Grey Wolf and the other brothers, Zhang Mingyu naturally had no reason to let them live. Xiangu, kill all the Iron Wolf gang thugs outside, leave not a single one. After that, Zhang Mingyu fired another energy blast, hitting the barely alive Black Wolf. It must be said that the black-skinned iron-boned Black Wolf had astonishing defensive capabilities, having taken a hit from the phantom armored robot's phantom claw and 2 energy blasts from Zhang Mingyu, yet still managed to hold on to a breath. Seeing that Black Wolf still wanted to struggle to escape, Zhang Mingyu decisively activated the power system of the Star Soul battle armor. He flashed above Black Wolf, then under the gaze of the latter's hopeless expression, stomped down hard. No. Until the last moment of his life, Black Wolf's eyes remained filled with intense killing intent as he looked. When Black Wolf's head was crushed by Zhang Mingyu's foot, that deep-seated killing intent shifted to White Wolf's face. You son of a bitch, I will kill you. I mean, White Wolf, your mother is surely gone by now, right? Otherwise, why do you keep talking about her? Zhang Mingyu rolled his eyes in disbelief. He stretched his muscles preparing to test the depth of this evolved being. Unexpectedly, the one who had shouted the loudest white wolf actually took the opportunity, while Zhang Mingyu was busy killing Black Wolf, to turn and flee. The narrow corridor was in utter chaos. As he fled, Brother White Wolf seemed to predict the attacks from Xiangu and Taishan, weaving effortlessly through the blades struck by the howling thugs of the Iron Wolf gang and the armed robots. In the blink of an eye, Brother White Wolf had dodged countless stray bullets. However, due to the terrain limitations and the obstruction from the Iron Wolf gang thugs, Xiangu and Taishan were unable to catch up. Interesting. Zhang Mingyu observed Brother White Wolf's retreating figure and murmured, "Is this absolute evasion skill your ability, as an evolved one?" After stepping on Brother Black Wolf, Zhang Mingyu was about to pursue the fleeing Brother White Wolf, but unexpectedly Yi Juanxin, stubborn as he was once again, stood in front of Zhang Mingyu to protect his sister. "Sorry, your opponent is me." Yi Juanxin stood resolutely with his sword, his gaze determined, as he prepared for death. If he could not stop Zhang Mingyu, Brother White Wolf would surely kill his sister. The long sword was searing hot flames ablaze. Zhang Mingyu looked at the youth standing in front of him, and suddenly felt a desire to laugh. His eyes, icy and bright beneath the Star Soul battle armor, quickly analyzed the flaws in the youth's moves using the zero, and he immediately sped forward, reaching the youth in the blink of an eye. Bang! A punch was thrown. The youth was slammed headfirst into the ground by Zhang Mingyu. Immediately after, Zhang Mingyu's roar echoed through the room. "Yi Juanxin, you are such a fool." Zhang Mingyu knew that evolved beings and awakened individuals possessed physical qualities far superior to ordinary people. Such a level of attack wouldn't end the youth's life. He lifted the barely conscious Yi Juanxin from the floor littered with wooden shards and slapped him twice. "Do you wish to sacrifice yourself for your sister's safety? Have you considered what would happen to your sister if you died at my hands?" Memories surged in his mind. Yi Juanxin's gradually dimming eyes lit up again upon hearing Zhang Mingyu's words. Ever since his sister was captured and controlled by Brother White Wolf, Yi Juanxin had remained in the Iron Wolf gang, witnessing the countless crimes committed by over 70 thugs. He was certain that if he died at Zhang Mingyu's hands, given the style of the Iron Wolf gang thugs, his sister would also be. At that moment, Yi Juanxin finally understood. His eyes sparkled with the will to survive as he struggled to speak. "The Iron Wolf gang has something very important hidden on the 5th floor. Brother White Wolf must have escaped there, and my sister is also locked up there. Please save my sister. I will listen to you about anything." Bang! Zhang Mingyu slapped Yi Juanxin across the right cheek. He roughly tossed the nearly breathless Yi Juanxin at Dong Xiaoquan's feet, and coldly said, "This slap is to remind you that power must be seized with your own fists. This time I will help you bring your sister back safe and sound, and I will also have this girl from the medical family help treat your injuries. Next time you wish to ask me for help, I hope you won't be as cowardly and tearful as a limp shrimp." In the corridor, the over 70 thugs of the Iron Wolf gang were completely wiped out. Zhang Mingyu did not linger for long, but quickly rushed to the 5th floor mentioned by Yi Juanxin. The 5th floor was only half a level above the 3rd floor, which had been submerged by floodwaters, yet the Iron Wolf gang had made the 5th floor the most susceptible to flooding their temporary stronghold. Zhang Mingyu did not believe that there were no issues here. Thus, as soon as he entered the 5th floor, Zhang Mingyu had the ghostly shadow reconnaissance robot scan the overall situation of the 5th floor. Ultimately, he pinpointed Brother White Wolf's hiding place. Through the thermal imaging function of the Star Soul battle armor, Zhang Mingyu looked from afar at Brother White Wolf hiding in room 5103 on the 5th floor and ominously asked, "Brother White Wolf, are you well hidden?" "Oi. If you're well hidden, I'm coming in." As he spoke, Zhang Mingyu signaled to the Xiangu armed robot. Once the Xiangu armed robot received the order, it immediately stood in front of Zhang Mingyu and violently kicked open the security door of room 5103. Bang! Dust swirled. Through the kicked-open security door, one could see the heavily injured Brother White Wolf leaning against the wall, lying in a pool of blood. He pressed his left hand against a wound on his abdomen, where blood flowed continuously, while his right thumb tightly gripped a red button. It seemed that Brother White Wolf's absolute evasion ability had not allowed him to escape all attacks on the chaotic battlefield. Even though he had escaped to the 5th floor, his life was clearly hanging by a thread. "You're not holding a detonator, are you?" Zhang Mingyu did not enter room 5103, but quickly scanned the room using the mechanical eye of Xiangu. "Brother White Wolf, I have checked the corridor on the way here, and the entire room 5103. There are no explosives here at all. Who are you trying to scare with that red toy of yours? You are indeed very cautious, but your wisdom is ultimately just that of a mortal." Brother White Wolf's hand gripping the detonator trembled uncontrollably. He looked up at Zhang Mingyu standing outside the door, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes. "I am a brain domain evolved being. All your actions are within my expectations. I had long guessed that you would not give me the opportunity to set traps on the 5th floor, so the killing move I prepared for you is not even here on the 5th floor. What a pity. This was originally a gift I prepared for the willow tree in the university town. Now you shall accept this grand gift prepared by the Iron Wolf gang on its behalf." The red button at Brother White Wolf's fingertip was pressed down irresistibly. The explosion occurred. In an instant, Zhang Mingyu felt as if the building had suffered an earthquake of magnitude 8, swaying violently as the entire residential building crumbled like collapsing blocks. Rubble fell into the water. The green roots hidden underwater were also startled by this immense noise and surfaced. Through the large cracks in the floor, Zhang Mingyu saw innocent survivors from the residential building plummeting rapidly, screaming and wailing. Some were swept away by the green roots in midair, while others fell like dumplings into the turbulent water below. Did Brother White Wolf prepare such a mutually destructive method before meeting me? Zhang Mingyu understood that preparing explosives in advance to deal with the willow tree in the university town was quite normal, but setting explosives near the load-bearing columns of the building was not something that could be done in a short time. This meant that as a brain-evolved being, Brother White Wolf had likely anticipated this possibility even before meeting Zhang Mingyu. Thick smoke enveloped the area. Building No. 7 of Qingfeng community was reduced to dust in the torrents of water splashed by stones. Nearby the ruins of Building No. 7, thick green tree roots danced wildly like numerous ferocious pythons. From a distance, these protruding green tree roots resembled a monstrous flower blooming in a dazzling manner. Cough cough. On the adjacent street, Zhang Mingyu's modified yacht slowly emerged from the swirling dust. On the yacht's deck beside Zhang Mingyu's armed robots stood a crowd of disheveled and disheartened survivors. They were all residents of Building No. 7 in Qingfeng community. Before the collapse of Building No. 7, Zhang Mingyu dispatched 20 flying Xian bones and 20 Yuming robots to rescue survivors with a goodwill value above 0, prioritizing those hiding on the 8th floor, including Yi Juanxin and his 2 companions, as well as Yi Zhengxin's sister Yi Yoji, who was trapped on the 5th floor. At this moment, a total of 29 survivors gazed blankly at their former home. They whispered among themselves, puzzled about what had happened. Damn it, these murderous Iron Wolf gang thugs not only stole our food and kidnapped our wives and children, but now they have audaciously blown up our building. Neighbors, we can't tolerate this any longer. H and Ergu, keep it down. Can't you see where we are right now? Oh, Li Tieju, you survived too. I thought I would never see you again after the building collapsed. By the way, how did we survive? I remember I was saved by these flying robots while being beaten by a traitor from our community. Those flying robots only rescued me and left those Iron Wolf gang bastards behind. The chatter continued endlessly. Zhang Mingyu had saved many based on their goodwill values. He couldn't ensure that everyone present was utterly loyal, but he could at least confirm that these 29 survivors were not malicious villains who would kill anyone on sight, nor would they harbor hostility towards him from the outset. His gaze swept across the bewildered faces present. Zhang Mingyu spoke clearly. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Zhang Mingyu, and you can also call me Boss Zhang. Zhang Mingyu, clad in Star Soul battle armor, stood at the center of the yacht under the 29 pairs of eyes. I guess you may not have heard my name, but you must have seen my recruitment posts on various social media platforms like Douyin, Bilibili, and Weibo. You are the mysterious rich guy from Sunshine Community. Damn, I saw the video of the big shot showcasing his supplies at the onset of the storm. After the Shenzhen incident, I even defended the big shot online. I never expected to meet you in person today. As soon as Zhang Mingyu finished speaking, many people in the crowd recognized his identity. They were also astonished at how Zhang Mingyu could control so many robots. Zhang Mingyu nodded, slightly acknowledging his identity. I regret to inform you of some unfortunate news. Just a short while ago, the thugs of the Iron Wolf gang destroyed Building No. 7 of Qingfeng community, causing you to lose your only home in this storm permanently. However, since I, Zhang Mingyu, have saved you, I will help you to the end and give you a chance to survive in this storm. At this point, Zhang Mingyu's gaze swept over the disheveled survivors, lingering especially long on the Yi Juanxin siblings. Now those who wish to follow me back to Sunshine Community, I will provide you with stable jobs in exchange for food, water, medicine, and even luxury items needed for survival. If you do not wish to go back to Sunshine Community with me, I will not force you. Instead, I will settle you in a nearby street. The choice seemed to be returned to the survivors of Qingfeng community. But the weak have never had a choice in the storm. Including the seriously injured Yi Juanxin, if they were simply settled in a nearby building that wasn't submerged, they would definitely perish due to lack of water, food, and warmth. In the end, it was still Yi Juanxin, the first level awakened, who made the decision. He trembled as he held the unconscious Yi Yoji, his resolute gaze directed at Zhang Mingyu under the Star Soul battle armor. I hope Boss Zhang can overlook past grievances and accept my sister and me, allowing Yi to repay today's life-saving grace. With Yi Juanxin taking the lead, the remaining survivors also made their decision, sincerely pleading for Zhang Mingyu to take them in. Life has been difficult since the storm hit. Yesterday, everything edible in my home was robbed by the beasts of the Iron Wolf gang. In this situation, staying behind is also death. It's better to follow Boss Zhang to carve out a path to survival. Job packages are being distributed. This is even better than the pre-storm employment environment. I'm with you, Boss Zhang. I don't know how many little fans online would love to be with Boss Zhang, and today, I must be one of them. In an instant, the survivors on the yacht were clamoring to express their intentions. When Zhang Mingyu saw that the goodwill values of the survivors present had generally risen above 30, a satisfied smile involuntarily appeared on his lips beneath the helmet of the Star Soul battle armor. After settling the affairs of Qingfeng community, Zhang Mingyu did not immediately leave the South District, but prepared to check the situation in the university town. This time Zhang Mingyu chose to shut down the power system of the modified yacht directly to avoid alerting the green tree roots underwater. At the same time he stored the heavy Iron Mountain heavy assault robot and the non-flying divine machine self-propelled artillery in his spatial storage, leaving only the Yuming reconnaissance robots with full stealth functions and a small number of Xianbone armed robots to guard the yacht. After traveling a certain distance, Zhang Mingyu found that after shutting down the yacht's power system and storing the majority of the war machines, the underwater green tree roots indeed did not immediately detect the yacht's anomaly. Thus the modified yacht drifted along the riverway, slowly approaching the university town. Finally, as the modified yacht delved deeper into the South District, the mysterious university town appeared before Zhang Mingyu's eyes. Unexpectedly, when Zhang Mingyu and the survivors on the yacht truly saw the university town, their eyes filled with the fear, astonishment, and reflection of ants gazing up at a giant. In the university town, where tall buildings stood, a willow tree that seemed out of this world stood at the center of it. It towered majestically, akin to the world tree in a Western fantasy novel. Any colossal entity in the human eye was but dust beneath its divine feet. Voices of discussion arose on the transformed yacht. Is it really a willow tree? I can't believe it. Such a tall willow tree cannot possibly exist on Blue Star. The skyscrapers seem insignificant compared to it. Even the ordinary willow trees cannot match the thickness of its hanging branches. If this towering tree is indeed a willow, I cannot fathom how it has grown to such heights, nor how it overcomes the planet's gravitational constraints to transport the moisture absorbed by its roots to its treetop. This is simply unscientific. Science. In my view, the emergence of cosmic energy has already transformed this world beyond recognition. If we humans wish to study the world with a scientific perspective again, we must first thoroughly research cosmic energy. By the way, those green roots in the water, could they possibly belong to this willow tree? The survivors of Qingfeng community whispered among themselves like a group of insects afraid of disturbing the slumber. Meanwhile, Zhang Mingyu gazed at the willow tree before him and thought of many things. I remember in Perfect World there is a willow tree named Willow God, where a single branch can cut through the sun, moon, and stars. In Global Evolution, there is also a powerful willow tree that can retain the brains of the living it devours for its own use, enhancing its intelligence. Fortunately, the willow tree I am dealing with neither speaks nor possesses much intelligence. Just as Zhang Mingyu thought this, his gaze suddenly froze. For right on the path he had to take into the university city, thick sturdy roots had woven a vast green net across the river behind, which stood the colossal trunk of the towering willow. Alright, I take back what I said before. This willow tree is indeed quite intelligent. Now, in order to continue forward, Zhang Mingyu must leap over this green net woven from roots. Once he does so, the willow's true form will undoubtedly detect the strong cosmic energy emitted by the operating systems of the war machines and subsequently launch an attack on the intruders. After considering for a moment, Zhang Mingyu decided that if stealth was not an option, he would confront it head-on. Night. Zhang Mingyu raised his hand to temporarily retract the Xiangu armed robots into his personal space, leaving only the best hidden Yuming reconnaissance robot outside to deal with emergencies. I need to take care of some matters. While I'm gone, will you protect the survivors of Qingfeng community? Can you manage that? No problem. Knight Juanxin, a first-tier awakened being, possessed exceptionally strong physical abilities. At this moment, after a simple treatment from Dong Xiaochan, he had already regained basic combat capability. Boss Zhang, are you going to confront this giant willow tree? Knight Juanxin revealed a look of concern. During my retreat, I had a confrontation with this giant willow tree. While my flames could sever a branch or two, such minor wounds are hardly significant compared to its true form. I worry. You are worried that I won't be able to handle this giant willow tree, aren't you? Zhang Mingyu with a faint smile looked over Knight Juanxin, whose demeanor was cold yet warm-hearted, and reassured him. Since this willow still falls within the category of plants and fears flames, I have ways to deal with it. As for if I truly cannot handle it, I believe no one can stop me from fleeing. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Mingyu's Star Soul battle armor soared into the sky. His Star Soul battle armor and Yuming reconnaissance robots were equipped with advanced stealth functions. Over 20 war machines which had stood before the survivors of Qingfeng community just a moment ago seemed to vanish into thin air, silently disappearing into the fine drizzle. High above, the cold wind blew. Drops of rain slowly slid off Zhang Mingyu's Star Soul battle armor. He paid no heed to these details and held his breath, focusing entirely on flying toward the opposite side of the green net. In that moment, time seemed to stretch under a mysterious force. Zhang Mingyu could clearly see the branches of the willow swaying in the high sky, the roots forming the green net writhing like serpents, while clusters of white willow fluff floated like jellyfish searching for a breath of life. Finally, Zhang Mingyu and 20 Yuming managed to cross the green net. In the first second, nothing happened. In the second, Zhang Mingyu seemed to see the true form of the willow in the university city slightly sway. In the third second, Zhang Mingyu confirmed that what he had seen before was not an illusion, and the willow branches above and the green roots below seemed to react like startled serpents frantically dancing toward the sky. What the hell? How did this willow tree discover me? Zhang Mingyu's face turned pale beneath his visor. When he and the Yuming reconnaissance robot approached the green net, they had thought that the stealth functions of the Star Soul battle armor and the Yuming reconnaissance robots had fooled the probing of the colossal willow. But to their surprise, just as they crossed the green net, the true form of the colossal willow immediately detected their presence. Damn it, we clearly didn't touch the green net. Could it be that this colossal willow has some sort of warning mechanism in the high sky that I was unaware of? Time waits for no one. The thick willow branches were already charging toward Zhang Mingyu. Zhang Mingyu was now very glad that he hadn't simply crossed the green net from the ground, but instead had snuck through from the air. Although the outcome would still lead to the discovery by the colossal willow, at least now Zhang Mingyu only needed to focus on dealing with the branches in the air, while the green roots on the ground posed no threat to a flying target. Whoosh, whoosh. Hundreds of willow branches as thick as barrels lashed out like whips at Zhang Mingyu and Yuming in the sky. The strength of the Yuming reconnaissance robots lay in their agility, allowing them to nimbly dodge between the willow branches. However, Zhang Mingyu as a first-tier evolved being found it challenging to evade all the attacks of the colossal willow. But the Star Soul battle armor he purchased before departure helped him calculate and avoid many of the willow branches through its auxiliary dodging system. Clang. Due to his vision being obstructed by the willow fluff, Zhang Mingyu was struck by a willow branch glowing with a faint green light. He was flung away like a bullet, his whole body spinning in disorientation. When he came to his senses, Zhang Mingyu was somewhat irritated by the willow tree. He commanded the Yuming reconnaissance robots to disperse and survey the situation in the university city, while he himself looked down at the once familiar campus from the air. Are there still any living people in the several universities in the university city? Analyzing data collected from the citywide surveillance system and Yuming reconnaissance robots. Alert: no living humans detected in this area. A mere willow tree has caused all the humans in the university city to either die or flee. Zhang Mingyu scanned the empty university city where lush greenery thrived, yet not a trace of human activity could be seen. The destruction of the environment by Blue Star humans indeed needs reflection, but that is no reason for you, a mere willow tree, to treat us residents of Baicheng as mere fodder for evolution. System replicate gasoline from the space. Ding, gasoline has been copied, current stock is 1000 liters. Ding, gasoline has been copied, current stock is 3000 liters. Ding, gasoline has been copied, current stock is 1000 liters. Zhang Mingyu continuously consumed the system's energy to replicate gasoline in his portable space. He discovered that the system's replication function fundamentally transformed the cosmic energy from the crystal core into earthly matter. When replicating items, individually the quantity of the replication might be random. However, when Zhang Mingyu replicated an item 100 times, the randomness seemed negligible. Pitter-patter. Golden raindrops fell from the high sky. This rain did not come from the clouds above the treetops, but from the dancing branches of the willow. Under the towering willow's canopy, a ghostly blue silhouette wove through the dancing branches. His palms seemed to connect to an ethereal space, and with a mere wave, he could summon a torrential downpour of highly flammable gasoline. Gradually, the golden deluge soaked the entire trunk and roots of the towering willow. Even on the streets, submerged by floods, vast amounts of gasoline floated on the water's surface. On March 19, 1978, during the largest oil spill event in Blue Star, over 1.0 gallons of oil floated on the sea surface of the English Channel, spanning 10 miles long and 7 miles wide. The quantity of gasoline I just poured in the university town exceeds that of the oil spill incident by more than twice. Zhang Mingyu looked up at the dancing willow branches and extended his middle finger towards the divine-like towering willow. Now it's your turn to be afraid. Swish, swish. The towering willow seemed to sense what Zhang Mingyu was about to do. At this moment, the dense canopy resembling a sky city above the university town seemed to come alive, with each willow branch transforming into a whip of death, madly striking at Zhang Mingyu within the Star Soul battle armor. The godlike willow fiercely obstructed all of Zhang Mingyu's actions. Anyone could see that the willow was frightened. Let the world burn. Zhang Mingyu snapped his fingers. A specially designed incendiary bomb redeemed from the system shop was thrown as a spark towards the roots below. Amidst the dark rain curtain, golden flames traced a beautiful arc, deftly navigating through countless willow branches obstruction, and gently struck the base of the trunk, which was 100 times thicker than skyscrapers. Crack. Time seemed to freeze for an instant. Immediately, a crimson-red lotus erupted rapidly from the roots. When 1,000,000 liters of gasoline soaked the roots of the towering willow, even a spark could ignite a prairie fire. The green willow branches transformed into countless agile serpents, desperately lashing out at the burning areas, as if attempting to extinguish the flames consuming them. Who would have thought that the towering willow's remedy not only failed to extinguish the fierce fire on the trunk, but also caused the branches that came to douse the flames to catch the indelible blaze, with an innumerable amount of branches dragging flames in the drizzling rain, creating lines of red fire. Some of these fire lines ignited nearby willow branches, while others set ablaze the large clumps of willow fluff floating in the air. Soon the trunk of the towering willow appeared to transform into a burning torch, casting the entire university town into a hellfire. Thick smoke billowed. From a distance, one could see the struggles of the giant willow. The nearby humans seemed to hear the mysterious being's wail. Quick look. It seems there's a fire in the university town ahead, and the trees are on fire too. You all look at the trees, they are burning. What fell into the university town just now seems to be not rain, but some kind of flammable substance. Are you saying our boss set the divine tree on fire, burning down the entire university town? Wicked. Why do I still hear some giant being wailing in my ears? You say this giant willow tree might have gained consciousness. Our boss Zhang must have acted preemptively to burn it down to prevent it from continuing to grow and devour all the living beings in Baiqing, right? The giant tree has gained consciousness, but it can't speak. Damn, Yi Juanxin, hurry up and steer the ship. The roots underwater are retracting towards the university town. The survivors from the modified yacht's Qingfeng district who were discussing the situation in the university town just a moment ago suddenly found the roots that had been quietly lying on the streets of the southern district just days ago, now rapidly surging across the flooded streets, desperately retracting towards the university town. This immense commotion caused the water's surface to surge violently. If it weren't for the powerful anti-gravity system supporting the modified yacht, it might have capsized. Swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Yi Juanxin gazed at the star-soul battle armor standing before the towering willow, murmuring, perhaps our boss Zhang has really done something that will shake the entire Baiqing. The fact that the willow has retracted all its roots back into the university town for defense indicates that its main body is likely on the verge of collapse. Boss Zhang is committing godslaying today. Under the watchful eyes of Yi Juanxin and the others, the struggles of the towering willow grew increasingly feeble. They saw the dense canopy bloom like a burning fairy wand, bursting forth brilliant fireworks in the night sky, and upon closer inspection the stout trunk resembling towering walls was charred black by the raging flames. This great fire burned for more than 10 hours before Zhang Mingyu actively extinguished it. He looked at the charred remains of the university town as the cold notification from the system echoed in his ears. Ding, congratulations host for eliminating the man-eating willow rooted in the university town. Notification: the host has received a phased reward, underworld armed robot blueprint. Note: the host should continue to make efforts to eradicate potential dangers near the interstellar base. If potential dangers are not properly addressed for an extended period, they may evolve into city-destroying disasters. The blueprint for the underworld is also in hand. Zhang Mingyu looked at the devastated university town, feeling melancholy. Even without the system reminding me, I will quickly address the potential dangers on the northern 307 National Highway. If there are also man-eating willows as opponents there, it's likely that if left to develop for a few more months, they could wipe out all humanity in Baiqing. While he was lost in thought, Zhang Mingyu's gaze suddenly focused on a certain spot on the carbonized trunk. His eyes inadvertently scanned a patch that had been burned black. To his surprise, he unexpectedly discovered a hint of green. His pupils trembled. In an instant, countless thoughts surged in Zhang Mingyu's mind, even doubting whether the system's judgment was mistaken, wondering if the man-eating willow was not completely dead yet. Zero alert detection shows that the man-eating willow has perished. Is the man-eating willow truly dead? Zhang Mingyu hesitated as he summoned all of the armed robots. He instructed Yuming to scout ahead, Xuangu to remain vigilant of their surroundings, Taizhan to ensure his safety, and Shunshur to be ready to fire at any moment, playing tricks. I want to see what kind of storm you can stir up after dying when you couldn't even defeat me when you were alive. The remnants of the towering willow were immensely massive. Zhang Mingyu and the war machine stood before a tree hole emanating green light, cautiously exploring inside. As they ventured deeper, Zhang Mingyu gradually discovered that the internal structure of the towering willow was markedly different from that of an ordinary willow, with charred marks revealing numerous channels for food transport, and the environment inside the trunk resembled that of a creature equipped with a digestive system rather than that of a plant. Feeling the soft transport conduits, Zhang Mingyu became fully alert. Finally, after advancing for a while, a green membrane appeared before them. The green light is emanating from within. Zhang Mingyu's spirit lifted, signaling Yuming to break through the thin green membrane. As Yuming's ghostly claw penetrated the green membrane, Zhang Mingyu sensed a rich life force pouring out from within, so potent that even the filtering system of the Xinghuan battle armor could not diminish its intensity, leaving him exhilarated, as if he were change consuming an elixir and ascending to the moon. Wait. What's the situation ahead? Are these pleasant aromas toxic? Why hasn't the Xinghuan battle armor filtered them out? Zero alert: the Xinghuan battle armor's filtering system can only filter harmful substances. Zero analyzing the source of life energy. Zero master detection reveals a special item known as the Heart of Life. The Heart of Life is a treasure that plants can nurture after absorbing cosmic energy with a very low probability of occurring, essentially serving as the heart that stores life energy for the plant. The life energy emitted by the Heart of Life is beneficial and harmless to carbon-based life forms. Please feel free to absorb it. Luckily I have sharp eyes, otherwise I would have missed this treasure today. Hearing this, Zhang Mingyu finally ceased his worries. He confidently followed the scouting robot Yuming through the green membrane, witnessing the vast world inside the trunk with his own eyes. Inside the towering willow there were numerous hollow structures, and looking up, it was dark with no visible ceiling. The horizontal depth was at least the size of a block within a university town. Turning his gaze to the center of the trunk, Zhang Mingyu discovered the source of the green light. He could clearly see a green orb of light suspended within the dark trunk resembling a sun. It constantly radiated a dense life force nourishing a small area within the trunk. It seems there are people ahead. As Zhang Mingyu approached the area shrouded by the heart of nature, he saw a bright green seed of the man-eating willow lying beneath the heart of nature, diligently absorbing life energy. In addition to the seed of the man-eating willow, there were also numerous translucent, enormous fruits. These fruits connected to the willow's conduits had withered, and through the membranes of the fruits one could vaguely see several naked humans curled up, like fetuses, in amniotic fluid sleeping in the liquid environment created by the fruits. Zero, what is going on with these humans? Zhang Mingyu scanned the various fruits and wondered, this man-eating willow has consumed so many people from the university town, why did it specifically leave these individuals untouched and place them inside these fruits? Zero, after testing 84 humans in a dormant state, exhibit a strong adaptability to cosmic energy and have been transformed by the man-eating willow into plant-type awakeners. Preliminary assessment suggests that the genetic traits of these 84 humans have changed, and they can only survive with the man-eating willow. When the seed of the man-eating willow dies, the 84 humans will also perish. This man-eating willow not only understands how to raise humans, but it also wants to enslave them. Zhang Mingyu felt an unsettling fear. He realized he had severely underestimated the intelligence of this man-eating willow. Had Zhang Mingyu not decisively burned the man-eating willow today, and allowed it more time to fully cultivate these 84 plant-type awakeners, he would likely have faced an assault from them before being able to set the tree ablaze. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering a random mission rescue. Mission requirement: please rescue the 84 survivors from the man-eating willow disaster. Mission reward: the seed of the man-eating willow will be modified by the system. Once the host recultivates the man-eating willow, regardless of how powerful it becomes, both it and the creatures it controls will be 100 loyal to the host. Who wouldn't want a reward for free? Without a second thought, Zhang Mingyu accepted the system mission, then carefully stored the man-eating willow seed. After inquiring about Zero, he directly pierced the fruits, encasing the 84 survivors to hasten their birth. They will likely take some time to awaken. Shuanggu Yoming, carry these people, we're going home. Before returning to the modified yacht, Zhang Mingyu remembered to take the heart of nature with him. Gazing at the small green orb radiating a rich life force through the Xinghuan battle armor, Zhang Mingyu felt that just holding this orb might allow him to break through to a Tier 2 evolver. He couldn't even imagine how high he could evolve if he absorbed this orb. Just as he was about to ask Zero how to absorb the heart of nature, a strange suction force suddenly emerged from. In an instant, the strange suction pulled the heart of nature into Zhang Mingyu's palm, yet he did not sense any unusual change. What the hell? What's going on? Zhang Mingyu jolted, quickly shedding his hand armor to check his palm. Zero analyzing. Zero detection shows that the heart of nature has been absorbed by the host, but the host's life level remains at Tier 1. Zero. It is speculated that the master's body may possess the potential to awaken. The life energy has been actively absorbed by the master's body, indicating that the master's body is attempting to autonomously awaken a special ability. Can I still become an awakener? Zhang Mingyu had thought that merely relying on the system to become an evolver in this lifetime was already a great fortune. Now he learned that he seemingly had the potential to awaken. Moreover, this potential was so strong that even the absorption of the heart of life from the man-eating willow did not lead to an immediate awakening. Haha, let's go home. Today I'm going to have Lao Gao make a grand feast to celebrate. Zhang Mingyu's actions in the southern district spread across the internet that very night. Citizens of Bai City actively expressed their opinions after watching the video of the massive willow tree burning online, along with footage of Zhang Mingyu battling the giant willow from a distance. My god, why is there such a tall willow tree in the world? A few days ago I heard someone say that a man-eating willow tree appeared in the southern district, its roots hid in the floodwaters, occasionally reaching into residential buildings to snatch away living people to devour. At that time I thought it was just a wild story. I didn't believe that Bai City could grow a willow tree taller than skyscrapers. Now it seems that what that person said was all true. Hey, look at this video. What are those cool mechas in front of the giant willow? You upstairs, you've never been to the official Now the official shelters are buzzing with news about a youth more handsome than any star who once repelled the water monster attacking the Cross River Bridge with his war machines. Zundu Jia, do you old man, are you trying to fool me? Hey, I'm telling you kid, don't doubt it. I heard that youth lives in sunshine. Moreover, the recruitment information circulating online recently was also posted by him. If you don't believe it, go see for yourself. The thick smoke billowing from the burning giant willow in the southern district was comparable to a volcanic eruption. Many survivors who had suffered from the man-eating willow personally witnessed the destruction of their families as the giant willow was consumed in the fiery inferno ignited by the Star Soul battle armor. They voluntarily collected evidence linking the hero who killed the man-eating willow to the handsome youth who had previously saved the Cross River Bridge. All kinds of praise fell upon Zhang Mingyu's shoulders, just as the world outside was in turmoil at the outskirts of the main base in the dormitory area. Having already returned home for a nap, Zhang Mingyu stood in the vacant area to the north of the dormitory. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the random task rescue. Notice the genes of the man-eating willow have been modified. The host can drop blood on the surface of the man-eating willow seed to claim it as his own. Upon hearing the system prompt in his ear, Zhang Mingyu immediately dripped a vial of blood collected with the blood collection device carefully onto the man-eating willow seed, which looked like a green gemstone. A green light flashed across the surface of the seed. Zhang Mingyu's blood was completely absorbed by the willow tree. Gradually, Zhang Mingyu sensed an enigmatic connection forming between the willow tree seed in the soil and himself. He pressed his 10 fingers against the seed, silently thinking the man-eating willow is indeed a formidable enemy, but since its seed has fallen into my hands, I cannot let it follow the old path of devouring humanity. Instead, I must nurture it into the guardian of the interstellar base. He gazed towards his interstellar base. In the agricultural area of the main base, Zhang Mingyu planned to relocate it near the giant willow, allowing this grand willow to protect the agricultural area while also benefiting from its accelerated growth effects. Now the outskirts of the main base included the Willow Tree Agricultural Area Dormitory Area Research Institute and the manufacturing factory at the southernmost point. These important facilities could not all be contained within the towering alloy barriers of the main base. If left in the mountains outside Sunshine Garden community, they would be vulnerable to attacks from mutated creatures or nefarious individuals. Thus Zhang Mingyu decided to build an outer city outside the main base, also protected by sturdy alloy walls. In the future, with the establishment of the outer city, Zhang Mingyu would surely attract more survivors. The naming of the base also had to be put on the agenda. Lu Miao Miao. Zhang Mingyu suddenly looked up at a green-haired girl who had been by his side as a representative of the 84 awakened ones who survived the man-eating willow incident. Do you have any good suggestions for the name of our base? Oh. The 84 plant-type awakened ones who survived the man-eating willow incident all decided to stay at Zhang Mingyu's base afterward. Lu Miao Miao, being the one with the highest kindness value among the 84, currently temporarily managed the affairs of the 84 awakened ones on behalf of Zhang Mingyu. At this moment, when Lu Miao Miao heard that Zhang Mingyu was asking her, a newcomer to the base, to name it, she was stunned for a moment, before hesitantly speaking. Boss Zhang, I just got here, and I don't know much about the situation in the base. I see your robots are very advanced, why not call it Future City? You really know how to name things. Zhang Mingyu almost laughed upon hearing Lu Miao Miao's name for the base. Although Future City hadn't been constructed, yet he also didn't want to directly take the name from the capital shelter. So, Zhang Mingyu gazed at the pitch-black horizon for a long time, until he saw a fleeting ray of dawn faintly appearing above the clouds. He suddenly had a flash of inspiration and said, your suggestion is good, but I've decided to name our base Dawn Base. Our Dawn Base is destined to become the beacon of human civilization amidst this stormy apocalypse. At this moment, Zhang Mingyu still did not know. It was precisely his seemingly casual decision today that would make the name Dawn Base well known in the future. After personally planting the willow tree seed, Zhang Mingyu temporarily handed over the defense work of the outer area of the main base to Lu Miao Miao. With the presence of Lu Miao Miao and the 84 plant-type awakened ones, he believed that the Yellow Sprout Willow Tree, as well as the Agricultural Area and Research Institute, would receive excellent protection. As for Zhang Mingyu's main base, he planned not to allow anyone with a kindness value below 80 to enter in the future. Even those who reached a kindness value of 80 could only move within a fixed area inside the alloy walls, and were not allowed to step into the villas. After finishing matters concerning Lu Miao Miao, Zhang Mingyu spent the entire morning selecting 30 ordinary people to participate in military training. Once the military training was completed, he would personally select the 20 best performers and reward them with evolution potions, allowing these 20 newly evolved individuals to join the 20 strongest plant-type awakened ones to form a combat team of 40 for Dawn Base. Thus Zhang Mingyu meticulously arranged various affairs within the base. When he finally sat down to rest again, it was already late at night. Sitting idly in front of an old game called Age of Empires 2, Zhang Mingyu had no desire to play. He stared at his dark circles, mumbling to himself. The manufacturing factory will be completed in another week, and the Research Institute's floating tower has also been completed with 3 temporary units produced. Today I sent the 3 floating towers to monitor the situation on the other side of the Tying Mountains. After that, I'll let the Research Institute work overtime to produce evolution potions. Zhang Mingyu felt overwhelmed. He truly believed that if he didn't find a suitable manager soon to share the burden of managing the base, he would eventually be driven mad by the heavy workload. Ding dong. Just as Zhang Mingyu was feeling troubled, a soft and gentle voice suddenly sounded from the surveillance screen at the entrance of the main base. Boss Zhang, are you asleep? I am Yi Yoji, the sister of Yi Juanxin. The Eye of Wisdom, Yi Yoji, benevolence value, 88. Slap. Zhang Mingyu raised his hand and gave himself a big slap. He pointed at Yi Yoji on the surveillance screen and turned to Zero, asking, be honest, what's wrong with my Eye of Wisdom? It should have a benevolence value above 80. She is willing to die for me. I hadn't even seen her face before yesterday. Oh, what chance did I have to pull her out of hell? Zero, during her confinement by the Iron Wolf gang, Yi Yuzi's life was dark and hopeless. Zero, Yi Yoji's high benevolence value towards her master is likely related to the fact that her master saved the Yi siblings. Is there such a technique? Zhang Mingyu said with a strange expression as he let Yi Yoji into the villa. Zhang Mingyu hadn't paid much attention to Yi Yoji's appearance yesterday, but when she came to thank him today, he realized that after regaining some vitality, she looked stunningly beautiful. It was evident that Yi Yoji not only cleansed herself before visiting Zhang Mingyu tonight, but also dressed up specifically. Compared to her disheveled state yesterday, today's Yi Yoji had sparkling eyes and a face like autumn waters, and her every smile seemed to silence the world, rendering all things dim in her presence. Looking at the light blue long dress that Yi Yoji had specifically changed into fluttering gracefully, even Zhang Mingyu couldn't help but admire, saying that the sister of Juanxin truly embodied unmatched beauty. Yi Yoji pays her respects to Boss Zhang. She slightly curtsied, her lively eyes when meeting Zhang Mingyu's gaze resembled a frightened little rabbit, and she shyly lowered her head. After waking up today, I heard about how Boss Zhang helped my brother and me without holding a grudge, so I came to express my gratitude. I've seen on TV that usually after a hero saves a beauty, if the hero is handsome, the beauty will say that she'll repay the favor with her body. If he's not handsome, she'll say she'll be a servant in her next life to repay him. Zhang Mingyu half-jokingly looked at the girl visiting him late at night and asked, "I'm curious, in your eyes, do I belong to the former or the latter?" It was late at night, and to be honest, Zhang Mingyu wasn't particularly inclined to see anyone. However, curiosity about her purpose for visiting and the fact that she was the sister of Yi Juanxin made it difficult for him to refuse, creating an awkward situation of a man and a woman alone in a room. At that moment, Zhang Mingyu merely intended to say a few flirtatious words to liven up the atmosphere. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Yi Yoji's eyes gleamed like a cat spotting a fish, and she pretended to be reserved as she walked slowly towards Zhang Mingyu, saying, "I came late at night to submit a hastily drafted base management plan to Boss Zhang, hoping to alleviate your burdens. But since I can't repay the favor of saving my life, I can only offer myself." As she spoke, Yi Yoji had already naturally straddled Zhang Mingyu, her fragrant lips gently descending for a kiss. Warm, soft. Zhang Mingyu, is this the outcome of a benevolence value of 88? A night of silence. Zhang Mingyu, relying on the physique of a first-tier evolver, made Yi Yoji suffer a lot. The passing bioengineered maid could hear Yi Yoji's pleas from the bedroom. Blood spilled on the white sheets. When Zhang Mingyu awoke the next day, he felt refreshed. I haven't slept so well in a long time. Zhang Mingyu yawned widely and stretched lazily before speaking to the still grumbling person beside him. "I never thought that even though you are 2 years younger than me, you have already taken charge of the large E corporation. And even in less than a day you managed to come up with such a perfect management plan." During last night's battle, Zhang Mingyu had asked about the situation of the Yi siblings. He found out surprisingly that the Yi siblings were actually the heirs of the famous Yi family conglomerate in Huagua. Prior to the apocalypse, their biological parents were murdered by their uncle in a man-made car accident. At that time, the young Yi Yoji was able to persuade the loyalists of her parents within the Yi family to continue supporting the Yi siblings in managing the family's affairs. Since then, Yi Yoji had been secretly managing this colossal enterprise. Had it not been for the sudden descent of the apocalypse, she wouldn't have fallen into the hands of the Iron Wolf gang. Given the capabilities of the Yi siblings and the resources of the Yi family, if given some time, they could possibly dominate in the apocalypse like Wang Ziheo's father's Grand Group. I approve of your proposal. You have experience managing the Yi family, and I trust your abilities. From now on, you will be one of the deputy leaders of the Dawn base, managing base affairs on my behalf. Yi Yuzi's beautiful eyes glistened as she gave Zhang Mingyu a resentful glance, teasing, "Is it just my abilities that your clever personality is nothing like your brother's at all?" Zhang Mingyu glanced at Yi Yuzi's benevolence value, which had risen to 97, and once again unleashed his prowess, thoroughly exhausting the just-awakened Yi Yoji. From then on, Zhang Mingyu's villa had gained a frequent visitor. Apart from the chef Lao Gao, only Yi Yoji, who had suddenly become the deputy leader of the Dawn base overnight, could freely move within Zhang Mingyu's main base. Thus several days passed. During these days, many speculated about the relationship between Yi Yoji and Zhang Mingyu. In fact, several people openly and covertly attempted to win favor, hoping to rise within the Dawn base. However, when Yi Yoji proved her capabilities and Zhang Mingyu clearly expressed his lack of interest in the women vying for his affection, the number of women attempting to ascend through such means in the Dawn base significantly decreased. Because everyone realized that Zhang Mingyu was still the same Zhang Mingyu. He would never easily favor anyone, but would assign positions based on ability. As time passed, on October 9th, Zhang Mingyu received a call from the commander of the Xinyuan group, who directly called to inquire when the second batch of evolution potions would be available for trade. "I say, Commander Su, is it necessary for you to personally call me for such a trivial matter?" "Comrade Zhang Mingyu, I apologize for disturbing your rest, but your evolution potions are extremely important to the official shelter. We hope to reach a second transaction with you as soon as possible. Alright, I also have some matters I'd like to discuss with you in person. I'll personally visit the official shelter tomorrow." Zhang Mingyu recalled the information gathered by the Yomi reconnaissance on the northern 307 National Road over the past 2 days. The issues with the 307 National Road couldn't be resolved solely with his own efforts. He needed the officials' assistance. When Sulai realized that Zhang Mingyu also had matters to seek from him, he understood that the debt from the last encounter was due for repayment. After a moment of silence he agreed, let's meet. Before hanging up it seemed someone on Su Lai's side reminded him of something. So Su Lai added in a strange tone, tomorrow night the official shelter will hold a charity gala. You can consider it. If you can come to the official shelter before the gala, I can have my daughter take you to attend. On October 10th, Wednesday, after nearly 2 months of torrential rain sweeping through Blue Star, the social order in Baicheng has completely collapsed. On the rain-soaked streets, there were neither advertisements for Pizza Hut's Wednesday specials nor delivery riders from May. Within sight, there was only the relentless downpour and the increasingly perilous and off-world scenario. In the Sunshine Garden community, Zhang Mingyu sat in the passenger seat of an armored truck gazing into the distance. He ultimately agreed to deliver goods, while also attending that evening's charity gala. He believed that at such a high-profile charity event, he would not only meet many prominent figures from the official shelter, but also have the opportunity to auction rare metals required for the production of Xian bone and netherworld items. For this trip, Zhang Mingyu had stored all of the war machines in his personal space. On the surface, he only brought along the newly trained 40-member Dawn Base combat team as escorts. Among the combat team of 40, the most capable Bai Buhui served as the captain, while the second most capable Gao Qingxing took on the role of vice-captain. The strongest fighter, yet one who preferred solitude, Yi Juanxin also served as a vice-captain. Meanwhile, Lu Miao Miao and Yi Yoji coordinated with the base's fully automated defense system to guard the Dawn base. Speaking of which, the person who impressed Zhang Mingyu the most among the Dawn combat team was old Gao's daughter Gao Qingxing. This girl, who once made her father seek Zhang Mingyu's help after drinking unfiltered rainwater, showed remarkable enthusiasm when she learned that Zhang Mingyu was recruiting a combat team. She outperformed the vast majority of her peers at Dawn base, securing the position of vice-captain. This situation made Zhang Mingyu exclaim in admiration, old Gao's family truly produces exceptional talents. As the convoy traveled along the community's roads, Zhang Mingyu's gaze remained fixed on the towering buildings on either side. Using the citywide surveillance function of the system, he monitored the outside situation every day. He discovered that after 2 continuous months of torrential rain, even in the Sunshine Garden community adjacent to the Dawn base, several buildings had reported incidents of robbery, rape, and murder. In nearby communities, some individuals had even established themselves as local tyrants resembling the Iron Wolf gang. Moreover, due to microbial evolution, Baicheng was facing food shortages. Some residential buildings had transformed into independent entities. Survivors within the residential buildings were trapped in their own dark forests, with some having been forced to become cannibalistic demons. After witnessing the tragic conditions in certain residential buildings through the citywide surveillance system, Zhang Mingyu could not help but let out a deep sigh. In the past, my high standards and demands for recruiting survivors were due to a lack of sufficient job positions. These past few days since Yi Yoji took over the base, I find myself somewhat short on manpower. He glanced at his personal host, Zhang Mingyu. Life level stage 1. Ability level stage 0, not yet fully awakened. Current system energy 493500 recovers 500 energy each natural day. Current assets: intermediate base, primary AI 050 life type bionic robots, 30 fully automated engineering robots, 20 Shin Bone armed robots, 20 Netherworld armed robots, 20 Iron Mountain heavy-duty robots, 5 self-constructed mobile rail cannons, 1 dormitory building, 1 life willow seedling. Crystal core balance 523 stage 1 crystal cores, 44 stage 2 crystal cores, 1 stage 3 crystal core. Current population 150. Special buildings: Research Institute, Manufacturing Factory, Farmland. Special abilities: Personal Space, Item Duplication, Eye of Wisdom. Looking at his new personal panel, Zhang Mingyu sent a message in the Sunshine Garden Community Owner Group. I am the base leader of Dawn Base. We plan to include the Sunshine Garden Community under our jurisdiction. Owners of the previous Sunshine Garden Community who wish to join Dawn Base can come to the office area at the main base entrance on the east side to collect their work assignments. Owners who do not wish to participate in work must also cooperate with the staff of Dawn Base for population registration and comply with the laws established by Dawn Base. In Zhang Mingyu's plan, the Sunshine Garden community and several nearby buildings would be included in the expansion of Dawn Base's outer city. The outer city walls would also be constructed relying on these new buildings. Dawn Base will treat survivors well, but for anyone with ill intentions, we at Dawn Base will show no mercy in our reckoning. Please be advised. As soon as Zhang Mingyu's lengthy message was sent to the Sunshine Garden Community Owner Group, it triggered a seismic reaction. After Wang Fong from the community had organized the owners to raid Zhang Mingyu's home for food, without success, there had been little communication in the Sunshine Garden Community Owner Group for a long time. Everyone realized that social order had collapsed, and even the closest neighbors might become terrifying cannibalistic demons under the ravages of the apocalypse. However, when Zhang Mingyu's message was released, the group briefly became lively again. Zhang Li, young Master Zhang, has shown mercy. You finally agree to take us as your long-term workers. Mingming's mother from Building 5, Room 310, Little U Villa District. Young Master Zhang, save me. There are cannibals in our building. I want to work for you, but I'm too scared to even step outside. Gongzi, Little U Villa District. This so-called Dawn Base is a joke. You want to occupy our community, is that legal? Jingshan Group's General Kuan, you people are acting like local tyrants establishing bases and gangs, as if the country were air. You want to be the land overlord, is that it? Mr. Dong from Building 6, Room 812. That's not fair to say, at least Dawn Base is much better than the thugs from the neighboring community. Huakai Fugue Little U Villa District. Our Rain God Church has set its sights on the Sunshine Garden community. The greatness of the Rain God will surely spread throughout the Sunshine Garden community. If you Dawn Base don't want to perish, you'd better kneel at the feet of the great Rain God, or else you will face judgment. Zhang Mingyu noted that the vast majority of discussions in the owner group were relatively normal. Until the ID Huakai Fugue appeared in the group and began spreading the ideology of the Rain God Church in a nearly frenzied tone, he accessed the surveillance of Huakai Fugue's home and saw the chaotic scene. He observed that the person currently messaging with Huakai Fugue's phone was not the original family of 5, but the family of 5 had turned to cannibalism, consuming the elderly lady and the old man only to be devoured themselves by the cannibals of the Rain God Church. Except for the scattered remains of corpses, it was vaguely inferred that the entire household, including the little grandson, had gone to the underworld together. Rain God Church. A cold glint flashed in Zhang Mingyu's eyes. He gave the man no chance to react. After pinpointing his location, he dispatched a shin bone-armed robot to soar into the air, shatter the glass, and charge into the man's home, slaying him on the spot. He posted the tragic scene of the family of 5 and the dead cannibal online. Zhang Mingyu boldly sent a message. I know there are likely remnants of the Rain God Church in the community. I will not interfere with what you have done in the community before today, but from today onward the community will be under the control of our Dawn Base. Anyone who dares to commit crimes in the community again will meet the same fate. As soon as Zhang Mingyu's message was sent, the entire Sunshine Garden community erupted. Wang convenience store's boss, by how disgusting. Is this guy eating people? Hardware store, when did such a terrifying person infiltrate our community? Jingshan Group's General Kuan Little U Villa District. Young Master Zhang, save me. As long as you drive these people out of the community, I will be your loyal servant. If you say go east, I will never go west. Zhang Mingyu ignored the messages in the group. After briefly informing Yi Yoji about the situation here, he left the community in a high-profile manner under the protection of the combat team. Zhang Mingyu believed that with Yi Yuzi's abilities, she would surely be able to handle the community's affairs before his return. In the West District, the official shelter. Zhang Mingyu remembered that the last time he saw the official shelter, it was still in a state of disrepair. Now less than half a month later, a 10-meter-high concrete barrier had been erected outside the official shelter. This gray-high wall was built relying on the existing high-rise buildings on both sides of the street, connecting sturdy buildings into a solid defensive line for the city outside the official shelter. The cold wind howled. Zhang Mingyu saw a few mutated beasts sniffing the scent of humans attempting to ram against the high wall. However, after 2 gunshots rang out, the arrogant mutated beasts had already become corpses lying outside the shelter. The title of China's infrastructure madman is indeed not just for show. Zhang Mingyu looked at the official shelter, which had been completed in less than half a month, and couldn't help but exclaim, the official shelter has connected the outer high-rise buildings with high walls, and has sealed the doors and windows of the buildings with steel plates, turning them into a natural barrier against the mutated beasts. This brilliant idea is truly impressive. Inside Zhang Mingyu's vehicle by Buhui, and others were also discussing, wow, is this the official shelter? Look, the soldiers in camouflage uniforms on the wall are all holding guns. So what if they have guns? Don't forget we are already evolvers. By the way, it seems that the entrance to the official shelter is over there. There are many survivors queuing to enter and exit. It seems that entering the official shelter also requires inspection by those staff in white uniforms. Boss, are we just going to go straight in like this? Hearing Bai Bui's inquiry, Zhang Mingyu also felt a bit strange. Logically speaking, with his status as a provider of evolution potions, Su Lai, the commander of the Xianyuan Group army, should at least send someone of significance to welcome him, even if he did not come out personally. At the very least, Su Yuro would definitely come to wait for him at the entrance. But right now there was no one at the entrance of the official shelter to welcome them. Could it be that something had gone wrong inside the official shelter? Let's go check at the entrance first. With his doubts in mind, Zhang Mingyu directed the convoy to queue behind the survivors. The survivors in front had their identities checked by staff in white uniforms, and after confirming there were no criminal records, they were allowed to pass through. When it was Zhang Mingyu's turn to enter the shelter, the leading staff member, after sizing up the armored trucks directly and firmly, intercepted the convoy. Sir, we... Bai Buhui, being smooth-tongued, immediately ran up to try to befriend the leading staff member when he saw the convoy was stopped. However, the leading staff member didn't even look at Bai Buhui, instead casting a mocking glance at Zhang Mingyu, sitting in the armored truck, long-time no-see team leader. The leading staff member at the entrance was none other than Wang Zihao. This young master of Haoxing Group somehow managed to secure a position within the official shelter. He had not experienced the hardships of life during the apocalypse as Zhang Mingyu had hoped. Instead, he seemed to be living quite comfortably, as if he had regained the feeling of being a young master before the apocalypse. Wang Zihao, you shouldn't have any reason to intercept my convoy, right? What if we, young Master Wang, do stop you? A hot-bodied woman gracefully wrapped her arm around Wang Zihao's, mocking him. Our young Master Wang is now the team leader of the Evolver Association, and all the Evolvers in this team are from Haoxing Group. Whether you can enter the shelter now is not up to you, but rather what young Master Wang says. Xie Lingwei. Zhang Mingyu's eyes narrowed as he coldly swept his gaze over the Evolvers from Haoxing Group. In his past life, although Haoxing Group relied on their numbers to bully others, they were ultimately a minor force that couldn't stand on the stage. In this life, their people had actually joined the official Evolver Association. Zhang Mingyu suspected that the current situation might be related to the butterfly effect caused by his rebirth. At this moment, Bai Buhui sensed that the atmosphere was off. As a qualified subordinate, he immediately stood between Zhang Mingyu and Wang Zihao, angrily confronting the scoundrels. Our boss Zhang was invited by Commander Su to come to the official shelter for business. Are you not afraid of repercussions from above for stopping our boss Zhang's vehicle? The Evolvers from Haoxing Group looked toward Wang Zihao upon hearing this. In addition to absorbing many civilian Evolvers, the Evolver Association also included many civilian forces, like Haoxing Group, who wanted a share of the official shelter's resources, allowing their people to hold positions in the association. However, fundamentally the Evolvers from Haoxing Group, guarding the gate today, still followed Wang Shengshen's orders. Therefore, if Wang Zihao insisted on stopping them, they would comply even at the risk of facing punishment from above. You're talking nonsense. How can a poor student like you be personally invited by Commander Su? Xie Lingwei was somewhat frightened upon hearing that Zhang Mingyu was invited by Commander Su to do business. But Wang Zihao, after hearing Zhang Mingyu's words, seemed to have anticipated it. He waved his hand at his subordinates, saying, "Lingwei, they are indeed people Commander Su wants to see, but today I still want to stop you. Brothers, go ahead and detain all these people. Anyone who resists, kill them on the spot." Zhang Mingyu was Yi Juanxin and others looked at Wang Zihao as if they were watching a fool. These people know that Boss Zhang has Commander Su behind him and still dare to cause trouble. They must be out of their minds. Does Haoxing Group really think they have the ability to challenge Commander Su? Damn it, Uncle can endure, but Aunt can't endure. Aren't they just Evolvers from the Evolver Association? Today, as long as Boss Zhang gives the order, I can take on 10 of them by myself. Bai Buhui, Yi Juanxin, and Gao Qingqing were all ready to fight, while Wang Zihao and his group seemed to have lost their minds, insisting on detaining Zhang Mingyu's convoy. Just as the conflict between the two sides was about to erupt, a striking figure sat in the passenger seat of a military vehicle in the distance, grinning and fiercely waving her fist. "Hey, what do you people think you're doing? Do you treat the laws of the official shelter as air?" The vehicle came to a stop. Su Yuro jumped out of the military vehicle, glaring at the debauched-looking Wang Zihao, and said, "You all know that Zhang Mingyu is a guest of Commander Su and a friend of the official shelter. Why are you still trying to detain him? Does Haoxing Group treat the official shelter as your personal fiefdom?" Su Yuro, who stepped out of the armored vehicle, was recognized by many present. At this moment, the Evolvers from the Haoxing Group felt a bit intimidated by her words. Is this kid really a guest of Commander Su Lai? The eldest daughter of the Su family has personally come out to welcome him, but should we still stop him? Xie Lingwei glanced at Su Yuro, who was traveling in an armored vehicle with soldiers for protection, and compared it to her own daily grind at the official shelter. She felt a pang of imbalance. Zhang Mingyu is actually related to Commander Su. How infuriating. Why does he get to have such a beautiful and well-born woman revolve around him after leaving me? Since Xie Lingwei was rejected by Zhang Mingyu once, she became accustomed to summoning him at will. Now she felt that her authority was being provoked by him, transforming her previous fondness for him into hatred. Holding onto Wang Zihao's arm, Xie Lingwei hoped he could continue to step up. When Wang Zihao saw Su Yuro appear, he knew her father was Commander Su Lai, yet he still ordered his subordinates to block Zhang Mingyu's convoy, sneering, "We are just following orders." Zhang Mingyu and his associates are illegally stealing evolutionary agents from the official shelter. As the captain of the Enforcers Association, I have the duty to ensure the safety of the official shelter and will arrest Zhang Mingyu and seize the illegal items in the convoy on the spot. But Bai Buhui could no longer listen. He pointed at Wang Zihao and scolded, "You shameless thing. With our boss Zhang's strength, if it weren't for Commander Su's face, we would have killed you beasts 100 times already. And you dare call it illegal theft? The agents used in your official shelter are all." "Alright, Lao Bai," Zhang Mingyu timely stopped Bai Buhui from continuing. Both the Shuguang base and the official shelter's dealings in evolutionary agents were known only to the higher-ups. He did not want this information to leak to avoid unnecessary trouble. "Miss Su, I was just attacked by an evolver right after leaving the official shelter, and now I'm facing this obstruction from young Master Wang. It seems someone in the official shelter has set their eyes on the things I possess." Su Yuro clearly thought of something. Her expression changed as she reprimanded Wang Zihao. "I don't care whose orders you are following, stop, right now." Zhang Mingyu could not be passively detained by Wang Zihao. Wang Zihao, relying on his backing, ignored Su Yuro, the powerless eldest daughter of the Su family, and was determined to teach Zhang Mingyu a lesson. As the situation seemed about to spiral out of control, a black sedan suddenly came to a slow stop at the entrance. A young man in a white outfit, wearing glasses and appearing refined, waved towards Wang Zihao amidst a group of burly evolvers. "Xiao Wang, it's all a misunderstanding. I just received notification that Comrade Zhang Mingyu did not steal the evolutionary agents from the official shelter, but for safety reasons, he still needs to be under our supervision. The young man was named Yang Yi. Relying on his father, the deputy director, he became the president of the Enforcers Association at a young age. At this moment, with Yang Yi personally intervening, Wang Zihao had no choice but to leave Zhang Mingyu and approach Yang Yi to curry favor. President Yang, what you instructed is sufficient with me here. Why did you come personally today? Yang Yi didn't even look at Wang Zihao and walked straight to Su Yuro, reaching out to take her delicate hand. Yuro, how has Uncle Su been lately? This Zhang Mingyu is a dangerous element specifically designated for supervision. It's best for you to keep your distance from him. Yang Yi intended to take Su Yuro away. To his surprise, Su Yuro showed no respect and pulled her hand away, coldly stating, Yang Yi, Zhang Mingyu is my father's guest, and my friend, I can assure you he will not harm the official interests. Seeing Su Yuro so decisively reject him, Yang Yi's gaze towards Zhang Mingyu grew more sinister. With a cold snort, Yang Yi looked at Su Yuro, who was trying to reach out for Zhang Mingyu, and said, Please call me President Yang. Today, as the president of the Enforcers Association, I have the duty to ensure the safety of the entire official shelter. Zhang Mingyu may not be detained, but his armed personnel are absolutely not allowed to enter the inner city of the shelter. Yang Yi. Su Yuro was so angry that her cheeks flushed. Today, in addition to trading evolutionary agents with Su Lai, Su Yuro also wanted to take Zhang Mingyu to attend the charity banquet and auction in the inner city. Now, if they are not allowed to enter the inner city, does Su Yuro expect to accompany Zhang Mingyu to shop in the outer city? Yuro, don't blame me. The high-ranking officials in the official shelter besides your father are somewhat worried that Comrade Zhang Mingyu's robots might cause damage to the shelter. Today, even if Commander Su himself came, those robots of Zhang Mingyu could not step into the inner city. Yang Yi said, his cold gaze sweeping over the 5 Xiangu armed robots following the convoy. Zhang Mingyu had left most of his armed robots in his portable space, summoning only 5 Xiangu armed robots outside to act as a facade. Now, after hearing Yang Yi's words, he generously stated, I can leave the Xiangu and all our people from the Shuguang base in the outer city hotel for temporary stay, and only take by Buhui into the city. President Yang, would that be acceptable? All of Zhang Mingyu's armed robots were hidden in his portable space, and he could summon them with a thought. Moreover, in a place unseen by Yang Yi, Zhang Mingyu's Star Soul battle armor protected his vital areas in the form of inner armor. When needed, he could cover his entire body with the Star Soul battle armor within a second. Therefore, Zhang Mingyu was not afraid of Yang Yi's petty tricks. You want to enter the city yourself? Yang Yi asked, gazing deeply at Zhang Mingyu. Su Yuro did not think too much and immediately ran to Zhang Mingyu, quickly grabbing his hand, saying, What's wrong with entering the city by yourself? The official shelter is so safe. Who would dare to harm anyone in front of me? Zhang Mingyu, don't be afraid. Just let your people wait in the outer city. Once inside, I will protect you. At that moment, Yang Yi felt like he could almost spew lava from his nostrils. He suppressed his anger, turned, and walked alone towards the sedan, coldly stating, In that case, Comrade Zhang, please do as you wish. In the bustling inner city, a military jeep slowly traversed the streets. Zhang Mingyu pressed his forehead against the cold window, gazing at the dreamlike neon lights outside, as well as the high-end cars and elegantly dressed pedestrians passing by. He couldn't help but recall the scenes he had witnessed before entering the inner city, where many survivors in the outer city struggled to find food and lived in homes that had no electricity at night. His eyes were hollow, reminiscing about how he had fared worse than the survivors in the outer city in his past life. He had once struggled to navigate the overgrown city streets, personally diving into floods to battle mutated leeches, all for the mere chance to obtain a can of fruit submerged by the waters. Upon returning home amidst the cold wind and rain, he contentedly savored the sweet syrupy peach slices from the can, one small bite at a time. At that moment, he felt that this was the very meaning of life. Simply being alive was an immense happiness. Boss Zhang, look. Our community owners group has been renamed to the Dawn-based chat group. The efficiency of the night-based leader is truly impressive. Bai Bui's pull brought Zhang Mingyu back from his memories. He looked down at Bai Bui's glowing phone screen, which displayed the interface of the Dawn-based chat group. From today onwards, I am also a member of the Dawn base. Well, with thanks to the leaders of the Dawn base, otherwise our family would probably starve to death. The ogre in our building has also been taken down by the awakeners of the Dawn base. Those bastards from the Rain God sect who wanted to eat us deserve to die with their whole families. On the very first day that the residents of Sunshine Garden community joined the Dawn base, they expressed their profound gratitude towards the higher-ups of the Dawn base, including Zhang Mingyu and Yi Yoji. Zhang Mingyu not only provided them with opportunities to work in exchange for food, but also offered basic medical treatment to injured and ill survivors by advancing their wages, making the survivors who had struggled for survival for 2 months feel as if they had arrived in paradise. One by one, they vowed never to betray the Dawn base again. Yoji is indeed capable. Zhang Mingyu smiled faintly, the heaviness in his eyes lightening a bit. In the front passenger seat, Su Yuru, upon hearing Zhang Mingyu praise another girl, felt a twinge of jealousy and quickly turned to ask, Who is Yoji, and what exactly is the Dawn base? Zhang Mingyu, clarify this for me. During the 2 months of the torrential rain apocalypse, although your officials have been doing their utmost to rescue people, there are still many survivors too far from the official shelter who chose to stay home waiting for rescue, while some survivors set up camps to gather others and hunt mutated beasts to save themselves. Zhang Mingyu said this before his gaze leisurely turned to Su Yuru, meeting her eyes. As for us at the Dawn Base, we are essentially a self-help organization established by survivors based around the Sunshine Garden community. If you have the chance, Miss Su, you are welcome to visit our Dawn Base. You? How is this any different from what the Haoxing? Zhang Mingyu's casual remarks sparked indignation in Su Yuru's heart. The natural disaster of torrential rain is only temporary. The nation and the central government will surely regain control in the future. What you call establishing survivor camps is essentially just warlords dividing the land, bandits claiming mountains as kings. What will happen if you are held accountable for this in the future? Su Yuru appeared to be scolding him on the surface, yet deep down for reasons unknown, she felt more worried about Zhang Mingyu. Go ask Commander Su if the Bai City officials can still contact the central government and nearby cities. Zhang Mingyu's gaze was profound as he sighed helplessly. The chaos in Bai City can no longer be resolved simply. Whether it's us or the ordinary survivors of Bai City, everyone is just huddling together for warmth to survive. Moreover, to my knowledge, in certain areas near Bai City, some individuals have already started to act as warlords, claiming their own territories and remaining unrestrained. Su Yuru fell silent. She understood that what Zhang Mingyu said was likely the truth. Even within the official shelter of Bai City, weren't some people also calculating their own interests? Bang! The military jeep came to a stop by the roadside. As Zhang Mingyu and Su Yuru got out of the car, they had arrived in front of a brightly lit building. Zhang Mingyu, wearing a plain jacket and tight jeans, looked clean amidst ordinary survivors, clearly standing out in status. However, compared to the young masters and ladies stepping out of luxury cars in front of the building, his attire appeared less splendid and more grounded. I didn't expect the gap between the inner city and outer city in your official shelter to be this vast. Zhang Mingyu had never been to the official shelter in his past life, and had naturally never witnessed the luxurious lifestyle of the inner city residents. At this moment, his reflections pointed out the serious class disparities in the official shelter. Su Yuru, upon hearing this, also began to scrutinize the current situation of the official shelter. Previously, as the daughter of the commander, Su Yuru had naturally noticed some small matters in life. However, today, after having criticized Zhang Mingyu's warlord-like approach not long ago, she now compared it to the stark reality within the official shelter, where the wealthy revel while the poor starve, and she suddenly felt that Zhang Mingyu might not be wrong. After the torrential rain apocalypse, many people had changed. In the official shelter, Su Yuru's face was an invitation. After Zhang Mingyu and Bai Buhui were brought into the charity banquet by Su Yuru, Zhang Mingyu excused himself, claiming he disliked crowded places, and directly took Bai Buhui to find a spot in a corner for the buffet. Su Yuru, whose personality also did not favor the atmosphere of banquets, continued to accompany Zhang Mingyu. My father is probably discussing matters with some leaders in the shelter right now. He won't be able to come meet you for a while. You know how it is with officials, there are many procedures involved. My father is also constrained by circumstances. Moreover, we were unaware of the events this afternoon. During their casual conversation, the two began to discuss the events of the afternoon. Zhang Mingyu naturally believed that Su Lai wouldn't intentionally try to disgust him. However, he was more interested in another aspect of Su Yuru's words. I'm curious, how can your father, as the commander-in-chief of the Xianyuan Group Army, not be able to directly become the head of this official shelter? Who exactly holds power here now? Upon hearing this, Su Yuru pointed to several people who were chatting with Su Lai and introduced them one by one. The Huaxia government has two systems, military and political. Currently, my father, as the top military official, serves as the deputy director of the official shelter, while Uncle Yang Tianming holds a top political position equal to my father's. As for who has the ability to lead the overall situation, it is naturally the most esteemed old commander of Bai City, who is the elderly gentleman seated in a wheelchair. In addition, there is also the president of the newly established Awakeners Association after the torrential rain apocalypse, the director of the Agricultural Livestock Management Bureau, the head of the Temporary Financial Bureau, and the chief of the Public Security Bureau. The venue for the charity banquet is adorned with an antique European style. A resplendent crystal chandelier hangs from the golden dome above, while exquisite murals are painted on the magnificent columns and surrounding walls. Although the windows here may not be as beautiful as the Gothic rose windows of a cathedral, the tall, transparent, double-glazed glass still effectively separates the torrential rain outside from the warm banquet hall. Ding dong, ding dong. The central stage is temporarily occupied by a band playing violins. Most of the guests qualified to attend the charity banquet are now standing before the long tables below the stage, clinking glasses and exchanging toasts, discussing the circumstances of various families after the deluge, as well as their hopes for the future. High-ranking leaders often have their own circles. Their children frequently form their own groups with other privileged, and at this moment a group of young individuals holding champagne glasses surrounds a bespectacled young man, laughing and joking, clearly treating him as their backbone. Brother Yang, being promoted to the president of the Evolver Association at such a young age, truly makes you a model for our generation. The Evolver Association is responsible for the affairs of Evolvers during the deluge, standing on equal footing with major official agencies like the Temporary Finance Office and the Public Security Bureau. Brother Yang, you have indeed achieved great success at a young age. Speaking of which, Brother Yang, don't you have a crush on Commander Su's daughter? It seems that Su Yuro is also here at the charity banquet today. Mentioning Su Yuro caused the feigned modest smile on Yang Yi's face to vanish instantly. Someone with keen eyes spotted Su Yuro sitting in the corner having drinks with Zhang Mingyu, and immediately understood Yang Yi's thoughts, proactively asking, does anyone know the guy sitting with Miss Su? Our brother Yang is a perfect match for Miss Su. Who does this kid think he is to intrude? Hey, looking at his attire, he doesn't seem to be from the official circle. Brother Yang, why don't we go and teach him a lesson, make him understand his place? The privileged circle is small with power and influence concentrated around Yang Yi's group. At this moment, everyone eager to curry favor with the young Yang Yi wanted to use Zhang Mingyu as a target to show. Wang Zihao, a less noticeable member of the privileged circle, jumped up excitedly, saying, brothers, I was classmates with this kid in college. His family has no power or influence. If it weren't for Miss Su's help at the entrance of the shelter today, this kid wouldn't even be able to enter the doors of the shelter. So Wang Zihao's classmate is just a merchant family at best. Brother Yang, since you can't act against him in front of Miss Su, why don't we take care of it for you? Yang Yi, who had relied on his powerful father's status during peacetime, has already been with countless women at a young. After the deluge, Yang Yi leveraged his identity as a local tyrant in the official shelter, secretly swapping brides with his friends night after night. However, the military power held by Commander Su is extremely important to the Yang family. His marriage with Su Yuro is also a political union that his father is eager to facilitate. Thus, even Yang Yi must pretend to be refined in front of Su Yuro. He only dares to engage with women secretly behind her back, fearing to leave a bad impression on the daughter of the commander. Wang Zihao, you go. Yang Yi coldly glanced at Wang Zihao, deciding to let this young master of the Haoxing group. Upon receiving Yang Yi's command, Wang Zihao's eyes quickly lit up with excitement as he, accompanied by two other eager young men, walked slowly towards Zhang Mingyu. Yo, class leader Zhang, which lady are you serving today? Wang Zihao, not pursuing Su Yuro, didn't care about leaving a bad impression in front of her. He pointedly suggested that Zhang Mingyu's goddess, whom he had admired for 3 years, was now at his feet day and night. The once esteemed class leader Zhang can now only participate in high-profile banquets like this thanks to Su Yuro, and the stark contrast made Wang Zihao, a subordinate of Yang Yi, swell with pride. Casting a glance at the corner of the banquet hall, where Xie Lingwei was gazing longingly at the young nobles present, Zhang Mingyu rolled his eyes at Wang Zihao, saying, you, a second-generation rich kid from the Haoxing group, are not only being someone else's dog, but you're also oblivious to the fact that your own woman is about to be taken away. To be honest, I actually feel quite sorry for you. Zhang Mingyu said, pointing in Xie Lingwei's direction. Wang Zihao instinctively followed Zhang Mingyu's finger, his face darkening as he realized that Xie Lingwei's eyes indeed carried the greed typical of a gold digger. At that moment, Su Yuro, who was watching the drama unfold, couldn't help but laugh. Initially, she wanted to help Zhang Mingyu fend off trouble when she saw someone approaching him. But seeing Wang Zihao's face, which was as dark as a pot bottom, she curiously inquired about the situation between the two. Zhang Mingyu, so this was the type of girl you liked before? Zhang Mingyu helplessly shook his head, saying, let's not dwell on the past, it's better left unmentioned. The trio who came to stir trouble were taken aback to see Zhang Mingyu casually chatting with Su Yuro. One young man with a slight reputation bearing 2 dark circles under his eyes angrily attempted to grab Zhang Mingyu's collar. I say, don't you have a sense of self-awareness? How dare you covet the woman our young master Yang has set his sights on? Bang! Before the young man's hand could reach Zhang Mingyu, it was seized by Buhui and pinned to the ground. Following that, Wang Zihao and the other young man who thought to step up after their companion was subdued were each sent down by Buhui with a single punch. Nearby tables were overturned and shards of glass lay scattered everywhere. The spilled drinks soaked the 3 privileged youths, making them look quite disheveled. Young Master Yang. The ruckus attracted the attention of many people. Zhang Mingyu lifted his head and quickly scanned the crowd, soon spotting Yang Yi, who was staring intently at him. He bent down, pretending to help Wang Zihao up, and whispered into Wang Zihao's ear, I never expected a young master of the Haoxing group to have a day as a dog, and not only as a guard dog, but also as a biting hound. Wang Zihao, did you think I didn't notice the tricks you played with Xie Lingwei? No. I have long seen through Xie Lingwei's true nature. I was merely playing along with you. By the way, your woman is quite alluring. Let me kindly remind you, be careful, she might run off with someone one day. Bang! Wang Zihao was pinned to the ground and still restless. Upon hearing Zhang Mingyu's highly insulting whispers, he slammed his fist down on the ground and roared at Zhang Mingyu, his voice echoing throughout the venue. Zhang Mingyu, I swear I will make you suffer a terrible fate. Help! Help! Someone is fighting. Quick, someone capture this bastard. Along with Wang Zihao's roar, 2 other young rascals, also pinned to the ground, shouted in unison. They were all young masters with status and identity in the official shelter, and normally ordinary survivors would rush to curry favor with them. Who would have thought that today someone would dare to humiliate them like this? This was simply too humiliating. Hey, look over there, what's happening? I'm not sure, but it seems someone is being beaten and is shouting about killing the whole family of the assailant. Wait, the one being beaten seems to be a young master from the Haoxing group along with several notorious rascals. Who is so bold to offend 3 rascals at once? Does he not care about his standing in the official circles? People in the banquet hall, unaware of the truth, whispered among themselves from a distance. On the other side, Zhang Mingyu was soon surrounded by a crowd. Oh my goodness, my dear son, how could you be beaten like this? From afar, a middle-aged woman, who looked about 80% like Wang Zihao, ran over shouting. This woman was Wang Zihao's mother, and in her anxiousness to save her son, she tugged desperately at Bai Bui's sleeve. However, Bai Buhui was an evolved being, and a middle-aged woman's strength could not budge him at all. Wang Xingtian, your son is about to be killed, aren't you going to say something? She shot a fierce glare at Bai Buhui. Seeing she couldn't win against her opponent, the tigress directly raised her voice to call for reinforcements. At this moment, Zhang Mingyu finally got a glimpse of Wang Xingtian, the head of the Haoxing group. He saw a man with snake-like eyes who habitually bent slightly like a deadly scorpion following a group of officials as he approached the chaotic center. Upon seeing his son being beaten, he did not rush over like the foolish middle-aged woman. Instead, he stood beside a portly leader, quietly whispering something. What is happening here? After a brief exchange with Wang Xingtian, the middle-aged leader stepped through the crowd and stood before Zhang Mingyu, reprimanding him. Do you not know where this is? To dare to make a move at an official charity banquet, you clearly do not take the authority of the official seriously. Following the middle-aged leader, the parents of the 2 beaten rascals also stepped forward, shouting, Director, he is right. This kid is clearly disrespecting the law and the authorities. Please, Director, he immediately verified this little bastard's identity. I suspect he intruded into the charity banquet. Seeing Zhang Mingyu dressed plainly, and having beaten their child, the parents of the 2 young rascals clearly intended to bully him, using their power, teaching an outsider a lesson without distinguishing right from wrong. Wang Zihao, pinned to the ground, met his father's gaze, and instantly understood his father's intention. He immediately lay on the ground, feigning distress. Uncles and aunties, I am that kid's classmate. Today I intended to introduce him to some of the young talents in our circle out of friendship, but unexpectedly this kid not only didn't appreciate it, but also beat me and my 2 good brothers. I plead for justice for us younger generations. As Wang Zihao began to feign distress, his 2 rascal companions followed suit and started to cry out. This scene infuriated Su Yuru, who had witnessed the entire event. You 3 clearly came here to stir trouble. If you hadn't tried to attack Zhang Mingyu, his friend wouldn't have intervened. Now in front of everyone, are you 3 really trying to twist the truth? Su Yuru stood up for Zhang Mingyu. This situation immediately put the parents of the 2 rascals in a difficult position. If Zhang Mingyu were an ordinary person, he would have surely been apprehended by the security of the charity banquet by now. However, if Su Yuru and Commander Su were willing to speak up for Zhang Mingyu, even if their son had been beaten by Zhang Mingyu today, they would likely have to temporarily swallow their anger. Clap, clap. Just as the parents of the 2 young rascals were unsure how to handle the situation, Yang Yi, dressed in a white suit, clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. He slightly bowed towards Director He and then spoke up. I know that Brother Zhang is a guest of Commander Su. If Brother Zhang is detained by the security personnel of the banquet today, it will surely cause great trouble for Commander Su and Miss Su. However, there are rules in the official circles. We cannot allow Brother Zhang to freely beat people at a charity banquet just because he is a guest of Commander Su. Do you agree, Director He? Yes, President Yang's words make sense. In this formal occasion, Director, he did not dare to underestimate the young Yang Yi. Many times Yang Yi represented not only his own views, but also the opinions of his superior Deputy Director Yang. At this moment, Director He and some high-ranking officials present had already guessed Zhang Mingyu's identity. They also suspected that Zhang Mingyu was the one who provided the evolution potion to Su Lai. Casting a discreet glance at Deputy Director Yang Tianming, Director He, after receiving a positive response, confidently continued to pressure Zhang Mingyu. As President Yang said, just because you are Commander Su's guest does not mean you can act wantonly in the official shelter. What you did today, we in the Public Security Bureau will definitely investigate to the end. Come take him away. Yes, wait a minute. The voices of the charity banquet security and Su Lai almost echoed at the same time. Su Lai, upon seeing the chaos and the security personnel preparing to take Zhang Mingyu away, had an exceptionally grim expression. He did not expect that merely inviting Zhang Mingyu to a charity banquet could stir up such a ruckus. Su Lai was very familiar with these old foxes in the official shelter. He knew very well that Director He and the others seemed to be intervening on behalf of the beaten young rascals. But in reality, what could compel these official bigwigs to personally take action against a young man was still the evolution potion that Zhang Mingyu possessed. Director He, you should know better than anyone who you were trying to catch. How much has he contributed to the official shelter? If we were to discuss it, all of us and the officials owe him a tremendous favor, yet you seek to arrest him at this time. Allow me, Su Lai, to ask you, do you really think this is appropriate? As the director of the Public Security Bureau, I act impartially, so how can there be any talk of suitability or With a commanding presence, Director He, his eyes shining with vitality, directly confronted Su Lai, stating, The evolution agent provided by Comrade Zhang Mingyu has indeed greatly enhanced the combat capabilities of our soldiers, but the formula for the evolution agent being in the hands of the public not only poses potential risks, but also hampers mass production. I believe that if Comrade Zhang Mingyu prioritizes the nation and its people, he should voluntarily submit the formula for the evolution agent. As the director of the Public Security Bureau, I can also use the excuse of weighing merits and demerits to absolve you of the crime of publicly assaulting high-ranking officials today. Otherwise, the law is merciless. Even if Comrade Zhang Mingyu is a genius who developed the evolution agent, he will still have to serve a few days of what? The evolution agent is not even our official property. Many of the high-ranking officials attending the charity gala had heard rumors about the evolution agent circulating in the official refuge. Some of them had even spent a great deal of effort trying to obtain an evolution agent that could turn ordinary people into evolved beings. Who would have thought that such a miraculous agent came from the hands of a mere youth? Ha ha! Just as the prominent figures at the charity gala fixed their eager gazes on Zhang Mingyu, he suddenly burst into laughter, startling everyone. Zhang Mingyu, without uttering a word, lightly tapped his index finger on the table, each tap drawing the audience's. Finally, after casting his gaze over several officials who had tried to coerce him into handing over the evolution agent, he focused on Director, he at the front, and slowly raised his palm, saying, "I think you all have misunderstood something. The one sitting before you is not a weak and helpless lamb, but the leader of the Dawn Base." The Dawn Base. What place is that? I haven't heard of it. Some of the dignitaries at the banquet immediately began to ponder the meaning behind the words Dawn Base. Zhang Mingyu had no intention of keeping them in suspense. He stood up, and liquid metal flowed from his palms, swiftly covering the energy cannon of his Star Soul battle armor. Buzz. A beam of white light gathered in Zhang Mingyu's palm. In the next second, a scorching energy beam grazed Director He's scalp and pierced through the wall behind him. Once my Dawn Base may have been obscure, but after today you will understand that my Dawn Base has the capability to develop evolution agents and advanced bone-armored robots, and naturally, we also possess the means to produce more sophisticated self-defense weapons. If you cooperate with us, we will work together as comrades for the continuity of human civilization. If you intend to act against me, you must also be prepared to face the wrath of our Dawn Base. Are you attacking government officials? Touching his scorched scalp, Director, he felt a chill in his heart. He was completely certain that if Zhang Mingyu's hand had moved just a few centimeters lower, his head would have turned to powder like his singed hair. At this moment, Director He's heart was filled with terror. Behind him, some high-ranking officials who had previously supported him turned anxiously to Deputy Director Yang. Old he. Just as the high-ranking officials led by Director He were left bewildered by Zhang Mingyu's sudden move, Deputy Director Yang Tianming stepped forward with a smile, pretending to be an outsider uninvolved in the situation, and intervened to mediate. This Comrade Zhang has the ability to research evolution agents, and has established the Dawn Base to help our officials gather the survivors from the disaster, which shows that he is still aligned with our country, with the officials, and the people. We should handle such talent with a gentle approach during this apocalyptic storm. Deputy Director Yang's words provided Director He a way to back down, while also distancing himself from the incident. If Zhang Mingyu had not activated his Eye of Wisdom and seen Deputy Director Yang's negative goodwill toward him, he might have truly thought that this Deputy Director Yang was a rare virtuous official in the political world. At this time, the old commander sitting in a wheelchair also made an appearance. He first winked subtly in Zhang Mingyu's direction, and then continued from Deputy Director Yang's words, saying, "Yes, this incident today is ultimately just a child's play. There's no need for everyone to take it too seriously. As for the formula for the evolution agent, we officials have no reason to seize it. Now the farce should come to an end. Let's move on to the main topic of today's charity gala." With just a few words, the old commander defined the nature of today's events, quietly dissolving the previously tense atmosphere. On the stage, auctioneers and staff pushed the items for tonight's charity auction onto the stage, and an emergency repair team worked on the wall that had been blasted open to avoid disturbing the atmosphere of the auction. Old Commander. Zhang Mingyu looked at the elderly man in the wheelchair, quietly retracting the Star Soul battle armor from his palm. Deputy Director Yang and Director He, along with other high-ranking officials, all graciously followed the old commander's lead, downplaying the incident to mere childish antics, allowing the assault and the formula issues to fade into obscurity. Only Su Yuro still appeared somewhat indignant. This Miss Su, with a strong sense of justice, could not tolerate any injustice. She glared in the direction Director He had left, murmuring, "These politicians who always opposed my father during peaceful times are now scheming for power and profit in the apocalypse. Not a single one of them is good." After saying this, Su Yuro patted Zhang Mingyu on the shoulder, saying, "Don't worry, you naturally have the right to handle the evolution agent you developed. If they want to find an excuse to snatch the formula for the evolution agent from you, I will be the first to disagree. I thought you would be more conservative and advise me to hand over the formula for mass production." Zhang Mingyu teased as he looked at Su Yuro, only to receive 2 firm punches from her in return. "Oh, Zhang Mingyu, is this how you see me?" Su Yuro, gritting her silver teeth, retorted. "Even if I wanted the formula, I would go through proper channels to trade with you. If our officials do not get what they want and resort to theft, how are we any different from bandits in the mountains?" While the two were conversing, the charity auction was also about to commence. In the center of the stage, two staff members could be seen pushing a cart standing behind an auctioneer holding a wooden hammer. The rules of the charity auction were clearly stated by the auctioneer, who wore white gloves, and announced, "The auction will use the newly released digital currency from the official refuge as the medium of exchange, and 10% of the auction proceeds will be used to purchase supplies for distribution to the disaster victims in the outer districts." Now let the auction begin. The first item up for auction at tonight's charity gala is a single impeccably preserved bottle of Matai Baijiu, sauce aroma style. Before the great rainfall, such a bottle might have held little significance for those assembled here. Yet after the deluge descended, distilleries ceased operations, and many pre-rainfall bottles of Matai spoiled due to improper storage. Thus this perfectly preserved bottle has become extraordinarily rare. The white-gloved auctioneer with just a few deft words ignited the crowd's fervor. Under his impassioned narration, guests momentarily forgot earlier disruptions and fixed their attention upon the bottle now poised for auction. Before the great rainfall, this sauce aroma Matai would have fetched tens of thousands of yuan. Now in the wake of the deluge, national grain reserves are critically depleted, and brewing will likely remain impossible for years. This bottle therefore becomes all the more precious. 500 digital coins. 600. I bid 1,000. No one else dare challenge me. Digital coins, the official currency issued post-rainfall, possess over 100-fold greater purchasing power than pre-rainfall Chinese yuan. A common survivor in the outer district might spend fewer than 10 coins to sustain themselves for an entire day. In mere moments, the bidding for this single bottle soared to 1,000 digital coins. Ultimately, it was acquired by an anonymous buyer for the staggering sum of 1,200 digital coins. Suyu Ro, may I temporarily submit an item of my own for auction? Zhang Mingyu observed the proceedings for a time and noted that most auctioned items were either pre-rainfall premium liquors and tobacco, or exceptionally rare gourmet ingredients from the deluge era. His fingers itched, he longed to join the fray. His sole obstacle: he carried no officially sanctioned digital coins. You may, but under no circumstances may you auction evolution serums here. Suyu Ro cautiously directed him to the submission desk, and only after Zhang Mingyu solemnly pledged discretion did he quietly produce his offering. Ladies and gentlemen, the next lot shall ignite fierce contention across tonight's charity auction, perhaps even stir the very soul of this auctioneer. With palpable excitement, the white-gloved auctioneer swept aside the black cloth draped over the tray. There before the assembled elite sat a crate brimming with fresh fruit. Fresh fruit? How is this possible? For over a month our agricultural department has experimented with fruit cultivation, but cosmic energy unleashed by the great rainfall mutated once harmless plants. To survive, many evolved toxic fruits, and even developed aggressive predatory traits. Can you guarantee every piece in this crate is non-toxic and safe? Flustered by the elite's sharp questioning, the auctioneer hastily pressed his earpiece, consulted briefly, then cast a subtle glance toward Zhang Mingyu, before declaring aloud, prior to auction these fruits were personally tasted by certified specialists who confirmed their complete safety. Moreover, professional instrumentation verified their rich content of vital health-enhancing compounds. Their provider, Mr. Zhang Mingyu, director of the Dawn Base. At these words the hall erupted. Dawn Base. Is this truly merely a private survivor settlement? A private base develops evolution serums, deploys crystal core-powered war machines, and cultivates toxin-free fruits and vegetables. Preposterous. What then is our official scientific research department doing? I am the director of that very department. Today I declare this crate of fruit shall be acquired by our department for urgent study. Instantly, every dignitary in the hall turned their gaze upon Zhang Mingyu. Where before they had sought only the formula for his evolution serums, now their curiosity extended to the entirety of Dawn Base itself. 1,000 digital coins. 1,500. 2,000. The auction raged on. The first crate of fruit was secured by the elderly director of the scientific research department at the modest reserve price of 1,000 digital coins. Yet when the elite realized the auction included not one, but multiple crates, their restraint shattered beneath the sheer allure of fresh fruit. Your research department may take one crate for analysis, but the rest we intend to bring home to delight wives and children who haven't tasted fresh fruit in days. Fierce bidding tore through the genteel veneer of the charity auction. Ultimately, of the 7 crates Zhang Mingyu presented, the first was acquired by the research department at the minimum bid of 1,000 digital coins, while the remaining 6 each sold for no less than 1,500, yielding Zhang Mingyu a total windfall of 13,000 digital coins. An extraordinary profit. Wow, you can actually grow fresh fruit. Suyu Ro's eyes sparkled like twin stars, eager to bid for a crate herself. Yet her limited allowance left her watching helplessly as all 7 crates vanished into elite hands. Zhang Mingyu cheerfully counted his balance and teased, if you persuade your father to allocate more crystals, recovered by the military, to me I'll gift you an entire crate. Crystals gathered by the armed forces are bought with soldiers' lives. Do you take me for someone who'd betray duty for a few crates of fruit? Suyu Ro turned away with a cool, disdainful sniff. Seeing her stern, unyielding expression, Zhang Mingyu suddenly found the banter tiresome. He shrugged, abandoning further teasing. and leaned close to whisper beside her ear. Dawn Base has achieved stable grain cult. Though the method cannot be scaled, it sustains a select few without issue. Later I'll have my people deliver 2 crates to your family, as a token of respect for General Su. Of the 13,000 digital coins earned, 10% was allocated to disaster relief per the charity auctions mandate, leaving Zhang Mingyu with 11,700. From that moment onward, Zhang Mingyu ranked among the wealthiest figures within the official shelter. At the auction, he purchased several pre-rainfall luxury liquors and tobaccos, intending them as genetic seed stocks for future replication at scale. Thereafter, he eagerly awaited opportunities to acquire scarce metals urgently needed by the base. As the auction progressed, lot values climbed steadily. Some offered antique swords and sabers from the pre-rainfall era, others priceless mobile radios, or amphibious all-terrain vehicles. Land deeds of various kinds circulated freely. Finally, the appearance of a mine deed caught Zhang Mingyu's eye, not for its nominal value now near worthless, but for the identity of its presenter. His first instinct was not to bid, but to locate the individual who had brought forth this artifact. In a corner of the auction venue, a plump tycoon, named Feng Fugue, nervously focused on the auction items at the center of the stage. He was once the only wealthy individual in Bai City who dared to claim that his family owned a mine. However, ever since the torrential rain began, Feng Fugue in his early 40s could not help but notice numerous strands of white hair sprouting at his temples. The corners of his mouth, which used to bear a warm smile, had now drooped, resembling a defeated dog. Huff, huff. With bloodshot eyes, Feng Fugue, who sat slumped like a Mithriya Buddha in a temple, felt his body, which became exhausted after just a few steps, finally relax when the auction item was sold. He slumped back in his chair, his pupils dilated, lost in thought about some profound question. Boss Feng, do you have a moment to chat? Huh, what? Feng Fugue quickly straightened up, and only upon closer inspection did he realize that the one sitting in front of him was Zhang Mingyu, the leader of the Dawn Base, who had recently purchased his mine. He wiped the oil from his forehead and forced a smile, saying, Boss Zhang, what can I do for you? I came to talk to Boss Feng because I have some matters to discuss. Zhang Mingyu leisurely took a drink from the table, poured a glass for himself and Boss Feng, and then said, you should know that the mining rights you auctioned off might make you a fortune before the end of the torrential rain. However, after the end of the torrential rain, aside from our Dawn Base, no one in Bai City will likely be able to mine the eastern suburbs anymore. You're joking, Boss Zhang. Feng Fugue forced a smile and drank the beverage that Zhang Mingyu had brought. I believe Boss Feng has already guessed the purpose of my visit. Zhang Mingyu maintained a gentle expression, his eyes like black gemstones, calmly gazing at Feng Fugue, and he said lightly, I have 2 purposes for coming here. First, I would like to buy the mines in your possession at a fair price. Secondly, I want to ask if Boss Feng can obtain some rare metals for me. Zhang Mingyu's notion of a fair price was certainly not based on the value of the mines before the torrential rain. The matter of rare metals was merely a spurothermic thought for him. Unexpectedly, both matters proposed by Zhang Mingyu aligned perfectly with Feng Fugue's intentions. When this mine-owning tycoon heard that Zhang Mingyu was interested in purchasing the mine, he held his eyes, resembling green beans, immediately sparkled with the brightness of light bulbs. Boss Zhang has already overpaid by purchasing my iron mine in the eastern suburbs for 500 digital coins. If you are willing to buy the other mines I have in the eastern suburbs as a package deal, I am willing to sell them for around 300 digital coins. 300 digital coins. Zhang Mingyu's eyes flickered. This price was equivalent to just 2 boxes of fruit in his possession. Moreover, after obtaining the mining rights from Feng Fugue, the legal right to mine was secondary. The primary advantage was gaining specific information about the mines, which would greatly enhance mining efficiency. At this price, our Dawn Base will buy as many mines as Boss Feng has. As for the payment method, we would like to pay with supplies. Are you agreeable, Boss Feng? Agreed. I Feng certainly agree. In the midst of the torrential rain, tangible supplies were evidently more reliable than digital coins, and without a moment's hesitation, Feng Fugue accepted Zhang Mingyu's request. As for the rare metals, I can indeed assist with that. However, after the torrential rain, the quantity of rare metals that could be obtained would certainly be limited. Boss Zhang, just tell me which rare metals you want, and I'll have someone deliver them to you the next day. Such trivial matters won't require any additional payment from you, Boss Zhang. Regarding the rare metals, the two engaged in several rounds of polite back and forth. Ultimately, Zhang Mingyu could only temporarily accept Feng Fugue's favor, thinking that next time he came to the official refuge, he would bring 10 evolution potions as a reward for today's matters. That night at the Su family's residence, after the banquet concluded, Zhang Mingyu initially planned to go to the outer city to stay with the combat teams of the Dawn Base. However, he was forcibly taken back to the Su family by Su Yuru under the pretext of ensuring safety. Lying back on the white bed, Zhang Mingyu opened his personal panel. Host Zhang Mingyu. Life level tier 1. Ability level tier 0, not yet fully awakened. Current system energy 493500, recovers 500 energy each natural day. Current assets: intermediate base, primary artificial intelligence 0, 50 lifelike bionic robots, 30 fully automated engineering robots, 20 mystic bone armed robots, 20 nether armed robots, 20 iron mountain heavy-duty robots, 5 divine machine self-propelled cannons, 3 iron mines, 2 coal mines, 1 copper mine, 1 aluminum mine, 1 self-built dormitory building, 1 seedling of the life willow. Crystal core balance, 3481 tier, 1 crystal cores, 47 tier, 2 crystal cores, 1 tier, 3 crystal core. Current population, 154. Special buildings Research Institute Manufacturing Plant Farmland. Special abilities Portable Space, Item Duplication, Eye of Wisdom. After returning to the Su family that night, Zhang Mingyu completed the transaction for evolution potions with Su Lai. This time he still did not raise the price for the evolution potions. The cost for 300 evolution potions was 300 tier 1 crystal cores, yielding a net profit of 2700 tier 1 crystal cores. Moreover, due to the Dawn base's recent extermination of nearby mutated creatures, Zhang Mingyu's total of tier 1 crystal cores had reached a terrifying 3481. As Su Lai put it, Zhang Mingyu had nearly drained the official's reserves of tier 1 crystal cores. Even if he raised the price further, he could not squeeze out more profit from the official. It would be better to enhance the overall strength of the humans in Bai City to cope with the upcoming terrifying beast tides. As for tier 2 crystal cores, Zhang Mingyu also wanted to trade with the official. However, the official's emphasis on tier 2 crystal cores exceeded Zhang Mingyu's expectations. Unless Zhang Mingyu could produce evolution potions that could elevate tier 1 evolutionists to tier 2, it would likely be quite difficult to exchange for tier 2 crystal cores from the official in the short term. Stretching out his arms in a big yawn, Zhang Mingyu lazily sighed. Through trading with the official, I have allowed the Dawn base to upgrade much faster than if I were to go solo. Sometimes haste makes waste. After emptying the official's reserves of tier 1 crystal cores, I still need to stabilize my mindset and develop slowly. As for the 7 mines in the eastern suburbs, they must also be developed slowly after returning. Mystic Bone Nether. I will focus all my efforts on producing war machines once I return. Next time, if foolish pigs like Yang Yi dare to jump out again, I will unleash a torrent of war machines numbering in the thousands to trample them down. Outside it was pitch black. Even the inner city of the official shelter could not achieve full illumination at night due to energy shortages. As for nightlife, it was even more unnecessary to consider. In a place without even 24-hour power supply, do you expect the common folk to dance and sing around a bonfire? At this hour, the lights in the Su family's building had all gone out. As he gazed far into the distance, all he could see were the ominously towering black buildings and the dim streets shimmering with reflections of water. For a moment, Zhang Mingyu felt as if he were in a dark and tranquil, independent world. Cold, lonely. A faint clicking sound from the door lock made Zhang Mingyu's eyes flicker. Could it be that the night visitor Yoji is here to make a move in the dead of night? Today Su Yuru wouldn't also have intentions against me, would she? The image of Su Dajiao's smile flashed in his mind along with her clear, yet foolish gaze. Zhang Mingyu shook his head vigorously, shivering all over. Yoji comes at night to make advances, Su Yuru. Though Su Yuru could be considered a beauty, Zhang Mingyu felt no interest whatsoever in this Su Dajiao. Moreover, the most important thing was that Zhang Mingyu was certain that this fool Su Yuru could never conceive of such a clever scheme as sneaking in at night to make advances. Therefore, the person outside tampering with the door lock was definitely up to no good. Blue liquid metal flowed. In the blink of an eye, the Star Soul battle armor enveloped Zhang Mingyu's entire body. Creak. The bedroom door was quietly pushed open. Using the auxiliary visual system of the Star Soul battle armor, Zhang Mingyu could clearly see a shadow holding a cold weapon stealthily approaching the bed. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. At this distance, the shadow that was sneaking in began to sense that something was awry. He decisively lunged with his blade toward the bed. The next second, what awaited him was the white light from the palm of the Star Soul battle armor. By Buhuage. At the same time Zhang Mingyu fired the energy cannon, he called out Bai Bui's name without hesitation. As expected, Bai Buhui, who lived next door, rushed over as soon as he heard Zhang Mingyu's cry for help. Yuki. The white light of the energy cannon illuminated the assailant's face. At that moment, the person who had attempted to assassinate Zhang Mingyu was clutching his injured arm from the energy cannon, looking perplexed as he stared at the fully armed Zhang Mingyu, seemingly questioning why was Zhang Mingyu wide awake at this late hour, as if he had anticipated his appearance and was lying in wait. The world is not simply a multitude of questions. The mysterious intruder who attempted to assassinate Zhang Mingyu, seeing his failure, immediately turned to flee. However, Bai Buhui would never give the mysterious person a chance to escape. He had already positioned himself in the path the mysterious person would take to escape, ready to flank the intruder along with Zhang Mingyu. Boss Zhang, are you alright? I've cornered this bastard in the hallway today. I'll make sure he understands what happens to fools who attack my boss Zhang. Wait, what the hell? How can he fly? Bai Buhui, full of confidence, was about to say that the attacker had nowhere to run. But the next moment the mysterious assailant charged directly through the hallway's glass. Shards flew everywhere. The mysterious person leaped from the 5th floor. He resembled an angel from the Western Bible, growing a pair of pure white wings during his descent. When he reached the 3rd floor, he flapped his wings, fiercely soaring into the vast night sky. What the heck, a bird person? Zhang Mingyu exclaimed. What bird person? Just an evolved being who developed. Seeing the bird person fly away, Zhang Mingyu activated the power system of the Star Soul battle armor and flew out through the breach created by the bird person. Bai Buhui, go inform Commander Su about the situation here. I'm going to chase the guy flying outside. Got it, boss. Please be careful. Tonight the bright moon hung high in the sky. But beneath the night sky, both pursuers had no mind to appreciate the moon. Buzz. Boom. A white energy beam tore through the night sky and struck the bird person hard. The bird person seemed to realize that his time was short, turning his head to actively activate the feathers on his wings, which shot out like thousands of white arrows towards the deep blue battle armor pursuing from behind. Clang, clang, clang. The blue energy shield blocked all the feathers. Zhang Mingyu fired another energy cannon at the bird person's left wing, completely disabling its ability to fly. Bird person brother. Zhang Mingyu slowly descended in front of the fallen bird person. He stepped through the puddles of rain towards the direction where the bird person lay, asking as he walked, "Now can you tell me who sent you to risk entering the Su family at night to try to kill me?" The bird person did not answer. Zhang Mingyu kicked the fallen bird person and discovered that this guy was already dead. Moreover, he had died in the same manner as the previous assailant who had attacked Zhang Mingyu, by poisoning himself. 2 attacks and both assailants were formidable evolved beings. Zhang Mingyu's eyes turned cold as he pondered the commonality between the bird person and the bone evolved being. The force behind the 2 evolved beings attacking me in by city. Aside from the official authorities, I can't think of a second one. Moreover, from today's actions, it seems they even have the capability to infiltrate Commander Su's home. As he was deep in thought, Zhang Mingyu suddenly heard chaotic footsteps approaching from the dark street. Looking up around, Zhang Mingyu saw several officials in white uniforms had surrounded him. White uniforms. The Evolved Association. Zhang Mingyu recognized the familiar emblem on the lapel of the official personnel and scanned for the leader among those surrounding him. At that moment, Yang Yi appeared in Zhang Mingyu's line of sight. Clap, clap. Yang Yi lightly clapped his hands, smugly saying, "You guessed right, but there's no reward." After saying that, Yang Yi spread his arms and ordered the officials on both sides. The evolved beings of the Rain God Church conspired with Zhang Mingyu to assassinate Commander Su Lai. Now that the evolved beings of the Rain God Church have been silenced by Zhang Mingyu, let us kill Zhang Mingyu to avenge Commander Su Lai. Eliminate the cult, kill Zhang Mingyu. Avenge Commander Su. There were at least 200 evolved beings on this. Some were Yang Yi's confidants, some were evolved beings from the military, and others were freelancers associated with the Evolved Association, like the Haoshin Group. At this moment, they were all incited by Yang Yi, viewing Zhang Mingyu as the enemy of the official shelter. Yang Yi's purpose in using the bird person to lure Zhang Mingyu here was precisely to eliminate the unprotected Zhang Mingyu without distinction. The powerful floodlights atop the nearby skyscrapers illuminated the street as bright as day. More than 200 first-level evolvers dressed in uniform blocked the intersection, most wielding cold weapons to unleash the full power of their formidable physiques. Behind these weapon-wielding evolvers, armed forces controlled by political leaders sealed off any hope of escape with wheeled armored vehicles. I have cultivated a large number of evolvers using the evolution serum for you. Zhang Mingyu's gaze swept over the official evolvers clad in white uniforms as he murmured, "Now are you sure you want to use these evolvers against me? We can kill you and seize the formula for the evolution serum. We can cultivate evolvers ourselves." Wang Ziheo's greedy eyes examined Zhang Mingyu's Star Soul battle armor. Then he turned to Yang Yi with a smirk, saying, "Chairman Yang, this brat has humiliated me time and again. This rare opportunity, please allow our Hao Sheng Group's evolvers to take the lead and eliminate this cultist colluding with the Rain God Church." Go ahead. Yang Yi was resolute in wanting to kill Zhang Mingyu, not only because he coveted the evolution serum formula in Zhang Mingyu's possession, but also because he hated Zhang Mingyu for attracting Su Yura's attention. Clang. The long knife was drawn. On the street, over a dozen evolvers from the Hao Sheng Group moved out collectively. They charged towards Zhang Mingyu with maniacal laughter, provoking the onlooking evolvers to stir. "Isn't this our Evolvers Association's first collective action? Look, the evolvers from Hao Sheng Group seem ready to take action and claim credit. Should we rush in and try to leave a good impression on the newly appointed Chairman Yang? I think so. We can't let all the benefits be snatched by the Hao Sheng Group." "You big-head ghost, everyone wait a moment." Things. As the onlooking evolvers were still chatting, they witnessed a scene they would never forget. The center of the intersection. Zhang Mingyu, within the Star Soul battle armor, quickly analyzed the moves of every evolver from the Hao Sheng Group. Immediately, the Star Soul battle armor transformed into a deep blue phantom under the spotlight, gliding gracefully among the dozen evolvers, leaving a trail of blue light. As the blue light surged forward, Zhang Mingyu danced like a performer on the edge of a blade, carelessly drawing 2 energy blades from his back, either piercing hearts or slitting throats, effortlessly eliminating all obstacles before him, gradually approaching the astonished Wang Ziheo with an elegant yet powerful aura. Wang Ziheo. The murderous intent radiated from Zhang Mingyu's eyes beneath the mask. In his previous life, Wang Ziheo had stolen his girlfriend, his resources, and even his small home in Baicheng. In this life, he had intended to watch Wang Ziheo struggle and perish in the apocalypse. However, when he stood before Wang Ziheo, he realized he could not contain the murderous rage within him. What do you want?" The previously aggressive young Master Wang, who had just declared he would kill Zhang Mingyu, was now terrified, his legs giving way as he fell to the ground upon seeing the blood-soaked Star Soul battle armor standing before him like a god of death. He trembled as he crawled towards Yang Yi, his eyes filled with fear. Bang! Zhang Mingyu swiftly moved the palm of the Star Soul battle armor, gripping Wang Ziheo's chin. He lifted Wang Ziheo off the ground, as if he were a small chick mocking who was it that wanted to kill me, and seized the formula for the serum just now. When the Grey Wolf from the Iron Wolf gang attacked me, who was hiding in the distance watching. Moreover, as the young master of the Hao Sheng group, why did you maliciously occupy my home and gloat as I was forced to die on my way to Future City? You. No wait. You are reincarnated. Just as Wang Ziheo was about to admit defeat, suddenly memories from his past life surged into his mind during the storm of the apocalypse. He remembered how out of a moment of malicious amusement during the same stormy apocalypse, he had personally severed Zhang Mingyu's chances of survival. In a daze he recalled Shen Jejia had said before her death that she would wait for him in hell. At this moment Wang Ziheo had an epiphany. He raised his hand pointing at Zhang Mingyu beneath the Star Soul battle armor, seemingly about to reveal a tremendous secret. At this moment Yang Yi's loud shout resonated from below. Zhang Mingyu, you cultist, do you intend to ignore the law and wantonly harm your fellow citizens in the official shelter? Evolvers Team 1, Team 2, Team 3, focus your fire on the blue collective above and bring down this bastard who disregards official order. We must not let him harm the hostages in the slightest. Yang Yi's nonsense had not yet finished when Zhang Mingyu decisively closed his fingers. The immense power granted by the Star Soul battle armor allowed him to crush Wang Ziheo's bones. This young master awakened to his past life memories died in excruciating agony, and until his last breath, he could not reveal Zhang Mingyu's secret of reincarnation. Damn, I killed someone. A dozen evolvers could not withstand him taking the life of the young master of Hao Sheng group. His steel battlesuit is impervious to blades and bullets, simply more outrageous than Iron Man in movies. What kind of person did Chairman Yang ask us to deal with? Damn, duck down, his armor can even launch missiles. The tracking missiles from the Star Soul battle armor struck the center of the crowd. Zhang Mingyu did not care whether his actions would anger the authorities. After being ambushed twice by Yang Yi's men, he resolved to demand an explanation from the officials even at the cost of exposing the existence of his spatial abilities. Xingu. The Xingu within the spatial rift glowed with a chilling blue light. At this moment, Bai Buhui, Gao Qingqing, and Yi Juanxin led the combat team from the Dawn base to the scene. The 40 evolvers and awakeners from the Dawn base were all elite cultivators carefully raised by Zhang Mingyu, all at the peak of the first level, and among them the 20 peak awakeners were described as invincible. Boss Zhang, we are here to support you. Damn, these official bastards are indeed up to no good. Brothers from the Dawn base, what should we do if anyone dares to target our boss? Let's get him. Gao Qingqing and Bai Buhui led the charge against the more than 200 evolvers of varying strengths. Thick green vines emerged from the ground like giant pythons. Under the control of 20 plant-type awakeners, they transformed into a terrifying green tide comparable to the disaster of Southeast University City, rolling like monstrous waves and sweeping the official evolvers into a wild torrent. Clang! The long knife slashed down. 20 evolvers from the Dawn base armed with special alloy knives cut down the official evolvers who were thrown into disarray with the protection of the awakeners. Ordinary low-tier evolvers could not even delay time against them, while a few official evolvers from the military background were unable to display their true strength due to being influenced by the rabble within the Evolver Association. Junyent. Under the night sky, crimson flames transformed into a divine dragon soaring into the heavens. At the crucial moment of the battle, Yi Juanxin, a first-tier fire-type awakener, unexpectedly broke through and reached the second tier. The ground of the official shelter was overturned by the green plants summoned by the plant-type awakeners, and the streets were filled with official evolvers hanging on mutated plants. Bushes and thorns blocked the crossroads, while the high-temperature golden-red flames spewed like a living fire dragon under the night sky. Tonight is destined to be remembered by the official evolvers. When Yang Yi saw that all of Zhang Mingyu's subordinates were actually evolvers and awakeners, he finally lost his composure. Second-tier awakeners. Yang Yi's face darkened as he stared at Yi Juanxin, who wielded an ancient tang knife, his eyes filled with disbelief. Why are all your evolvers at Dawn base peak first tier, and there are so many plant-type awakeners? Damn it, Zhang Mingyu, you truly concealed your strength in the deal with the officials and deliberately sold us defective evolution potions. Using a villain's heart to measure a gentleman's belly, Zhang Mingyu, enraged to the point of laughter, coldly pointed his two energy-long knives at Yang. I sold you evolution potions with the intention of sincerely cooperating with the officials to face this apocalyptic disaster together. However, your actions today have made me doubt the entire official. Zhang Mingyu's dialogue with Yang Yi left the official evolvers in a state of uncertainty. Someone immediately stopped surrounding the evolvers from the Dawn base and spoke up. Chairman Yang just said this person is the one who sold purification potions to the officials, so we owe our becoming evolvers to him in the Dawn base. No more fighting, I feel something is off. Anyone capable of researching purification potions and providing them to the officials at a low price cannot be a bad person. If this person is a disciple of the Rain God Church, I think it's better for our official shelter to surrender sooner rather than later. The Evolver Association was not a one-man show for Yang Yi. This organization, primarily targeting evolvers, was relatively loose. In addition to Yang Yi's confidants, there were many evolvers from military backgrounds and survivors from various major forces participating in the encirclement of Zhang Mingyu tonight. These people had no objections when taking advantage of the situation. However, facing 200 against 40 was clearly too overwhelming. As news spread that the leader Yang Yi had impure intentions, many chose to surrender immediately. Buzz. Just as the official evolvers began to surrender, a strong magnetic force suddenly erupted in the sky. This magnetic force levitated Yang Yi into the air and caused nearby metal blades to rush towards him like a swarm of arrows. As Yang Yi slowly raised his hand, the controlled metal blades all pointed their sharpest edges at the distant Zhang Mingyu. In that moment, even Zhang Mingyu's Star Soul battle armor felt some impact, experiencing slight turbulence. While magnetic control. After Yang Yi became the president of the Evolver Association, he had remained low-key enduring for nearly 2 months before finally revealing his powerful abilities as a second-tier magnetic control awakener. At this moment, he seized the opportunity when Zhang Mingyu's Star Soul battle armor was affected and let out a thunderous shout. The next second, the metal blades shot towards Zhang Mingyu like flying swords from a fantasy novel. Star Soul slash. A chilling aura surged in the high sky. The core brain of the Star Soul battle armor quickly analyzed the optimal solution to the current situation. 3 seconds later, the Star Soul battle armor guided Zhang Mingyu's body to unleash a perfect slash. Energy surged. The 2 long knives of the Star Soul battle armor merged into one, transforming into a blade that seemed capable of splitting the world, and this slash, with a graceful arc, sent hundreds of metal blades flying. In that instant, Zhang Mingyu within the Star Soul battle armor finally achieved a leap in life level amidst the profound resonance of spirit and flesh. At this moment, a radiant smile involuntarily appeared on Zhang Mingyu's lips. As a second-tier evolver, I did not rely on evolution potions. I broke through to this stage on my own. Now Yang Yi, although I sincerely thank you for allowing me to break through to a second-tier evolver between life and death, it is time for us to settle this. Stop boasting you are a second-tier evolver, but I am a second-tier awakener. Yang Yi watched helplessly as the official evolvers were gradually overwhelmed by the battle team from the Dawn base. He was furious to the point of madness, controlling 2 metal blocks like doors to smash down towards Zhang Mingyu in the middle. Bang! The metal blocks closed in. But Zhang Mingyu was not crushed. The deep blue Star Soul battle armor used its left and right hands to push apart the metal blocks, and then its mechanical eyes shot out 2 golden heat rays, slicing the 2 massive metal blocks into 8 pieces as if cutting through tofu. How is it possible? Yang Yi stood in shock, suspended in the air. He could not fathom how Zhang Mingyu had crafted such an invincible battle armor. Clang! Clang! Zhang Mingyu punched away the relentless metal blocks that were crashing towards him and charged straight to Yang Yi. At this moment, he drew his energy-long knife again and slashed fiercely at Yang Yi's arm. Blue light flickered. A tragic wail echoed in the high sky. The second-tier awakener Yang Yi crashed down to the ground like a high-speed meteor. His severed arm also spun a few times in the air before landing beside him. I remember it was probably the first time I came to the official shelter there was a spiny bone evolver who tried to assassinate me. After failing, he chose to commit suicide. Was he also one of yours? Zhang Mingyu pretended to ponder as he flew back to the ground in a victorious manner. This time none of the official evolvers dared to stop him. The armed personnel in the outer perimeter also did not dare to act recklessly without Yang Yi's orders. He is indeed my man. Yang Yi braced himself on one arm and roared angrily. Zhang Mingyu, this is an official shelter. I am the president of the Official Evolution Association. My father is the vice director of the official shelter, a high-ranking official in Baicheng's political scene. Today killing you is an order. If you kill me, you will be against the entire official establishment. Idiot. Zhang Mingyu raised his energy-long knife and swung it downwards. Unexpectedly, the energy-long knife did not hit Yang Yi, but struck a monster instead. 2 monsters resembling the tyrant from the Resident Evil series stood like loyal hounds between Zhang Mingyu and Yang Yi. After the energy-long knife struck one tyrant's chest, it was blocked midway by the intense cosmic energy within the tyrant. After Zhang Mingyu withdrew the energy-long knife, the wound inflicted by him on the tyrant visibly began to heal at a rapid pace. This situation sent chills down the spines of Zhang Mingyu and the nearby official evolvers. One official evolver stepped back 2 paces and pointed at the 2 tyrants, saying, "What are these creatures? They look a bit like the tyrant monsters from Resident Evil. Could these 2 monsters have been modified through human experimentation? Look, that monster seems to be trying to help President Yang. Damn it, that damn Yang Yi. I have a brother working in the research department, and he told me that Yang Yi's father Yang Tianming seems to be secretly conducting human experiments, abducting survivors every day. It turns out my brother was right. The Yang family is indeed carrying out such insane human experimentation. Now to save his son, he's even called out these abominable experimental subjects. How could such a malicious person rise to a high rank in the official shelter?" The appearance of the tyrant monsters caused a strong discomfort among the humans present. Yet Yang Yi seemed to regain his confidence, his eyes brightening as he said, "Subject 1, Subject 2, you really came to save me. Quickly help me kill this bastard. This bastard dared to sever my arm in public. I will turn him into a killing machine for the Yang family, just like you. Second-tier modified humans. Zhang Mingyu's eyes narrowed. He realized that both modified humans possessed the strength of second-tier evolvers, but they were clearly not evolvers developed through evolution agents. Instead, they had become grotesque monsters that obey orders through the Yang family's cruel modification experiments. With the scientific prowess controlled by the Yang family, countless inhumane human experiments must have been conducted to nurture these two monsters, killing countless innocent survivors. Crack! Zhang Mingyu clenched his fists. The anger within him ignited like two flames beneath the Star's soul battle armor. As he watched the two monsters charging towards him under Yang Yi's command, Zhang Mingyu's spirit merged once again with the Star Soul battle armor. He stepped forward lightly, and with the aid of the power assist he shot towards the two monsters like a rocket. The blade was drawn. Zhang Mingyu delivered 3 swift strikes, making the energy long knife cut, with surgical precision, at the same spot on Subject 1's cervical vertebrae. With the combination of the 3 heavy blows from a second-tier evolver, the power assist of the Star Soul battle armor, and the weapon advantage of the energy long knife, there was no doubt it broke through the thick cosmic energy within Subject 1, severing its head. At that moment, if Subject 2 had any sense of fear, it would have turned to flee. But now transformed into a monster, Subject 2 took advantage of its companion's death and lunged at Zhang Mingyu with its claws. The power assist system of the Star Soul battle armor helped Zhang Mingyu absorb part of the force. The surface armor withstood the monster's sharp claws. Screech. After the ear-piercing sound of claws scraping against a blackboard, Zhang Mingyu raised the energy long knife and stabbed towards the lower back of Subject 2. The powerful second-tier modified human appeared as fragile as paper before Zhang Mingyu and the Star Soul battle armor. The blue energy long knife was inserted into Subject 2's body at an extremely tricky angle by Zhang Mingyu pressing against the thick cosmic energy within the second-tier evolver, inch by inch advancing towards Subject 2's heart. As it seemed Subject 2 was about to find liberation today, suddenly a large number of soldiers arrived to take control of the scene from the distant intersection. Zhang Mingyu did not turn his head as the auxiliary visual system of the Star Soul battle armor showed him that Su Lai was leading a large group of high-ranking officials to the scene. Upon arrival, they witnessed Zhang Mingyu killing the 2 modified monsters in their entirety. What is happening here? Commander Su Lai? The official evolver called by name hesitated and glanced at the high-ranking political officials behind Su Lai. Only after being shouted at by Su Lai did he stutteringly recount the whole incident. We were ordered by President Yang to encircle and suppress the cultists of the Rain God Church. Now those 2 monsters are helping President Yang, but there are many evolvers and sorcerers who can control plants on the opposite side, as well as a leader as formidable as Iron Man. Surrounding cultists. Su Lai fumed, his nostrils flaring. He could guess what had happened even with his eyes closed. Surely the Yang family scoundrels had their eyes on the technology in Zhang Mingyu's hands, looking for an excuse to frame him and bring a large number of people to forcibly seize the formula for the evolution agent. But the Yang family's foolish pigs did not think it through. Zhang Mingyu dared to pin Su Lai against the wall. If the Yang family caused trouble, it would be pure suicide. While Su Lai was racking his brain on how to minimize the negative impact of this incident, a teammate from the official high-ranks director, he of the Public Security Bureau, suddenly jumped out, pointing his thick finger like a pig's at Zhang Mingyu, and began to scold him. Kid, do you think the official shelter is a place where you can commit murder in public? With director he leading the charge, the high-ranking officials immediately echoed, saying, You colluded with a cult, and now you refuse to be arrested and injure others. Where do you place our director? The official shelter cannot afford your arrogance. The words of the group of political elites made Su Lai's eyebrows twitch. He wanted to give each of them a good slap. However, the Yang family's influence in the official shelter was substantial. Killing Yang Yi in public would undoubtedly cause a stir within the official shelter, detrimental to stabilizing the situation in Baiqing after the storm. Therefore, for the sake of the Baiqing survivors, Su Lai, despite his disdain for the Yang family, still gritted his teeth and said, Comrade Zhang Mingyu, I believe today's incident must be a misunderstanding. Why don't you stop for now? Let's sit down and discuss this slowly. I, Su Lai, as the commander of the Xianyuan army, guarantee that you will receive justice. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have triggered a random task revenge. Task requirement: due to unavoidable circumstances, the host has made an enemy of Yang Yi. To ensure the safety of the Dawn base, the host must eliminate the roots and kill the enemy to prevent them from seeking revenge at the Dawn base. Zhang Mingyu, however, showed no intention of responding. In his past life, Zhang Mingyu was submissive, struggling desperately to survive. In this life, Zhang Mingyu has returned with a system vowing to never again endure the same miserable fate as in his previous life, and to never again be forced to swallow his pride in the face of power. With a cold laugh, Zhang Mingyu didn't even glance at Su Lai and the others, without hesitation stabbing the modified human No. 2. Blood erupted from modified human No. 2. Zhang Mingyu stood quietly amidst the pool of blood, watching the officials with a detached expression, his voice icy. When I was framed, you ignored it. When I kill your people, you say I am breaking the rules. When the Yang family captures survivors for human experiments, you turn a blind eye, but when I kill Yang, you all come running. Now I am curious what would happen if I were to directly kill you. You. It's simply outrageous. The leading director, he was intimidated by Zhang Mingyu's aura, and instinctively took two steps. When he realized he had embarrassed himself in public, he furiously pointed his finger at Zhang Mingyu, spewing accusations. Commander Su, did you hear what he said? He said he wants to kill us. Commander Su's actions have already confirmed his identity as a cultist. For everyone's safety, shouldn't you act quickly and have your men arrest him? In my opinion, this dangerous individual must be killed on the spot. A group of political dignitaries, having been instructed by Yang Tianming earlier, now urged Su Lai to take action. However, Su Lai, who held the military power, remained silent, staring at Zhang Mingyu. Buzz. The power system of the Star Soul battle armor unleashed a powerful thrust. The deep blue armor seemed to teleport through the night sky, landing in front of Yang Yi. Its owner brutally stomped down on Yang Yi's right leg, then crushed his left leg, the flesh between his legs and the remnants of his arms. 27 seconds in total. Zhang Mingyu said nothing. Only when he pointed the energy-long knife at Yang Yi's heart did he whisper in a voice only Yang Yi could hear. Once I was also a common survivor in Baiqing, thus I despise people like you who think they are superior in the apocalypse, treating ordinary lives as mere fodder. The long knife pierced the flesh. After withdrawing the energy-long knife, Zhang Mingyu cautiously severed Yang Yi's head before sheathing his. In the distance, the Yang family supporters, led by director, he watched the scene in deep fear of the young man standing. And the previously arrogant director, he seeing Su Lai had no intention of attacking Zhang Mingyu, seemed to understand something, swallowing hard. Commander Su. Zhang Mingyu spoke in a flat tone devoid of emotion. The Yang family forcibly kidnapped Baiqing survivors and secretly conducted human experiments. I hope you will allow me to handle this matter. I will ensure that all those involved are eliminated to prevent such occurrences in the future. As for how the official refuge will operate without the Yang family, I leave that to you, Commander Su. Su Lai's gaze swept over the political figures beside him, his voice deep. The Yang family kidnapping survivors for human experiments is unforgivable. Yang Tianming, as the deputy director of the official refuge, cannot escape responsibility. For the survivors of Baiqing, I will order a citywide hunt for the relevant personnel and will not protect any criminals. Clang. Su Lai's words resonated like the chime of an ancient temple bell. At this point, the old foxes present understood Su Lai's intentions. Zhang Mingyu's forceful killing of Yang Tianming's only son Yang Yi meant that the conflict between the Dawn base and the Yang family was irreconcilable. Su Lai, whether for the people of Baiqing or to eliminate his only rival in the official refuge, would definitely take the opportunity to crush the Yang family's influence. This matter was not explicitly stated by either Zhang Mingyu or Su Lai. However, conversations between intelligent individuals never need to be overly explicit. At this moment, the officials present understood that the official refuge might soon face a major purge, and the cause of this purge was none other than the young base leader of the Dawn base. There's one more thing. After discussing the most important matter, Zhang Mingyu turned his gaze to Su Yuro, who had followed Su Lai to the crossroads, and added, I do not wish for your officials to again use evolved individuals trained by me against me. Therefore, I hope the next president of the Evolutionary Association will be Su Yuro. Zhang Mingyu's words were not a negotiation, but a notification. This decision was entirely beneficial for Su Lai, who controlled the official refuge. Thus Su Lai, without consulting his daughter, nodded slightly in response to Su Yuro's bewildered expression. The events of today are indeed my oversight. I will follow your request, and have Su Yuro serve as the president of the Evolutionary Association, and I will guarantee in my capacity, as the supreme commander of the Xianyuan Group Army, that our official refuge will never again engage in such backstabbing actions. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the random task, a grievous delight. Note: special building mine must be constructed near a mineral vein. When used in conjunction with mining vehicles, this special building will provide a long-term stable source of ore for the Dawn base. Morning, Su family mansion. Zhang Mingyu encountered Feng Fuguei, who was delivering goods at his doorstep. He opened the suitcase handed to him by Feng Fuguei, and clearly saw chunks of rare metals preserved in special containers. The quantity and variety of these rare metals were evidently far greater than what had been agreed upon. This greatly alleviated his predicament of lacking rare metals. Feng Fuguei noticed Zhang Mingyu's gaze, and quickly greeted him with a smile. These rare metals are all acquired through my connections for you. Some of them are what we previously agreed upon, and the extra rare metals were of no use to me, so consider them a small gift for you, Boss Zhang. You are very thoughtful, Boss Feng. Zhang Mingyu unceremoniously accepted the suitcase. Feng Fuguei had been a prominent figure in the business world for many years with a keen eye. Last night Feng Fuguei probably received some news which prompted him to personally deliver goods to Zhang Mingyu early the next morning, aiming to leave a good impression on this promising prospect. It seemed that Feng Fuguei's little scheme was quite effective. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Feng Fuguei, Zhang Mingyu turned back to the Su family. At this time both Su Lai and Su Yuro were not at home, leaving Zhang Mingyu with nothing to do. Thus Zhang Mingyu simply decided to relax. He took out his phone, lazily lying down while browsing information online. Class 3 of Baiqing University. Big news. Did you all see the battle that occurred at the official shelter yesterday? Some could manipulate plants, others wielded flames, and there was a big shot akin to Magneto from X-Men, as well as a creature resembling the Tyrant from Resident Evil. Can you guess who the protagonist of this battle was? I wasn't at the official shelter, please tell me who it was. Exactly, stop keeping us in suspense, classmates. You all missed out on quite the spectacle at the official shelter yesterday. The protagonist of the battle was our class leader Zhang Mingyu. He fought like Iron Man, and even killed one of the leaders at our official shelter. Class leader Zhang Mingyu, is that true? Class leader Zhang Mingyu, are you really that amazing now? Worship 1. Does the Dawn base still recruit? Please class leader, take a look at me. I want to cling to your coattail. In the Baiqing University student group, many were discussing the events that took place at the official shelter yesterday. Some heard that Wang Zihao was also killed by Zhang Mingyu and immediately tagged several classmates who worked at Haoxing Group, as well as the class flower Xialing Wei, to ask how things were going at Haoxing Group. Haoxing Group's evolvers suffered heavy casualties and are completely finished. Don't tag Xialing Wei anymore. That bitch snuck away last night with a large stash of crystal cores from Haoxing Group when the situation turned dire. Now the head of Haoxing Group, Wang Xingtian, has been taken back by the military for interrogation, and those below either seek power or are preparing to escape. We're also getting ready to run. Zhang Mingyu did not respond to the tags in the group. However, he was particularly concerned about the fleeing Xialing Wei. Xialing Wei. Zhang Mingyu muttered the name of this scheming girl. He stared at his phone screen and murmured, with Shun Jejia and Wang Zihao dead, I cannot allow the remaining Xialing Wei to perish at the hands of others. After instructing Zero to keep an eye on Xialing Wei's whereabouts, Zhang Mingyu squinted and rested for a while. Time flowed like water. As the clock pointed to 1024 a.m., Zhang Mingyu finally saw Su Lai, who had not returned home all night. Su family reception room. The powerful individuals involved in the Modified Human Project have all been arrested. The highest-ranking individual among those involved, the director of the Public Security Bureau, was found dead in his home this morning, having committed suicide in fear of punishment. Wang Xingtian, the head of Haoxing Group, was accidentally killed during his capture, and the deputy director of the shelter, Yang Tianming, is still at large. Su Lai briefly recounted the events of last night to Zhang Mingyu. Having already been informed of the entire situation by Zero, Zhang Mingyu was fully aware of how Su Lai dealt with those powerful individuals. Thus, without waiting for Su Lai to explain about Yang Tianming, he spoke to acknowledge Su Lai's efforts. I know Commander Su has done his best, and my people have also informed me about Yang Tianming. This man is cold-hearted and extremely cunning. Even the death of his only son did not reveal any vulnerabilities. It is understandable that he managed to escape. Today I called Commander Su for a detailed discussion regarding the matter of the Northern 307 National Road that we mentioned before. You know, in Baiqing, the four major districts in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, except for the western district, which is still under official control, the remaining three districts have completely lost order. The large number of mutated creatures along with the mysterious world appearing around Baiqing are all obstacles blocking the path of our official shelter. If the world continues to change this way in 2 months, even if our official military just wants to traverse between the major districts of Baiqing, it will be fraught with difficulties. Commander Su. Zhang Mingyu looked directly at Su Lai, showing no fear due to the other man's age or status. The Willows in the southern district and the monkey troops in the Taiying Mountains of the eastern suburbs, I have already mentioned them to you over the phone. It is precisely because I cleared the threats in those two places that the eastern and southern districts have temporarily remained peaceful. I am aware of your concerns and understand your desire to avoid sacrificing your soldiers. However, as long as the threat of the Northern 307 National Road remains our dawn base and your official shelter cannot develop in peace. I believe you as an experienced leader can see the stakes involved more clearly than I, a young man. Zhang Mingyu's words plunged Su Lai into a long silence. After a long while, this iron-blooded commander in the eyes of outsiders finally raised his head to meet Zhang Mingyu's gaze, making that immensely difficult decision. I will seriously consider this matter. After the Yang family fell, I will need some time to reorganize the forces of the official shelter, and we also need to conduct some reconnaissance regarding the 307 National Road. I can only say that if a creature truly appears there that could endanger the entire Baiqing, our Xianyuan Corps, as the soldiers of the people, will never sit idly by. In the outer city of the Dawn base, towering walls pierced the clouds with the alloy exterior gleaming like a mirror extending for thousands of meters. From a distance it appeared as if an immense wall spanned the world, leaving the personnel of the Dawn base, including Zhang Mingyu, utterly astonished. I wonder if we've come to the right place. With Zhang Boss leading the way, even if we got lost he would still recognize his own home, wouldn't he? Just look at the buildings inside the wall, they resemble those of our Sunshine community. But this alloy wall is absurdly thick, at least 2 meters thick and 40 meters high. It seems to encompass not only the entire Sunshine community, but also many of the barren lands on Dongshan. This construction is nothing short of a modern version of the Great Wall. TCH, you guys just lack experience. Look at how composed our Zhang Boss is, standing still like a mountain. The members of the Dawn combat team chattered excitedly. However, the very Zhang Mingyu who was described as steady as a mountain was genuinely astonished at this moment. Before leaving, Zhang Mingyu had indeed instructed Yi Yoji to take charge and ensure that an automatic engineering robot could construct a wall to protect the Dawn base before his return. But how many days had Zhang Mingyu been gone? Did Yi Yoji work them to death with such a massive undertaking? Zero Master, welcome home. The gates of the outer city of the Dawn base slowly opened under Zero's control. Zhang Mingyu returned to the Dawn base greeted respectfully by a group of reserve members from the Dawn combat team. Yi Yoji had informed him about this reserve team beforehand, whose main purpose was to maintain internal security during Zhang Mingyu's absence and to serve as a supplement to the official members of the Dawn combat team. Zhang boss. At the main entrance, Yi Yoji with sparkling eyes playfully leaped into Zhang Mingyu's embrace. Zhang boss, you finally returned. During the days you took my brother outside, Yoji couldn't eat or sleep while worrying about the two of you. It's so great to see you both back safely. If you're worried about your brother, just say so. Why drag me into this? Zhang Mingyu rolled his eyes in exasperation and turned to shout into an armored truck only to see a dashing young man leap out from the passenger seat. Jianxin, come take your sister away. She claims to be worried about me, but her heart is all about you. What are you talking about? My brother is tough and rugged, he won't die. What I'm really worried about is definitely Zhang boss. Yi Yoji, taking advantage of her youth, buried her head in Zhang Mingyu's embrace and acted spoiled. Seeing this, Yi Jianxin could only helplessly press his forehead, admonishing her in an elder brother's tone. Yoji, stop messing around. The base leader just returned from outside and needs to rest. Besides, there are still so many people outside. I know. Yi Yoji lightly played with her hair at the nape of her neck. Letting her waist-length black hair cascade down like a waterfall, she continued, Zhang boss, the manufacturing factory you instructed me to monitor has been completed. I also ensured that the survivors built an industrial area centered around the factory on the barren land in the southeast corner of the Dawn base. As for the northeast corner of the Dawn base that is now managed by Lu Miao Miao for agricultural purposes, the eastern section of the outer city wall extends all the way to the cliff you mentioned before. Indeed, as Zhang boss said, the cliff is easy to defend and hard to attack, and the eastern area should be considered the safest region for our Dawn base in the future. The only issue is that it is still barren land for now and has not been developed. As for the western district, Yi Yoji crossed her arms and pointed, look, you can see it for yourself. The former Sunshine community was considered one of the high-end neighborhoods in the entire Bai city with excellent planning and construction quality. Therefore, I basically left the western district untouched, and it will likely be developed into residential and commercial areas according to your requirements. Now, which territory does our base leader wish to inspect first? The manufacturing factory, of course. Zhang Mingyu, concerned about the mass production of armed robots, quickly walked with Yi Yoji through the western city toward the manufacturing factory in the southeast. As they passed the main base, Zhang Mingyu casually instructed by Buhui, brothers, you've accompanied me on this long journey, so you must be tired. Let everyone go home to rest. The external allowance can be collected later, 5 kilograms of vegetables and fruits for each person. The 3 team leaders and vice captains can each receive an extra luxury gift package. Boss, you're so generous. I heard there are cigarettes, alcohol, and even precious cosmetics from before the apocalypse in those luxury gift packages. So envious. I haven't smelled cigarettes in ages. I wonder if I can become a team leader or vice captain when the new combat team is formed. In this world, any vegetables and fruits are extremely rare. The members of the Dawn combat team working under Zhang Mingyu not only received the vegetables and fruits that only the elites in the official shelters could access, but if they became team leaders or vice captains, they would also have the chance to drink, smoke, and use various luxurious skincare and cosmetic products that were priceless before the apocalypse. This tremendous allure made the older members and young ladies of the combat team full of dreams. The entire Dawn base seemed to be filled with a vibrant vitality. Dawn base manufacturing factory. The fully automated engineering robots took 14 days to construct the manufacturing factory, which appeared somewhat akin to the creations in hard sci-fi movies. When Zhang Mingyu and Yi Yoji entered the mysterious factory, they were immediately greeted by a scene filled with intricate assembly lines and various advanced devices surpassing human technology. The manufacturing factory was quite grand, with complex assembly lines distributed across various levels. Looking up, countless mechanical arms were installed in every corner of the factory, yet due to the factory's well-planned layout, everything seemed remarkably orderly. Zero, if the manufacturing factory runs at full capacity, how many Xiangu can it produce daily? Zero, the current manufacturing factory can only produce 40 Xiangu per day. Zero, it is recommended that the master independently expand the manufacturing factory, as doing so will improve production efficiency. Or when the core of the master's base upgrades, the work efficiency of special buildings like the Manufacturing Factory Research Institute and farmland will also see varying degrees of improvement. Haha, in that case, let's prioritize the production of Xiangu armed robots and mining vehicles. Zhang Mingyu was very pleased with Zero's response. His main task in the near future was to construct a mining site at the mine he purchased from Feng Fuguei. Therefore, mining vehicles and necessary armed forces were indispensable. Now, with the manufacturing factory in place, he believed that his mining plan could officially commence as early as tomorrow. At that time, with a stable source of, or Zhang Mingyu would essentially have a continuous supply of war machines, and the Dawn base would enter a positive cycle. In the main base on the 3rd floor, In the bedroom, Zhang Mingyu woke up in the soft, cozy blankets with gentle light streaming through the bay window, casting a grayish tone reminiscent of a thunderstorm over the entire room. In such an environment, however, Zhang Mingyu was delightfully comfortable, burrowing into the large expanse of white cotton comforter, feeling too lazy to get out of bed. Personal panel. In a hazy state, Zhang Mingyu poked his head out from the blankets, ready to check his total funds. Host Zhang Mingyu. Life level tier 2. Ability level tier 0, not yet fully awakened. Current system energy 476500, restores 500 energy every natural day. Current assets: intermediate base, primary artificial intelligence 01, set of Star Soul battle armor, 10 floating towers, 50 lifelike bionic robots, 30 fully automated engineering robots, 60 Xuangu bone armed robots, 20 underworld armed robots, 20 Iron Mountain heavy-duty robots, 5 divine machine, self-propelled rail cannons, 3 mining vehicles, 7 mines, 1 self-built dormitory building, 1 seedling of the tree of life. Crystal core balance 8771, tier 1 crystal cores, 84 tier 2 crystal cores, 1 tier 3 crystal core. Current population 213. Special buildings: Research Institute, Manufacturing Factory, Farmland, Mining Site, not built. Special abilities: Portable Space, Item Duplication, Eye of Wisdom. The upgrade task for the interstellar base system requires 1 tier 1 crystal cores, 100 tier 2 crystal cores, 3 special buildings, a population of 100, and no dangers within the control area. As long as we deal with the dangers on National Highway 307 to the north and cooperate with the officials to eliminate them, the necessary conditions for upgrading to an advanced base have mostly been met. Zhang Mingyu sat on the bay window in his pajamas. In the distance, the desolation from the initial deluge was known. Beyond the walls of the main base, there was a thriving sunshine community, and one could also see the manufacturing factory in the southeast working at full capacity, as well as the farmlands in the northeast, which would become the future granary of Dawn Base. Food is also a top priority for Dawn Base. Zhang Mingyu gazed at the distant farmlands, a glimmer of last night's inspection in the farmland area flashing through his mind. At that time, Lu Miaomiao, the Minister of Agriculture, excitedly told him that plant-type awakeners indeed could promote the robust growth of crops. Moreover, when Dong Xiaochan and her grandson were planting medicinal herbs, they also found that plant-type awakeners could significantly accelerate the aging of the herbs. With the plant-type awakeners complementing the farmland's acceleration function, one ginseng can increase by a year in just one day. Zhang Mingyu pondered over the information he received yesterday, a smile of happiness curling at the corners of. Leaning against a soft cushion, he surveyed everything within Dawn Base, thinking to himself, I knew that allowing Yi Yoji to be the vice base leader of Dawn Base was indeed a gamble that paid off. With Yi Yoji overseeing the overall situation along with talents like Lu Miaomiao by Buhui and Dong Xiaochan assisting, I can finally relax and be my own hands-off manager. Lying flat and taking it easy is the way of life. On the bay window, Zhang Mingyu daydreamed for a while. Just before noon, however, Zero suddenly sent a message. Zero Master, there was a problem with the team heading to the eastern mine this morning. Zero Master, please take a look at this footage sent back by the sacrificed underworld reconnaissance robot. On the Azure system screen, a continuous range of mountains appeared. After the deluge apocalypse struck, the mountains east of White City became desolate and devoid of human presence, with nature gradually reclaiming the creations of human civilization. Even the once bustling mining sites seemed to have been abandoned for over a decade, overgrown with weeds, with sturdy trees piercing through the concrete ceiling of buildings, and unknown mutated beasts rampaging through the mines. At this moment, an underworld reconnaissance robot arrived at the scene. Under Zero's command, it swiftly eliminated 2 mutated wild boars that were oblivious to danger. Then Zhang Mingyu's perspective followed the underworld into the dark and deep iron mine. Initially, everything went smoothly for the underworld's advance. As a professional scout, the underworld mapped over 80 of the iron mine's interior in just over 5 minutes. It was only when the underworld prepared to explore a more secluded area of the mine that Zhang Mingyu sensed a hint of abnormality. He noticed that the mine shaft the underworld entered was covered with a type of red crystal. Zhang Mingyu watched helplessly as the underworld reconnaissance robot, capable of tearing apart Tier 2 mutated beasts, was frozen into an ice sculpture after moving for less than 30 seconds in the mine shaft covered with red crystals. The scene switched. On the Azure system screen, 3 mining vehicles, 50 Xuangu bone-armed robots, 2 underworlds, 5 floating towers, and 10 fully automated engineering robots stood quietly outside the mine. At this moment, these machines were all waiting for Zhang Mingyu's command, whether to continue exploring or turn back, all depending on his thoughts. This red crystal looks a bit like ice, doesn't it? Zhang Mingyu scanned the situation outside the mine, still somewhat reluctant, decided to have the floating tower further investigate the mine shaft covered with red ice. This red ice can freeze the underworld, so the floating tower surely won't last long either. Let the floating tower advance quickly without needing to gather too much information. As Zhang Mingyu's orders were conveyed to outside the mine, a tower-sized machine about the size of a fist quickly flew. Before long, the floating tower reached the mine shaft covered with red crystals, charging recklessly towards the deepest part of the mine at Zhang Mingyu's command. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. The floating tower arrived at the position where the underworld had been frozen. The floating tower seemed to either have not touched the red ice on the ground, or was smaller in size. Lacking an energy field protection, it only developed a thin layer of frost on its outer shell after flying past the frozen underworld. Taking this opportunity, Zhang Mingyu got a clear view of the scene deep within the mine shaft. The walls of the mine were covered with flowing red ice. Faintly, Zhang Mingyu seemed to see a mysterious spatial rift at the deepest part of the mine. Finally, just as it was about to reach the gateway to the mysterious world, the screen went dark. Zhang Mingyu's eyes gleamed with contemplation as he recalled relevant information from his past life, murmuring, "It seems that in my previous life a spatial rift also appeared in White City. They connect to higher dimensional universes and various mysterious phenomena that cannot be explained by the science of our three-dimensional universe often accompany these spatial rifts." He glanced over the detailed map of the iron mine and decisively ordered, "Let the engineering robots establish a mining site right on the iron mine. These red ice crystals currently show no signs of spreading, and the spatial rift itself is also a type of resource. We should isolate the red ice area first, and let the mining vehicles collect the main iron veins that are not occupied by the red ice. After that, if we gain the ability to explore the spatial rift, we can take a look at what lies behind that rift." On October 25th, the weather turned from cloudy to light rain. In Beijing along National Route 307, time passed swiftly, as if a white horse had galloped by. After spending nearly half a month, the military finally established a clear understanding of the situation on National Route 307 in Beijing. Upon receiving the intelligence relayed by the scouts, Su Lai, the commander of the Xianyuan Army Group, took it very seriously. On the same day, he summoned the most elite Qishao armored division of the Xianyuan Army to carry out a joint encirclement operation with the Don base. At this moment, a convoy of over 150 armored vehicles was slowly advancing along the roads of military-tracked armored vehicles capable of adapting to any harsh terrain ruthlessly flattened the half-a-mile-high weeds on urban streets. Heavy tanks comparable, in size, to two ordinary Land Rover SUVs steadfastly held their position at the center of the convoy. Bang! Rumbling. The massive cannons roared, echoing like thunder. The heavy tank stationed in the middle of the formation aimed at a car-sized red beetle on the street and opened fire. Smoke billowed. The ground, covered with an inch of standing water, was temporarily cleared by the tank's main cannon, while the red beetle, encased in a hard shell, appeared to be smashed to pieces by a giant's hammer sticking to the ruins blasted by the shell. Continue advancing. Stay alert for giant insects in the grass. This damned world, even the bugs have evolved to look— Oh my goodness. Don't blame me for being a country bumpkin, but I find it strange that my bullets can't even leave a dent on that giant insect's red shell. Don't be scared, I'm from Beijing, and I haven't seen this either. I can testify we definitely didn't have these red beetles before the torrential rain. Speaking of which, those war machines at the front of our convoy must be the renowned work of the Don base, right? The soldiers in the armored vehicles huddled by the windows, quietly discussing the situation outside. At this moment, a young soldier suddenly raised his hand, pointing at the war machines ahead of the convoy, asking his comrade. Following the young soldier's gaze, they spotted 350 pitch-black Zhangyu armed robots forming an iron tide at the front of the armored convoy, with 5 self-propelled railguns positioned at key points for fire support, 10 floating watchtowers hovering around the team to guard against hidden enemies, and 20 Iron Mountain heavy-duty robots appearing even larger than heavy tanks taking on defensive responsibilities. In addition, 50 ghost reconnaissance robots were gathering information around the outer perimeter of the convoy. Whenever a red beetle attempted to charge the convoy from the front, the Zhuanggu armed robots, armed with TX-09 high-energy laser weapons and glowing blue mechanical eyes, calmly and accurately shot it down. Buzz. A blue ghost reconnaissance robot suddenly flew down from the sky at high speed. It landed in front of the command vehicle at the center of the armored convoy, its crystalline eye reflecting the image of Zhang Mingyu. Inside the command vehicle, not only was Zhang Mingyu present, but several officers from the Qishao Armored Division and Su Yuro, the leader of the evolved beings in the army, were also there. At this moment, they were gathered around a simulated sand table in the command vehicle. The soldiers, except for Zhang Mingyu, looked with curiosity at the ghost standing outside the command vehicle. Comrade Zhang Mingyu, does your robotic brother have intelligence to report to you? Sometimes I really suspect that you people from the Don base are all reincarnated from the future. The technology level of this war machine makes me, the commander of the armored division, incredibly envious. General Chiu is joking. Zhang Mingyu quickly interrupted General Chiu's speculation. He quickly retrieved the information relayed by the ghost, projecting a pale blue hologram before all the officers in the command vehicle. Everyone, please look. A mysterious energy has interfered with this area, rendering many communication and detection methods unusable. However, my ghost reconnaissance robot still managed to capture these precious images for you. The holographic projection revealed a road submerged in water, National Route 307. Through the holographic images, it could be seen that the water on National Route 307 was not deep, at most only an inch high. However, when the officers present observed closely, they discovered that the inch-high water surface was actually covered with numerous large white insect eggs. Occasionally one could see larvae as long as an arm hatching from the ostrich-egg-sized insect eggs, these larvae absorbing various nutrients in the shallow water, transforming into pupae mosquitoes in the humid aftermath of the torrential rain. As the cameraman raised the lens, the officers in the command vehicle realized that these white pupal insect eggs were all mosquito eggs. After the larvae hatched from the white eggs, they would immediately transform into terrifying giant mosquitoes after a development period of 5 to 8 days. If all these mosquitoes hatch, the survivors in Baicheng will definitely be in trouble. As a woman, Su Yuro felt extremely uncomfortable with the sight of the ground covered in insect eggs, but she still held back her disgust, and said worriedly, moreover, besides the mosquito eggs, it seems there are also red beetle eggs and various other insect eggs on the road in the video. These insects for some reason did not attack each other, but instead gathered together to cooperate. The officers in the command vehicle upon hearing this also had grim expressions. Thanks to Comrade Zhang Mingyu's reminder, we were able to detect the situation here in advance. Even with the current scale of this insect disaster, it will be very difficult for us to handle. I cannot imagine what Baicheng will look like when all the insect eggs on the road hatch. I'm just afraid that high-level evolved beings will emerge among these giant insects. Our Qishao armored division indeed has tremendous firepower, but if we inadvertently let high-level giant insects charge into the crowd, the little soldiers in the Qishao armored division will likely struggle to withstand those individually powerful giant insects. Zhang Mingyu slightly nodded and said, there's no need for the thanks, gentlemen. The joint operation of our Dawn base with the Qishao armored division is precisely to eradicate these filthy insects completely. The large area of unhatched insect eggs on the road, along with the numerous but lower defense giant mosquitoes, I believe the Qishao armored division can handle with ease. As for the giant red beetles, as well as the high-level life forms that may appear within the insect swarm, it will be up to our Dawn base's war machines to take care of them. Slippery and sticky, the red flesh-like substance piled upon the ground resembled a towering structure of flesh amidst the steel jungle. Upon closer inspection, the surface of the flesh tower was coated with slick mucus with honeycomb-like holes scattered through it. Occasionally red beetles and larvae of giant mosquitoes crawled out from the honeycomb-shaped openings. Additionally, there were many grotesque insects within the flesh structure that were unidentifiable. Will these giant insects really not attack us? They seem indeed uninterested in us. Have you ever played a game called StarCraft? I feel that this writhing red flesh-like substance resembles the creep of the Zerg from StarCraft, and this red structure is the hive of the swarm. The only difference is that the giant insects here seem to have evolved from the native bugs of Blue Star. The ancient temple has shown the Buddha's spirit, and now the swarm has emerged. As followers of the rain god, we don't even know if we can struggle to survive in this grand world. In the center of the blood-colored hive, a group of humans were whispering to each other. They were gathered around a massive blood-colored altar, gazing at the altar adorned with mysterious patterns. As the liquid flowed within the hive, it seemed to draw energy from the hive, emanating a faint red glow. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly a follower of the rain god tumbled into the middle of the crowd. He fearfully knelt before a mysterious figure cloaked in a robe, stuttering, Master, Master, there are troops coming towards us, so many armored vehicles and tanks. There are also war machines from the Dawn base. They have killed many insects, ordinary red beetles cannot stop them, and the giant mosquitoes are as fragile as paper before machine guns. What should we do? By the end, the messenger was nearly in tears from anxiety. The followers of the rain god at the altar were also utterly panicked upon hearing that troops were coming. The ones who surrendered to us before were not deceiving us. The official troops have really come. Tanks and armored vehicles cannot be resisted by human strength. Oh, what should we do? Silence. Just as the morale of the rain god followers was collapsing, the leader of the rain god church, shrouded in a robe, suddenly waved his sleeve to quell the chaos. He first instructed the messenger to rest, and then turned his gaze to a middle-aged man standing obediently in front of the altar. Yang Tianming, you did well this time. The great rain god will remember your contributions. Seeing Yang Tianming respond respectfully, the leader of the rain god church looked at the disheartened followers and calmly said, although this troop invasion has disrupted our plan to gather sacrifices, if utilized well, we may be able to bring the great rain god to Blue Star ahead of time. Master, do you intend to use the official soldiers as sacrifices to the great rain god? Yang Tianming, being astute, immediately guessed the leader's intention. Unexpectedly, the leader of the rain god church cast a cold gaze at him. Yang Tianming, you're not getting soft-hearted, are you? Please judge wisely, Master. Yang Tianming holds nothing but hatred for the Xinyuan army, with no compassion. Upon sensing the leader's icy gaze, Yang Tianming immediately knelt with two modified individuals bowing his head. The Qishao Armored Division is the most elite unit in the Xinyuan army. Yang Tianming asked this out of fear that the swarm might not be able to handle the outside soldiers. Furthermore, the war machines from the Dawn base also pose a significant problem for us. You do have a point. The leader of the rain god Chuch's eyes swept over Yang Tianming on the ground. Then he turned and approached the altar, which was continuously absorbing nutrients from the hive, and said indifferently, you all step back. Once I let the things beneath the altar see the light of day, the mere Qishao Armored Division will be no concern. Slowly raising his sleeve, the leader of the Rain God Church pressed his palm, adorned with mysterious patterns, onto the blood-flesh altar. At that moment, a connection seemed to form between the patterns on the blood-flesh altar and the mysterious patterns on the leader's palm, as if the pulsating heart of the altar recognized the identity of the leader and immediately prompted the creeping carpet in front of the altar to writhe, revealing a hidden space beneath. Through the large hole in the carpet, the followers of the Rain God saw a massive deep pit. The blood-flesh altar seemed to be continuously feeding nutrients into this deep pit, and at the very bottom of the pit, a faintly visible spatial rift pulsating with a bloody aura quietly hovered in the area with the most nutrients. This rift is the passage for the great Rain God to descend upon Blue Star. Upon seeing the spatial rift, the leader of the Rain God Church respectfully bowed 3 times before it, then pointed to the insect eggs embedded in the blood walls, blushing as he said, "These eggs are evolved cockroach eggs placed closest to the world of the great Rain God, enjoying the blessings of the Rain God day and night. Although they are not as large as red beetles, now they can eat metal and hunt beast kings." As the leader spoke, the followers of the Rain God also noticed the densely packed white insect eggs on the walls. These white foreign objects embedded in the flesh caused even the followers of the Rain God to feel a visceral discomfort. They whispered among themselves, discussing, "Can these cockroaches really be that powerful? They look just like pimples embedded in flesh. My God, I've had enough of these bugs, they look way too terrifying. Disgusting, extremely disgusting. Quickly send them to deal with those official soldiers. At least I believe these demons will undoubtedly give the official soldiers a headache." Among the followers of the Rain God, some were excited, some terrified, while others did not understand why the great Rain God would raise such revolting insects. Only Yang Tianming understood the nuances. He quickly knelt before the spatial rift, and the leader proclaiming loudly, "These creatures that have enjoyed the blessings of the great Rain God will definitely assist our Rain God Church in completing the sacrifice plan, allowing the great Rain God to descend upon Blue Star. Master is wise. Long live the great Rain God. Long live, long live, long live, long live." Before the blood-flesh altar, the followers of the Rain God knelt in unison under the satisfied gaze of the leader. Meanwhile, the insect eggs in the underground space quickly hatched under the stimulation of cosmic energy, transforming into swarms of cockroaches that surged out of the underground space like a tornado flooding towards the hive. North City, National Highway 307. As the highway neared the city's edge, its flanking buildings gradually gave way to pre-apocalyptic storefronts, aluminum alloy window door fabrication, Old Wong Auto Repair, and People's Noodle House, alongside low-rise self-built structures and faded weather-beaten slogans collectively sketching the distinctive landscape of Bai City's northern outskirts. An overwhelming tide of insects cast a further pall of desolation over the scene. Flamethrower squads. Ensure no larvae are missed in the water. Open fire. Open fire. Massive swarms of giant mosquitoes emerging east of the highway. Tank crews. Fire on crimson-armored beetles west of the road. Crimson serpents of flame erupted from soldiers' flamethrowers, scorching clusters of white insect eggs across the ground, while riflemen stood vigilant, scanning stagnant pools for lurking larvae. Autocannons roared. Military armored vehicles thundered through ankle-deep floodwater. Tank treads crushed the last surviving grotesque insects into crimson pulp beneath churning steel. Report. A high-tier lifeform is approaching at extreme velocity. Our Qishao Armored Division has always possessed formidable firepower. In the past, we exercised caution against high-tier lifeforms due to our lack of elite combatants. Once such entities breached our formation, ordinary soldiers, unenhanced by evolution, struggled even to acquire targeting locks. But now with the war machines from Shuguang Base holding the front line, our role is clear: deliver precise long-range fire support. Under these conditions, can mere carbon-based lifeforms possibly withstand the sheer saturation of our heavy tank barges? Damn it, we Qishao Armored Division will not be outshone by a fleet of war machines. 2nd Battalion Commander, where's your Italian cannon? Fire it, full salvo. Obliterate those. With Xiangu armored combat robots anchoring the vanguard and absorbing the assault of high-tier lifeforms, Qishao Armored Division soldiers surged with adrenaline-fueled fervor, eager to vent years of pent-up dread and fury upon their ancient foes. Meanwhile, inside the Central Command vehicle, senior officers of the Qishao Armored Division stood buoyed by soaring morale. Watching their convoy advance unscathed, they felt absolute confidence in the mission's success. Zero Master Yuming Unit 34 has detected massive hostile concentrations. Zero warning. Yuming Unit 34 has entered combat. Floating Tower No. 1 is now transmitting live imagery. Yuming units have been forced into combat. Zhang Mingyu's gaze sharpened. Without waiting for Floating Tower No. 1 to relay visual data, he strode to the command vehicle's viewport and peered directly toward Yuming Unit 34's reconnaissance vector. Far to the north, he beheld a churning ink-black cloud massing on the horizon, a cloud clearly responsible for pinning down the Yuming reconnaissance drone. Commander Chiu, immediately order all troops back into their armored vehicles. Zhang Mingyu knew the Yuming drone's capabilities intimately. Though the nature of that black cloud remained unknown, anything capable of engaging and delaying a Yuming unit was far beyond the threat level of ordinary giant insects. Comrade Xiao, you have your war machines detected another enemy. Our soldiers are currently using flamethrowers to purge ground-level eggs and larvae. If recalled to armored vehicles to engage with mounted autocannons, operational efficiency would plummet drastically. No, first tell us what you found. Then we'll decide how to respond. The assembled officers regarded Zhang Mingyu's urgency as excessive. Yet Zhang Mingyu's stance remained uncompromising. Gentlemen, you are already familiar with the standard energy shielding deployed on my war machines. Moments ago, one such shielded unit engaged the northern threat and was locked in desperate combat. Even its energy barrier was being corroded, gnawed away by that uncanny foe. At this, Zhang Mingyu swept his gaze across the officers, his expression grave. This enemy can pursue Yuming drones and consume their energy shielding. Should it strike our convoy, it would spell catastrophe for ordinary soldiers. Indeed, even armored vehicles may offer scant protection. Though Zhang Mingyu had spoken plainly, the officers still hesitated. Then Su Yuro stepped forward, seized the battalion-wide comms channel without hesitation, and issued a crisp authoritative command: all units, halt, advance immediately. Personnel outside vehicles return to armor at once. Seal all hatches on armored vehicles and tanks. Await further orders. Hold position until then. The command echoed across the formation. 15,000 Qishao Armored Division soldiers began boarding their vehicles with disciplined precision. Seeing Su Yuro's decisive action, the officers exchanged wry smiles. Since Miss Su has issued the order, let the troops board and rest for a time. After a 10-minute respite, if no enemy manifests, we shall resume dismounted operations to clear giant insects and eggs along the route. The Qishao officers extended full courtesy to both Zhang Mingyu and Su Yuro. Though deeply skeptical of the enemy's purported lethality, they refrained from countermanding Su Yuro's halt order, choosing instead to observe and await developments. Time slipped by. Floating tower no. One vanished without trace. The Yuming drone's telemetry deteriorated. 3 minutes later, the officers inside the command vehicle finally sensed something profoundly wrong. Peering northward through the command vehicle's small viewports, the Qishao officers beheld a black swarm, vastly exceeding any locust plague, roiling like a storm front straight toward their convoy. Pap, pap, pap. The churning cloud descended upon the convoy. Winged cockroaches rained down like hailstones, slamming onto the command vehicle's roof and blast-resistant glass. Through the reinforced glass, the same horror unfolded across the entire column. These winged cockroaches, drawn by the scent of human life within the armor, frantically probed every seam and aperture, desperate to breach the hull and devour the living. Crunch, crunch. Zhang Mingyu heard the unmistakable sound of the command vehicle's armor being gnawed. He pulled up external feeds and saw the cockroaches spitting a potent metal-dissolving acid onto the hull. Once corrosion weakened the plating, they attacked with hardened mandibles. And there, glinting faintly on those mandibles, was cosmic energy. In that instant, Zhang Mingyu understood precisely how the Yuming drone's energy shield had been breached. These relatively small cockroaches were not merely pests. They were 100-fold more dangerous than crimson beetles or giant mosquitoes. Qishao Armored Division Command Vehicle. Including Commander Chiu, the officers sat before the simulated sand table, gazing down at the holographic projection displaying green dots representing armored vehicles and tanks. Deep in thought, these cockroaches can actually bite through the hull of military armored vehicles. We were far too complacent before. I cannot imagine what would happen if these metal-biting cockroaches were to swarm. Oh, this time, if it weren't for Comrade Xiao Yu's timely reminder, the 150 soldiers of our Qishao Armored Division might have suffered severe losses due to our arrogance. Now the crux of the problem is how we should deal with these cockroaches. In the command vehicle, Commander Chiu and the other officers were engaged in a heated discussion about countermeasures. At this moment, Su Yuru suddenly pointed at several cockroaches crawling on the blast-resistant glass, interrupting the conversation of several officers. I think we are out of time. These cockroaches can not only spray acidic liquid to corrode metal, but can also enhance their mouthparts using cosmic. Right now, the armor of our command vehicle might hold out for a while longer, but the blast-resistant glass cannot withstand the relentless gnawing of the cockroaches. Su Yuru's words reminded the officers who had been arguing heatedly. Commander Chiu's eyes swept across the blast window, his expression stern as he said, Miss Su is right. The defensive capability of our command vehicle is far superior to that of ordinary armored vehicles. Now, if our command vehicle is struggling, the situation for ordinary soldiers is likely even more dire. I suggest we send a team of soldiers as a suicide squad to use flamethrowers to eliminate these cockroaches. No way the lives of ordinary soldiers matter too. Going out in this situation is certain death. The evolved cockroaches are very small, and the firearms and artillery of the Qishao Group Army find it difficult to deal with such targets. However, flamethrowers, being the nemesis of carbon-based life forms, would surely be very effective against these evolved cockroaches. The only issue is that the soldiers operating the flamethrowers would need to temporarily leave the protection of the armored vehicle, with a high probability of being bitten to death by the cockroaches outside. Commander Chiu. Suddenly Zhang Mingyu spoke up, breaking the heavy atmosphere. He pointed to the Xiangu armed robot outside, which was continuously firing high-energy beams into the sky, saying, My Xiangu armed robot has energy shielding, allowing it to operate temporarily in the rain of cockroaches. Why don't you gentlemen let my Xiangu handle the flamethrowers? I believe they will not disappoint. Xiangu. Haha, how did I forget about you guys from the Dawn base? The officers in the command vehicle brightened at Zhang Mingyu's suggestion. Commander Chiu was so pleased that he immediately promised Comrade Xiaoyu, if your Xiangu can deal with those evolved cockroaches outside, I will personally ask Commander Su to commend you when we return. Well then, without further ado, let's take action immediately. North City National Road 307. The 350 Xiangu armed robots under Commander Chiu's guidance were equipped with military flamethrowers. Protected by the eerie blue energy field, they plunged into the rain of insects, systematically eliminating the evolved cockroaches clinging to the surface of the armored vehicles. Flames roared. The Xiangu armed robots, like gods of war on the battlefield, pushed back the massive wave of insects. The evolved cockroaches on the armored vehicles turned to ashes in the fire, while a few that lunged at the Xiangu armed robots were blocked by the energy field, unable to harm the robots at all. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield transformed into a sea of fire with thick flames, even igniting the insect clouds in the sky. The densely packed cockroaches were set ablaze by their own companions as they flew. The dark insect cloud gradually took on the colors of the fiery clouds under the efforts of the crimson brush. Buzzing. The swarm of insects was momentarily pushed back. But the keen Zhang Mingyu noticed that the flames in the insect cloud seemed unable to spread further. These evolved cockroaches have become so proficient in using cosmic energy that after the initial panic they adapted to the burning of the flamethrowers. Now these evolved cockroaches have even learned to use cosmic energy to extinguish the flames on their bodies. This makes it even more difficult to eliminate them with flamethrowers. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eradicating 60% of the insect swarm on National Road 307 in North City. Received phase reward Iron Mountain Heavy Armored Robot Blueprint. Zhang Mingyu had just been pondering that the flamethrowers of the Qishao Armored Division might be ineffective against the remaining evolved cockroaches when the system's notification chimed in his ear announcing the reward for completing the task of preparation. Luan Bird Aerospace Carrier. Zhang Mingyu's eyes lit up, and he immediately decided to summon the space carrier. With the insects shielding him from above, Zhang Mingyu summoned the sample model of the Luan Bird Aerospace Carrier from the system space. The spatial energy swirled in the sky. Next, the Luan Bird Aerospace Carrier, nearly 300 meters long and over 100 meters wide, roughly equivalent to 4 standard football fields, appeared above Zhang Mingyu, piercing through the black cloud of evolved cockroaches with its advanced heavy weaponry driven by 12 anti-gravity thrusters on its wings. Zzz. The outer layer of the Luan Bird Aerospace Carrier also has energy shielding. But the large energy shield on the Luan Bird Aerospace Carrier is many times more powerful than the individual energy shields of Xiangu and Yuming, making it impossible for ordinary evolved cockroaches to penetrate. Countless evolved cockroaches charged forward. In the end, all of these evolved cockroaches were reduced to charred ashes, falling like snowflakes to the ground. This is the Luan Bird Aerospace Carrier. Zhang Mingyu's eyes widened as he gazed at the colossal object he had summoned. Overhead, a surge of excitement welled up in his heart, feeling that after completing tasks for over half a month, he was finally reaping the rewards. He laughed heartily and commanded the Luan Bird in the sky, "Luan Bird, annihilate these evolved cockroaches and show me your full power." Upon receiving Zhang Mingyu's command, the main cannon of the Luan Bird Aerospace Carrier suddenly lit up with a shimmering blue light. Energy gradually gathered, and a large mass of lightning could be seen converging at the bow of the Luan Bird Aerospace Carrier. Finally, as the main cannon of the Luan Bird Aerospace Carrier finished charging, a brilliant blue beam descended upon the center of the black insect cloud, where arcs of blue lightning exploded among the swarm, like chains forged by divine thunder, causing a massive number of evolved cockroaches to perish under the group attack of the main cannon, unable to even attempt to escape. Buzz. Rumble. The secondary cannons of the Luan Bird Aerospace Carrier roared in unison, displaying a might even more exaggerated than the divine machine's self-propelled artillery. Energy beams darted chaotically through the sky, and once again the evolved cockroaches suffered heavy casualties. In an instant, the snowflake-like dead cockroaches fell in even greater numbers. Mission Directive Annihilation. The White Emperor unmanned combat drone has been dispatched. As the Luan Bird received the command to display its full capabilities in battle, it hurriedly ordered all White Emperor drones stationed on its landing pad to take off and rapidly clear every group of escaping evolved cockroaches in a point-to-point manner. Thus, this area had completely become the airspace of the Luan Bird. When the soldiers of the Qishao Armored Division looked up again, they could no longer see the dense black insect cloud, only the Luan Bird Aerospace Carrier steadily hovering in the sky, along with over 100 standard White Emperor unmanned combat drones. In the north, at the hive of the insect swarm, the followers of the Rain God Church spotted the colossal ship piercing through the sea of insects from a distance. The booming main cannon of the Luan Bird airship, the countless side cannons on its sides, and the by D unmanned fighters launching from the deck, left a profound psychological shadow on the followers of the Rain God Church. Damn it, are you sure that monstrous thing in the sky was made by humans? By the Rain God, why is something out of a sci-fi movie appearing in White City? It must be the Dawn base. Besides the Dawn base, I can't think of any other force on Blue Star capable of creating such miracles. Now the Dawn base and the official military are about to come over. The sacrificial ritual that our rain god church has painstakingly prepared is about to come to naught. Damn, we were so close to succeeding. Why can't these giant insects stall for just a little longer? The followers of the rain god church stood before the balcony, made of piled flesh, gazing at the sky, filled with by unmanned fighters, as well as the slow-moving airship approaching the hive, their faces filled with terror. When military vehicles and tanks appeared on the horizon, the glimmer of hope in the followers' eyes vanished in an instant. The leader of the rain god church cast a cold glance over the crowd, wondering if there was a deity standing behind the dawn. It was precisely because they had received the assistance of a deity that the other side was able to produce so many advanced technologies that do not exist on Blue Star. Dawn. Light. Base. The leader of the rain god gritted his teeth. He wished to sacrifice all the followers present to summon the rain god. However, even offering the lives of all the followers, the spatial rift cannot withstand the power of the rain god. The ordinary followers of the rain god were still unaware that their lives were almost sacrificed by the leader to the rain god. Only Yang Tianming felt a shiver run down his spine after seeing the leader's indifferent gaze, secretly pondering his escape route. Buzz. Rumble. The giant cannon roared. The followers of the rain god church who were looking out from the hive suddenly saw the lawn bird airship in the distance, turning its bow towards the hive. The massive ship's main cannon aimed at it as a ball of electric lightning grew larger at the cannon's mouth, and when it reached a critical point, the entire ball of lightning shot towards the hive along a specific trajectory. The thick white light tore through the dark rain. The enormous flesh hive was penetrated by the white light, and then the entire blood-colored hive exploded like a massive cake blasted apart by the ball of lightning from its center. Lightning arcs leapt. Blue lightning danced joyfully upon the wreckage of the hive. The giant insects left behind in the hive and numerous followers of the rain god church were instantly annihilated by the ship's main cannon. Zizizi. Amidst the debris, the leader of the rain god church suddenly soared into the air. In the blink of an eye, his body transformed into a stream of water, swiftly leaping and dodging with the help of the raindrops falling around him, escaping the scene in the form of rain. Following him, Yang Tianming also dashed out from the ground of blood and flesh under the cover of two modified individuals. It was clear that Yang Tianming paid a significant price to survive the bombardment. Both of his modified companions died. Even he himself was scorched black from the electricity. Yet his strong will to survive still drove him to flee. Relying on his modified body, Yang Tianming indeed managed to escape the wreckage of the hive, just like the leader. Before the hive's wreckage, the Qi Shao armored division arrived late. Zhang Mingyu stood atop the wreckage of the hive, protected by the Xiangu armed robots and by unmanned fighters. He scanned the area, taking in the heaps of bloody flesh and the shattered altar not far away. Finally, with the assistance of Zero, a preliminary conclusion was drawn. The giant insects on National Road 307 in the North City are actually related to the Rain God Church. Zhang Mingyu's expression turned serious. Upon discovering the hive of the insect swarm, he had immediately ordered the Lawn Bird airship to launch a devastating strike against it, adhering to the principle that the truth lies within artillery range. He never expected that not only were there giant insects inside the hive, but also humans, and these humans were the infamous followers of the Rain God Church in White City. At this time, the military's coroner department discovered clues from the remnants left on the ground. Several officers from the Qi Shao Armored Division frowned as they analyzed the situation on site. Why are there human bodily tissues in the hive of the insect swarm? Are you saying that based on the information from the remains, the humans in the hive are very likely the followers of the Rain God Church? We previously thought that the Rain God Church was just a grassroots cult, but now it seems these followers may not be simple. Perhaps these giant insects are under their control. Report, Commander. Special human bodily tissues have been discovered here, seemingly belonging to modified individuals. Modified individuals. That bastard Yang Tianming actually joined the Rain God Church. The officers of the Qi Shao Armored Division looked at the scattered debris with heavy hearts. If Yang Tianming had given the technology of modified individuals to the Rain God Church, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for the people of White City. Zhang Mingyu. Suddenly, Su Yuro, who was investigating in front of the altar, discovered a hidden underground space. Her delicate hand waved fiercely in the air as she anxiously called out to Zhang Mingyu. Come quick, something seems off here. It looks like something wants to run over from the other side. Su Yuro's words attracted all the nearby officers. Zhang Mingyu also saw the space beneath the altar. Before them, a spatial rift quietly hovered above the ground, covered in blood-red nutrients. They could see a snarling, grotesque monster on the other side of the rift, seemingly trying to tear open the rift and force its body through to descend upon Blue Star. This is a spatial rift usually connecting to a higher dimensional universe. The Rain God Church seems to be trying to bring certain entities from the higher dimensional universe to Blue Star. Zhang Mingyu looked at the dark shadows within the spatial rift and said uneasily, I suggest you officials seal off the area nearby. Until you are powerful enough, do not actively explore the world on the other side of the spatial rift. Higher dimensional universe. Spatial rift. Officer Chiu and Su Yuro were left feeling confused. They looked up at the Lawn Bird airship overhead, then down at the spatial rift that seemed to connect to the abyss of hell, and at the shadow on the other side of the rift that was clawing toward Blue Star. In that moment, they all felt deep down that the world was becoming different. The fusion of the higher dimensional universe and Blue Star was leading Blue Star into an unknown future. In early November, the air in Baicheng already carried a hint of the approaching winter. Heavy rain pattered down on the streets and alleys of Baicheng, and apart from the mutated beasts foraging for food, only a small family car was cautiously making its way through the darkened roads. Inside the car, the night lights illuminated the pale face of a middle-aged man. The man's wife and daughter in the front seat looked at their weary family member with deep concern. As the small car drove onto a weed-choked road, the mother in the driver's seat raised her hand to point at the tracks ahead, forcing a smile, as she said, "Look, the weeds ahead have been cleared by someone, and there are tire tracks left by trucks on the road. I guess the dawn base we've heard about online is just ahead." The daughter, named Wan in the passenger seat, chimed in. There seem to be very few mutated beasts on this road, which means there must be frequent human activity nearby. That's just a woman's perspective. Wen's father coughed a couple of times, gazing out at the long road through the car window, murmuring, "Have you forgotten the first survivor camp we stayed at? That survivor camp, called Sweet Home, appeared to be a paradise in the eyes of nearby survivors. Rumor had it that once you went there you would never lack food or drink." We eagerly rushed to join their big family. Who would have thought that just when dinner time came they started drawing lots, and those who drew the red slips would become food for everyone that very night. Closing his eyes, memories of the past surged in his mind. Wen's father wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his face pale, and continued, "And then there was the second survivor camp that evolved from a company. They claimed to work together against the heavy rain, but in reality it was already a dictatorship under the company owner. They took advantage of their numbers to enslave the survivors who had sought refuge, and Wayner was eyed by that despicable beast of a boss, almost becoming his plaything. Thankfully we paid a great price to escape in the end, otherwise I can't imagine what would have happened to Wayner if she fell into that bastard's hands. Dad, don't say anymore. Just take care of your health. Once we reach the dawn base, everything will be fine." Cough. Wen's father coughed painfully, his face as white as paper. "In my opinion, the dawn base might be just as bad as the survivor camps we've been to. It would be much safer for us to go to the official shelter in the West District. Alas, my body might not even hold out until we reach the dawn base." "Dad, what nonsense are you talking about? You will definitely make it to the dawn base." Wan anxiously turned to pull the blanket for her father and comforted him. "I've heard that the dawn base has the most advanced medical technology in Baicheng. The head of the dawn base is also skilled and capable, definitely not an ordinary local tyrant." At that moment, Wen's mother chimed in. "Recently people online have been saying that the dawn base in Baicheng is even better than the official shelter. Moreover, the dawn base has cooperation with the official shelter in various fields. Now survivors in Baicheng are all eager to join the dawn base. Let's hope so." Wen's father lay back in his seat, his head resting against the pillow as a cool breeze blew past his ears. "Our car's air conditioning should have been replaced long ago. I couldn't remember before the apocalypse, but now that I'm sick it comes to mind. Alas, Wayner promised Dad that when we reach the dawn base you won't expose your abilities. If our family is being targeted, we really won't be able to run away." "I understand, Dad." The small car drove a little further along the road. The swaying car made one worry whether it would fall apart over a small stone. As the small car continued down the dark road, a towering alloy wall finally came into view before the Wen family. They could hardly believe their eyes, rubbing them in disbelief until they saw the residential buildings behind the alloy walls, which still had faint lights. Wen's mother held the steering wheel with one hand, her right hand covering her slightly parted red lips in astonishment, as she exclaimed, "Where are we? How can there still be people with electricity 24 hours a day in the midst of a rain apocalypse?" Wan swallowed hard, comparing the location with the map on her phone, murmuring, "I'm sure this is the Sunshine Community before the rain apocalypse, which is now the dawn base, but this is just too exaggerated." The ailing Wen's father propped himself up with all his strength, scrutinizing the high walls of the dawn base, and reminded them, "The dawn base, huh? It looks good on the surface, but we still have to be very careful. Perhaps the prosperity on the surface, the envious 24-hour electricity, and the towering walls that can withstand mutated beasts are all obtained by the head of the dawn base through exploiting the survivors." Dawn base main entrance. The towering steel walls stretched open to both sides, while floating towers patrolled back and forth along the edge of the walls. In front of the main entrance there were barriers set up to prevent attacks from mutated beasts, as well as to stop survivors from ramming their vehicles into the base's gates. At this moment, 4 fully armed members of the Dawn Combat Team Reserve Team held electromagnetic rifles produced by the Dawn base, standing guard against survivors and mutated beasts outside the base. A middle-aged man with a paunch pointed at the floating tower above, and asked his companion, "Old Dong, why does Boss Zhang have this thing, but still makes us stand guard outside? Kuan, how have you managed to survive as the boss of the Jingshan group for so many years? Boss Zhang has us guarding the gate to test us and select qualified individuals for the evolution serum. Secondly, it's to negotiate with the survivors who come to seek refuge." Old Dong proudly patted the electromagnetic rifle in his hand, and said, "Although this thing isn't very useful against mutated beasts, it's more than enough to deal with troublemakers." Just then Old Dong and Kuan spotted a small car appearing at the end of the road. They exchanged glances, and then Old Dong stepped forward to stop the approaching car. "This is the Dawn base. please have the vehicle in front stop immediately for inspection. Any malicious actions will be regarded as hostile by us. Repeat, please have the vehicle in front stop immediately for inspection. For your safety, please do not make any moves that could cause misunderstandings. Dawn Base main entrance. Within the towering steel walls, a second line of defense constructed with Xiangu armed robots guards a small area near the main entrance. Survivors arriving from outside must first undergo a simple inspection at the temporary buildings within this small area before officially entering the outer city of Dawn Base, ready to embrace a new life. Temporary inspection room. Wan sits nervously under the bright lights. Opposite her, Commander Kuan, dressed in a reserve team uniform, types on the keyboard, making simple records. What is your name? Wan. Age. 22. Why have you come to our Dawn Base? 2. Get treatment for my father. Alright, that's enough. After noting down the necessary information, Commander Kuan took out a temporary identity card and said, this is a temporary identity card for our Dawn Base. You are now allowed to move freely within certain areas of the outer city of the base. If you wish to obtain permanent residency, you need to apply at the office building. So, is that all it takes? Wan held the temporary identity card, which resembled a bus card, with a puzzled expression. Seeing her confusion, Commander Kuan proactively explained, our Dawn Base has a supercomputer named Zero that can quickly verify your identity and determine if you pose any threat to the base. Oh, I see. By the way, I forgot to ask you, do you have any special skills? Commander Kuan suddenly slapped his forehead and retrieved Wan's personal information from the computer again. Wan then followed up on Commander Kuan's question, asking what difference would having special skills make. The differences are, Commander Kuan patted his reserve uniform, showing off those with special skills can receive better jobs at the office building, while those without special skills can only work in agriculture or in factories twisting screws. Of course, all these jobs come with free meals and housing. Additionally, Dawn Base welcomes survivors for temporary residency. However, survivors who live temporarily must submit one first-level crystal core each week to renew their temporary identity card. Moreover, lodging requires them to spend crystal cores to stay in hotels or rent temporary housing from the office building. You haven't mentioned the treatment for evolvers yet. Mr. Lau, who was outside, couldn't help but interject, having overheard Commander Kuan's scatterbrained remarks. But Commander Kuan, wanting to save face, pounded his chest and said, I haven't forgotten. I haven't forgotten. Our Dawn Base not only assigns better jobs to special talents, but also provides evolvers with exceptionally high treatment. Any evolver once reported will be directly assigned to our Dawn Combat Team reserve team. The benefits of the Dawn Combat Team are the best in the entire Dawn Base. If a task requires us to go out for field work, there will also be fresh fruits and vegetables as additional allowances. They can even subsidize fresh vegetables and fruits. Just after settling, when Ma heard something astonishing in the inspection room. Wasn't it said that the heavy rain has made it impossible to grow vegetables and fruits in Bai City? Wan, hearing this, curiously asked Commander Kuan and Mr. Lau, you said evolvers will be assigned to the Dawn Combat Team. Does that mean you are also evolvers? Fresh fruits and vegetables can naturally be grown with the capabilities of our Dawn Base. As for the evolvers, Commander Kuan awkwardly chuckled, pointing to a sturdy man at the door, saying, among us, except for Gango, we are still ordinary people. Our reserve team members, if they perform exceptionally well or voluntarily submit 10 crystal cores, can obtain the evolution agent and officially become evolvers. Otherwise, they must wait until they pass Boss Zhang's assessment before embarking on the path of evolution. Sorry. Ma displayed an apologetic expression, comforting the two people's dignity, and then asked the real question she had come to ask. I heard that the medical conditions at your Dawn Base are quite good. May I ask where the hospital is? My husband is ill and needs treatment urgently. You mean the hospital? Mr. Lau raised his hand, pointing to the main road of Dawn Base, saying, follow this big road straight ahead. When you get close to the inner city, turn right at the first intersection, and you will find it. For ordinary minor ailments, once you obtain permanent residency, treatment is free. However, for serious illnesses, or if you do not have permanent residency, you will need to spend some crystal cores to receive treatment. Mr. Lau enthusiastically explained the specifics of the hospital. Commander Kuan also looked over the exhausted mother and daughter and sincerely suggested, even if your family doesn't have any special skills, you can still go to the office building to get a regular job. This way you'll have a place to stay, a place to eat, and free medical treatment. As for spending crystal cores on treatment, to be honest, with your delicate arms and legs, you probably won't be able to get crystal cores. Alright, Commander Kuan, this side has been explained well enough. It seems there are survivors arriving outside again. Mr. Lau saw Gangu at the door, signaling the two of them, and quickly interrupted Commander Kuan, who was still wanting to chat, saying helplessly, ever since our Dawn Base exploded in popularity, online survivors from Bai City no longer go to the official shelters, but rush here. Just yesterday, a young man who escaped from the countryside to Bai City specifically requested to join our Dawn Base. We have been extremely busy lately. Thank you both for your help. We won't disturb your work any longer. Ma and Wan exchanged a glance, thanked Mr. Lau and Commander Kuan, and quickly left. Dawn Base Hospital. The slogan of Dawn People's Hospital flickered with a warm glow in the heavy rain, as Wan and Ma pushed the wheelchair of the unconscious Ba, standing beneath the hospital sign, engaged in a heated argument. Wan clutched a small handful of crystal cores as if making a significant decision, and said, my father's illness cannot be delayed any longer. Here are some crystal cores obtained from hunting mutated beasts using my water-type abilities. This time, even if it exposes our identity as ability users, I will spare no expense to treat my father's illness. If my abilities are exposed, so be it. If the crystal cores run out, then so be it. But my father must not come to. When Ma, upon hearing this, seemed to have lost all her strength, her expression weary as she said, sigh. Although your father said before he fell into a coma that you shouldn't expose your abilities, Wainer, you are grown up now, and I can't stop you from doing anything. Now all we can do is hope that Dawn Base will treat special people like you kindly. Shuguang People's Hospital. Registration Hall. One family's mother and daughter initially believed that even in the Shuguang Base's hospital, there would be a shortage of medical supplies against the backdrop of the torrential rain apocalypse. To their surprise, as soon as they stepped through the doors of Shuguang People's Hospital, they were astonished by the orderly registration windows and the advanced intelligent pre-diagnosis equipment on both sides. On both sides of the bright and clean hall there were individual white booths. These white booths served as both intelligent pre-diagnosis equipment and could handle some urgent injuries. For instance, when faced with common injuries such as cuts or animal bites during the torrential rain apocalypse, the intelligent devices in the white booths could simply disinfect and treat the patient's wounds. After that, patients with minor injuries could be discharged directly, while those with more severe injuries would be transferred to the inpatient department for surgery. After quickly taking her father for a pre-diagnosis and registering for an appointment with a specialist named Dr. Zhang, Wenwan also encountered many unfamiliar high-tech instruments in Shuguang People's Hospital. Wenwan could only vaguely recognize that some of the medical instruments were similar to those used in Baiqing People's Hospital, but there were others with a stronger sense of technology that looked nothing like the products of this era. No. 13. Wenming, please proceed to consultation room A003. A cold mechanical voice came from the intelligent calling device. At this moment, Wenwan quickly snapped out of her daze. She turned to her father, who had just woken up after a simple treatment in the white booth, and asked, Dad, it seems like it's time for us to see the doctor. If you're feeling up to it, I can push you in to see the doctor now. You little brat. When Dad grumbled as he swatted Wenwan's wrist, muttering, I'm just sick, not dying. I'm not that fragile. Now push me in. I want to see what tricks the doctors at the Shuguang Base can play. Consultation room A003. Dr. Zhang and pushed back the more than 10 crystal nuclei that Wenwan had forcefully handed to him. He adjusted his glasses and patiently advised, Miss Wenwan, your father's illness is fundamentally just due to being infected with an evolved virus. This illness is comparatively troublesome for ordinary people to treat, but since your family can provide more than 10 crystal nuclei, I suggest you spend 10 nuclei to buy a first-tier evolution potion directly. I believe that once Mr. Wenming injects the first-tier evolution potion and becomes an evolved being, his immune system will quickly eliminate those evolved viruses. Is this evolution potion really able to make someone an evolved being? When Ma asked worriedly, if my husband injects this evolution potion, will there be any side effects? When Dad also had some concerns upon hearing this. They had seen evolved beings in other survivor camps before. Although they had heard from various sources and online that the Shuguang Base had the ability to mass-produce evolved beings, the thought of the arrogant evolved beings in other survivor camps made the Wen family doubt whether 10 crystal nuclei would be enough for a reliable chance to become evolved. Our Shuguang Base's evolution potion has already achieved mass production and currently has close cooperation with the official refuge. The members of the Shuguang combat team have all successfully evolved through the injection of the evolution potion. Trust me, the evolution potion therapy is undoubtedly the most suitable treatment plan for you. Moreover, if Mr. Wenming joins the Shuguang combat team after passing the assessment in the future, you will also have the opportunity to enjoy more benefits within the base. Dr. Zhang An's persuasion made the hearts of the Wen family waver. At this moment, Wenwan glanced at the crystal nuclei in her hand, then at her father in the wheelchair, and finally made up her mind, saying, Dad, if it doesn't work, let's try Dr. Zhang's method. Since we chose to come to the Shuguang Base, we should trust the judgment of the base's doctors. Let's give it a try. We'll trouble Dr. Zhang later. When the Wen family reappeared outside the Shuguang People's Hospital, when Dad had already thrown the wheelchair aside, he was full of energy, his complexion rosy, and he looked as if he had just finished a rejuvenating treatment. After today, I Wenming shall also become an evolved being. Don't you think the evolution potion is miraculous? Just a moment ago, I felt drained, and now I feel like I'm 18 again. It's simply amazing. Honestly, Wainer, if we weren't in public right now, I could perform a backflip right here to show you what true strength feels like. As he spoke, when Dad boasted by lifting a stone pillar at the hospital entrance with one hand, drawing gasps from passing. Alright, Dad, we still need to find a place to rent. Wainer is right. Wenming, you're already so grown up, yet not as steady as our daughter. Just got out of the wheelchair, and now you want to show off by smashing your leg with a stone pillar and lying down for 3 days. When Dad, facing the admonishments from his wife and daughter, could not continue to show off. He quickly placed the stone pillar back in its original position and patted its surface reassuringly before confidently saying, I think this Shuguang Base is quite good. There's plenty to eat and wear, and it's safe. We should just apply for a permanent residence permit at Shuguang Base. Then I'll apply to join the Shuguang combat team. As for our daughter's abilities, there's no need to hide them. We might even get better benefits by showcasing them. When family mother and daughter rolled their eyes at when Dad in unison. They didn't know who had said that the Shuguang base was not good. Upon arriving at Shuguang People's Hospital, they were still distrustful of Dr. Zhang, as if getting an injection was a matter of life and death. Stop, Wenming, tone it down a bit. We should prioritize the combat team matter. Today our primary task is to find a place to settle down and slowly investigate the situation of the Shuguang combat team, collecting more information about the Shuguang base. Once everything is clear, we can take action. Wenma, being the more rational one, set the tone for what needed to be done today. Wenwan also stretched and said, I think Ma. Dawn Base New Soldier Training Camp. Located in the eastern district of Dawn Base, the New Soldier Training Camp is equipped with numerous evolution training devices purchased by Zhang Mingyu, using crystal nuclei from the system mall. Surrounding the training camp are elegant individual villas with the training ground for new soldiers at the center, along with the weapon storage of the Dawn combat team. From a tall building beside the training ground, Zhang Mingyu looked down at the new soldiers training below. Over 200 members of the Dawn combat team reserve were sweating profusely on the training ground. Among them are ordinary people and naturally gifted evolvers, including a second-tier water-type awakener named Wenwan. He gazed at the deep blue system hologram. The information on the personal panel made Zhang Mingyu sigh. Host Zhang Mingyu. Life level tier 2. Ability level tier 0, not yet fully awakened. Current system energy 435,500 recovers, 500 energy, each natural. Current assets intermediate base, primary artificial intelligence no. 01 set of Star Soul battle armor, 20 floating towers, 50 lifelike bionic robots, 100 fully automatic engineering robots, 1838 Mystic Bone armed robots, 100 Underworld armed robots, 100 Iron Mountain heavy-duty robots, 5 Divine Machine, self-propelling orbital cannons, 3 Yuan Bird aerospace, carriers, 10 mining vehicles, 7 mines, 1 self-built dormitory building, 1 self-built hospital, 1 self-built training camp, 1 seedling of the Tree of Life. Crystal Nucleus Balance, 95-31 Tier, 1 Crystal Nuclei 103 Tier, 2 Crystal Nuclei 1 Tier, 3 Crystal Nucleus. Current population 1426. Special Buildings Research Institute Manufacturing Factory, Farmland Mining Site. Special Abilities Portable Space Item Duplication Eye of Wisdom. Research Projects at the Research Institute 1. Divine Machine Self-Propelling Orbital Cannons 2. Strength Type Evolution Potion 3. After clearing the insect swarm on the North 307 National Road, Zhang Mingyu returned to Dawn Base and spent 1,000 crystal nuclei to purchase the blueprint for the fully automatic engineering robot. He utilized the newly produced 100 fully automatic engineering robots to enhance the manufacturing capacity of the factory, leading to an exponential increase in the number of war machines. Now both the population and strength of Dawn Base far exceed those during the insect swarm clearing. I still remember at the end of August when I first established the intermediate base, I was so excited for several days after acquiring 20 Mystic Bone armed robots. Upon establishing the Research Institute, I sighed helplessly due to the high costs of researching blueprints. Stretching comfortably, Zhang Mingyu gazed at the new soldiers below, murmuring, who would have thought that I now possess nearly 2,000 Mystic Bone armed robots. The research queue at the Research Institute extends several months into the future. If not for the ongoing research projects that cannot be revoked, the projects in the reserve, he would not have cost my crystal nuclei. I would surely have found ways to quickly gather the 100 crystal nuclei required for the upgrade to a high-level base. Brushing away unnecessary thoughts, the upgrade for Dawn Base is definitely coming in the next couple of days. Zhang Mingyu now prepared to check the training situation of the Dawn Combat Team Reserve. Once he personally observed the goodwill values of the team members using the Eye of Wisdom, he would select 100 reserve members based on their goodwill values and administer evolution potions, forming a new combination of 200 that includes veterans from the Dawn Combat Team. New Soldier Training Camp, Indoor Training Field. Over 200 young recruits from the training camp stood proudly in the training field, receiving inspection from Zhang Mingyu, with veterans from the Dawn Combat Team acting as instructors to maintain order. Strong figures like Yi Juanxin also intimidated the crowd. Not bad. Zhang Mingyu's gaze swept over one when the second-tier water-type awakener mentioned in the data, whose goodwill value of 78 stood out from the crowd, even surpassing some veterans in the Dawn Combat Team. Most of the new soldiers on the training ground are quite good, but why do several of them have negative goodwill values? Zhang Mingyu's gaze fell on a few naturally evolved individuals among the new soldiers. He had paid particular attention to these natural evolvers while reviewing the data. What he did not expect was that these individuals had harbored ill will towards him even after staying at Dawn Base for so many days. 1-1. Zhang Mingyu selected the 100 new soldiers with the highest goodwill values, and had a bionic person bring over 10 briefcases extracting evolution potions to inject into these 100 individuals. From now on, you 100 will be the official members of the Dawn Combat Team. Some of you may have already embarked on the path of evolution, while others have awakened special abilities. But it doesn't matter, I allow you to take these 100 evolution potions back to use for your families, or exchange them here for a now join the glorious evolution. Zhang Mingyu quoted a line from Victor in League of Legends as a closing. Unexpectedly, just as he finished his speech and prepared to turn away, a natural evolver named Gongzi suddenly jumped out dissatisfied and said, "Hey, what are your criteria for selecting team members?" With so many of us evolvers, why do you only pick those ordinary people? Exactly, this is unfair. We also participated in the training, why aren't we given evolution potions? At this time many others with negative goodwill values also jumped out inciting the crowd. Zhang Mingyu coldly stared at the leader, named Gongzi calmly, asking, you ask me why I don't let you join the Don. I originally planned to handle this matter discreetly, but since you asked, Yi Juanxin control these few ill-intentioned fellows for me. Gongzi tried to resist, but Yi Juanxin was a second-tier awakener. With Gongzi's strength as a first-tier rapid evolver, he was no match for Yi Juanxin. Glancing at his companions, Gongzi realized that Zhang Mingyu had easily seen through their disguise, and he no longer pretended, directly shouting at Zhang Mingyu, base leader of Dawn Base. Since you have discovered us, let's speak frankly. We indeed never thought of joining your Dawn Base. We came under the orders of the Rain God Church to convey our leaders while our Rain God is magnanimous. If your Dawn Base is willing to serve the Rain God Church and allow us to preach within your base, our leader is willing to overlook what you did previously on North 307 National Road. But if you remain stubborn, your Dawn Base will meet its end under the wrath of the great Rain God. A mere clown. How dare you threaten me, Zhang Mingyu, with your insignificant Rain God Church? With the Star Soul battle armor covering his entire body, Zhang Mingyu raised his hand and fired an energy cannon, sending the evolver named Gongzi away. Immediately the gleam of blades flashed. The infiltrators from the Rain God Church were consecutively slain. The remaining believers, seeing no hope of escape, shouted angrily, before dying the great Rain God will bring down divine punishment upon you. After that they also died in the midst of their assassination attempt on Zhang Mingyu. Among the over 200 reserve members, there were actually 13 infiltrators from the Rain God Church. Among them 11 were killed by veterans of the Dawn Combat Team. 1 was killed by Zhang Mingyu. Another, having escaped the veterans' restraint, was slain by the second-tier awakener named Wan. 2.5 months after the global downpour, the biological evolution event triggered by cosmic energy continues to be the foremost issue troubling countries around the world. The flourishing natural plants have replaced the steel jungles built by humanity. The evolved and mutated wild animals have set their sights on the delicious flesh of humans. Microorganisms, bacteria, and viruses have become vastly different from before, decomposing food in shopping malls and collapsing the medicines available before the apocalypse. Nowadays, any illness or injury could cost a person's life. By city, the fusion of the high-dimensional universe and blue star has brought not only landscapes and seas that do not belong to this world, but also many bizarre creatures from another realm appearing in the mysterious lake at the center of By City. Recently, as most of the supplies in the city center have been submerged by floods, some survivors whose food supplies are running low at home have been forced to go fishing in the lake inhabited by these strange creatures. At this moment, a fishing boat is navigating on the turbulent waters of the dark lake. The continuous downpour is pounding against the deck, causing a group of bare-chested men to shiver uncontrollably. Their fingers are turning pale, but for the sake of their waiting wives and children at home, they continue to struggle against the cold rain, pulling on a resilient fishing net. Finally, several men joined forces to haul a big catch from the net onto the fishing boat. They gathered around the large fish, which is at least 3 or 4 meters long, and began to discuss excitedly, wow, what a big fish. Did you see that? I told you long ago that the lake appearing in By City is a divine lake, and the big fish in the divine lake is delicious eating. It strengthens the body and invigorates the spirit. This divine lake must be a blessing from the heavens for us By City people. From now on we can come out to fish every day, and we won't have to worry about our children at home complaining of hunger. A 3 or 4 meter long fish, we can't tell what species it is. Could it have mutated too? Look at you, so ignorant. What if the fish has mutated? As long as it fills our bellies. Oh right. By the way, don't you think the rain has been a bit too much these past couple of days? In the past it rained every day, but sometimes it was heavy and sometimes light, at least giving us some breathing space. Recently the downpour has been continuous and heavier than any storm we've seen before. I heard that many low-lying areas in By City have flooded. Not only the streets are flooded, but I also heard that there have been incidents of aquatic creatures attacking humans near the Divine Lake. We live near the Divine Lake, and although I haven't heard of anyone being attacked by aquatic creatures, the water level has indeed risen to the 11th floor, and the murky water looks truly terrifying. Hey, they say deep water raises big fish. The water in the Divine Lake isn't deep. How could we have the chance to catch such a big fish? Come on guys, stop chatting. Didn't you notice something strange about the lake's surface all of a sudden? I heard from veteran sailors that some giant sea creatures are attracted to light sources. Thus, whenever they pass through dangerous areas marked on the map, they turn off the lights on the ship. Look, since our little fishing boat is sailing on the unknown depths of the Divine Lake, shouldn't we turn off the lights? Hey, come on, it's the 21st century. There can't be anyone who still believes in that, right? A high school student pushing up his glasses wrapped in tape confidently approached the edge of the deck, looking down, while saying loudly, there are no giant creatures at the bottom of the sea, let alone in the lake. As the high school student spoke, his eyes widened more and more. Because just as he looked down at the water's surface, a fish's eye larger than the fishing boat was staring intently at him from beneath the dark water. November 7th, the beginning of winter. Dawn Base. The towering Alloy City gate is tightly closed, and the standby team members on duty have moved to the top of the Alloy City wall, watching the murky flood that has submerged to a height of 186 meters. The continuous days of heavy rain have also brought disaster to the Dawn base located on high ground. The flood continually strikes against the Alloy City wall, causing the citizens inside the base to feel anxious. Main base bedroom. Zhang Mingyu stood by the protruding window, gazing at the vast ocean outside the base. Lost in long memories, in the third month of the apocalypse in my past life, my city was attacked by beast tides, and the official shelter almost perished. But now there is still more than a week until the beast tide outbreak, and this heavy rain never occurred in my past life. Yi Yoji stood behind Zhang Mingyu, who was in a daze. Although standing on the top floor of the three-story main base, they couldn't see the flood outside the base's walls. Yi Yoji could guess Zhang Mingyu's thoughts based on her understanding of him, and comforted him, saying, "Boss Zhang, our Dawn base has you and your war machines, and there are high walls to withstand the flood. Even if the water level in the city center rises high enough to submerge the entire city, our Dawn base will remain safe." Yi Yoji was speaking the truth. Given that the altitude of the Dawn base is higher than that of the city center, Zhang Mingyu also had fully automated engineering robots build an alloy wall around the base, enveloping the entire Dawn base. In this situation, no matter how much the water level in by city rises, the Dawn base will remain unharmed. To the east of the Dawn base lies the continuous Tying Mountains, and below the eastern cliffs is an endless vast valley. For the flood in by city to surpass the walls of our Dawn base, it would first have to submerge the valley next door. Zhang Mingyu chuckled self-deprecatingly, not expecting that after living a second life, when truly facing problems, he would still not see through things as clearly as Yi Yoji. Rubbing the soft hair of Yi Yoji, Zhang Mingyu joked, "Sometimes I really wonder if you have been reborn. When I graduated from high school, I stumbled into college, getting caught in the traps of senior students everywhere. But you, after finishing high school in 3 years, immediately became like a little adult, even able to enlighten me." Yi Yoji rolled her eyes and said, "Boss Zhang, if I wasn't as smart as you, what use would you have for me? Besides, I'm 19 years old now, not a child anymore." As she spoke, Yi Yoji proudly lifted her ample bosom, which indeed looked larger than Su Yuris. Just as Zhang Mingyu was about to take out a stick to teach the cheeky Yi Yoji a lesson, a sudden explosion resounded from the outer city of the Dawn base. In that moment, the smiling Zhang Mingyu and the cunning Yi Yoji quickly calmed down. They tidied their clothes, exchanged glances, and then rushed towards the direction of the explosion. At the Dawn base in the outer city, under the light of the searchlight, the soldiers atop the high walls could vaguely see a human with gills quietly approaching the walls of the Dawn base through the murky flood. Their modified bodies allowed them to move freely underwater. Moreover, they contained a special energy akin to that of awakened beings. "The great rain god has awakened our divine powers. Now let the desecrators of the Dawn base witness the wrath of the divine." The leader of the rain god cult turned to his companions and shouted, transforming his body into rainwater as he did so. At that moment, over 100 adherents of the rain god stirred the waters around the Dawn base simultaneously, sending a gigantic wave towering dozens of meters high crashing down towards the walls of the Dawn base, as if a skyscraper had collapsed, heralding the end of the world. Boom. Rumbling. The massive wave crashed against the sturdy alloy walls, shattering into fragments. The strange creatures within the wave took the opportunity to clamber up the smooth high walls. After the flood receded, the outer surface of the high walls of the Dawn base revealed numerous fish-headed humanoid creatures equipped with 4 fins, which could adhere to the walls using cosmic energy. Some of them raised spear-like weapons and fiercely struck the alloy walls of the Dawn base, while others spat corrosive acid in an attempt to erode the smooth exterior. However, how could the advanced alloy of the Dawn base be so easily destroyed? The attacks from the fish monsters left no marks on the mirror-like alloy exterior, and their prized strong acid mixed with the rainwater flowed back down into the surging waters below. Boom. Bang. Some adherents of the rain god detonated C4 explosives to assist the fish monsters in their assault on the city. The tremendous force of the C4 explosion overturned some fish monsters, but the alloy walls remained unscathed. At this moment, Zhang Mingyu, encased in the Star Soul battle armor, finally arrived at the scene. He stood under the dark rain, gazing at the adherents of the rain god outside the west city wall, and the countless hidden fish monsters in the flood, smirking to himself, the rain god cult. "You don't think that C4 explosives and this level of waves can destroy my Dawn base, do you?" The main base's automated defense system could not cover the entire Dawn base. Therefore, after quickly analyzing the battlefield situation, Zhang Mingyu calmly issued orders: "All members of the Dawn combat team converge on the west city wall. Xianguyu Ming Taishan Shinji Luan Yao, all of you attack." Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the random mission Guardian of the Homeland. Mission requirement: the adherents of the rain god have united with the strange creatures in the lake to attack your base. Please repel the invading enemies and instill fear in the ants of the rain god cult and the mindless strange creatures. The system notification sound echoed softly in his ears. Zhang Mingyu merely glanced at the Azure system interface before losing interest. He looked down at the high wall and saw that the members of the Dawn combat team had already armed themselves with electromagnetic rifles, effectively organizing a counterattack against the fish monsters climbing below. Next, 2,000 Xiangu armed robots suddenly took off from various locations in the Dawn base, flying towards the west city wall like a swarm of bees. Buzz. Bang. 2,000 purple energy beams spread across the night sky like a web. In his past life, the official forces boasted over 100 first-tier evolved beings relying on the individual combat capabilities of the evolved teams to navigate through beast tides. Now Zhang Mingyu commanded a combat team of 200 mixed evolved beings and awakened ones alongside 2,000 Xiangu armed robots that could easily overpower first-tier evolved beings. In an instant, the high-temperature purple energy beams vaporized a small area of the flood. The fish monsters on the alloy exterior were swept back into the flood below like dumplings as if struck by the long whip of a 3-star Neela from Teamfight Tactics, their fate unknown. Boss Zhang is here, those fish monsters are doomed. Haha, I've said it before. With Boss Zhang overseeing the Dawn base, all we need to do when danger strikes is hide under our blankets and sleep. Look, those fish monsters can't even climb the city walls and are being blasted apart by Xiangu. Boss Zhang is amazing. Xiangu is incredible. Keep it up. Blast them to bits. Oh my goodness, look up at the sky. Does our Dawn base have such powerful things? The survivors watching from the apartment suddenly noticed a giant shadow appearing above them. They looked up to see 3 sky-covering Wan Niao aerial motherships hovering above the Dawn base, their main cannons charged and aimed at the adherents of the rain god and the strange fish monsters below. Rumbling. The main cannons of the Wan Niao aerial mothership struck down into the deep waters like 3 massive bolts of lightning. The countless fish monsters hiding beneath the flood had no chance to escape being electrocuted to charred remains in the surging waters filled with leaping arcs of lightning. Meanwhile, the adherents of the rain god assisting the fish monsters in their siege also lost their nerve in the face of the overwhelming might of the Dawn base. Damn it, why does the Dawn base have so many aerial motherships? Didn't the master say that the Dawn base only has 1 aerial mothership and no more than 400 war machines? Now there are at least 2,000 visible war machines, and their 3 aerial motherships also have several hundred unmanned combat drones. With our numbers, we can't possibly conquer the Dawn base. We should run. The great rain god will forgive us for conserving strength for the church. The sudden increase in military power at the Dawn base sent the adherents of the rain god scattering in panic. The firepower of the Wan Niao aerial motherships relentlessly pursued the fleeing rain god adherents and fish monsters. As the Wan Niao aerial motherships gradually chased into the deep water area near the city center, enormous aquatic creatures began to emerge from the flood, which submerged over 10 stories. Some resembled large black fish, while others resembled massive beasts eyeing their prey above. Luan Yao instructed the Bai unmanned combat drones to maintain distance from the water surface while pursuing. Xian Guyuming halt the chase and assist me in collecting the crystal cores of the deceased fish monsters in the nearby waters. We need to prepare for upgrading the base. Just as Zhang Mingyu issued the command, he saw through the city-wide surveillance system that a long-hidden underwater creature burst through the surface as the Bai unmanned combat drone ascended. The predator with its tooth-filled menacing maw narrowly grazed the exterior of the Bai unmanned combat drone. This creature, at least a 4th-tier aquatic being, ultimately failed to destroy the drone above. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the random task guardian of the home. Within Zhang Mingyu's personal space, the 200-meter-long Jiao Long quietly appeared. The design of the Jiao Long differed from the nuclear submarines of the 21st century Blue Star, resembling an interstellar warship. It possesses a domineering and robust exterior featuring both sturdy armor and a streamlined shape that conforms to fluid dynamics. At the front of the Jiao Long, there are several openings resembling torpedo launch ports. Its true function is to launch the 100 Water Sprite deep-sea robots housed inside. Although the Water Sprite deep-sea robots and the Xiangu armed robots are both mass-produced war machines, the combat power of the Water Sprite deep-sea robots can reach 3 times that of the Xiangu armed robots on the underwater battlefield. Jiao Long. Haha, not bad, not bad. Zhang Mingyu was satisfied as he withdrew his consciousness from the personal space and turned to look at the deep blue system light screen. Looking at the balance of 12034 first-level crystal nuclei displayed, Zhang Mingyu, filled with ambition, issued the command, System Upgrade the base. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the main task, Advanced Base. Task reward: the fully automatic defense system will envelop the entire Dawn base. The operational efficiency of the special buildings constructed by the host will increase to 200. All living technology of level 1 civilization will be unlocked for the host, and the host has obtained special buildings: shipyard blueprint, dormitory blueprint, hospital blueprint, new soldier training camp blueprint. Notice the host has received a reward: Beidou satellite system. Note as the host's interstellar base has been upgraded to advanced, further upgrades will require 1 high-dimensional fragment. The continuous rewards left Zhang Mingyu dizzy. It seemed that in the eyes of the interstellar base system, the advanced base was qualitatively different from the previous junior and intermediate bases. This base arrival not only increased the efficiency of the research institute, manufacturing plants, farmlands, and mining sites to 200, but also rewarded Zhang Mingyu with a wealth of blueprints and technologies. Among them, the dormitory hospital and new soldier training camp can be upgraded and remodeled based on existing foundations. As for the shipyard and level 1 civilization living technologies, Zhang Mingyu can study them gradually in the days to come. Buzz. Just as Zhang Mingyu was immersed in excitement, he suddenly noticed a white light spreading from the main base to the entire Dawn base. Immediately, the standard configuration of the main base, including the Thor 6-barrel gun Tai Xianlei Tower and Wujiao anti-aircraft missiles, appeared at various locations outside the Dawn base. In addition, on the towering alloy walls of the outer city, there appeared giant Spirit heavy energy cannons that Zhang Mingyu had never seen before, while a magnificent North Wind God weather control instrument stood tall on the open ground within the walls. Ha ha, with these great weapons my Dawn base will become indestructible. Zhang Mingyu excitedly summoned the system light screen and opened the citywide surveillance. This citywide monitoring system built on the monitoring devices of the White City, and a few microcameras had many blind spots due to the extensive damage to the equipment during the rainstorm apocalypse. Now with the emergence of the Beidou satellite system, it perfectly filled the monitoring blind spots. As he elevated his view, Zhang Mingyu switched to the Beidou satellite system to overlook the beautiful blue star. Using these 7 advanced Beidou satellites, Zhang Mingyu could effortlessly see every corner of Blue Star. His gaze swept over the shattered White City, which had been ravaged by floods, and the mountains shrouded in mist beyond. He discovered that the entire Blue Star had grown larger due to the fusion with the high-dimensional universe, with the 7 continents and 8 oceans no longer in their original positions, and many mountains and lakes shrouded in mysterious fog existed on Blue Star in a manner that defied natural science. This seems to be Sakura country. Looking down at Blue Star through the Beidou satellite system, Zhang Mingyu suddenly spotted the Yasukuni shrine, where the people of Sakura country worshipped were criminals. Unable to resist, he trembled his finger and directly launched the Beidou satellite system's strongest attack method, God's Staff. In outer space, a giant satellite larger than the International Space Station suddenly lit up with blue light. In the next moment, a high-energy weapon resembling God's Staff violently struck towards Sakura country. Blue Star. Above the Yasukuni shrine in Sakura country, an enormous and mysterious beam of light suddenly appeared, connecting heaven and earth. At first, the people of Sakura country at the Tokyo base were still marveling at the beauty of the miracle, but soon they were left dumbfounded as they realized that their faith was struck by the descending blue beam and was utterly destroyed under the impact of the blue energy. In the end, only a bottomless giant pit remained at the site of the shrine, along with the remains of the prime minister who had not forgotten to visit the shrine during the apocalypse. Zhang, boss. The quirky Yiyoji happened to witness Zhang Mingyu's act of bombarding the prime minister of Sakura country. She tugged at Zhang Mingyu's clothes and timidly asked, "You didn't just destroy the Yasukuni shrine of Sakura country, did you? How can the act of striking the Sakura dogs be called destruction?" Zhang Mingyu glanced at the remains of the prime minister in the surveillance footage and without hesitation switched the monitoring back to the White City, saying, "My Beidou satellite system collects floating material fragments from the universe every day to manufacture materials for God's Staff. To put it in gaming terms, I have the opportunity to attack ground targets once a day. There's no reason to waste this opportunity. Using it to strike the Sakura dogs could be considered a frugal use of the weapon." Yiyoji rolled her eyes at Zhang Mingyu's twisted logic. However, she also held no good impressions of the politicians of Sakura country, who indiscriminately dumped nuclear wastewater into the ocean, and the destruction of the Yasukuni shrine, worshipping the war criminals, was not a concern. After all, during the apocalypse, there was no need to go to jail. Thus the perceptive Yiyoji pretended not to have seen the earlier events, and brought up today's business. According to the reports from the White Emperor unmanned combat aircraft, the escaped rain god cultists and strange fish-headed beings rested for about 10 minutes at the giant lake before heading towards the western district simultaneously. I worry that this time the rain god cult has triggered the beast tide, perhaps to provide sacrifices for their deity, and if they cannot capture our Dawn base, their next target may be most likely the official shelter in the western district. It seems that the beast tide in the 3rd month of my past life was also deliberately instigated by these rain god cultists. These slippery monsters think they can be safe by escaping to the western district. Please do not underestimate my obsession with crystal nuclei, you bastards.